Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz, most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clown, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these ain't the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my line, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great, with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in a black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go with lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your city, reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. Pay your soda, don't take him up with the anger and hate of all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. You be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico. Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep keep protection for mine. You will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine. Caution, look at my face, pay me respect. Please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check. We're stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz, most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment. Or you're doing it for clown. Or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers for words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement. These are the days of the South. These days we play differently. This is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens. Watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines. Wait, I keep protection for mine. You will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine. Caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines. I keep protection for mine. You will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine. Caution.
Hold on, wait. See a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in the black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go with lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your set, he reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't break. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in a fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Get you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. You be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door, miss.
Caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines. Wait, I keep protection for mine. You will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine. Caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines. Wait, I keep protection for mine. You will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine. Caution. Yeah. Let it go. 84 music. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. If the block on his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and gold, you know they aimless. Living lavish and smells all of the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, taste like one thing for certain where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the grizz, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take control, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, I let them know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, baby. All of this talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. My bad. The connection going in and out. All right, we back. Let's see. Get the banner. All right. I think on the last stream, we kind of ended up on the Abo situation. The immigration topic kind of been dominating the mainstream headlines and kind of conflating some of the rhetoric that's been going around. So you and Taz were in a discussion about how the perspective have been conditioned in terms of culture and disassociating with one or the other.
Not really
Not sure who that is.
necessarily disassociating. I'm more so challenging the notion that because here's what I so let me say this. I'm more so of the belief that the quest for knowledge in regard to Pan-Africanism starts in school. I don't think that telling you that you only here because you were a slave, I don't think it gives you any other direction. And so I qualify that with my understanding of what Psycho was saying earlier about most of these people don't know American history. They don't chase American history. But what you'll find is that most of the people that's now FBA and whatnot, they know a lot of that African history. And I believe it was because they were put on the pursuit of that history first. And now they somewhat have an issue with it. That's what they know. That's what they study. They felt like they were chasing blackness through that African history. And now they somewhat have disdain for it because they realized they didn't learn anything about America. That's what I see in most of these FBA dudes. It's like a buyer's remorse for studying African history.
Yeah, I could probably see that. I know a lot of people try to drag over some of the Egyptian rhetoric that had been very heavy in those blackology spaces. Um, but like you said, they were not able to show that through the course of all the historical accomplishments that were achieved by Black Americans over here.
Yeah. I think it's real nuanced, right? Like I think the fact that we don't learn a lot about Africa is what sends people into these pursuits of what we was before then, because they didn't tell us anything, which they really ain't too much they can tell us, because like outside of the coastline that they got us from and this, that, and the third, they can name X amount of tribes that we could have came from, but we amalgamation of all these tribes. So over here. So at the end of the day, like that right there, how we got here, and is pretty much what sends people on these journeys to try to get deeper into African history, try to find out, what happened before we got here, because you did make a statement, and I actually agree with it. But you said they teach us that we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for slavery, but that's accurate. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for slavery, unless we came here like a foreign exchange student or something like that or whatever, like these other groups of people did. But that's our history. That's how we got here. We got here through slavery. So like, again, I don't know no other way to tell the history besides what happened. Outside of being more detailed, but they give you the skinny. They captured Africans, but they didn't say they captured Africans, but Africans were captured and enslaved and brought over to this country.
And so that's what I'm saying. When you get deeper though into what would be, and this is my opinion, of course, would be beneficial in terms of teaching in American history, I think the way they skip through a lot of American history, it does leave Black people out of the experience. And so I feel like we're left with the experience of slavery, then a jump through Jim Crow, where you don't really deal with it, all the way up to the Civil Rights Movement. And so with that, I don't think you truly get an American history. I think you get left with the understanding that you weren't, your history isn't in America. And I think that's why so many go on that quest once they get their chance to get away from American history. And so even like looking at AP African American Studies, the majority of that class is about Africa's history. It's not American history. So although it says AP African American history, that shit starts out with civilizations and moves into slavery. And by the time the course is over, you're just coming off the plantation. You know what I'm saying? So that's the college educated version of it. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to figure out where do they learn anything. My bad, go ahead.
No, most of the college studies that I saw, it was called African Studies. It was like the courses that you're talking about, more like I know it says, I don't remember it saying African American Studies. It could say that now. I don't know what it says now. I haven't been up to date with the curriculum in colleges, but I know the old professors and everything else from back in like the 70s and 80s and stuff, they was teaching even in the 90s with African courses. It say like African Studies, right? So they was learning about Africa specifically. I don't remember African American Studies per se. Now it could be that now. Don't get me the line.
Yeah, I'm talking about now. Not when we was in school.
Right.
And the only reason I know that is because when Florida did it, I was looking through it to see what the big deal was. And, they had a bunch of rainbow shit up in there, but mixed in along with that was a lot of studies that bring you to America. And then the studies in America aren't as in depth of the ones getting to America. That's how they got them set up now. The AP African American Studies courses.
Yeah. Now, if it says African American Studies, I would expect more Black American history being taught outside of Africa. If they want to touch on, the origins of how we got here, cool. But if it says African American history, I don't expect them to delve too deep into African history, like in the beginning of the course or whatever. But yeah, then eventually, you got to. There's a lot of history here that they got to go through. So yeah, I wouldn't expect them to talk too much about Africa if it says African American.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. Is Florida's AP college course. High school course. I'm looking it up right now because that was the one they took out. And like I said, they were doing a lot of talk about it, but they weren't being honest about what was in there. Because I was against it because it had all that rainbow shit in there. But okay, let me read you this article. It said, designed to be taught over 28 weeks, the course covers 79 topics that range from early African kingdoms to how Jim Crow laws impacted African Americans after Reconstruction. Topics are divided into 4 major units: origin of the African diaspora, freedom and enslavement, the practice of freedom, and movements and debates. So again, the focus is always on how we got here, which I'm not against, but I think we have to accept that as the opening into, your existence as a Black American. You're African, which is fine, it's true. Like, so again, I'm saying that's where you get on your quest though to Pan-Africanism.
But isn't all American history taught that way as far as like how they got like white people teach, that the Pilgrims got here and this, that, and the third, and they started this country off trying to, get away from religious restraints and, freedom of religion, right? And like this kind of how it's taught, and then you got, some Florida people start talking about the Spanish and everything else, how the Spanish got there first, and like everybody's history, when you talk about this country, it always goes back to the origins, how the people first got here. Ours ain't no different. It just so happened we got here through slavery.
Well, I think once you start going up through history though, and their integration into whiteness, and of course us not doing that, I think what you begin to see is they can relate more to the American citizenship and the American message versus us knowing from outside factors that this ain't our country. This ain't something that we can be proud of. This isn't our history. We know that based on external factors outside of the school. And so you're not getting all of the history. You know that versus, someone from another place coming here and they can integrate themselves into that white history. We don't have that ability.
Nah, but I would argue that's not what the public school was teaching. The public school was teaching that we are a part of America, and America is something we should be proud of, and that's why it ended with MLK, "I Got a Dream" speech, right? And how he achieved everything in '64 with the Civil Rights Bill and everything, that, and the third. It's kind of taught that it's kind of taught that it's American propaganda. Like that's what you learn in public school history is nothing but American propaganda. And it's no different with us. Like, they spoon feed us with, this is our country. We are a part of this, this is something we should be proud of, right. This is all right after we pledge allegiance to a flag and this, that, and the third. And, every time for assemblies and games, we got to sing the Star Spangled Banner and all this other, like that's what's taught in public school. They're Americanizing you. They're not trying to Africanize you.
Yeah, it's definitely red, white, and blue. Because, like you said, there are no majority of references that don't include something from European. And the key word there, heritage. I don't think the word culture is actually being thrown around in these courses.
Not so much. Not so much.
Yeah, I don't know no Black people who left school respecting the flag or the Star Spangled Banner or any of that. I'm saying that's not our shit.
You ain't have ROTC? You ain't have ROTC in your school?
Yeah, they had. Yeah, that was some military shit.
You don't think they love the flag?
Yeah, every public school in America got a flag in front of it.
That's a nuanced conversation. Them niggas love the flag when they go. They love the flag when they over there. But then when we get to talking about on these panels, no, they don't love the flag. No, they don't love America.
I'm talking about before they got in there. Like when they got in there, they probably saw something different that made them, that changed their mind. But I'm talking about going into there. I promise you, I would agree. I promise you, none of them was hating the flag going into it. Yeah, I
would agree with that part of being propaganda, but I would also argue that is the history of the Black American from the time of even Special Field Order 15 and in the end of the Civil War. There was always a quest to get us to join the military. So when I see the ROTC thing, I don't disagree. But that's the goal for us. They want us in that army. They want us fighting on the front lines of that army.
Right, but before you even got to ROTC, they was filled with a whole bunch of American propaganda in history classes, right? And this, that, and the third. You learn about these wars and how these were great people that fought in these wars and how they was patriotic and they was, you know what I mean, and they fought the good fight to free the country of tyranny and all this other, like this, you know, so that kind of, you know, they made them superheroes, right? Like that's what history does. They make these figures superheroes in World War II and World War I and everything else, fighting off the evil Nazis and everything. And so by the time you get to be a teenager, you know, you kind of want to be a part of that. You know, like this ain't, I can't be Superman, I can't be Batman, but I can try to be a general, right? That's realistic, right? I can try to be an admiral or something like that. So I can fight to achieve that and be an American hero, right? Because that's kind of what they kind of propagandize people to want to be.
See, I don't, and that's what I'm saying. I don't see that coming out of school. I see us rejecting a lot of that. I think that's why we graduate at the lowest rates historically for
But
years.
Is that coming from the public schools, or is that coming from the hood?
No, that's coming from a rejection of the information being taught in the schools.
Exactly.
They're not interested.
That's my point.
It's not about them. They don't see themselves in that white history.
I agree. I agree that it also, you know, the atmosphere in the hood too, you know, because the hood is like, you know, they start talking about the white man's history, his story. I saw that comment in chat. That's a popular saying, you know, stuff like that, you know, so they don't even respect the history, you know, to even learn it. Because I know, because I used to be the motherfucking history class everybody would cheat off of, right? Because they ain't know that shit, right? Like I knew this stuff, right? Like I would look into this stuff. I was always into that type of stuff. So like, but my friends didn't care, you know, they fall asleep in history class. They didn't care less about that white man's history, right? So they come test time, they screwed, you know, so they start cheating off my paper, you know. So like, you're right, a lot of kids didn't care about this shit.
And see, I'm saying that's where the L is on the FBA side, because they're not even pursuing any of that history. There's no pursuit of that history. That the attempt to diminish the Africa conversation is what a lot of that boils down to, but there isn't a pursuit to bring the time coming from the plantation, juxtaposed to Jim Crow, up through the Great Depression, and then the Civil Rights Movement. There is no real attempt to do that until you get out of school. And so I think, again, that gaping hole that's left there through the American education system, that's why a lot of our people, they're chasing FBA. They're seeing a bunch of history they didn't know. They seen a bunch of shit that they had no idea happened. And so with that, I think they start chasing the idea of other things being false too, other things not being taught too. So you're wide open to pause to anything that anyone wants to give you as air quote history, because you've never seen some of this stuff. I think that's where FBA ends up being something that people are gravitating to, because they're seeing so much stuff in memes, in different conversation. History they probably should have already been taught or pursued, but they didn't. So now they're seeing it on a meme like, oh shit, I didn't know that. And it came from FBA, so obviously I must be FBA. That's where I think a lot of that is coming from. It's just the lack of history being taught in public schools.
I don't know if that would change their perception about Africa, so to speak, but I would agree that more Black American history does need to be taught in the schools. I'll never push back on that. I don't know how much it would change their perception on things, right? Like as far as how this stuff is right now, because like a lot of these people still don't care about the history. Like they still don't care. You know, like if you did a history stream right now, this, that, and the third, most of the people that show up ain't going to be these FBA chat rats, right? They're not showing them. Tariq Nasheed, they make a documentary about it. They don't care. Like he tells them what history is important and what they should care about. You know what I mean? Like they're not really history buffs like that. They're not going to go out here and search, because again, they just getting spoon fed things, and the person that spoon fed them things is feeding them propaganda. You know, it's no different than American than the public school system we were just talking about with American history, how we got hit with a whole bunch of propaganda, right? We didn't get the whole story of history when we got their history, right? We got their version of history, which, you know, isn't a lie. I don't like to say that the white man was lying, but he omitted some things, He omitted a lot of things. You know, there's a lot of jewels in there that they was teaching us that we wasn't taught. That you got to really peel back the onion on your own time and find out what really was happening, like the whole story. Like, so, you know, like, because again, we got hit with propaganda, and now you got Tariq doing the same thing, hitting people with propaganda, right? He's hitting people with some truth, but it's propagandized. He's propagandizing it, and it's creating this tension and this BS, and I don't. It's just weird. It's just weird because he's cherry picking what part of history he wants to tell. That's the part that just suits his narrative.
Yeah, well, see, that's what I'm saying. I agree with everything about Tariq, but when it comes to what he's exploiting, I think there's so much there to exploit. It makes it easy. Because again, you are talking about people that are on a quest for knowledge, but they've decided on the wrong leader. And so again, if you piece them out with little bits of American history, like I say, the Hidden History Museum and shit like that, those were great ideas to get people on board to follow just you as the teacher. And so I'm saying again, because the American school system ain't showing you some of this stuff, it gives credence to Tariq Nasheed being the guy who, you know, broke this history out and uncovered this unknown history. And I think, again, like I said, I don't think it's, well, I can't say I don't think it's hatred driving it, because it's got to be some levels of hatred there driving it. But the other thing driving that FBA movement is I'm getting information. I'm getting stuff I didn't see. I'm getting stuff I didn't know. And I do think that's part of the problem. Some of these things we should have known and should have been taught in schools, and we weren't. So now people see things and they assume it's, well, yeah, this is our real history. And they start adding all that Indian shit to it. You know what I'm saying? Again, it's coming from not being taught Black American history. And I do think their only opposition at times are the Pan-African arguments, because so many people are learning new shit they never seen. They never had a pursuit for that history. They weren't chasing it. You know, we kind of been around chasing history for years. You know what I'm saying? As a kid, I was chasing history. Some of these people just started. You know what I'm saying? They started under Tariq. So, you know, I don't expect them to know much more than what Tariq has taught them.
But he's teaching them pseudo nonsense though. Like, he's not even teaching them real history. Like like I say, he's teaching them all this Indian stuff and this, that, and the third. So now instead of being on pursuit to Africa, they made a smooth detour, and now they all on pursuit of the reservation. Now they stuck with the reservation. Now they always been here and all this other little silly stuff. And this is when it becomes problematic for somebody like me. Like I take major issues with that. You are insulting all our whole legacy when you do that. Like you are spitting in the face of everything that our ancestors went through slavery to make sure your Black ass is here today. And it's embarrassing, and it comes across like people are ashamed of where they come from, and that right there is not building up self-esteem. To me, that's it's actually creating an inferiority complex.
Now, I would agree, but that's what I'm saying. So, like, when it comes to what they teaching their kids, though, that's the part of it that concerns me, because the FBA thing ain't gonna work long term. Like, I think it's a good movement to get the conversation started in terms of reparations. You have people who weren't paying it no attention that's now giving it some attention. But I do agree with you when you say what's being taught and what's being given it's not what's gonna get you the reparations, though. It's only enough to bring you into the conversation, and that's looking at stuff differently than what you initially did. But I do think, you know, there's a willingness to cut off a lot of what's real to kind of go along with the FBA thing. So, you know what I'm saying? I mean, like I say, I agree with you on that. This idea of downplaying slavery to fit into that FBA conversation. That's all Tariq. But in terms of getting people to seek knowledge, that's also Tariq. You know what I'm saying? So although I'm not a fan, I'm not able to get black people to go and seek some of what would be good knowledge, what would be good info. If you're able to get them to go look at info, doesn't it become their fault if that's all they want to do is half-ass research?
Because our people want a feel-good story, Taz. You ain't got a feel-good story with your history. You're just giving history. It ain't no feel-good story attached to it. That's what FBA gives them, a feel-good story. That's what this is all about. Like I said, it's about low people with low self-esteem, inferiority complex, and they need a feel-good story. It's a religion. It's no different than somebody going to the church to search for God so they can feel like their life got meaning. It's no different. Same thing why a Muslim would go to the mosque and start praying 5 times to the east. They need a feel-good story. They need folklore, right? Like they need something other than just the history. They need a feel-good story. Because I would argue it ain't got shit to do with the history. It got everything to do with the feel-good story. If that history you're talking about ain't attached to a feel-good story, they don't want it.
Trying to think. Yeah,
being admired by your peers more has the more weight, and that's part of what at least my argument is against people like Tariq and other pseudos that actually play on that grift. And like you said, they're not really laying out anything in terms of culture being separated from people that's not from Anglo-Saxon or European heritage. You being associated with government, being associated with a religion, associated with red, white, and blue flag, because they're definitely not dropping the stars and stripes, much as they try to fly it. They're not dropping it. They're not able to do that. And yes, to diminish the slavery, to diminish the Reconstruction and the Jim Crow, all the lynchings, all the discrimination, the dogs in the street, the civil rights, all that is not good for their agenda. So if you can minimize that and just play up on what you think that people want to hear, and then he knows what they want to hear by now because he's gotten feedback from it.
So let's remove FBA, right? Let's go back to a time before they existed. If a person waved their American flag and said, "Look, I'm American. I don't care nothing about that shit y'all talking about. I'm American, and I don't hate Africa. I'm just American. I was born here, whatnot, blah blah blah." Was that person called a coon back then?
Depending on what he said, yeah, it could have been. It could have been called a coon. Yeah.
I'm saying like 5 years ago. And I'm asking because I don't think now a person is able to get that benefit. If you wave your American flag as a black man today, you assume to be a Trump supporter or FBA or something anti-black. And I think if anything, that FBA movement is hurting that because
you don't think that flag is anti-black?
No, I can't say that. No, it's too many. It's too many
flag
people.
Not anti-black?
Because too many black people they attach themselves to it and fall us under it.
Black people attach themselves to stuff anti-black all the time. That don't make it not anti-black.
I'm saying in terms of a nation, because I think when we're talking about a nation,
the flag in general, what it represents, pretty much what it represents. Because that's a flag is a symbol, right? It's a symbol. It represents something. So yeah, everything that flag represents is anti-black.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. So you have people who use that flag for their own personal gain that even come to this channel and tell us that it will work more to our benefit. Because I'm saying, as a person that didn't go to the military, that looks back, that's something I could have done with more. Because again, my issues with America ain't limited to the flag. So the flag ain't it doesn't matter that much. So with that, if it's
matters.
anti-black,
It
because
matters in every
this one,
country. Every country, that flag matters. You can't go nobody's country disrespect that flag and not expect any blowback. Pause.
because I'm saying at some point it becomes double talk. If it's anti-black, then we should be talking about the black people that's waving it now. That's waved
I
it
do.
forever.
I do. I do.
Oh
I
no,
tell people all the time they ain't got no
no,
business waving that flag.
no. We pick and choose now with Trump's people. See what I'm saying? Because again, I've introduced
I
this
say it.
conversation.
I don't care who. I don't care what party they rep. I don't personally care. No black.
No, fam, I done introduced this flag conversation, this American conversation, and this military conversation several times, and it always ends with former military people being up here saying, "Yeah, I didn't really care about none of that. It was what it was."
Right,
You know what I'm
because
saying?
I was there for some of those conversations, and I remember saying I don't like ripping them too much because I understand the vast majority of them was teenagers when they made that decision. They were teenagers that was coming off a lot of propaganda in school that they was reading. I kind of gave the scenario how they painted this picture about being American heroes and everything else is down the third. And when you're young, you're impressionable. So they didn't know too much about the world. A lot of them didn't realize what was going on until they was already there. They had an idea, but they didn't really know the intricacies of what was going on, the in and outs, and the bullshit that comes with it or whatever. And yeah, so I don't like ripping them too much for making that decision. Because people make those decisions for different reasons. But yeah, but
At some
I
point,
know my pops. I'm gonna pass it right back to you one second. But I know my pops. My pops told me from the rip, like the military is a no option for you, right? My pops was like he was like, black man ain't got no business in the military. His brother went to the military. He was pissed off at him. He ruined the football scholarship. My uncle was a 5-star recruit in high school, the best running back in South Carolina. He could went to any school he wanted to. Decided to go to the military. My pop's still mad about that shit to this day. To this day, still mad and everything else. My uncle gone now. He passed away, but he still gets upset when thinking about them times. Like so I was raised with the whole mentality of you ain't going to the military. Like that's dead. Like I'd rather you go get you a job at a warehouse somewhere, this and the third. You are not going to the military.
No, I agree. I got the same message. Now, I'm saying though, but what does that do then for? Because I'm saying we can't have both sides of this. I'm saying when I look at the flag, I'm not looking at it and seeing, oh, America loves black people. We part of the struggle. When I look at the flag, I see Dr. Mo. I see Martin Delaney. I see my brother who went to the military. So I'm saying if those people came home and you got a person like a Dev, a brother Moses, a GA, how much of that are we downplaying when they were part of that structure that keeps this country saying it's great? Again, I don't think we get both arguments. Either they're working against us or they're not.
Well, like I said, I would say they didn't understand. They didn't understand most of them. I can't speak for everybody. This just how I see it. I think most, not just them, but young people that join like the ROTC programs and stuff like that and go straight to the military after high school. I feel like they don't really understand what it is, like I said, what this country really is, because they got hit with American propaganda. A lot of them went in not understanding the intricacies of white supremacy and how this country really colonized people and all these proxy wars that they're about to join and stuff like that. But while they're there, they start to see things. They start to see the politics, right? Because they politically, most kids coming out of high school is politically unsavvy, right? They politically ignorant. I know I was politically ignorant for the most part, right? Like I knew some things about civics and everything else. I did good in social studies, so I understood civics, but I was still kind of politically ignorant to how things really work in the real world. Because I was young, and that's most high school kids. So like that's why they get them while they're young. That's why I said before they can draft you, or they ain't even got to draft you. You can join the military at 18, but you can't drink till you're 21. Like,
Yeah. So how many recruits you think they would have if recruiters came to the kids and saying the primary reason that we want you to join the military is to prepare for war? The numbers would be very low. I know I would have never went in, never consider it.
Yeah.
Well, see, so again, because I don't want to get too far away from the point, though. So the people who do go and wave the flag and whatnot, and I'm saying even historically, like let's go back to Martin Delaney. He's Pan-African. What's wrong with following in his footsteps as an American?
He had a different vision, and it was one that is interesting, but it has proven to fail. The whole kind of, I know Cerulean used to talk about the whole spook that sat by the door type of scenario, and the military guys that come in and try to infiltrate from the inside. Cerulean had the idea of having the military flip and everything else. Have the military majority black and then having it flip, and that I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I didn't agree with him on that either. Yeah. Shout out to him. It's been a minute since I seen him, but yeah, I didn't really agree with that concept either.
Yeah, I just don't see it happening. Like we'll never be able to take over the military. That's it's just not going to happen. It's a nice thought, but it's not realistic. But Delaney had that type of ideals, right? Like that's where he got his ideals from, was messing around, with Martin Delaney and reading his works and everything. And it was something he could consider at his time. It was something radical and new, but again, it's not something that you can realistically do, I don't think.
No, but I'm saying his willingness to join the United States military and then still operate through blackness even after. You know what I'm saying? Just knowing that Jim Crow was coming, providing an outlet for black people here in America, saying, okay, well, if y'all want to get up out of here, here's the way. This is what we can do. So I'm just saying, because just because he waved the American flag proudly, it didn't take away from him being black. So why does that have to?
No, these people are still black. I'm not saying these people aren't black.
I'm saying he was black power though. I'm saying he was black power.
Okay. All right.
Not just, what I'm saying. I'm saying he was a proud black man that was in the military and pushed our agenda. Yeah. And so why take that away from him because he feels like we can get our footing here? And I'm saying that with anybody that's cool in the military, waving the flag, telling us we American. Some of these people ain't, just Trump or Democrat or none of that. Some of them are just standing on this is where we at. Let's get it. Let's make it happen. I don't see nothing wrong with that.
Well, yeah. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I see. I got different views on that as far as like. Again, I'm not trying to rip Martin Delaney. Like I said, he did what he felt was right. I just don't. I know what this country is, right? Like, I know.
Wasn't he trying to push relocating back to the continent though? At one point, like later.
Yeah. When Jim Crow was getting off the ground, he was one of those that was trying to get people to go and get the fuck away from here because they kind of had a vision. They knew what was coming. Right. So yeah, he was one of them.
So doesn't that take away from the loyalty aspect of red, white, and blue waving it? If he's saying, okay, this ain't gonna work or this is too much.
It would if he didn't. Like I said,
I know he didn't do it. Yeah, but go ahead.
I'm saying most of his life he's here, and then if we look at the history of what he did with that. He was a benefit to those people in his time, but he died here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't like he died in Africa. He died here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So just, a lot of that, it matters in terms of, again, what he stood on. I think we should respect that. I think we should respect that.
I respect Delaney. I respect Delaney. I respect him and everything else.
But you don't respect that flag though that he was
I
waving.
don't respect the flag. No, I'll never. I can't.
Yeah, I can't do nothing about the flag because the flag does not represent Black Power, Taz. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't see how you.
Military. He raised the flag when he was in the military and everything.
Yeah.
That's it's the military. But yeah,
He made it represent Black Power though.
Yeah, I'm not saying he didn't, but I'm saying like I don't think we should take that route in doing Black Power. Like I don't agree with everything Delaney did, but even though I respect him, though I respect him. There's nobody in history I agree with everything they did. One of the things I wouldn't agree with him would be the associating with the American flag. But outside of that, I'm cool with him.
No, I'm just saying the red, white, and blue would include other groups of people that are not Black. Like, I mean, that's just how it has always been. Like, it's always been like that. So if you can't find an origin, you know what I'm saying, to red, white, and blue being okay, the origins is Black people in prominent positions. But no, the origin of red, white, and blue, Black people are primarily in slavery legally for the next 100 years almost.
I mean,
and then even after that, we still have to deal with Jim Crow and all that.
I can't stress enough what that white in that flag means, the red, white, and blue. When you look and see what these colors mean, white literally means the purity and innocence. And then that's not by accident they made the white pure and innocent and everything else. That's symbolic. That they're talking about white people. And
that's why we have to use the word Black when we say American. We can't say American and then other people, even if they're Black, are gonna automatically know, hey, that's Black. We have to say and express Black before we use the word American in any aspect. That has to be distinguished.
But again, when we start talking about people who, went to the military, started a newspaper, a doctor, Freedmen's Bureau, he did everything possible in terms of a Black American. And so, like I say, I'm not saying that the military itself is to our benefit. That's really not the argument. That I get what the argument would be in terms of pointing at it and going against it. But I'm saying in terms of being for it, does that, because even if we just take out Martin Delaney and come back to modern day, are we saying those same arguments can't be used today? That a person is going to benefit themselves, and if they need to do something for Black people, so be it. But right now, this is what I think will work for me to where I can put myself in a position to benefit Black people later. Because again, if Martin Delaney doesn't do some of these things early on, he won't be as much of a benefit later.
Yeah, as long as he's not pushing anti-Black rhetoric, if he's not overly expressing bring people that are not Black into some sort of movement, then that would be kind of obvious. And like I say, I think that's what most Black people that live in the United States are doing. They're doing what it takes to sustain and secure their immediate families. Unfortunately, some of their blood family members, people who they hook up with, are not Black. I mean, yeah.
I would say most of, and I'm just what I view, of course, in my life, it's anecdotal, that people that stayed in the military beyond their first 4 years or whatever they first signed up for, these people do not come back worrying about the Black community. These people are like, these are the people that come back, you pick yourself up by the bootstraps, you know, this has leaning, you know, very right leaning and, you know, like authoritarian type. Now, the ones that you're talking about that come back and, you know, this, that, and third, everything, most of them did they 4 years and came back home.
Yeah, we in and out. Yeah, in and out.
And they saw it was BS and they was like, I'm out of here. And they did, and this, that. But the people that stayed and made a career out of it, yeah, those people ain't coming back thinking about the black community.
Yeah, they serve an oath, a dedicated, express, undisputed oath to everything that don't have anything to do with Black Power. Well, if they do, they will not receive that pension. They will not receive those benefits if they are even caught by another service member. Or you ain't even got to be a service member. You can get on the internet or get on the phone right now. If you see somebody in uniform talking about RBG, Black Power, or anything, the things we're talking about, yeah, they could be court-martialed. Like, that is a real thing. That's always been like that. Straight up.
Wait, so okay, I never heard that. So are you saying that that people are not actually pro-black in the military?
You cannot be pro-black in the military. You cannot be political in the military.
While you're in the military, you're not allowed to, like, you know, you're not on some pro-black shit while you're in the military. You gotta.
No.
Wait, so nah, hell nah. Cause I wait, so you telling me the argument is that we let these niggas pop back up in the community and pick their pro-blackness back up?
He's saying is what he's saying is when you're in the military, you gotta put all that pro-black stuff on pause.
Yeah, when you're active duty, dog, you can't be out in public representing red, white, and blue U.S. military, but representing black only power, RBG. I'm only here primarily for black first. You cannot represent that. That don't mean you not with it, but you just can't represent it and represent the military actively simultaneously. So once you're done with the military, then you're not subject to those to that oath, because there is an oath that you have to take, and the oath is not Black Power. I think that's what's being missed here.
Yes, that's the problem. Okay, you can't put pro-black on pause. You can't hold off.
Oh, okay, yeah. You right about that. So I'm here to argue that when most teenagers, I'm not talking about a grown person who got out and got exposed to knowledge on the street or in the military. I'm talking about teenagers. Are we seeing teenagers right now, 14, 15, graduating school and then going into military pro-black? I'm telling you, those numbers are not there like that.
What if, Dad, would you have been allowed to have a RBG flag and a picture of Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seals right above your bunker?
Hell motherfucking no.
See, that's
court martial my motherfucking ass right up to the goddamn captain. Bam. That would have been considered extremism, hatred.
See, I'm confused now though, bro. So when did that start? Because in the 70s and 60s, niggas was Black Power in the military.
They weren't doing it. They wasn't doing it active. All that you saw, that they had been released out of the military. That was after.
Nah, we got niggas on the fields writing shit on missiles. Like it's pictures of niggas throwing up the Black Power fist in Vietnam. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, that's in the field. Yeah, in the field. Yeah, a little bit different when you're in the field.
They was also smoking weed in Vietnam too, right?
in the field again. In the
No,
field,
don't tell half the goddamn story now. Come on now.
it was a lot of wild stuff in Vietnam, man. Yeah, a lot
Ah,
of
bro, that was crazy, bro. Somebody they was smoking.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. Yeah, yeah. I mean, at that point, they basically realized while they was over there in Vietnam that this is bullshit. This ain't gonna work out. This ain't gonna be no goddamn celebration when it's all done. So let me get the fuck out of here. And yes, it is Black Power because they were getting questioned while over there.
And you got to remember, Vietnam. Most of those dudes were drafted. They was
yeah. They ain't had no choice. They didn't choose to go over there.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. So again, when did the anti, or when did they start creating policies that went against that? Because when Dr. King was assassinated, I remember seeing them writing shit on missiles and holding up signs. They was repping for Dr. King. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't no problem to stand up for Dr. King. So that's why I'm asking, when did those policies change? Because if you get court-martialed for that,
those policies were already in place, Cash.
You got to remember, Dr. King wasn't considered a full-blown radical. Like he was radical to maybe some white people might try to spin it like he was a radical or whatever. But let's keep it a buck. Like during that time, he was light work compared to what was going on. Like with the Panthers and all that type stuff.
Yeah, but Psycho, he would have been opposition to the war though. He would have been opposition to the cause
right
of the war.
Before he died, yeah. Right before he died, yes. Right before he died, yes.
You know what I'm saying? And you got soldiers over there holding up, his name and shit on billboards and shit. Well, not billboards, but I guess they would be placards. But you know what I'm saying? That they're representing Dr. King. They write his name on missiles, like, you know what I mean? Like I just they were still showing their blackness. You know what I'm saying? So if all of those policies changed, that's why I was asking, like, did that happen in the 80s?
Nah, those policies are always there, yo. What we saw, what you saw with that representing Dr. King, expressing Black Power was strictly in kind of like a rebel. Like they weren't really giving a fuck if they gotten rolled up for it. At least they knew if they got rolled up for it that they was gonna get brought back home and they was gonna be alive. I mean, to that point. So that's what I'm telling you.
And you got to remember, MLK was never deemed anti-America, right? Like he never spoke out against America, right? Now, like the Panthers were speaking out against America, right? Now, repping them is a little bit different. Like they was the ones that was deemed as radical and Marxist and everything else, and they was, like they was very anti-American.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just trying to think though, like in that time period. So moving forward, because I just never knew you couldn't have an RBG flag in the military. That kind of threw me off right there. I thought, I thought people, did regular shit in the military. I didn't think that was. I mean, I guess it makes sense.
You can't have a Confederate flag either. You can't hang like them white boys couldn't hang a Confederate flag up either.
Hell no.
I mean, I can see that though. Like that's they defeated them. Like, I would say that would be crazy. I could see that one, but the RBG, and again, I guess it's a flag, so that's what it represents, a quote unquote nation, I guess. So yeah, that makes sense. But I never thought about it though.
It's propaganda that's not American. But the only propaganda you're allowed to have is American propaganda. That's it. Anything that goes against that is a problem.
In which Black First is on that list. Because America has never been Black First.
But that's what I'm saying. You think a person's age determines if they, because like I was young enough to know that I didn't want to go to the military. I was young enough to know that was establishment, and I was anti-establishment. And so sometimes I think when we say, well, they were 17, they made a decision without all of the knowledge. I mean, I get that, but isn't that really a cop-out? Like, why are we acting like nobody heard anything about the military by 17.
Nah, it depends. It depends on where you was raised. Like it depends on where you was raised or whatever. Because you could have had a family member, a grandfather that was a war vet or something that always spoke highly of the military. You know, might have did like 8 or 12 years or however. You know, and spoke highly of him, and you respected him or whatever. You know, and maybe you wanted to mimic him. You know, and achieve something because he always told you about the benefits and everything else. And you know, them ROTC recruiters or something else, bro. Like they get in your ear, they start talking about them benefits and all this other stuff, and they start pointing out. They tell you to look out the window. They show you the hood, like you want to be here forever, and this, that, and third. Like we'll show you the world, then you get to pay. Like you know, they start using your situation against you, right? And start making it seem like like
Nah, he's telling you real shit. Yeah, you know how basketball recruiters do the same shit, Taz. Shit.
Oh, that was crazy. That nigga said he point out to the hood and said,
Yeah, like literally, they got a company car, military car. It was a Chrysler in my neighborhood. Throw you in the back and literally ride you around the hood, yo.
Nah, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Look, I'm saying, but look, okay, but you gotta have a desire to do that. Like that's what I'm saying.
You still a kid. They know that you're not gonna be that tough to convince. Like I said, you talking to us like we're exposed, we're older, we have been through shit. A kid ain't been through shit in life, yo.
Teenager, you can convince a teenager.
Yeah. They always have mom and dad or somebody,
especially a teenager that's kind of confused and don't know what they want to do after high school. They kind of stuck. They maybe they don't want to go to college. You know, I'm tired of school. They really don't want to end up in just working a regular 9 to 5 and be stuck in the hood, this, that, and the third. And here comes this recruiter giving you a different option. And hey, I'm athletic. I can. I can run fast, jump, and everything else. Like I should be able to nail boot camp. Shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, I can do this, knock this out, get these benefits, and recruiters talk. Like I said, they sell you.
So if we had to say good or bad, is the option good or bad?
For the individual, I mean, that's going to.
Quit running.
What?
Nigga. For the community, nigga.
I would say bad. That's just me. I would say bad. Some people disagree with me, but
you're gonna be waving in red, white, and blue. I mean, that should be ours. That the red, white, and blue ain't never represented at B1. You can't show me where it has.
Okay, I can, because like I was just talking about Martin Delaney.
No, I'm saying I'm saying that's Martin Delaney. Martin Delaney was B1.
Right.
That Martin Delaney did not. That doesn't translate to the American flag itself being B1. You gotta show me the flag, not Martin Delaney.
He's the first field officer, bro. Like he started that. He was that. Like he's the image of that. The Black Panthers were that. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know why we would take them. Like Lowndes County, they're running for political office in America as Black Panthers. Are we saying that that's not American? Like,
oh yeah, we definitely should partake in legislation and stuff like that. Legislation branch and everything, absolutely. But the military, though, I don't think Black people should be putting their life on line for this empire.
Was the Black Panthers waving red, white, and blue, Taz?
At times, yes.
At times. But the Black Panthers had their own flag, though, right?
Yes, they did.
It wasn't waving red, white, and blue. It's capitalism and everything. They were pushed back against everything this country was talking about.
No, I can get you a few joints with them with the flag, though. You know what I'm saying? It ain't. They wasn't burning
Was it during the morph for that? Was it during the morph for that?
Yeah. Most of it is going to be. And again, you got to remember, like I say, Lowndes County, that is running for political office in a state here in America. Like we can't leave that out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
just
when we talking about public
Politics, I
office
would
though,
agree
Taz.
to partake in politics because we live
Yeah,
here. I agree with that. But the military,
yeah,
like I said, nah, we shouldn't be a part of all these proxy wars, all this bull. Like, speaking of which, I might as well go ahead and put this out. Like that joint that's going on out now, Iran and everything else. Like, our military out there in Israel are sitting ducks, dog. We got military out there that are sitting ducks, and when Iran says they're going to pay back, they're going to get paid back on America. They're not talking about hitting us up over here. They're going to bomb those troops over there in Israel. They ain't got, and where these troops at in Israel, I found out, don't even got no iron domes or nothing around them protecting them either. So they sitting ducks out there.
yeah.
And
That shit costs a lot of money. That Iron Dome shit.
yeah, they
Iran
out
put
there.
a message out this morning though. Where everybody, I put the link in the on the last stream. They told France, they told UK, and they told the United States, stay your motherfucking ass out this shit, like straight up.
Like I said, if they want to attack the United States, that's what they're going to attack. They're going to attack those military base. Well, I don't even know if it's not even a base. It's just locations where the I don't even think it's a full base, but it's locations where the United States military is at in Israel. They're going to hit
Yeah,
them. Yeah, they're
yeah,
going to
like
hit
an annex area. I know what you're
them.
talking
And
about.
some of
Yeah,
them are these black people that we're talking about. And so the United States was totally sacrificed them just for an excuse to get into the war. So I think they
yeah. I'm
got
keeping
them
up.
out
I'm
there on
keeping up.
purpose. I think they
Yeah,
purposely got them out there to take that L so they can have an excuse to go into the war. That's what I
yeah.
think.
Yeah, I'm purposely keeping a good eye on the situation in terms of how they shifted, because I see how zero attention is on Palestine since that first initial attack. Like I'm not hearing any Gaza reports, no Hamas reports. It's all Iran now, and they
Well, it's all
the
tied in
U.S.
with Gaza. It's all tied in with them wanting control of Gaza, but they got to get Iran out the way because Iran's the one
Oh yeah,
Palestine.
yeah. But America has been had Iran on the radar, since the late '90s, actually. So they've been gunning for it.
But yeah, see, but I'm just using this as a situation to say that, like this is why I mean we don't need to be out here fighting these men's wars because now you got. I promise you, it's probably more. I promise you, it's probably more quote unquote minorities out there at those bases being sitting ducks than white people.
Oh, for sure.
man.
But back to the public office situation, like political office and municipal government in the United States. That I don't think there's a situation where you could have that situation in all of your constituents or your people that you will lead will be black. There are going to be white people, Asian people, Latino people in some capacity, even if it's a small rural area. Even Jackson, Mississippi, those Mississippi towns have plenty of white people scattered everywhere.
See, this my question though, man. Like, at what point do we give credence to people being able to walk and chew gum at the same time? You can be in the military waving the flag but still be pro-black. You know what I'm saying? You can be hardcore American but be pro-black. I don't know why the two can't coexist.
How do you be pro-American and pro-black at the same time? If you're pro-American, that means you gotta be pro everybody in the country. You're pro-country, right? That includes the FWAs, the FMAs, the FBAs. That includes like that country encompasses all that.
No, that.
So when you just said that, Taz, you didn't put the word black when you said American.
Wait, no, fam, hold on. So because that's my actual position. So let me make sure I'm clear. Because I ain't talking about the people here. Fuck the people. I'm saying the country itself. We live here. So when I say America, I'm saying the country, not necessarily the people. Fuck the rest of the people.
The land? Are you talking about the geographical, physical land part of it, Taz?
Yeah, that's it. That's America to me.
Okay.
Not the fucking
Well,
people here that we share the country with. For our care, they ask don't have to be here. We just be the 12% all over the nation. But I'm saying you can't eliminate everybody else because again, I didn't grow up with all these different groups. So you know what I'm saying? To me, the world was black and white growing up, right? And
You
so
do. Yeah.
say fuck them, right? It was only one other group. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So now that you've added other groups, that don't change shit. It's fuck them and everybody else, right? So with that, you can't be still for your people to succeed in the country we in, which means I need the country to be successful,
Yeah.
right?
You need someplace. You need a foundation. You need a base. That's obvious. We always needed a base.
so you talk about just protecting the America as a landmass. You talking about that?
No, protecting our people within it. But again, fuck the landmass. I'm saying we got people here that are never leaving, that would never consider leaving.
I would say that's
So
most of us.
Yeah. That be yeah, a very high percentage.
Vast
right.
majority, I would
So
say.
with that, is it time to embrace the fact that we're here and use that to our benefit? Again, not juxtaposed to who else is here with us, just the things that are here, like the military.
Well, how black people how black people benefited collectively. Like you can show me individuals that benefited from it collectively. How are black people benefiting from the military?
So I would argue the military outside of like the NFL is probably like the one of the best places you can go in terms of guaranteed employment for somebody black, a young black man. That's something you can guarantee that the door will swing wide open for him. And that's working for the government. That's in the military. Country ain't always at war. That option in itself, again, has been taken away from a lot of young men based on the conversation about that not being some black shit. It's for the white man and blah blah blah. That option should be there with the ability to maintain who you are.
Yeah, I would put the post office over the military though, which has panned out to be very realistic. If you actually look at the numbers,
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? The rate that the government hires black people at, I do think we diminish that. It's certainly at a higher rate than Procter and Gamble and some of these
yes,
other companies.
yes.
Most
I,
companies
I,
in
I,
America don't hire black people at the rate the government does.
nope. We've always represented social service in our state governments. We've always been rather consistent in the education system to some degree for those who choose that route.
But I'm saying if you work for the post office, though, this is what I'm saying. It kind of gets fucked up. If you work
Yeah,
for the post office and you're telling somebody I work for the federal government, nigga, they
yeah.
gonna put you on the feds payroll. You automatically working for the motherfucking feds, bro.
Yeah, the word feds is automatically translated into FBI and some sort of boogeyman. Yeah,
Like you instantly suspect for being a coon and working against the community just
yeah.
working for the government. And so maybe
No, I
that's
get it.
is the issue.
Yeah. Well, like I say, in terms of being practical, like there is no viable option, especially in terms of how the flow of the political, the economical, and the social evolutions that have taken place in terms of there's just good chance that black people will either move to the continent or be in a situation where we're going to be separated by state by county, or any geographical area within the United States. Like, I try to enlighten people on the situation down there in Toomsboro, Georgia, with the 19 families. I haven't been really following up on it, but even still,
Last I seen, they was running into issues being able to get water and electricity out there.
yeah, some infrastructure issues, and they're going to have to uh, work out something where, hey, it can't be 100% isolation. Like, I mean, that's just how it's set up. Like, you cannot be separated. Whether it's banking, whether it's infrastructure, like you said. I mean, they still got to live. So if your basic needs in order to keep you alive is having you to deal with some entity that's going to be controlled or administered by a white person, yeah, I don't know if that can be used against you in terms of, hey, you using white money, or you using white electric power lines, or something like that. I mean, that at some point it's going to get petty, and something like that. Yeah, I mean, just yeah, we're gonna have to draw a line. So I'm actually in agreement with you. The land itself, we always been here. Most of us was born here. We can demonstrate, you know,
Careful,
uh,
careful with the we always been here shit.
yeah. Yeah, they gonna clip that shit.
That
But
was I know what you meant, though, but I was thinking that myself. Like if
yeah,
those psychos, you hear that. Like,
yeah. Yeah, being able to operate and help our people to the degree where we won't be totally dependent upon white people, or supportive in other movements. Yeah, that would fall in line. I mean, but some of the rhetoric that you're talking about in terms of being associated with something that you may have done in your past, or things come up and being held against you. I don't know if that's going to be enough to get in the way. So
so let me ask y'all something. Let me ask y'all something back to the original thing we was talking about. Because for real, I just popped on and give Psycho some pushback for real. Niggas be scared as hell, these fucking fake ass FBA people. Like, so do you think that you can be pro-American and Pan-African?
Black American. I don't think you could be pro this country. Pro Black American, yeah.
Because see, so when you say pro the country, but you don't want the country to fail though, right? You don't want the country to disappear and get bombed away.
Long as ain't the hood. Like,
No.
if this thing burnt down and everything else, we then everybody got to build it back up, right? And when we build it back up, it'll get built back up right. Like, I got a little anarchist in me, so don't ask me that.
See, I'm always concerned about the black people that don't, you know what I'm saying, that just go to work every day. They don't want no smoke. You know what I'm saying? They don't really want to push or fight for anything different because they don't see the benefit in it. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to just discount them as goons when progression has happened. We're a lot different than we were in the 60s. So people have seen progression. They're looking at that and living based on that. I don't want to just discount them by saying, well, if we burn this motherfucker down, some niggas gonna die. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, like, what are we talking about, bro? I don't want no
if it
niggas.
wasn't the hood, but if you asking me if it wasn't the hood, like, but if they blew up like Wyoming, I ain't crying. Like, okay, they okay. I ain't.
So some motherfuckers blew up Wyoming and started in an invasion from through Montana. You telling me we're not supposed to join together in solidarity as Americans to fight the
I mean, we're going to defend our territory regardless. Everybody's going to defend their territory. That's one of the things that people have to worry about if they ever did invade this country. More homeowners got guns in this country than any other country in the world, right? Like our guns are not regulated like everybody else's in the world. So like they're going to have major issues trying to invade this country outside of just the military. The citizens is packing. So it wouldn't be easy for somebody to invade this country. It would have to
Hit
be
the
people
link,
like
Shahab.
Trump and shit like that.
I don't want to attack you from the panel, but hit the link, but let's have a conversation because when you say I'm telling you to run and put the burning fire out in America, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they already pay some niggas to do that. They call it the National Guard. It's already some niggas that's paid to do that, and you ain't got no problem with them niggas. You don't run your mouth when it comes to dissing them niggas who are on standby to go out and do that shit. But you'll say, I'm implying that, which is wrong. No, bro, I'm not saying that we should be the first ones to fight for America. But I'm saying when it comes to the conversation, we downplay our role in this shit. It's at times we're presenting it as if something happening to the economy don't affect black people. You know what I'm saying? Everything that happens in this country affects us. So Taz, you would defend America if Africa invaded? Shut your stupid ass up. Like, give me a real scenario, bro. Africa does not have an army. It's a continent. Now, if they were just marching in a group of never-ending niggas from Africa to fight America,
Never ending.
you know what I'm saying? Hey, if they was just sliding through, nigga, you know what I'm saying, 100K a day, popping off the boats, the same way these Mexicans is, that'd be a different conversation, fam. If all these Mexicans and shit coming in this country was black people, I wouldn't be anti-illegal immigrant, nigga. Understand that.
I don't never complain about black immigrants.
Yeah, it's a fact. And yo, what's up, y'all? And look,
Yeah.
Taz, I hear your point, right? And I wouldn't disagree that we are already doing that because if you look at the data, black people, we,
Did we lose him?
Yeah, he went out.
Okay.
Must be having some Wi-Fi issues.
Yeah, I ain't got no problem with the black immigrants. I think we need more of a black population. And since we ain't having the babies like that, bring them in. I don't give a fuck. People
They bringing in their
don't
immigrants.
really affect me.
They bringing in their immigrants to raise their numbers.
Yeah, people coming here don't really affect me. I don't like who it is. That's my problem with it. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I don't like who it is. My issue with it is who it is. It ain't the fact that it's happening. Like I said, we need more black people to even this shit out.
Yeah, like I said, while you got Negroes saying we need to cut out our immigrants coming over here, they welcoming theirs in with open arms. So they already got the numbers. They trying to get them even higher. And ain't like the YNs is out here having kids like they used to. So yeah, like y'all do the math. And the ones that are having kids are having them with Becky's. So y'all do the math.
Yeah, I agree. I say if they were black immigrants, I would be turning a blind eye. I say I just don't see that as the problem. You can't show me that being the issue. Millions of these motherfuckers coming at a time to the point where now they passed us, not based on a birth rate, but based on people coming into the country from other places. That's how they passed us. You know what I'm saying? And we could pass them the same way. You know what I'm saying? If some black people came at that same rate, it's not conducive to our growth to watch other people pass us and start mixing in with the dominant race here. We would need people to come here and, mix in with us, Africans, people from the Caribbean, all that shit. And that's why I say it just need more of them with less of the anti shit. You know what I'm saying? Less of the stay away from black people in America and all that shit.
Yeah.
Keep the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Something
You know what's funny is that's not the illegals that's coming in here with that. Not the black illegals. The people that's coming in with those attitudes that y'all speak of, those are the privileged Africans, those are the privileged Jamaicans, those are the privileged Haitians that had enough money to come out here and came out here and like they got a whole different they was coons where they came from. Like they was coons before they got here. It ain't like they got here and became coons because they around black Americans. No, they was coons where they came from. That's why they left. Because they didn't want to be around those niggas. Right? So those privileged people that come over here, like they was already coons. But the illegals that coming over here, they're not coming over here privileged. They coming over here trying to get it from the mud because that's where they come from. They come from the mud. They ain't coming from a privileged background. So it depends on who you talk. Like I said, just like over here, you got the haves and the have-nots here too. It's the same thing everywhere. They got class systems where they at too.
I don't know. I think it's less of a focus on a foreign cone. Though. Don't nobody really care about them for real unless they lead the nation. You know what I'm saying? If you're a leader of a nation, I think people notice. But outside of it, I don't think people care about a foreign. I think we deal with more of that issue with a person being here in America being a coon. Foreign coons kind of get a pass.
What? No, you say they don't call their coons out. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they don't get called out like that.
I disagree. They definitely get called out.
Nigerians do. Ugandans do.
The issue is just like over here, the coons are the ones that happen to be in power. So you don't get to hear them. You don't get to hear the ones that are calling the crap out because the only people you really get to hear are the ones that's in power, and those are the coons. Right? So they ain't gonna call each other out because they're part of the coon society. That's part of the code. They don't call other coons.
Yeah, those African leaders over there, they're taking vacation in Switzerland. I mean, they're going to London. They're posting up in Rome, Italy. They're not making sure that the people on the bottom are you know what I'm saying, somewhat equal or have access to the commodities and the resources over there.
Because think about it, before social media, most black people outside this country, they only heard from like Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton and stuff. Like those are the voices, right? Like they didn't get to hear the average everyday black person. Like
I've been looking at their news though. They news controlled. I said I've been looking at their news and shit. A lot of their news is controlled.
Oh yeah,
that's what I said. That's how Oz was. Like I said, social media killed a lot of this, but before social media, we only got what we had access to, which was whatever news media they had, and the same thing vice versa. Like
3 motherfucking channels for the entire fucking nation. That's it. That's all we had for like a generation or two.
So how are we determining that they being called out though?
I'm going off of social media posts. That's all I can go on right now.
I speak to these people. Like these people, like they don't all get along. Like all Jamaicans don't get along. All Haitians don't get along and stuff like that or whatever. Like they call each other out. They call them out being whitewashed and everything else. Like they do that. Absolutely.
See, because I get a certain layer of that, right? I done seen some wild shit in they little parliament meetings and shit. I seen a motherfucker. I think he threatened the woman one time. A motherfucker threw something at a motherfucker. Like I know that part of it is there. They be having some wild shit popping off inside them little parliament meetings and shit. So I do know that part of it is there. But I'm more so. I'm thinking about it like, and I guess maybe I don't be in a conversation, so I can't really say that. You know what I'm saying? Because when I was gonna say, I don't hear it from the everyday person, but I don't talk to him either.
They
So
had
I
whole,
can't.
yeah, they had whole wars out in Jamaica like during the 70s and everything else. Like that's Bob Marley joint was like Bob Marley with that whole One Love joint and everything else. That was trying to unify Jamaica because it was political stuff going on that America was stirring up and this, that, and the third. Like it was a big like the whole country was on fire. Same thing Haiti's going through right now. Right? Like so like yeah, they call each other out. They have civil wars and stuff going on in these countries because of that.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's up in Senegal, it's up in Sudan, it's up in Tanzania. Yeah, there's several reasons, even in Niger.
Yeah, so they definitely
now
call each
I
other.
forget what that was about 2-3 years ago. I forgot, man. I think dude slapped a woman or threw something at her. That shit was wild though. In one of them African countries, bro. I was like, what the fuck? Like I reviewed it because it was, it was some wild shit. It was like, man, like he stood up and told her shut the fuck up type shit. You know what I'm saying? On some gangster shit. Like hell no, them countries different. They do shit a whole lot different. But I'm saying that to say it's not like here where you can hear the opposition on social media. You can see the opposition in the streets just the other day. You know what I'm saying? Versus places where people get gunned down if they try to show that level of opposition.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it's a different atmosphere and everything else. Like I agree, like they put a cap on a lot of that stuff because you could die for what you say out there. They don't have amendment rights to freedom of speech and everything else, so they gotta be kind of careful if they speaking out against the dominant society that's in place at that moment or whatever. So yeah, you ain't gonna hear them be as vocal as Americans because of
Yeah.
that. Right.
But Wale will tell you right there over in Jamaica now, like right now to this day, depending on the political party, going out in public and for example, a No Kings March or anti-Trump march, that could get you knocked the fuck off with no reprimand.
Right. So okay. So here's that's the perfect example though, Dan. Because what I'm saying is Wale don't talk about that. And he
I
never
know
will.
he don't. Yeah, he don't.
He's gonna talk about Trump in America. See what I'm saying? He's not gonna throw where he lives at under the bus. He's not gonna shit on those black countries that way. But he'll
Nope.
talk about America that way.
Nah. He know better when it comes to that. He's not gonna do it out in the street. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though, ain't that like so they're under a different constraint. They're not even able to complain about the government. They're not even able to call out the government for real.
Yeah, they don't got the free
No, they
speech
still
we
got
got.
they still got the Queen. They still got the Queen of England on their money too.
Wow. Shout out to him, bro. I don't be trying to go in on the foreign people like that.
Yeah, that colonization situation, deeply ingrained. It's been going on for a hot second.
That's crazy because I heard Q Butter say that to Buddha the other day. That is some wild shit.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, sometimes I just think that type of stuff they get overlooked because it's not. It don't diminish the Jamaican person. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of us wouldn't even care about that. You know what I mean? But I understand the complexity behind the conversation though. But I wouldn't even care. Like that wouldn't have never mattered if it wasn't laid out in that context. Like, damn, that is crazy though. We call it a black country, but they still got a white bitch on the money. That's wild.
Yeah. Go ahead, Wale.
Yeah, I heard you call my name. I just, would like proper representation when that happens. That's all.
Well, good morning, Wale.
Hey, how you doing, man? Life is good. Yes.
So, question for you: can you go out in the streets of Jamaica and protest against the Jamaican government?
Yeah, they do often. It happens often. I should say that in that fashion. It happens often. I don't participate in their governmental thing. That's just
Oh,
a
you said you
personal
don't.
thing for me.
You said you
I
don't.
do not. I
Okay.
do
Yeah.
not. That's just personal for me because I don't really participate in the governmental things of any country, America, no country. I ain't really into it like that. I'm into the people. You understand what I'm saying? Even though I may mention governmental things, I'm talking to the people, not the government. I ain't out in no
But Wale,
streets.
wouldn't you agree that the people got to live by the government?
No, not at all, man. The
I mean,
government,
you living in Jamaica, you don't got to
look,
live
dude,
by Jamaican rules.
you're gonna get me to say something to you that gonna sound kind of simple. The government is people. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, like the we
Without
the
people,
people
there is
kind of
no government.
concept. Like,
Without
yeah,
people, there is no government. You could write it down all day long, but if ain't no people around, it's just some paper on the ground. Without people, there is no government. So I don't understand. That's why I say the way you asked that question would make me say that to you. People
because
versus government.
but
People are
you're not
government.
separating the people
Government
from the
is.
government, but you're separating yourself from government. You're saying you don't deal with it, but
I'm,
yeah.
I, I separate myself from governmental actions like being in the street, voting, stuff like that. I'm not involved like that. No.
Okay.
Like
Well, a lot of people, I could
there's
see that. A
strip
lot of
bars.
people aren't
There's strip
actively
bars, but I
involved in
don't go
government.
to the strip bar either. I mean, I know they exist, but I don't go there because I don't participate in strip bars. But that don't mean strip bars don't exist.
I got
The
you. I got
government
you.
exists, but it's still people. It's women or people in them strip bars. They like to call them strippers, but I like to call them people.
People
So,
that got
Wale,
control,
so
people that
you
got control of the way
seen
you live.
you've seen the people
The
go
only
out in
person I know that got control of the way I live is me. If you got somebody else got control
You
of
got
the way
you
you
got
live,
you control
I
the
pity the
no,
fool.
we ain't about to do that. You
Hey, I just
abide
said
to
it.
the laws of the you abide to those laws of the land. You
Cousin, you
abide
don't
to
know
the
what
laws
I
of
do.
Jamaica.
You don't know what I do. You should stop right
You
now before
abide
you
to the
get
laws of
yourself.
do
You
you have a
just
driver's
talking.
license? Do
Go
you have a
ahead.
driver's
Go
license?
ahead.
Do you have a
Go
driver's
ahead.
license?
Go
Yes or no? Do
ahead.
you have a driver's
Ooh,
license?
that's a dagger
I
right
also
there.
have a job peanut butter.
Do you
What
have
does
a
that
it's a
prove?
yes or
I
no? Do you
have
have
a
a
Why
driver's
would
job
you
license?
get a
peanut
Yes
butter.
driver's
or
license
no,
if you
I
don't
Wale?
got to
have a
abide by
Yes
job
or
shit,
no?
Wale?
peanut butter
Yes or
also
no? I
and a
didn't talk.
glass of
I'm not
water.
talking about no
You're
food. I'm talking
asking me
about a
about
driver's
what I
license.
got.
Yes or no? Do you have a Jamaican driver's license? Yes or no? I would take it as a yes. So, like I said, you abide to the laws of the land. And these people that told you you need a driver's license, those are the people that you vote in and out, and you chose not to do it. So now you have to have a driver's license.
Cousin, you have no idea. You just talking crap.
I'm not talking crap. I'm talking real. What are you talking about?
I'll tell you what I'm talking about.
Okay,
You
I'm
have
listening.
no idea what I do, why I do it,
You
except
do it because so you don't
that
get
I do
locked
it.
up. You do it so you don't get
Cousin,
locked
that's
up like
crazy.
everybody else.
That's crazy.
And that's
And
not crazy.
I'm
That's
gonna tell you
crazy.
why that
What?
crazy. No, no, listen to what I'm about to tell you, because you don't know something. And that's why I say you be arguing from ignorance. There's something you don't know. On the island of Jamaica, if you're riding around without a driver's license, that is no reason they don't take that as a reason to take you to jail or to even confiscate your vehicle.
So what do they
That
do if
is
you got caught with no license? If you get caught in Jamaica with no license and you driving, what happens?
they do something different, but that is not the
I'm
reason. I
asking
know
what
that
happens. I'm asking what happens.
they may do anything. It's up to the discretion of the
You don't know
officer.
because you got a license, right?
Cousin, I
You
have
wasn't
been
trying to
out.
find out what they was
Oh,
doing.
yeah,
You wasn't trying to find
I
out
can't
what they
talk
do.
to you
You
like
went and got a
that.
license.
No, I can't talk to your mind, man. Just stuff in your mind. Nothing comes in or goes out. Whatever you say, stay there. I'm good.
Okay, well,
You pay
you
taxes,
just keep
Wale?
abiding to the laws of the land because I don't want to see you get
I
locked
pay
up. Bro.
taxes. Yeah, I pay taxes. Why?
Oh, wow. I mean, that's just proving our point, though. Like, you abiding by
What's
these
proving your
laws.
point? What's your point, though? What's your
That
point?
you are
And then,
abiding by the rules and laws of the government. You're not doing what you want to do. You got to do
cousin,
what you got to
when I
do.
go to the grocery store, I just told you again, and I'm gonna tell you one more time because you
Oh, you're
keep
talking
bringing
about sales tax. I'm talking about property
you
tax.
keep bringing that up, and I'm gonna tell you something again. The government is people. That it don't seem to be half synced into you. You seem to think government is over here, and people are way over there in a whole nother reality. But the government is people. Why? See, that's what I'm
aware of
saying.
that concept.
That's the point. That's the point. But
But the
you
people
said something
don't.
else, and
You
he
got to
said
go
something
by
else.
what the government lays out. You can't supersede that.
What?
You got to go by the rules and regulations of wherever you live. If you live in Jamaica, you got to go by Jamaican rules.
And that's what you say. Well, yeah, I can dig
That's
you
what
saying.
Jamaica says. That's what Jamaica says.
That's what?
That's what Jamaica says. That's not what he said. That's what
Jamaica. You say Jamaicans say or Jamaica? I don't know which one you say.
The country.
Oh, the country don't say nothing. The country is people. That's what I keep saying. There's no the country is people. The people is the country. There is no.
And who's making these laws? Who's making these laws?
The government is different than the people. The government is different than the country.
Who makes up the government?
People.
Right. So, like I said, these people are making up laws that can put you in jail or fine you, which I just found out you get a significant fine if you get caught driving without a license, up to $40,000.
Damn.
Hey, you said arrested. I just simply said
I asked you, you didn't tell me, so I just looked it up. So yeah, that's
good, because I've never looked it up. Every time that happens to me, they just
why would you?
Wait a minute, cousin. You're not listening to you don't listen to sentences
like you're supposed to.
You don't listen to sentences. You don't listen to sentences. You listen to a few words and go off like some kind of I don't know.
I'm not
saying. But anyway, it goes like this. Are you?
Because you're
oh, that's IDD. You need that drug. What they put y'all on when y'all can't keep a thought. Anyway, the idea goes like this. When I'm out and I don't have my license with me and the cops stop me, I go by that experience. They be like, okay, go on, man. That's what has happened to me only once.
But you said with you, so you tell them you have a license. And you just don't got it on.
I have a license and I have a job peanut butter too. What does that mean to? What is the proof?
So, and you ain't get no fine. And you ain't get no fine.
What's your point? No, no.
So what happened? So
that's what I just told you.
So did
but you halfway listen, or you wouldn't be asking all these questions.
Do you have
if
a
you would
license?
just listen, you wouldn't have to ask me 15 questions.
Do you have a license? Is what I asked you. I asked you, do you have a license?
Yes, I do. Of course.
Okay, like again,
I have a driver's license.
Good Jamaican.
I have. Hey, I got a lot of
Jamaican. That's what you're supposed to do. Follow the laws
what
of the land.
Say?
Follow the laws of the land. I called you a good
Jamaican, Wale. You can't run from that.
Say that again. Say that again.
Good Jamaican.
What's that mean?
You're being a good Jamaican. You're following the laws of the land. Stop listening to a few words and react, and you'll hear the whole sentence.
Yeah, because the whole sentence is not reality.
It is reality. You got a license.
You're a good Jamaican citizen. What's wrong with that?
Is
that not reality?
Wow. See what I mean? Y'all making up all that stuff. None of that stuff you just said is real. None of that stuff he just said is real. Y'all both making up stuff.
I'm making up you being a good Jamaican citizen for following the rules.
Of course, you're making that up because I never told you that, and I don't know when you checked to get that information and to come at me and tell me what I am. And now I just address you, and now I'm address him, this boy over here. The one that's talking about the license. Yes, I have a driver's license.
Right,
what about
you're following the laws of the land.
Okay, so what about it?
Okay, so why are you fighting me when I said you're following the laws of the land? You're the one that said you're not. And I said,
I didn't say I wasn't. I say you don't know what I do. I say you don't know what I do.
I said you are following the laws of the land. You said no.
I say you don't know what I do, cousin.
I said yes, I do.
See, that's what I'm saying right there. That's the problem for you. If you
Right.
know what I do, then I gotta know what you do. Do I know what you do?
You know I'm following the laws of the land.
I say, do I know what you do?
You know I'm following the laws of the land.
I say, do I know what you do?
You know as much as I know about you. I know you're following the laws of the land. And you know I am too.
You have no idea. That's
you know we know the same thing about each other, Wale.
Let me ask you something. All right, just a question. Before, because I think I don't know if you do or not, but before weed was quasi legal as it is now in the U.S., did you smoke weed?
Yes.
Before it was quasi legal.
Yes, I've been smoking weed for decades. Yes.
Okay, then at that point, were you following the laws of the land?
In that moment, no.
Okay, then I say at that point.
But that don't mean I wasn't following other laws. That law, that law was
crazy.
No. I didn't say I was following every law of the land. But I am following laws of this land. Yes, I am.
You say the laws of the land.
And smoking weed ain't no land law. That's a civil law. That ain't no land law.
Talking to this guy here named Psycho about what we were talking about what he's saying about the laws of the land that he did not follow. That's what we were just talking.
Yes, in the 90s, I was not following that law.
So that would surely put you in an assumption. It should. Excuse me. I don't mean that it did. I would think that it would put you into an assumption that there are some laws that we follow and some laws that we don't. In a sense, like some things I agree with and some things I don't.
I would say everybody follows most laws. Most laws people follow.
Most of the things
that locked up. If you didn't, you'll be locked up. There's some gray areas where you could try to get away with this, try to get away with that, this, that, and third. But if you're not following most of the laws of the land, you're in jail.
Do you? Okay, let me ask you. Okay, you can go with that too. I ain't got no problem with that. I don't got no problem with you saying that or nothing. Because I was talking to a guy about taxes. Because some of these different people, their agenda is why we got to pay taxes. And to me, taxes don't mean nothing to me. I willingly pay taxes on all fronts, housing taxes, school taxes, whatever. It don't matter to me because it's shared. Like y'all were talking about the military and stuff like that. And you were like, wait a minute, they're attacking the land. So it's shared. It's shared mutuality of benefit. I pay road taxes. I drive on the road. That's shared benefit. I don't mind paying for the fact that I'm driving on the road and I pay taxes so the road can be maintained. So that's a shared benefit and similar. And I say similar to what I thought was the sentiment you were saying about fighting in a war of America. And secondly, it just seems to me that some things you do when you agree with them, some things you don't do when you don't agree with them. It's not a matter to me of do you follow the law of this or law of that? I'd be like, okay, I can see how that's going to work out for me. I'm going to do this thing here. That's how decisions I thought were being made. And not out of necessarily out of fear, because I'm attempting to get the people to, myself included, to understand that fear is not a good motivational force. It motivates, but it's not advantageous.
So you don't believe in activism whatsoever?
It's not a matter of belief, man. I try not to believe anything.
I'm talking about believing in believing in it being useful or whatever the case may be. I'm not talking about.
I don't participate in it, and mostly because I don't see the usefulness of it, of me participating in it. Not the usefulness of it, but the usefulness.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about of it, not you as an individual. I'm talking about in general, just activism in general. Do you see the usefulness?
Would you consider there's no King's Day thing an activist movement?
Doing what? Say it again.
The No King's Day thing, rallies and protests.
Yeah, actually, I would consider that.
Okay, then I would say I see that also as an activist movement, and I see the value in it, even though I don't participate in it, and I will not participate in it because that ain't my thing. But I do see value in it. So yeah, I do see value in activism. It's just
I,
not my thing to do,
I
and I'm
see,
not doing that thing at
I
this
see,
time.
I totally see usefulness and importance in activism. I don't support that particular thing they was protesting for and everything else, but activism in itself, I do support.
Okay, I support what they. I mean, not support, but I agree with the No Kings thing. I agree, but I ain't gonna get involved because I don't support it and I'm not involved in it. But
Reason why
I
reason
understand it
why I
and
don't
agree with it.
reason why I don't agree with the No Kings thing, because I believe it's a nothing burger to begin with. It's all political mumbo jumbo from the left that's promoting fear of Donald Trump trying to run for a third presidency, and everything else is pushing that whole narrative. And I kind of just see it for the farce of what it is. They really don't care about these immigrants. They just use this as an opportunity to drum up anti-Trump rhetoric about him in the third term, and it just turned to something else other than what they initially was supposed to be fighting for.
Which was what?
There's fighting against ICE infiltrating their communities, and
I mean the No Kings part, not
well, the
the
No
not
Kings
that
part
part,
has to
not
do
the
with
ice part.
the No
No, about
Kings
the No
part.
Kings. Mhm.
The No Kings part has to do with again Trump threatening. Well, the people saying that Trump's threatening to run for a third term, and if he does
Oh, I
that,
didn't.
they doing they're saying that
I never heard that. I've been watching intently for the past 2 weeks, and I never heard what you just
oh, this
said
is
about
old. This is
third
old.
term. Yeah.
They've been talking about this ever
Third
since
term
Donald
don't
Trump
have
was
nothing to
running.
do with No Kings, as far
What
as I
happened?
understand the activism
What you say?
or the reason of the activism. No Kings has to do with the thing about the balance of power under the governmental framework of judicial, congressional, and
About
executive
authoritarianism.
branch.
It's about authoritarianism.
Yeah, to me, I
But
don't
the
see
undertone
anything
message,
about
the reason
third
why they
term.
said king, the reason why they said kings is because again they trying to push propaganda about Donald Trump and this alleged third term that he's supposed to be trying to run for, which he ain't going to run for. But again, the left is going to take things a little bit too far, and they're going to overdo it. And them saying no kings is them kind of overdoing it.
Well, I didn't see that as the reason there for the activism or the protest of No Kings uh, at all. I don't know where you got that from, but I never saw that in none of the rhetoric or any of the intentions that I've ever seen expressed. So I'm gonna assume that to be what your thing is, and from what I see, and the reason I say I agree was what I just said about the three divisions of the government, as far as judicial, congressional, and executive, and that's what the No Kings whole thing, as far as I've heard and as far as I've looked at it, has been expressing. It's not necessarily what they call it political, in the sense that there's a what you call those things, republic versus democrat. I don't see that. I saw a lot of Republicans at those rallies of No Kings, because No Kings means something. It's not political. It means just
You ain't
that.
see a lot of
Just
Republicans
like you
there. I
were saying
promise
about
you.
America being in
I promise you
infiltrated.
didn't see a lot of Republicans there. I
Okay, whatever,
promise you
man.
didn't.
However you want to
Yeah, I
do
would
it.
love to see a clip. Can you show me a clip of a whole lot of Republicans there?
I can't show you a clip of nothing, and I ain't gonna even try, and I don't even care to.
No, if you got it, I would love to see it.
Cousin, I don't have it. I don't got it, and I'll
oh, okay.
respond
Well,
to
then
that.
where'd you get that? Where'd you get that statement from? Then if you didn't see it.
I got the statement from where I just said my experience looking at the doggone situation. Now, if you
That
want
means
to argue
that
the
means you did see a
points,
clip.
go ahead.
That means you saw a clip with.
argue those
That
points.
means you saw a
I ain't
clip with
got time for
Republicans,
those points.
right? You saw.
I don't know what you're talking about right now.
I just asked you where'd you get your information from. You said you saw this, that, and the third, but you just told me a second ago you didn't see nothing.
I told you a second ago, I don't have nothing to show you. That's what I told you.
So you can't find it. You saw it, but you can't find it. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not even going to try to find it. I'm not even going to look for it.
Why not?
Because why should I? Cousin, don't make no sense to me. I'm telling you something,
Yeah,
and you don't believe it. Fuck you. That's how I feel.
Oh, God.
At this point, I'm just saying. So you know, listen to what I'm saying, cousin. You pushed me to that point. I was willing to back off and go somewhere else, but you keep countering this.
Why
you keep hitting this thing. I'm telling you now, and I'll tell you again. I'm telling you something. You telling me you don't believe me, and I say that's cool, man. Let's just go into something else.
I didn't believe you. Never came out my mouth. Like I just asked you, can you show it so everybody can
and
see
I said no, and I ain't gonna even try. I don't see no reason to bother with it. Yet you still into it, and I say, hey man, let's go into something else because I ain't bothered with that. And you came back to it again, and I'm like, what?
I know how it is, Wale. I know you ain't think I was gonna question you about some of the stuff you be saying. I told you about this babbling around me because I'm gonna ask you questions. I'm listening.
Hey cousin, I'm not gonna jump through no hoops for your little babbling.
I'm listening. You ain't gotta jump through hoops. I'm just letting you know. Just be careful.
You telling me I gotta show you something? Unless you, if I don't show you something,
I didn't say you had to do nothing. I said you had to show me something. I said you had to show me something. Of course not,
and I just told you I don't have
to. So why you lie on me and said I said you had to do something? I ain't asked you.
You said you kept saying, "Show me this."
Could you? I asked you, could you?
You into that babble? You into babble right now?
No, I'm not babbling. I'm listening very closely.
Yeah, that's babbling what you're doing.
I'm listening very closely. You're mad that I'm listening
still babbling
too closely. You want me to not listen?
Babbling.
You just want to hear yourself talk. You want me to not listen to you, huh? You want me just to
I want you to talk.
Okay.
Continue, please.
You want me to talk, but you don't want me to respond to what you're saying. You just want me just to talk and not respond.
Whatever you choose. Whatever you choose, cousin. However you choose.
I mean, you saying things, people gonna respond. You can't get mad that people responding to what you're saying.
I guarantee you I am not mad or angry.
Shit, I can't tell everybody in chat, though, you mad. You just told me fuck me out of nowhere because I said, can you find a clip of conservatives at a goddamn parade? And
I just told you I will not try. I'm not about to do that. It's not worth it to me. And you still persisted like you're doing now. And I just said, hey, man,
I was trying to find out
why you not doing it? Why you not doing it? And I said, hey, I tell you something, and you come up with that noise. I'm like into the fuck you mode.
And then I asked you, are you doing this because
you don't have to be angry to get into the fuck you mode.
I know you're going. This way you're just going to keep babbling, right? This way you're going to just keep babbling, right? Right. Then because what you forgot was I asked you, could you show it? You said no. And then I said, well, is it because you can't find the clip or because you just refusing to do it? And then that's when you started saying, fuck you, and everything else. You lost your shit. Because you didn't want to say it. You didn't want to say because you can't provide evidence of the things.
But hey, that's how you feel.
Even though you just saw it the other day. You act like I'm asking you to pull up something you saw 10 years ago. You just saw it the other day. It should be real easy to find. It ain't like you watch a lot of politics. So it should be real easy to find. Just go through your history and find the last politics video you saw. Because you don't watch politics. So it shouldn't be that deep. It shouldn't be a deep dive. This thing just happened this weekend. You act like what the hell we talking about here? Stop saying silly stuff. You don't follow politics. You don't know what the hell going on out here. Talking about it's conservatives out in there goddamn. No, they not. They protesting against conservatives. Conservatives the ones that want ICE up in those communities, taking these people out. What are you talking about? Conservatives are out there protesting. No, the hell they not. They back there laughing. They back there telling ICE get them. What do you mean? Ain't no conservatives out in this goddamn meeting. No, they ain't. Lying motherfucker. It's all you abos do is lie.
So far, I haven't called you a name, and I haven't called you a liar. You said fuck
me, man. Shut your ass up. You said fuck me, dog.
Yeah, I did say that. I did say that.
Yeah, exactly. I try talking nice to you. You don't pay to talk nice to you. You don't pay to talk nice to you. You don't pay to talk nice. None of you pseudo. You pseudo, because I did the cardinal sin. It's my fault, though. I shouldn't have did it. I did the cardinal sin. I asked a pseudo to source up. Every time you ask a pseudo to source up, they crash out. They crash out. Because they just want to babble all day long with no sources, tell people feel good stories. That's what the hell go on. I did the cardinal sin. My bad. I should have known better. I forgot who I was talking to.
Oh, good then. Okay, yeah, so exactly. You've confessed up. That is beautiful.
Yeah, I'll own that. I'll own that. I should know better.
Okay. Right. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Other than that, how was your Father's Day?
Oh, I also brought the stuff for that guy historian. I put in there that I got that work for historian. Took me a couple of days to get that together. This is the first time I got back
Oh,
at you about
you
that.
could dig up stuff
I
that takes you
also brought
days
that
to
other.
find. You can dig up
Oh,
stuff
wait,
that
I'm
takes you days to find, but I asked you about a video you just saw over the weekend and you crash out. True story, as you dig up some stuff from
I didn't crash
300
out,
years
cousin.
ago.
I told you.
You take a
Here
week
you
to go
go.
find it, digging up research and found it, and then you'll do that. You'll do that, but you can't pull up a video you just saw over the weekend. That's too
Oh,
much.
that's right. Exactly.
That makes
Exactly.
sense.
Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. Oh, thank you so much. I see how enlightened you are becoming. That is beautiful. And I got that other work I wanted to bring forth about this. I just saw this past weekend. A guy did a consolidated work on the. I think I got the origin of it. I mean the actual thing, but he was talking about the work that that has coming out of China, and he was going through a lot of that and the relativity of that work. I think it's about 39 minutes of that. I took it over to them guys at Smoke Signal yesterday so that they could check it out. And I thought I'd bring it to you as soon as, it's available to do so that you could check it out. It's a little YouTube video thing. But I can always just give the link and people can watch it on their own. Now, those things are, like, to me, those things are important.
That stuff is important.
Those two things.
But not
those two things are important.
Policy's not important, but that's important.
What's the C is what?
I said policies are not important, but that's important.
What policies? What are you talking about?
Policies, political policies. That's what we was talking about before. Remember? Or you forgot the conversation?
Who was talking about that?
We was talking about laws of the land, everything else. You don't remember? You forgot that?
Oh, I remember that, but what's your policies? What did policies don't have nothing to do with that?
Policies ain't got nothing to do with the laws of the land?
No, I'm saying policies. When you brought up policies, I'm wondering what policies you're talking about, and I'm still wondering what policies are you talking about?
Whatever policies people could be possibly marching about out in Jamaica. That's what the conversation started.
Oh, I don't know. Whatever you'll have to check that out like you did with the other thing. Like I said, I don't really keep up with that because I don't keep up with the government.
That's my point. And that was the point that I just
What's
made.
your point? What's your point, man?
Whatever
your point is, let's sharpen it up.
You want to know the point for real, or are you just going to keep shouting me down? Are you just going to try to shout me down? Which one is it? I can answer your question. Okay.
Please
yeah. Thank you. Now, like I was saying, you said that what's important to you is the stuff that you dug up with that you wanted to show true story in a video or something like that. You said that's what's important to me, and I said, well, that's important to you, but not the policies and stuff that they fighting for out in Jamaica.
Correct.
Okay, I just find that interesting. That's all. Go ahead.
Oh, beautiful.
Okay,
beautiful. That is beautiful. Mm-hmm. There are circumstances and situations that you say fighting. I rarely use that term that people are attempting to get done on the island that I agree with and support. However, you may not see that going down anywhere because it's, as far as I know, it's not big news in that sense. I don't know if you know, but Jamaica just found out about a big reservoir of oil. Are you familiar with that?
No, off the top of my head, no.
It just came to the understanding or the public knowledge that geological studies are always being done around. Period. That's just happening all over right now, and a big cache of oil has just been discovered off of Jamaican island, near one of the Jamaican islands, right? They got little islands close by, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And that's what they say. It's enough oil to make every Jamaican rich.
That ain't gonna happen though. It might be enough oil there to make every Jamaican rich, but that ain't what's going to end up happening. Whoever discovered the oil, whatever company is doing the drilling out there, that's who's going to get rich.
A girl, when I first came, a girl told me something because I was going to tell you a story. I came to Jamaica to legalize herb. That herb thing that y'all doing now, that you're talking about herb being legalized, we've been pushing that. Me and several other thousands of people have been pushing that for that wheelbarrow uphill for years, decades. Actually.
I was one of them. I used to march every year, the first Saturday of May, out in the city. We would watch Washington Square Park, the Battery Park, and it was ran by High Times Magazine and everything else. And yeah, I was a weed activist. I was marching to get this stuff legal way back in the 90s. People thought I was crazy too. People thought I was nuts. People thought it was useless. You're wasting your time. You're tripping. They never gonna make weed legal. It's a dream. Y'all just that. People thought I was nuts.
That's why I told you the story. Yeah. I'm glad you got there before I did. Because just now when you said it'll never happen, you reminded me of people saying, it'll never happen. You dreaming. That ain't going to happen. Which is why I told you the story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When I was telling you about the oil and the amount of oil and stuff, and I said what it's liable to do, you said that ain't going to happen. Just like the people said about the same reason I told you.
Yeah. No, but that definitely ain't going to happen. Like, all Jamaicans ain't going to get
There you go. That's so beautiful.
That's like me saying that all Texas is going to get rich because somebody struck oil in Texas. Like, no, that person who struck oil in Texas is going to get rich.
Cousin, this is what I'm saying now about different places. They have different what you will call laws.
Yeah, we were just discussing that.
Their laws are different. They're set up fundamentally different. I mean, some are succinct, some are exactly the same. However, enough of them are just different that they enough to take into consideration in daily life. You know, some laws are different and you ain't even got to think about them because they don't affect you nowhere. But some laws are different where you got to take, they may affect you in daily life every day. They might affect you in daily life. Their laws are different. Their perspective is different. You know, they come from that king thing, right? I mean, you follow the concepts, the common law. You know about common law coming from the king. In the U.S., they killed common law and went for codified law. And I mean, you can still use common law, but you got to request it. Everybody mostly wants to put you in codified law so they can charge you money. Everything is a charge in the U.S. You know what I mean? It's more corporate bound. It's bound on corporate concepts of making money, capitalism, this kind of thing. Other countries have different raison d'etre, as it were, how they set it up, the way they set it up and what they're looking for, what their perspective is. Because like I said before, what's his name? England, from my understanding, some parts that they had in what they call, they involved themselves in what they might refer to as reparations. Some have paid in Jamaica the reparations from England. I mean, they have paid Jamaica reparations. They set it up in a certain way, and then they paid it in that certain way. They paid it out in that certain way. I think one of the functions that paid reparations was Cambridge University, which I'm very interested in studying about now, Cambridge University. But, you know, I mean, directly comparing this to that, it's not apples to apples, is all I'm saying. It might be, even the apples are different. The apple over here looks like a pear. It looks like a red pear. Are you familiar with it?
An apple in Jamaica?
Yes, it looks like a red pear. If I had one, I'd show it to you. I ain't got one on me. My tree's not bearing yet. I got two apple trees, but they're not bearing. They're young. But the apple looks just like a red pear.
Apples ain't better than Jersey apples. But
Huh?
I said the apples ain't better than Jersey apples, but I digress.
Better, worse, who cares? I'm just saying.
Should
Apples.
I care?
I'm
You got the
saying
best
apples.
apple pies on the planet. My bad. Go ahead.
I said, okay, that's nice. Meanwhile, I was saying comparing apples to apples won't even get you the same apple sometimes. That's all. So I'm saying, as you try to compare this to that and say, oh, it's the same in Minnesota, it's the same there. No, it's not. It's not even the same apple as New Jersey, even though they both are apples.
I agree.
You wouldn't even recognize it as an apple. I didn't. They had to tell me that was an apple. I was like, what's this? Oh, that's an apple. I was like, get out of here. That's a red pear, man. Quit playing with me. Have you seen it? Most people call it Ethiopian apple. Have you seen an Ethiopian apple? What's called an Ethiopian?
Not that I can remember off the top of my head.
Well, if you can share my screen, I'll show it to you. I mean, because
I ain't got the keys. I ain't got the keys.
I was saying maybe other people might want to know what it is. Or so. I don't know. You know what I mean. I'm not trying to be nothing except all giving. I'll give you all the knowledge I got. What you do with it, how you argue with it, what you want to fight about it, that's up to you. But all the knowledge I have, I'm willing to give it out. And I know you can't take it all. That's what my students said. You won't tell me everything you know? I said, no, I'm not going to tell you everything I know. That's crazy. I'll tell you everything you need to know. But he can't conceive everything I know. He has no background for it. Like I started talking about the Negroids, the Negroid people in China, and people start saying, and I go, that's why I said the video I got, the guy comes on and he shows you from, because his work is very well studied and documented, the guy that did the video. He got the names, the times, the eras, the people, the photographs, everything that goes with it to explain this whole thing. And he did it in one video. I've seen it in 3 different videos, but he has brought all the whole concepts into one video. And I thought that was beautiful. So I try to show people, when I can. I'll give them a link. I'll put the link in the back, man, because I want people to know what it is. To me, it's important. Because what we have is the idealism that's a cracker historiography of our own selves. And I said before, when I first came into this YouTube, I first came into Q-Butter station and all that, I said, what is happening is, I went around the world to see what the world says about us. I don't just take what the cracker says. I wanted to know what the world knew about us. And I went around physically and asked them, and they told me. And that's what I refer to when I say I'm putting that in the pot with the same history that you get from the cracker. I'm putting that in the same pot, and I'm storing that in and see what the flavor is when I get all the ingredients in the pot. So I went to Africa, got their story, same way. I went to Japan, different places in the East got their story the same way. Different places in America got their story the same way. Now I put it all in the pot, not just the cracker story, what he tells me about Christopher Columbus and whatever, the cracker be talking about.
What did he tell you about Christopher Columbus?
Christopher Columbus discovered America, la-di-da. You know what I mean.
You've been lied to about
it.
Huh?
He did.
Okay, I'm just saying, I'm not saying, listen, I want you to please understand me, because a lot of people say that, and I know you just called me an abo a few minutes ago. I don't realize that as an insult, but I realize it as a label. Wait a minute, cousin. I say I do realize it as a label, and as such, I'm willing to not argue that point, but I do want to say this much. By putting the label thing like that, by putting the label like that, a lot of stuff that other people say may be attributed to me. Please don't do that. That's the part that I be talking about.
I asked you a
They
question.
say a lot of stuff.
I didn't
I'm
put
sorry.
a jacket on you. I didn't put a jacket on you, Wale. You said
It's okay.
you mentioned Christopher Columbus and the stories that they told. And I said, which stories
Right.
are you talking about? You said him discovering America. And I said, well, he did. And that's all I
Okay.
said.
I know I talk to different people, like I said, about subjects like Christopher Columbus. And then when they get that thing about labeling people, like, oh, you're Abo. I've heard people who were labeled Abo say, oh, he didn't do that. That's a lie. Oh, they be lying about this. See, then that's what I'm saying. I don't want to be classified in that crowd with that, because I don't bother with who's lying. You lie to me, I don't care. I mean, I'm saying seriously, because it'll all come out in the wash. A lie can't last. I don't have to argue with a lie. So when you say, oh, you lying, Wale, I just say, okay, man, I'm done. And well, why you don't? No, because I can't argue with that, man. If you think I'm lying, then there you go. I can't bother with that, because what the truth of my words will come out in the wash. 2 years later, 10 months later, 3 weeks later, a day and a half later, it'll be cleared and be clean, and the words will ring true. They'll come out in the wash whenever that comes about. I don't have to argue.
So you're giving your opinion, not a fact, man.
No, I'm telling you the truth.
You're just gonna wait to see if your opinion comes true, kind of like me picking the Pacers to win the NBA Finals, right? Like,
are you familiar with the word opinion?
That's not a fact as of today. That's not a fact, but I was making a prediction, giving my opinion who I thought was going to win the finals. That's kind of what you're doing. You're kind of giving.
No, it don't have absolutely nothing. It has since you're asking me, then I'll tell you, no, that has absolutely nothing to do with what I'm saying. Which is okay. It just lets me understand that you don't understand what I'm saying, which is cool, man. I think that's even better. When you ask questions like that and I get to say, oh, no, that's not what I'm saying, I think that leads toward a better communication. Because now we can dispense with that and go into, okay, so now what are you saying? And then we can get to a better communication. Right. So I'm not offended by you not saying, as I've said, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not offended by that. I think that's very actually progressive. And then we can move forward possibly into understanding and communication.
Let's get back to the original statement. Which part did white people lie about Christopher Columbus?
I never said that. That's what I'm saying now. I don't want to be associated with that concept.
Why did you bring up Christopher Columbus' name? Why did you bring up Christopher Columbus' name again? I'm confused.
Because you said, as I said, about the Abo thing. You labeled me as an Abo. And where I said, I'm not offended by the label Abo.
That was like 20 minutes ago when I said that, Wale. Like,
no, you just said that. You said that a few moments ago, cuz.
No, you said that a few moments ago. I said when I called you Abo, that was 20 minutes ago.
20 minutes ago. To me, that's the sitting. And so I say, okay, I don't know how long ago it was, 20 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 seconds. You did say it, and I was relating to it by saying, I'm not opposed to being labeled that. I just don't want to be only labeled that. I'm not offended with the labeling. I'm offended with the thing that happens where people say, okay, this guy said that, and he's an Abo, and now you say you're an Abo, then that means you are saying this. And I am not saying.
No, I understand. Abos don't all agree with each other. That's why it's very confusing. I'm not. That's why I'm asking, what is your position about Christopher Columbus? I'm asking your position. I'm not talking about any other Abo. I'm talking about your position.
Oh, my position on that goes rather like this. That's their story, and they're welcome to tell it.
Are they lying?
I have no idea. I don't get into that, cousin. I just said that I don't bother with whether people lying or not.
So
if they lying, it'll come out in the wash. I don't have to get into
that. Means so by that answer, I'm assuming that you're saying that they could be lying.
Of course they could.
Oh, okay.
They could be lying.
Why would they lie?
I don't know. That ain't my contention. I'm not saying they're lying.
No, you're not. But you're saying it could be though.
Well, of course, that goes without a question.
So I'm playing around with that part of the could. Like it could mean it's possible. So I'm saying,
Well, of course.
Right. So I'm playing around with the possibility of it. Why would they possibly need to lie about that?
So what do you think? What's the possibility?
I don't know. I'm not asking you. That's why I'm asking. I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I have no idea. But the possibility still exists. Whether I have an idea of why they would, it doesn't matter. The possibility exists whether I exist or not.
No, I'm asking what is your possibility? Like why would they do it if you think they did do it?
I never said I think they did it.
No, I'm talking about the possibility of it. I'm saying the possibility of it. You're saying it's possible, so I'm saying why would they possibly need to do that?
I have no idea.
You have to have an idea, else you wouldn't say it was possible.
Of course, it's possible.
Why would you even think that? Why would you even think that would even be an option that they was lying unless you thought that it's possible that they are? If you think they are, then why would they?
The reason I brought it up, as I said before, is because I hear other people say, "Oh, they lying. Oh, they this and that," and I say that's not my position. I don't take that position.
What your position is? That's why I'm trying.
My position is simply this: that's their story, and they are welcomed by me to tell it.
That's not what I'm. Right. They welcome to tell their story. Got it. But I'm asking, is the story true?
I have no idea, cousin.
You have no idea if it's true.
Not at all. None at all.
But you confident that everybody else's story is true, but not theirs.
I'm not confident that nobody's story is true. You just
told me about all these people in the East, these Asians, and they told
I take every. Go on, because you misunderstood me. Please get it out. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Explain, elaborate. You say
what I'm saying is I take everybody's story, including the crackers, and I put it all in a pot. Because now I got other stories to add. And I put them all in a pot, and I just put them on simmer, and every now and then I go back and taste it to see how it tastes. Right? I don't just put the cracker story in my pot, and that's all I got. Is that his story? No. I got a bunch of stories from a bunch of other people as well in my pot. I got a combo going on.
Got you. Now let me ask you a question. How you think that cracker got his stories? You think it was just him, and you don't think he spoke to these people in the East? You don't think he spoke to these Africans? You don't think he spoke to all these other people? You don't think he did the same thing you did?
No, he didn't do the same thing I did. I can tell you that for sure. Meanwhile, the cracker had.
Are you sure about that?
Okay, yeah.
No, I'm just saying. Meanwhile, are you sure?
I was just saying about your question. Let me answer your question. What's your question again, please?
Did the cracker do the same thing that you saying that you did when he collected his history and put the history out here for everybody? Did he go talk to Asians? Did he go talk to Africans? He could collect all this information and put it up like you said, like some gumbo, and give it up and give it to people? Is that what he did?
And then give it to me?
To everybody. To everybody.
And then that's his story.
That's his story. That's not everybody's
story.
Yeah,
okay, that's fine. That's his story. I ain't got no problem.
Not everybody's story. Okay, so
I don't care how he accumulated.
So can you show me?
I don't know.
Can you show me the Asians that said the white man lied in our school books?
Cousin,
there's Asians that come over here.
Cousin, I didn't say that. Why would I tell you?
Wait. Let me finish. Let me get it out. There's Asians that come over here, right? To go to school, to go to college, and everything else. They learn the same thing we're learning. They come from Asia. If they saw something incorrect or inaccurate about their history and their culture, don't you think they would have said something?
No.
They wouldn't have said nothing. They'd just stay quiet about it?
Yes.
Why?
Mostly because of I'm talking from my experience.
I'm not talking about your experience. I'm talking about the Asians.
I have to talk from my experience about whatever subject matter I am speaking on.
Right, but you just said the cracker was lying. So
right now, you're asking me about.
Why you bringing it back to you when we talking about what the cracker is doing? We talking
now.
About
now you brought the subject matter to the Asians you mentioned.
Right.
And I
I'm
said,
using them as an example. I'm using them as an example because you said it's the cracker story and nobody else's. And I said, well, why when the Asians, I'm using them as an example. I can use other people, but right, I just doing the Asians right now. Why when they come over, they student visas and all this other stuff, and they go to colleges and they learn all the history, that same history that we're learning because they're in our schools. When they get to the Asian part, if it was wrong in any type of way, why wouldn't they say anything?
and I'm telling you from my experience, the answer to your question. The answer to your question rides like this. A lot of the younger Asians don't know their history and culture. It's really just that simple.
Okay, so when they get educated and they go and tell their parents, right? Their parents sit up there and their parents tell their history and everything else, and they have a conversation with their parents, and they tell their parents what they learned here. How come the parents don't go flipping on these schools for giving inaccurate history? Where's the Asians? Where's the slew of Asians? Because it would have got back to the older Asians by now. Why? Because it's been going on for decades. So why hasn't they ever been an uproar, outrage from the Asian community about how Asian history is being taught over here?
Oh, because that's first of all, you know especially you say Asians, they all went through different events in their different Asian lands. Japanese has a different history than China.
I got all that. I got all that.
Taiwan, so forth. Okay, so now what happens is, I spoke with what now would be considered the people who are grandparents, the age of the children that you're talking about. Their grandparents are the ones that I spoke with, right? Their grandparents were fledgling at their own history. They were trying to keep it. They were losing it. And at the time when I ran into them, I got the pieces and amounts that they were still able to maintain. And I got the references because they told me where to find the rest of the story in their historical records. Because they have historical.
They told you
records.
They didn't tell their kids, but they told you.
Oh yeah, I could tell you of an Indian guy that cried.
Wait, why would they tell you and not their kids?
Listen to what I'm gonna tell you. I was talking to an Indian guy, same way, about the historical fact. Now he's the grandfather of the children you're talking about. He might even be the great grandfather by now. And we were talking about their cultural history, the cultural past, right? Going 10, 5, 4, 3, 2000, whatever they call the numbers of years back, right? And we thought I had to trip him out of that and go into generations. And when we did that, he flipped. When he flipped, he cried. His children came out because they saw us talking and they saw him cry. They came out to protect him. They thought I was doing something to him. His children and his grandchildren came out to attack me. He stopped them.
So and he did all this with you, and none of this. He didn't do none of this with his kids. He didn't tell his kids none of this.
Listen to what I'm saying. Let me finish, cousin, because you asked me that question already 3 times. And so he stopped them. When he stopped them, he said to me, "These children don't even know what we're talking about." He said that. He said, "These children don't even know what we're talking about, him and I." And that made him cry. His birth child, who was a young man, and his grandchild, children, it was 2 of them, a young boy, he was older than the girl. He cried, but the fact that they don't know their own story, that's why he cried. That's what I'm saying.
And he cried instead of him telling his kids his story, so he don't get all emotional about them not knowing their story. He told you so the kids can hear it. Him going crying and then come in and try to save him. This don't make no sense, Wilder. If he's crying because his kids don't know the history, why the hell didn't he tell his kids the history?
He said he would. That's what he came up when we partied with some.
So we get back to my initial point. So they're telling these kids if they're telling these kids this history, and you just said he told them later. So if he's telling these,
that's what he said he was going to do.
If he's telling these kids the history, how come they're not coming over here and saying the history is incorrect? They know the history. Their parents are telling them the history.
And what history is incorrect?
The history that the white man is teaching people in school.
Oh, if he says something incorrect, they probably won't say anything outright. No.
Why not?
Because I know another guy like, okay, the next guy I met, okay, see, they have a different point of view about certain things. And if first of all, they are a minority in the class. In the whole damn school, it might be 3 of them out of a school of 500. That's a predicament you don't bring up to. You understand what I'm saying? That's a position. One has to acknowledge, what you call it, read the room. That just makes sense to me. And so that's why I answered, knowing they're reading the room, knowing the condition of the room that you're talking about, I would say, having been around people in that condition, no, they just let that pass by them like a water off a duck's back. That's not the hill they want to fight. That's not the hill they want to die on.
What about the African students that come over here? How come they not saying that all their stories are lies?
Most of them don't know their story either, and I can tell you how I know that through my experience. I know 3 or 4 ways to tell you that one through my experience.
Man. You know everybody's history better than they do.
Not at all.
That's what you're saying.
I just know some of what their history.
They don't know their own history, but you know it because you talk.
That's right. Because I actually studied. They didn't. They studied cracker history. The last boy I talked about.
This is what we get into. This is what I mean. You keep saying cracker history. That's the onion I'm trying to peel back on. What do you mean cracker history? You saying they're learning their history through the cracker in Africa?
Oh yeah, ain't no doubt about it. You go to Africa and almost everybody is Abrahamic. The majority of the country, I'd say 80% is Abrahamic.
Right. Most of the black people in this country is Abrahamic. So that means what?
What
does that mean?
Most of the time it means they don't know their history, their own story. I mean, excuse me.
They don't know their own story.
They don't know their own story.
Because
they know somebody else's story. They know the story of Abraham.
How come everybody else knows their own story out beyond Christianity? Because
the Abrahamics takes over the cultural story,
but they know their stories outside of that though, right? Like the Celtics, right? Like Irish people, right? Irish people are Catholics, right? Because they got taken over when they through the Crusades, right? Through the Crusades, they got taken over, and they all became Catholics. But they still remember their Celtic mythology. They still know Celtic mythology. They teach Celtic mythology in colleges. And nobody goes there and says the Celtic mythology is wrong because they got the Celtic mythology that they teach in colleges from Irish people. Same way they got their Asian mythology and all their culture through Asian people. Same thing with Africans. They getting this stuff from these people. So it's not history. It's history.
I could tell you what I think I see was not clear. So I will attempt to pierce the fog on that, which goes like this. In translation, first of all, I could tell you what I do. I'm talking to you, me and you, just between people, because this is how it goes. I could tell you what I do, and then when you go tell somebody what I do, you're not going to tell them what I just told you. You're going to tell them what you remember. Well, first of all, you're going to tell them what you understand that I told you, and then of that, what you remember. Mm-hmm. But by as being my experience, I don't have to go through that. Mm-hmm. Okay. I can simply just tell you what actually happened. But for you to tell me somebody else's story, I can't even ask you no questions. But if somebody tell me their own story, I can ask
Okay.
them
Now,
questions.
see, why does that not apply all the way around the board?
What are you
Like
saying?
this is my issue with
Hmm.
y'all and with this whole I only go off stories. I don't go off anything else besides people's stories and what they told me because of what you just said. With
Well,
people's stories change over time, right? Stories start to change unless it's documented. Stories are actually change over time, just going off oral history, right? Oral history is not actually solid because you just going off what somebody said and then that gets passed down to the next person, and then they repeat what you just said, just like you said. Now I agree, they're not going to say it exactly the way you said it. They're going to give their interpretation off what you said and what they remember, and then that person is going to take what that person said. They're not going to say exactly what that person said. They're going to give it their interpretation based off what they can remember. By the time you get generations deep, the stories ain't right. The stories ain't the quote unquote truth that you like to talk about. And that's my issue with people with y'all always talk about history that's not documented and just talking about I'm going off the stories that this person said and this ancestor said and everything else. Like these stories ain't changed over generations.
okay. So there's a group of people, and like me, I studied Orisha Voodoo, right? So in that study, I learned because I had similar questions to what you're talking about. But there's a society of what they call them. Shoot, it'll come to my mind. But there's a society of priests, as you use that term. It's not really the term, but I think of it again. Hold on. Olosha. There's a society of Olosha who actually get together periodically and run the stories. Like, okay, periodically they'll get together, maybe about 16 of them, and they will all recite the story. This is in griot. This is the concept or the culture of griot, right? Are you familiar with what I'm saying by griot? The oral culture, oral historical system.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. In that system, there's a reckoning on a regular basis of the veracity of the stories. Regularly, they meet and recite the stories to each other so they can be corrected and firmed up. They can add, subtract. It's a lot of them, ain't just two or three people. It's enough of them to say, oh, they we see what he's saying, but they didn't go that way, or maybe, oh, you got it wrong, or they laugh, whatever the thing is. But they go through the stories with each other so that they can make sure that the stories are comprehensive and ensure the veracity of each one's knowledge. And that happens on a regular basis till this day. So I understood what you're saying because I did experience that same questioning. I asked that question and I searched until I got the answer. I have learned from formal teachers too. So they were able to tell me where to look, what to look for, stuff like that. I mean, I had more starting gate, stuff like that. But meanwhile, I did have that same sentiment that you just expressed. And I had to solve that question. And that was the way it was solved. That's what I mean about the culture of the people in certain places. They don't know these things about their own culture because it was solved that way and for us, and we don't know that. And I'm saying when I was talking to the guy on Facebook, a little Nigerian guy
So
had gotten
again,
in
you're
touch
telling
with.
we back to you telling me you know more about these people culture than they do. Because you keep
Of
saying they
course,
don't know their own
I'm
culture, but you know all their culture.
because they weren't taught their culture. They were taught cracker culture. Like I'm trying to tell you the story. The boy told me himself. It's not
No,
something I'm making up. It's something he
Asians
told
are
me
taught
himself.
Asians are taught Asian history in Asia. The Chinese are teach their own people Chinese history. Japanese
Okay,
teach
do your
Japanese
thing, man.
people their own history. Philippine motherfuckers teach Filipino history. Koreans teach Korean history. They know their history, bro. It's not cracker history. They know their history. I don't like this.
Let me
Y'all,
say this.
Y'all gotta stop making the white man God. That's what y'all gotta stop doing.
Cousin, I ain't doing that. That's you doing that in your head. Let me.
That's what you're telling me. You're telling me the white
No,
man.
I'm not telling you that. I never said that. That's in your head.
He controls history.
That's your interpretation of my
You're telling
words.
me he controls history. The white man does not control.
He controls his story. Yes, that's his story.
History. He does not control history, brother. History's there. The history's there. You're just too lazy to look for it unless it's some feel-good story. Too busy looking for feel-good stories instead of history. What do you mean? The white man don't control history. He don't control science. He don't control these things, man. The white man is not God. The history's out there. Just look for it. It's there. It's there.
Cousin, you never heard me say the white man is God. You heard that in your head.
You know, I'm paraphrasing,
that's
but
a story in your head.
You didn't say that verbatim. You didn't say that verbatim.
In your
you did not
head.
say that
That's
verbatim.
in your
I'm
head.
paraphrasing.
You
but
said
that
it
is what you're
verbatim
explaining.
out of your head.
You are explaining.
You said it
white
verbatim.
deity. You are explaining a white deity to me. That's what you're explaining. That's what you're explaining.
Hey, I'm telling what I'm explaining to you.
But every time y'all tell me these stories about the white man with these hidden secrets and all this stuff, all I'm hearing is the white man.
I never said that either. That's what I'm saying now. You like to get into that. Once you label a nigga, then you start talking about y'all, and then anything you ever want to say, you just present that.
Wale, I was sitting back listening to you, Wale. You literally just said this dude's hiding everybody's history. That's what you said.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
That's crack his history. Meaning it ain't real history. Once you say it's the crack,
I did not say nobody's hiding nobody's history. I said that nowhere in my speech did I even imply such a thing.
Yes, you did. You just kept saying that's his story. That's his story. What does his story mean?
I'm talking to you, but you're hearing yourself.
What does his story mean? I'm listening very carefully. What are you talking about? I listen very well. You keep saying his history. That's the crack his history. That's crack his. You keep saying it.
Of course, because that's what I be talking.
I'm challenging on you. Why you saying that?
You're challenging. What are you challenging?
I'm challenging the fact that motherfucker don't have the copyright or no history. He don't have the trademark on history. Y'all keep making this white man God. Y'all got to stop this.
Oh, now we back to this God thing again. That's in your head. That don't have nothing to do with me.
That's what you're trying to make
in your head. That's in your head.
I'm trying to get that crap out of your head.
It came out of your mouth.
It must let you know he don't control things the way you think he does. He don't have this.
It came out of your mouth. It must be in your head.
No, that's in your head. I'm trying to help you. I am trying to help you with the practicosis. I am trying to help you with the practicosis. I am trying to let you know in your brain and let you know that white man don't got as much power as you think he do. You think that white man got more power than he does, and he don't. I don't. Like I said, that white man, he don't. Right, he don't have supernatural.
I ain't never said nothing about no white man or no power.
He got race in history.
I never said white man, period. I didn't say none of that.
This ain't how this works.
I didn't say none of that you're saying now. Absolutely.
This is what y'all all be saying. This is what y'all all be saying.
That's what I was saying about labor. Now you're going to accuse me of what other people say. That's what y'all always say. That's just
all this stuff turns into the white man is God. That's all I be hearing.
I thought you were beyond that.
That's all I be hearing.
Every
conspiracy I hear is centered around that white man controlling things behind the scenes, mystically, with strings and puppets and everything else, just maneuvering things and this, that, and third. Like, what the hell is y'all talking about? It be the white man is God stuff. The white man controlling things globally with his fingertips and that. No, that's not how this shit works, dog. What are we talking about? No, he's not doing that.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're just babbling right now.
Right now I'm ranting. You're right. Right now I'm totally ranting right now. You're absolutely right. You caught me. I'm ranting. My bad, Wale, as you were saying.
That's so beautiful. I was talking to the guy, he's 21 years old on Facebook. I didn't even know him. He just put in a friend request, and at the time I would take all friend requests. And he said to me on the phone, because he called me, and he was talking about something. I said, why don't you just study your own, do it the way Yoruba people have always been doing it? And he said, what do you mean? And I started telling him what I know. And he said, where you get that from? I said, that's the government, the old government of Yoruba. He said he never heard of it. So I told him where to look for it. And then he told me, he said, you know what? He checked around, I guess. He said, it's true. He had never heard of it. All he got when he went to school was crackerism. They taught him about whatever, who Britain was. They taught everything in English. They taught everything from a cracker perspective, like you were saying about as though the cracker was God. And that's what he had in his mind. He didn't even know Yoruba had a governmental system in the past. He did not know that. He was convinced his people were jungle bunnies and heathens, because he was Christian, fairly Christian educated, and heathens and uneducated. And that's what he thought of his people. Does that sound familiar? That's what he said to me. And it sounded so familiar to me. I said, I hear that from our people. Our people call our elders stupid, dumb, and ignorant. We don't know nothing. And our little youth, them go to school and learn from the cracker.
Some of them don't. You got some young people that don't know nothing either. It ain't that.
There we go, my man. I'm agreeing with you 100. That's what I was saying about the grandfather, great grandfather, all this going down, and it's less. Even in my just little bitty lifetime, 5 complete languages have been made extinct. No one speaks them. 5 languages have been made extinct. More people are losing their information. The dumbing down of America is a reality, and you should know that for sure. Because there used to be more people who knew more things about education. Who was making all them cars, and who is Benjamin Banneker? Who were all them niggas? Them niggas were into something about education. They were making schools, and even myself, almost everybody in our community was into education, going to class, going to school. Very few people didn't go to class unless they were what they call bad boys type. And most of them knew how to do stuff from their fathers because they did mechanics and stuff. Everybody knew how to do something and would make something. So we were all energetic in that sense. And I don't see that happening no more. Everybody just come home from work, lay back, have a beer, watch TV, go to bed, go back to work. Something similar to that. You know what I mean? They're not creating on a mass scale. People are doing things, that's for sure. However, the amount of people doing things and what they're doing is steadily declining. And that's what I'm seeing and attempting to, border up or put some kind of thing, just ring the alarm bell.
You need resources to build stuff. If people are just going to work, coming home, drinking a beer, and going back to work the next day, the odds are they probably don't got the resources to start just building things. That's why they only able to go to work and work 9 to 5 and come home, be happy to drink a beer and watch some TV and go to sleep.
Exactly. The resources in the mind, because all the resources that anyone has in the entire world are free. It's just a matter of doing it. Like how many, whatever resource you want, you just have to, like if you want fish, you go to the sea or where fish live and you start catching fish. But if you don't catch fish, if you don't go there and say, well, I ain't got no fishing stick, I ain't got no this and that, I can't catch no fish, and you just sit at your house with all these I can't because I don't have, you'll never catch any fish. For sure, I can tell you that. But I have, as a youngster, that's how I grew up. We grew up making shit. So we would go to catch fish, and we would take nothing, no fishing pole, no nothing. And we make that stuff out at the water, and we catch fish. We'd weave up some basket if we're going to catch them that way. We figure it out. And I was a child. We were 9, 10 years old, even less. The older guys were 9 years old, and I was younger. And that's how we function. We never thought about, we don't have the resources. We like, what we want to do today? We're going to do this. Okay, we go do it. We didn't think about, we don't have this. We got to get that. Well, I got to wait on my daddy. No. And that was the kind of impetus I'm saying. that I move with, and that we move. A lot of people move with even more. I'm sure people move with that kind of impetus now. Don't get me wrong. I ain't saying it ain't happening. I'm saying it's dwindling. Every day it gets less and less. Every day our cohesiveness, our understanding, our agreements get less and less, and our arguments get more and more. Our grievances gets more and more. That's so I'm just saying maybe we want to flip that and get more and more understanding and get more and more comprehension and more actually unity. And I see that in simply speaking the truth. You tell me, Wally, I'm always speak the truth to you, and you won't ever hear me say you lying. Matter of fact, you have never heard me say you lying, except when you misquote
Community was
me.
always divided, though.
I don't recognize that. I don't recognize that.
Always
In your
divided.
recognition, in your lifetime, it was. In mine,
Even
it
before
was
my lifetime, during your lifetime, the community was
not
divided.
at all. Not
Yes, it
mine.
was.
Not my community.
It was.
No,
Yeah,
it wasn't.
it was. Everybody wasn't
You're
in
saying it
agreement.
was, and you like you were there. Were you there?
So here's some.
I'm
Everybody
asking you,
got more
saying
and
it
more
was like you were there. Were
This
you
is why when
there?
you start
You're
yelling at
saying
me.
it was like you were there. Were
Why you
you
start yelling at me,
there?
Vale? I sit back. I be real quiet. I let you talk. I let you go on your whole little spiel. I get 2 seconds, 2 sentences in, and you just start yelling and screaming over me because you ain't like something I said. Can I just get it out and then you respond? That'll be cool. Thank you. The community was always divided, Wale. The community was divided back in the 60s. I wasn't born in the 60s, wasn't raised in the 60s. You was raised in the 60s. You remember the 60s. And you should remember that the community was well divided. You had the MLK crowd versus the Malcolm crowd, right? You had the Hebrews coming up during this time with Albert Bibbins and everything else up in the Northeast that didn't agree with a lot of things that was going on, X, Y, and Z. They didn't agree with the church. They didn't agree with the Muslim movement. They didn't think we should be involved in politics, none of that stuff. Like I said, you had the nation. They was out here. Malcolm was preaching political, social issues, but for the most part, the nation was kind of just trying to just get people out the Bible and get people into their organization. We'll just say that. And then politically, you have people. You have black conservatives that didn't agree with that didn't agree that we should integrate. Like that's propaganda that we all agreed that we should all be integrated and everything else. Everybody was in one cohesive unit with MLK. No, you had a bunch of conservatives, black conservatives out there in the South that voted against those racist Democrats from the South for their whole life. And now all of a sudden everybody's supposed to try to convince them that now the Democrats are the good party and they're the good ones now and the Republicans are the bad ones. So that was a hard sell with a lot of these people. The community was divided on that. A lot of people thought MLK was a rebel rouser. They didn't agree with everything MLK said. People didn't agree with everything the Black Panthers were saying. When the Black Panthers came around, it was divided there. It was a division within the Black Panther Party. You had the Huey P. Newton faction of the Black Panthers, and you had the Elder Cleaver faction of the Panthers. They wasn't even unified within their own group. Then they was beefing with the US organization. They having shootouts all up in UCLA and this, that, and the third. Like the community was always and you got the age thing. The age thing was always an issue too. Like I said, the Willie Lynch letter, right? The Willie Lynch letter is a fake letter, right? We just spoke on this the other day. It's a fake letter that came out in like 1990 something. I want to say 90. It might have been 1990 exactly. It came out and it was supposed to be considered to be a real letter. It came out to be a hoax later. But just look at what the premise behind it, though. The premise behind it, one of the things they were talking about was they going to put old versus young. Right, man versus woman, right? Like they spoke on all this stuff. They spoke on the divisions. That's what the whole Willie Lynch letter was about. Was speaking on divisions in the community and how this stuff has been resonated within the community since slavery. So, like, yeah, the community was always divided on certain levels. We was never one cohesive unit. I'm done.
Oh, that's beautiful, man. Now I understand what you are saying. I appreciate that. I will attempt to express what I am saying. Even though I have I have 6 siblings. 5. Yeah, I had 6 siblings in my life. And my mother and father. But I'm going to just go with the siblings. We all are different. We all have different idealism and even to this moment. Right? We all have different religions and stuff like that. Ideas. political expressions, whatever that, opinions, I say, political opinions and stuff. Right now, yeah, we unify. We are still unified as a family. We look out for each other. That doesn't change because I don't like his fucking politics or he don't like my religion. Are you following me? This is the way I see it. So I'm not saying, oh, all of us was all on the same book or reading out of the same book. We all on the same religion. I don't mean that by saying that we are not divided. We were all looking out for one another. Even now, that's what I be telling people. What's his name? Smoke Signal say, call it a peace treaty. Wale, how you doing with the peace treaty? Because I'm trying to say, hey, man, he want to say that he's an Indian from America. You want to say you're a slave from Africa. The other guy want to say he's a Hebrew from Pennsylvania or wherever them Hebrews. I don't know. You know what I'm just saying? Well, that's cool. We don't need to fight each other. We have something to do here. And that's where I'm at. They say, why you don't go over to them and talk? And then why you don't go to them and talk? I see all of these as my people. They just got different ideas. Like you got different historiography in your head than the next guy. Oh, they lying about Christopher Columbus. You say, no, they ain't. Oh, that's just an argument over some bull crap to me. Meanwhile, we got to get the house built. This is the reality of our situation. We got to get the house built so we can argue about Christopher Columbus or who's pretty on Atlanta Wives or something like that. But meanwhile, we're getting the house built, and that's what I'm interested in: getting the house built. And so okay, I'm almost done. To just a second. And this is what I'm saying about the unification is getting the house built. And the division that it seemed that you were expressing to me is about who's pretty and, this thing about our difference of opinions. I'm done.
I think that's a clever way to, ignore the fact that it's like that there's, you can't build with people who have a different understanding of reality. Like this isn't like I think to equate the existence of Christopher Columbus or our relationship with Africa and where our ancestors come from with like housewives is completely disingenuous and ridiculous. Right? We act like, well, when we get on here, we just argue about things that don't have answers. That's not true. The conversations that we engage in have very clear answers. The people that's engaging in the argument just haven't looked for them, or they've only looked for answers that they care about that uplift whatever type of bullshit argument they're trying to make. Like all that, like I find it extremely ironic that niggas is always talking about building, but can't agree on basic fundamental facts about reality in order to move forward. I can't, like, if you talking about building a house or whatever, where the house is still getting built, like we can't build a house together if we don't agree on what tools to use, on what type of house we want to build, on what, you know what I'm saying, on whether or not
can't build it.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you feel me? And so it's like the like that's why the conversation of building on these platforms is really a caricature of actually building in real life. Because if I'm being 100% honest, most of the shit that niggas talk about on these platforms in terms of building, they're not even really invested in the real world. Most of the historical conversations, niggas only Google some shit real quick to make a point on the internet, not to actually develop and understand an actual historical understanding of Black people, how we got here, all these other things. It's like there's a point that I want to make on the internet, and that's what I'm spending my time invested in. And the idea that there are people who are actually investing their lives to understanding these issues, that when people who really ain't invested no time in really in understanding these issues get up and say, well, no, that's incorrect, or no, that's wrong. That's not just a matter of opinion or disagree. That's literally somebody is factually correct and somebody is factually incorrect. Period. Like on the conversation of chattel slavery and the history of Black people in the United States, there a lot of the conversations, be factually incorrect. And that's why niggas only give you like small bite-sized pieces of information that they feel like they agree with, and can't present an entire paper's worth of information that explain their position. It's easy. It's easy for I forget what it's called, but there was a principle. The principle came out. I say principle like a theoretical principle out in 2014 that I was actually just, and in that principle they argue it takes that much more energy to respond to an argument that has no factual basis and that somebody just made up than it does to actually just say some shit that's made up. And we see that short-sighted effort every day on these platforms. Every day. There's little actual investment in understanding fully complex issues outside of I have a sect of YouTube people that I rock with, and here is me appealing to that sect of people. I'm not going to say things that disagree with with this sect of people that I built this audience around. I'm gonna bring them these things that, like, when a nigga is sitting around talking about Harriet Tubman is not real, that is factually incorrect. And we can have these soliloquies about, oh well, it's the way we see things and things in your head. Okay, whatever. If that's the case, then just keep it in your head. Then just keep it in your head. Like, if you're not willing to deal with the scrutiny of saying things that are factually incorrect, then keep it in your head. Because if people who sit around and just say things that aren't true, somebody's gonna pop up and be like, that's not true. And here is the evidence, that it's not true. Period. Not opinion. We're talking fact. Now, are there certain things that are opinion-based conversations? Yeah. Like with the whole shit about how we should be with the migrant population and how we should act towards these protests, how we should feel. Right.
Politics is all about opinions.
Right. And to a large degree, yeah. Right. Like that, and not just opinion, but personal perspective. Your politics is shaped by your, like, the life that you live in, and what it is that you want to see in the world. Right. That's what shapes your politics. So that makes sense. But like when we talking about history, like things that have been established not just by the American education system, but literally things that have been documented historically worldwide, then we have to stop this oh well, like we can just disagree. We can't. If we disagree on fact, if we disagree on reality, we cannot build together, period.
Yeah, certain things should not be up for debate.
Damn, Damo. I wanted to agree with Wale, man. You fucked my whole damn. Damn, son. I understand where you was coming at, Wale, but everything Damo said is 100%. Like, but I understand the sentiment, Wale. Like, let's focus on building. But he is like, Wale. I got parents that come to the program. I got abos that sign up. I got an abo family that got a child, and they telling this girl they told this girl that the earth is flat. And man,
what do you do with that?
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like,
I mean, you got to teach their kid real science and everything else, but one of these parents come in here and they stay telling their kid the earth is flat, and then they send their kid off to you. What do you do with that, dog?
Yeah, B. It's like,
It's make your job 10 times harder, and then they ain't gonna do nothing but unindoctrinate her with your real science once the kid go home. What do you do with this?
So all y'all pseudos, y'all think that shit make people feel better just because y'all have a different view?
So what do you do about the child who is a Christian and their parents are Christian and told them that God do this and do that? Do you bring that up in class too? I don't think you bring that up in class.
We don't talk about religion.
I don't see any reason for any class that this man has that has to do
you don't as long as you don't talk about religion in school, you shouldn't at least. But the religion also shouldn't get in the way of what's going on with the curriculum, right? Like if your religion is telling you that the earth is flat and you standing on that, then you're going to be a problem in science class.
So there you go. I'm just saying, if it's a religion, how you gonna do it? What about, it's the same about God. They telling you about inertia or something like that, and the kids like, well, that's God. What are you talking about? So it's the same concept. You're gonna run into the same problem. Once you have these kind of different things to be a problem, I'm saying that shouldn't be. I don't see why. When a person is teaching math, or a child especially math, 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 6, numbers and stuff, and how to manipulate them. I don't see any.
Well,
wait a minute, we're talking about teaching children, right?
Well, math used to not be an issue. Now with Terrence Howard, math is now an issue as well. Math is also an issue now, because you're going to also, now you got these parents running around here trying to convince kids that 1 times 1 equals 2. So now that's going to now start becoming an issue. But math didn't used to be an issue. Now I can see math becoming an issue because of people like Terrence Howard and people that follow him.
So now we're talking about Terrence Howard, is it?
I'm talking about.
I mean, yeah, it's just the it's like if we're talking about building a house, and I think 1 times 1 is 1, and you say 1 times 1 is 2. Can we build?
No, we can't build nothing, because if I'm gonna build with somebody, then they have to know 1 times 1 is a square. Otherwise, I got a problem in building. Now we talking building something. We talking building something. Yeah, 1 times 1 is a square.
No, I was using your metaphor. I was using your metaphor. I was using your.
So am I. I'm using my metaphor.
Yeah, but you said now we're talking about building something. No, we was already talking about. You was talking about building, and so it's like.
And so it's like what you.
No, go ahead.
And so I'm saying, in the concept of building, 1 times 1 is a square, because we're building. And that's where that comes from. Now, if you don't know that and we building, then that's a problem. You are correct. That's a problem of ignorance. That's not a problem what you believe and all that kind of stuff. Just like I said, I don't want to get into your belief. I understand maybe you're a Christian or something. I never talk about that. I don't see why it's germane into whether you're going to vote for Kamala or whether you're going to vote for Bush. It don't matter who your religion is when you decide who you vote for. I'm going to talk about politics with you. I'm not going to talk about your religion with you. I'm going to talk about school things with you. I'm not going to talk about your religion in school. So, like, even in
religion can get in the way of schooling is what you're saying. Religion can get in the way of schooling.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you my experience with some kind of traumatic, in my opinion. Okay, so they in some of these schools, they have a lot of religious stuff. Like when they first come in, they got to pray, talk to Jesus, all that stuff before they even start class. Good morning, teacher. Let's say the prayer, morning prayer. And then that's how they start their day off in school. And I'm like, wait a minute, it was about 1 + 1. No, we got to do this morning prayer thing first. So that puts the child in a certain concept or a certain mental thing. And then that's what I'm saying. Are we going to start?
That's indoctrination, but that's why I don't agree with religion being taught in school. Like religion,
it's not being taught in school. It's being taught at home, but the school has.
No, it's being taught in school. If you're in Oklahoma, I think it's Oklahoma that got it, where now they got to do exactly what you were just talking about. They got to do morning prayers and stuff like that before school. They'll put that in law now. And I think
the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, I think that got struck down though. I think that got struck down though.
Good.
I think so.
Yeah, they did appeal it. Yeah, but I think they did strike it down. Come to think of it.
Good.
You're right, brother.
Good, because I don't agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not like the superintendent of education in Oklahoma buying, you know what I'm saying, $200,000 worth of Trump Bibles. You feel me? Like that shit is crazy. Like literally, education money being spent on Trump Bibles. And Oklahoma got one of the worst education systems in the country.
It ain't lower than Mississippi or Arkansas.
That's why I said one of. But it's no coincidence that
5 states.
Yeah, it's no coincidence that the states that are the biggest in trying to get religious iconography in schools are also the ones that suck at education. No coincidence.
Yeah, if you look at they statewide GPAs, yeah, it'd be low.
Nah, but I mean, and I felt what Wale was talking about too in terms of building, because like when I first got on YouTube, I really wanted to help build hold on.
Uh, yeah, we lost him.
You may have got a phone call.
Yeah, I'm sure yeah, we all like had a different view when we first got on YouTube and everything else. I thought it was more serious people on here and everything else on this side of YouTube. So I came over here, realized a lot of it is just a bunch of silly feel good story mumbo jumbo stuff and everything else, and people ain't really serious about black empowerment the way they be screaming. And that's why I had to splinter away from certain platforms and everything else. But so I get that. It's it's a lot of people that came on here wanting to be serious, but found out it was a lot of people playing. Just like I said, looking for feel good stories. Feel good stories took over everything. Because black people had momentum in 2012. I'm gonna tell you, 2012. I'm talking collectively in this country. Black people had momentum. Black people was like getting on code. People was starting to feel people blackness was starting to come out in 2012, and then that shit got stunted. It got stunted, and I'm sorry, I gotta say it. I think Obama stunted it. I think the second term of Obama really soured black people, and black people started going in a different directions. This is where you started noticing a lot of people saying "fuck the Democrats" and everything else, and get off the Democratic plantation, and the Democrats ain't this and that. And I'm not saying I'm and while doing that, and I'm not even disagreeing that we shouldn't be messing with the Democrats or the Republicans, but my whole thing is, while in the process of them doing that, though, all that blackness that was permeating through the community and everything dissipated. It all went away. And it just started. I don't know. It's just like you started seeing the rise of the coons, and pseudo started going crazy. Like it's when, because by now people done stumbled across the conscious community, so now you got a whole new breed of pseudo being developed and everything else. Like it, I'm yeah. 2012 we was at our height, and after that, as far as blackness goes, after that, I just don't see the same pride I saw in 2012 in the community. I just don't.
Before Obama was president, there has been 5. I watched them, most of them on YouTube too. 5 movies about black presidents. The first one that I watched was actually Sammy Davis Jr. when he was 7 years old. I think he was 7. In the movie, he became the first black president. Rufus Brown for president. You can look it up on YouTube. The next one was Louis Gossett, not Louis Gossett. I can see his face, but can't think of it. Oh, James L. Jones. He was a black president in a movie, and that guy that does a lot of work with in Color Purple. What was his name? I can't think of it right now. He was in Color Purple though.
Oh my bad.
He did.
Lover.
Huh? Yeah, he was a black president. He was a black president. These are the 3 I recall right away. I know I saw 2 other black presidents though, movies, and in each one,
Richard Pryor had a famous skit with that, whatever. But yeah,
I was saying actual movies, but and the one that Sammy Davis did was back in 1930 or 1930s or 40s. It was in the 40s. Because Sammy Davis' father used to do movies back in the 40s. The niggas was making their own movies in the 40s.
Sammy was a little kid in the 40s.
Exactly. And he was the star of the show. And it's called Rufus Brown for President. And it's on YouTube right now. You can watch it. It's about 30 minutes long. And they be dancing and singing. It's a lot of information in there if you're willing to, get the information. And it's in the movie. But what I'm saying is, they gave me a certain perspective of Obama. When I watched that, man, because inerringly in all the movies, the crackers was out to kill that nigga. They were out to destroy him from day one. Yeah, he in there now, but we'll get rid of him. They were plotting on his ass all the time. I just watched another movie with who? The guy that say, "What's in your wallet?" What's his name? The nigga that says, "What's in your wallet?"
Nah, I don't know his name, but I know exactly who you talking about. The
Samuel.
oh no. Samuel L. Jackson. Samuel L. Jackson. You talking about Samuel L.
Jackson.
I thought you talking about the All-State black dude. The All-State dude.
Yeah,
But that's somebody else.
Oh
But
yeah,
nah.
Samuel Jackson just put out a movie this year about a black president, and they were after his ass so bad, man, it was pathetic. They came countries over to try to kill his ass. And guess who was the one trying to kill him? His vice president. He had I think it was the one that was calling the plots. But I'm just saying, not a one of them. So that's 4 of them. I said the actor and everybody, and to a one. All the time, them crackers was trying to get rid of him. When I saw Obama in there that day, when I looked at his face, I said, them crackers after that man. He can't do if he turns and fired the man wore a goddamn tan suit and they tried to lynch him. You understand what I'm saying? When I saw that, I say, oh, wait a minute. I see what kind of pressure he under. He can't do almost nothing. And I watch the movies too. Once you watch the movie, you can see how they maneuver through the gauntlet, because that's what it is, a gauntlet. The black presidency is a gauntlet. You think it's a privilege, and it's a gauntlet, man. They be trying to hit you from every side, every corner, everywhere. They killed Kennedy. You don't think they'll kill Obama?
Domo, you talking about Dennis Haysbert?
That's his name?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've never known that man's name. I've seen him in hella movies. I've never known his name. But yeah,
he played a president also. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like he could have.
Yeah, I think it was right before the 2012 movie. Right before the 2012 movie.
Yeah, something like that.
So that's 5. That's 5 movies with black presidents, and 2 are 1. Them crackers be after they butt. All the way starting from Rufus Thomas in 1940. That little boy ran for president and won. And they were after his butt from then on. It's funny,
we already brought up Morgan Freeman in Deep Impact.
Oh damn, I ain't even think of that one. That's 6 movies. Were they after him? Were they trying to kill him? Up in the government?
It was more. Well, it was about to be the end of the world because it was about to be a comet or like a meteor was about to hit the. Yeah, so it was kind of like they had bigger fish to fry in that movie.
But I even saw one of them kind of movies where they had that kind of trauma going on, and still they were like, he can't handle it. We need to take it over so we can get this thing done because he's making bad decisions. That kind of attitude they were bringing.
Well, Wale, let me ask you this: What do you think about? What do you think about niggas who like ain't got nothing good to say about Barack Obama, but find ways to defend Donald Trump?
Firstly, I like Obama. I like Obama still. I do still. And
Wale. Wale said, "Fuck y'all. Y'all not about to guilt him into not fucking with Obama." Go ahead, Wale.
I empathize with the man, especially after watching those movies. There was no way out. And I watched them shoot. I was alive when they shot Kennedy. Man, it was like almost nothing happened. And the people were like, oh, this is going to change the nation. Oh, it's going to be an uprising. Nothing happened. That just gave them the go-ahead to say, hey, we kill them when we get ready, man. People were like, wait a minute, nothing happened? So that's the part you don't get from, the rest of the story. When you be reading history and stuff, you don't get the rest of the story. And that's the rest of the story. So things change in the public's mind and the condition of the society. And the way people think they move around change. Man. That's why people did this King's March, no King's March. Because if this stands, the way people move around has to be different, man. You can't be coming out of your house. Dude, a dude walk out of his house, go to work, taking his daughter to school, drop her off, go on his way to work, he get picked up by some masked men in an unmarked car and swooped off, and nobody know where he's at and never see him again, cousin. That's not the way to live. And then you find out they got the wrong man. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, I don't remember no president. I'm not old enough to remember no president being assassinated. I remember assassination attempts, I'm too young. I was way too young. Remember Ford getting him. Ford got assassinated. They tried to assassinate him twice. I was way too young. Remember that though. But they tried to assassinate him.
Shit. Y'all heard about the assassinations in Minnesota though, huh?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I heard about that
right.
recently. Yeah, I talked about that on the last show a little
They
bit.
say they got a suspect
Yeah,
already.
they got
They
dude.
caught him. They got him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, they got.
Got him.
they're two
And
Democrats.
he had a list
There
of
was two Democrats.
70 motherfuckers.
Yeah, he was
Really?
getting ready to go on the run. Yeah, he was on the run. He got the first two.
Yeah, it was two Democrats. They live close to each other in the same neighborhood. We got both of them.
They just happen to find that list.
Oh, you.
So
Here we go.
your boy had some work cut out. He liked that 24-hour list. He had a list for the next 24 hours. He meant to stay busy all.
These people write manifestos and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. And at
They
this
want
time,
what they're doing.
it's a good time for us to have these discussions and debates and stuff, if that's what y'all want to do. But it's also a good time to realize our bigger picture position right now. And things are fluctuating. Things are not like they were yesterday. Things are constantly changing right now. And the society is in a flux. And we can control our part of the flux. That's all I'm suggesting. I ain't talking about fighting no crackers. We ain't got to do none of that. All we have to do is control our part of the flux. Because things are fluxing.
Society has always been in a flux.
I understand that too, but it's more than just society in this flux. You know, about the other thing is kicking off about the sun, and the other stuff is kicking off about these other planetary bodies.
Yeah, it's always been like that too.
Yeah, they don't no cousin. They don't always be the same. It's ain't always. They're not always in alignment. They're not always because always don't exist anyway. But anyway, the thing goes like things that where they are today, and that's what I'm talking about dealing with the way things are today. Whether they always been or not, I don't really care. But the way they are today. And we have a responsibility as adults to take that on and use our courage and our control of our own life and take responsibility for our own life.
Well, I mean, I wonder where all everybody do think the same crowd at with these Democrats getting killed. I wonder where that crowd is.
I didn't understand what you say.
No, I was just making a comment, just because everybody be talking about when we talking political parties. Because I mean, because what you said, I was like, I mean, yeah, I feel you that that's true. But I was just bringing it back to how we like to act like there's no nuance, no distinction between the political parties that we deal with, and then it's like when we have these types of these moments that kind of display like the distinction between the two. It's like then niggas are quiet. Don't nobody, you know what I'm saying? Like nobody has nothing to say. It's like Democrats are like getting murdered, and niggas is just like, oh, that's just whatever like that. It's kind of go to show you, just like when Psycho was talking about the other day, when Psycho was asking about the Civil War. It's like the Civil War is between white people, liberals, and conservatives. And these Minnesota politicians that were assassinated were casualties in that war. This is an example of what that war looked like.
Why you say liberals and conservatives? Are the KKK liberal or are they conservative?
KKK is expressly conservative.
So is the gay rights liberals or conservatives?
Well, with gay rights, you got both. You got liberals and conservatives that could be for gay rights.
I'm just trying to understand how you chose those dynamics for conservatives.
Well, because that's the reason why I use those labels, because those are the two ideological factions that shape our current social conflicts. You know what I mean? Like it's like the Democrat versus Republican beef is a cultural civil war that's happening right now.
I'll go with that, but the label you use, the conservative and what else, liberal, that's the part that I find that I'm not quite.
That's the ideological basis. Ideological base, like the parties are the parties, right? But the ideological basis that they claim, even though they may not fit those, but the ideological basis that they claim is liberalism and conservatism.
Okay, now I'm with that. The ones that they claim. Once you put that on there, I'm good. I can swallow that, no problem. Okay, the ones that they claim. Because I was looking at the papers from Virginia before it became a state, and a lot of that stuff was granted under the king. The slavery and stuff that they instituted wasn't done under the United States of America. Matter of fact, the United States of America, that's how they got so many niggas to fight against the king, was promising freedom. Imagine that. They were promising independence and freedom with their words and declarations. All men are equal, born equal kind of attitude and talk, right? I saw one British paper where the British guy was responding to some colored people, and he said to them, that the Americans are they call them Americans, He said, the colonists, what I think he called them colonists or Americans, I forget, but he called them a name. He said, they lying to you because soon as they get you to help them win the fight, they going to enslave your dumb ass. Because they're not giving that up. They still think they're superior to you, even though they talk all that freedom stuff and every man, independence and whatever the rest of that stuff says. Don't believe it. That's when they were doing the Continental Congress and stuff like that. That was before the the United States of America actually kicked into gear. But that's what they were saying before and during the war with Britain. About the independent war of independence. Britain was telling the colored people specifically, because some colored people fought against America with the British because of the same thing. And the British was saying, because they were looking at their position with who the best to link up with. And the British, some people didn't link up with either one of them.
Yeah,
but
right. You there?
So
it was a French observer who was quoted as saying, "You hear the loudest cries for freedom from the drivers of the slaves."
They got a thing too. The French said I found in some of their papers and some of their archaeological writings and stuff. They say the American, the English, British, whatever they name, they lying about a lot of stuff because they did some research in 1835. A guy named I think it's Renescue. That's how it's spelled, Renescue. I can give you the link to him, but you have to go into his work. He was a linguist out of France. He studied someplace else, but he was out of France. I think he studied in Germany or somewhere like that. Their languages are very entwined. And he was studying the languages of Americas. And in that study, he said he found out that there was a lot of things that they say about America. And that even other authors that you will never see in public, because he was doing his research for a particular award-winning paper, and he won the award. But he said, as a result, he was looking through a lot of paperwork that the common man will never. It wasn't popular among the genre. Like, okay, even now, what's his name is getting himself slowly pushed out of the genre. What's his name? Tyson. What that Tyson guy with the space stuff?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, he's getting slowly pushed out of that. That, you know, he was in that realm where he was this and he was that. He's getting slowly pushed out, and they're trying to look at him like he's pseudo because of the things he's saying. He just said DNA was taken that shows that niggas are inherently more intelligent than crackers. He said that. I was like, what?
Come
And then he said,
on, Wale. Come on, Wale.
I watched the video. I'm watching the video. Unless they did an AI video on him, that's what he said. And
Who
then he
said
went
that?
on.
Well, what happened? Who said what?
He said, I mean, not my fault. Go ahead, Wale. You can explain it.
And the Tyson. He said,
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah.
Said what now?
He said the DNA has come in, and it shows that most of the people who have a certain DNA and that depicts geniusness are niggas.
He didn't say
And
that.
okay.
You might have saw AI. You might have saw AI. But I'm saying like
AI. But hold on. I got
that.
the next thing. Hold on. I got the next thing he said too. I'll go because that's something that just came out recently. This year, as a matter of fact. He just posted that this year. I just saw that this year. I saw it on his channel, so I assumed it was him. And then he said something else.
This on his channel? I can find this on his channel.
That's where I saw it. I'm pretty sure that's where I saw it. Excuse me. Let me say it like that. Because I didn't really get deep into it. Because I don't like to try to remember too much
This
stuff.
would have went viral. If he'd have said this would have went viral.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm like, nah, nigga, that shit would have went up. If Neil deGrasse Tyson said black people are more intelligent genetically than white people, it would be up.
Put that in Google, whatever that is. How you could look, I mean, it's see what he says about it. Maybe I mistook him. Maybe I misunderstood him. You know, I'm willing to take all of them things, man. I'm not infallible. I'm just perfect. I am perfect. Yeah. I do make mistakes, but then my mistakes are perfect. So I'm just saying I might have made a mistake. I ain't tripping. But I did see him saying maybe it was wishful thinking, and I wanted him to be saying and it was really a dream or something, and I just come up and say, damn, I woke up and thought, man.
Yeah, that's the conclusion you drew. You drew that. That's what you was like, damn, that's what he mean when he said that.
Yeah. That's that don't that possibility exist? Well, then, of course, I must consider it then. I'm willing to consider it. Even that possibility.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah.
He said something else too. I wish I could remember the next thing he said about something simple, but not on the same page. Damn, I think he was talking to Joe Rogan that time when he said something else. He was talking to somebody. He was being interviewed. Okay. Yeah. Wow. There's a lot of AI going around. That's why I said, if y'all say it's AI,
hey, good morning.
I'll take it. But that's what I remember. I heard him say. I mean, it's just two of us on here. People in the chat, they could check to see if it's true.
Well, Sabio was saying that the actual remark was you will find the smartest person on the continent of Africa and the dumbest because of diversity.
Okay. Then I'm good.
I just pulled up the clip. That's exactly what was said.
What Sabio said?
Yeah,
it's a lot of clacking. It's a lot of clacking.
He
a
said
lot
you'll
of
find.
crack.
He said you'll find the tallest person in Africa. You'll find the shortest person in Africa. You'll find the fastest person in Africa. You'll find the slowest person in Africa. The smartest person in Africa. The dumbest person in Africa. That's what he was saying.
Okay, there you go. See what I mean? He did say it, but out of context.
People took it out of context. Yeah.
What I said. Okay, fine. Now I've been versed in it. That it's a matter of diversity, because I didn't even take it. I didn't even get into all of that. And now I appreciate you guys looking it up, first of all, and then bringing it out. I really appreciate that, man. That's how we grow. That's how we build, by getting information and doing this kind of thing. And then we can set that down. And tomorrow when we come back, we can stand on that. We don't have to build that again. Right? That's what I'm saying. That's building to me, that tomorrow when we come back, that step is still there. We don't have to argue that point again and again and again and again, infinitum. We can stand on that and build the next thing, and build on the next thing, and then build the next thing. And that's what I'm suggesting about building. In the sense that I was talking, about conversation and stuff. Because this is a societal thing. I think it's very important that Domo is into society, because what I do is societal engineering, I call it. I engineer societies. I learned that from school, that we, as adults, we engineer our own societies the way we want them to go.
Societal engineering, that's a different term.
Sociology is the study of societies.
Mm-hmm.
Societal engineering.
Like societal engineering, like that's a different term. Like trying
that's
to
where
engineer a society, that's different.
Yeah, that's what I'm into, engineering. Once you get all the paper, it's like engineering, you got to have, like you call it, facts, but your stuff must be true. You must be something you can actually stand on. It can't just be feel-good stuff. It got to be stuff you can actually stand on. That's why I say I got this thing from this one dude. The name of the people who put this video out is called Without History. And I put it in the back chat, the link for it, and I'll put it in the front chat too. And if people want to, they can go ahead and watch it, because it's about 39 minutes. I don't think you're going to do that on somebody else's talk show. You know what I mean? Like y'all doing here. That's a long time to be doing, unless you keep breaking it up or something, which we were doing, like I said last night on
Now I've heard of social engineering. Was that what you was talking about, Wale? Social engineering?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So the actual thing, the actual video is about the Africans. He say the African sometimes, and sometimes he says the Negro of Asia and around the place, and the links and the stuff, and who got what, and what the similarities and all that kind of stuff are, what the historical dialogue between the different cultures and what they say in their own culture about us. He goes through all of that stuff, just the way I was trying to tell y'all when I first got here, but now it's been put into a pretty concise video. And I just put the video on the link to it on the in the chat, both chats. So you can check it out. I mean, if you want to, if not, it's cool. But it do tell you in that video that niggas been traveling the world for a long time, and they prove it through their things on the video. Okay? And I must tell you, like I told them, the guy that's doing the video, his perspective is Pan-Africanism. He's not doing an Abo perspective. I had to tell them that twice, 3, 4 times, because smoke them from an Abo perspective. And why you keep talking about African? Because the man's talking from out of Africa perspective. That's kind of simple.
Out of Africa is out of Africa theory. You talking about?
No, he's talking about that, but it's really talking about niggas in Asia. That's his point.
Oh, yeah,
but,
black out. Oh, okay.
But he's looking from the perspective of out of Africa and genealogy, because they talk a lot of genealogy, not genealogy, what they call that stuff? DNA. That's not what's that called? It's not genealogy. DNA is called something else. But anyway, they talk about that in there in the video. Yeah, he talks about that in the video as well.
Sound like blackology.
Whatever, I'm just saying, and they do a lot of archaeology. When you watch it, hey, you should say it. Yeah, it says Nagas actually is the way they pronounce it. Yeah, it says Nagas. But you could check it out. Oh, it says that in the thing. Okay, I think I remember when it first came on, it said that word somewhere in it. Okay, yeah, man, Rio, I agree.
Whatever channel this is into Egypt, that's for sure. He got Anubis. I said this dude got Anubis as his avatar, so he's definitely into Egypt. Whoever did this video.
And he talks about how the Egyptian hieroglyphics and the Chinese writing, the Chinese hieroglyphics, have a lot in common, including the same words with the same meanings, a very similar script. But what he's queuing on is saying that it's a lot of stuff not to be relative that are in sync. And then he talks about the thing I'd be telling you about the towns in Nigeria that are also the towns in Japan. He brings that up and tells that story. And he brings out how to, a little more information than I be given. But everything I'm saying is just talk to you. He's showing this video. He's showing the proof of it. Which people keep saying, what's the proof? Where you got it? Show me where your sources. Where he got the sources. I just know the stories. And that's what I do, the stories. And when people say, well, I don't believe you, then the truth will come out like it's coming out now. And here's a video showing you the truth, because it will come out and you can be answered. Your question can be answered.
That we're Asian, that become Asia?
No, cousin, that ain't what this thing is saying. That's why I say you should look at it yourself. I never said that.
No, I'm asking. It was a question. I didn't say you said. I'm asking a question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't. That's not my contention.
No, I'm saying, what is the video saying? I'm asking, like the skinny. Like I'll watch it. I can't watch it this second, but it's like a half hour. But like,
right.
What is it basically? What's the conclusion? Like, what is he saying?
What he's saying is colonies of Negroes were all over the East, and as he put it, they seeded the culture and the people. And just a few years ago,
what with the people? They did what with the people?
He calls it seeded, SEEDED, seeded. They were the root. They rooted culture. The root of the culture is into seeded, rooted, whatever,
I understand what you're saying.
Donated.
I got you.
Oh yeah, he mentioned Ghana and Ghana and Mali, and he mentioned a lot of places. A lot of connections.
Can he source this with some African scholars or some Asian scholars?
He said he sourced it right away. He said in the beginning of his thing, he said the work that they're doing would make Diop and Van Sertima proud, because
that's Americans. That's Americans. I'm talking about Africans. Could we talk about
Diop ain't no American, is he? I didn't know Auntie Diop was an American.
No, he's not. No.
Oh, okay.
Diop didn't make the claim about Asia, though. He was making claims.
But some claims he did make, and of those claims that he did make, this guy's verifying them with facts and whatever the rest of that stuff that he has, because he got sources, man. That's what I'm telling you. He has the sources. I have the story. Now he's taking the story.
I'm asking, was it sources from African and Asian scholars? Because those are the only sources I would accept. Because I'm not going to accept the cracker sources. I'm not going to accept Black American sources who want to be Asiatic. I want to hear from the Africans and the Asians. These are the two people that are involved.
Yes, almost all his source reference to, I would say 87%. I could say without, that wasn't even a thought of mine when I looked at it. But from my memory, I could safely say 87% of what his source is from either the Asians themselves or the Africans themselves.
Okay, well then I'll give it a listen. As long as it ain't coming from no Black Americans, I'll listen.
Right, he makes very. Oh no, I never heard him make any reference to any African American. Nothing. Absolutely, no. He ain't dealing like that.
No, I ain't talking about no. I'm talking about the source of the information. I don't want the source. Like if he go, like if I go look at his sources and he comes back, his sources, Dr. Phil Valentine, I'm throwing it away. Like I don't want his source to be Black American. I want the source of this claims to be because he's going off culture. He's not going off science. He's not going off DNA. So he's going off like oral history.
Well, he's going off of DNA, but he's going off the DNA that's run by the Chinese and taking their results.
Okay, so the Asians are saying that. So the Asians, so the Asian scientists are saying that that their culture comes from Black people. That
their DNA comes from. I would just say niggas.
So it's ain't about culture. This is about genetics. It's not about culture.
It's about both. And they just use. I'm saying he used the genetics in a section. He used the culture in another section. He used the geography in another section.
Now, reason why this is important, Wale, let me explain why it's important why I'm saying this. Is because if you're talking culturally, right, then you're talking because that's what it sounded like at first. It sounded like you were saying that Black people pass down our culture to these other people and this, that, and the third. But then when you said scientists are involved with genetics and everything else, now you're saying that we were these Asians. Like the Asians is us. Like it's now you're talking independent of culture. You're talking about biology at that point.
No, I'm talking biology. And the only thing that he concluded, which is the only thing I spoke of, which is niggas were there. I'm not saying niggas are the original Asians, all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying none of that. I'm just saying.
What the video's saying. I'm talking about the video's basically saying.
I'm saying as far as what the DNA. I'm just talking about the DNA from the Chinese scientists. I can only conclude as far as he concluded. I can't go any further in assuming different things. I'm no scientist.
No, I'm asking what you know. That's what I'm asking what you know about the video. That's all. I'm picking your brain, pause.
So I'm saying as far as the scientists go, he said it would appear, and he said he looked all over China, and he could find no people in China who did not have that marking for niggas.
Okay, so he's going off like a hablo group. So he's going off like markers.
There's one other hablo group they speak specifically of in this particular
video. Okay, so
video.
let's talk about hablo group. Okay, well, I'll watch the video and peel back the onion on it. That's something I got to look at.
And there's another finding that they found, which is separate from the one I'm talking about with this Chinese guy, because I saw him when he came out with that information. He was his opinion was that there was no niggas involved in their lineage. And that's what he was looking for, to prove that there was no niggas involved. But when he actually did the evidence, proved that there were. And he had to admit it. He said that, I got to admit it. Because he's part of that group I was saying that their grandparents didn't pass the information down to them. But his grandparents knew that information. They didn't pass it down to him because he was too busy trying to learn this and that. And like you said, going to America to go to school, learn this science and that science and stuff. Now, when he goes back, he's like, this is what we are. We this and that. And now when he goes into the DNA, he finds out, yeah, y'all niggas too. Y'all come from niggas too. And so, but his ancestors would have told him that. His elders, I spoke to them. They said it when I was on their website. They got they got millions of people on their websites. This is a joke to how many people they got on there. Millions of people be on their websites at a time. And I was talking to some of the younger ones, not knowing they were younger necessarily, till they started responding. And they started ripping at me like y'all do. And they were ripping, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, oh, nigga, go back, this kind of stuff. And one of the elders that they all respected came on. He probably wasn't already there, but somebody went and got him. He came on and he said, stop. He stopped them all. And they were from different countries. They just happened to all be Asian. They were from, but we were speaking in English. We were, we were communicating in English. But they from different, some from Bali, some from this country, that country, all kind of that stuff. But they're all Asians because it was an Asian website. And he said, stop. And then he started telling them their history. He said, this man is right. And then the children, the ones who know, because some of them know. One started right away. Yeah, my grandmother used to tell a story about this and that and the other. And then they started piping in about what their grandparents had told them. Mm-hmm. That occurred. And that's what I'm saying. When these things occur, I have to go by the reality of what I'm going through, what the reality of the experience. And like I say, I might be mistaken, like I was with the, to a degree, with what Neil Tyson said. However, Neil Tyson did say the smartest people wouldn't necessarily be niggas.
He didn't say
that,
but
well, whatever.
I get your point.
So to me, it's beautiful to watch that a lot of the information that I was talking about, that's what's the name of that stuff? That's the Asian, the influence on Asia, and the fact that our people were visiting Asia and passing through Asia on a regular because they know us from way back when, right up until now. Then people say we weren't traveling and we weren't doing this. And he said also that the travel was not through the Silk Road. He said the traveling was not through the Silk Road that he said.
The traveling was not done on the Silk Road.
Traveling that he said he knows that, I mean, in the video, he said he knows most people pasta. What that mean to, guess? Most people guess that, because they must have come through the Silk Road. He said, no, that's not what he's talking about at all. He said, and he'll tell you, I mean, you got to listen to him because he shows you why he's telling you that. That's the important.
So what's his name?
I know why he's saying it. I don't need to know why. I just want to know if it's correct.
That's what I'm saying. He's telling you what the name of the people who put it out is called Without History. They have a lot of stuff out. It's called Without History. They do good work as far as
but that's if you say so. You say so.
I say so. I watch their work and they willing to back it up with what am I saying? Oh, their sources. So you can source.
I'm gonna check it out, Wale. I'm gonna check it out. I can't say too much because I didn't see the video, but I know the angles, and I'll be shocked if he says something I haven't already heard. But we'll see. We'll see. I can't say for certain until I watch it.
Yeah, man, watch it and see what you think. That's all I'm doing is offering it to your, your scrutiny. That's all. Everything I'm saying, I offer it to your scrutiny. You scrutinize it, you throw it out, pee on it. I don't, it's cool.
Matter of fact, I gotta get ready to get up out of here. I got some stuff I gotta go do. I'm gonna listen to some of it while I'm out. But yeah, next time I talk to you, Wale, I have an opinion about it.
Okay, man. I'm glad to hear that you're going to actually check it out. That's important. That's important to me that we check things out. Whether we agree with them or not, it's not as much as important as we check them out.
No doubt. All right, Dad, I gotta get ready to go. I'll talk to you later, Wale. I'm out.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate that comment. Man, I went out to go to somewhere yesterday. Oh, to the roster meeting. And I get out to the car and I'm about to get in. I got all my stuff in, and then I go and I'm about to get in, and the tire's flat. I'm not fixing no tire, man. I was dressed and ready to go somewhere. I ain't fixing that tire. I might fix it tomorrow. That piss me off. So I know I got to buy new tires. So I'm gonna just buy a set of fresh tires. But I gotta wait till the electrician comes over.
So what's the significance of telling folks that ancestors or people from Africa were in Asia?
So as the guy said in his video, so we can stop telling people that we were not seafarers, that we didn't have the ability to travel the earth, and the times that we were traveling the earth. And we are told now that we did.
So what were we doing? We went over to the sea to do what? To do what?
Oh, I do know something, and I'm waiting on somebody to validate it or put out the work on it, because I tried to research it myself, and I couldn't find the source for it. But I do know from talking to the Japanese that they used to get their metal from just south of the. There's a lot of noise going. Anyway, just south of the Sahara, they used to get the metal for the samurai swords in Japan.
No, I was speaking of the people that were on the continent of Africa. What was the purpose of them leaving the entire continent and going to a whole nother region?
I was just saying because of trade and for sure because of trade and business, because the Japanese were getting the metal from just south of the Sahara, around Dogon country. What we now know.
So you're talking about Japanese traveling to Africa? I wasn't speaking about that.
I wasn't speaking about that either. I wasn't speaking about that either. I was saying that the people took the metal to Japan.
And Japan gave them what?
I was going to get into the next thing they did about the what's in it? Mostly jade, but I was going to get into the next thing that was what's they call it? The DNA thing. There's a hablo group. There's a hablo group that exists in only two places. I'm understanding from this video. I haven't gotten into it, but that's why I'm bringing it for scrutiny, so that people like Afro or whoever knows about hablo groups and all that stuff can scrutinize the information, right? And so I brought that, but the guy is saying there's a hablo group that's only found in Ghana, and I think he said in Tokyo, someplace like that, someplace in Japan, or someplace in Asia, and that's the only two places it's found.
So you saying that Africans left Africa to travel to Japan to get something that they already had in abundance on the continent for free?
They already had what on the continent for free?
I asked you, what did Japan give them?
Oh, I said, as far as I would think, is jade.
Oh, okay. So I mean, to me, that doesn't make any sense. Well, they had not only probably that mineral, but that mostly all other minerals that are deemed as valuable or was used for trade during that time. Because, like I said, you're not giving me a time either. You're just saying they traveled. So that could be any time. That could be 12,000 BC. That could be 400 AD. That could be anything. So we're just gonna assume that people are speaking in videos to generate revenue and promote
Okay, so,
propaganda. So
right.
we're
What
just
I'm
gonna
saying,
leave it at that.
that's why I gave you the link to the video, because in that video he does talk about time. He is very specific about his references. He refers to time, who was in charge, and what they did, and where you can find the source in their writings for what he's talking about. So he's all referenced up. I am not.
Do you remember his name at all?
I tell you, they put out the video under the name.
That's the name of the video. Okay, that's all. I'm not asking you to remember scholars.
That's the name.
I'm not. I'm,
That's the
I'm not.
name.
I'm not asking for a doctor or a scientist. I'm not. I'm not asking for that. You say you don't, so that's it. I ain't gotta go no
I
further
do
than that.
do remember the channel's name, and the channel's name is Without History. They put out several videos, and he even speaks about that and who's working with him and all that kind of stuff, how they work in conjunction with other people to develop this much work. One guy doing all that work is a lot of work.
Or if you just wanted to promote another channel, I mean, you just could have said that in the beginning, yo.
That's not what I wanted to promote. What I wanted to bring about was, here's some references that you can use, because people ask me when I made statements about these same issues, they say, wait, you lying, where you get that from? Show us some references. So here I am bringing references through this video, because he has the
I,
actual references. So I'm
yes,
saying, watch the video, watch
yeah,
what the guy said, and take the references out of his video. They all in there.
yeah. That's no different from somebody coming on the panel, repeating what you just said, and said, "I heard it from this guy." So, so for now, you're just telling us that you saw a video that spoke about some of the same things that you talked about, and that, you know, our people do that all the time. I'm on another video channel right as we speak right now. It ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about, but I mean, it's YouTube. People are all over YouTube all day, every day, looking at different information.
That's
So as long
beautiful.
as we're not trying to instill it and trying to imply that this is factual information and what we've already been able to verify for generations on end is in contention or contradiction of what you're saying, then I'm sure that by now, if the information had been peer reviewed by people in the scientific community, in the archaeology community, that they would have been presented and published, like no, I would say all information. Nobody's out here saying,
like the out
uh,
of Africa theory.
no, nobody's saying that the out of Africa theory is validated, but at least that information is published.
Right,
So show me something.
and peer
So so
reviewed.
so yeah. So yeah. So show me information on what he talking about that's been published at least. And
I
just
think the
because
D,
it's
I think the
published,
D,
yeah, that don't validate it. That's just letting you know that he did the work, he published it, and then somebody else went through it.
if what I'm getting from what he's saying is accurate, then I think Diop theory supports that. So are you saying that we have African genomes that left Africa and migrated outside elsewhere, populating the other
I
regions?
don't. He was making a reference to the area known as Japan.
Yeah. So we
Yeah.
would look at, when we talk about that, we would have to look at, it's called Pekin man, Pekin man. That's the fossil that they found there. And so when we look at like the eyes, right? It's either two things happened. It was that the Homo sapien left Africa and migrated there, and after adaptation, um, turned into that subclass, or that subclass from there came into Africa. So they determined that the second one was actually false, and that the Homo sapien actually left Africa, and due to environmental adaptation over time is when we get the Asian population or Japanese or the Pecan man skeleton or transitional fossil. So when you look at like the Chinese eyes and stuff, we know that those are African phenotypes. That's the phenotype that we see in the Khoisan people, right? So we know the Khoisan aren't Japanese or Chinese, they're African. The African genome that left Africa and diversified and mutated into other things. And that kind of led me to why I jumped on it kind of when I heard the brother actually earlier talking about African gene diversity, right? And non-African genomes, right? Compared to actually African genomes, and which one would possibly be more advantageous, right?
The statement from Neil deGrasse Tyson is the reason that came up. Yes.
And I don't have a problem with that, but when you said that the brother made a statement that you'll find the slowest and the fastest in Africa due to that African gene diversity, I don't like how that was stated, because the African gene, Africa has the highest level of gene diversity, right? Up to like 25% more than the non-African genome. So when that genome starts out in Africa and leaves to different environments, it mutates, right? A mutated genome could never be more advantageous than the actual non-mutated genome, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're going. I can't really
like if
follow.
the original genome, right? Because the genome only mutates according to the environmental conditions, correct? Like to adapt to the environment, right? So when
It
it
don't have to
leaves,
be the only. It don't have to be the only one.
no,
It could be a
okay,
dietary. It could be a hereditary
for
situation.
sure, that as well. So the gene adapts to whatever conditions that it needs to be. So I would say that the original genome would still be the most advantageous genome, because that's the one that actually adapts to fulfill the need.
Yeah, that wasn't me in the conversation. Marley, you got feedback. You got your speakers up. So like I said, in the 21st century, in 2025, we're trying to validate some timeline events that occurred hundreds of thousands of years ago. I'm just trying to think of the impact that it would be invalidated or validated to determine any level of priority. Because like I say, had I never known anything about what y'all just speaking about, is that going to hold me up? Am I going to be considered illiterate if I don't be exposed to this information? And I would say no.
Well, sometimes ignorance is bliss. You understand what I'm saying? Like sometimes not knowing just leaves you out of
And
the loop. It doesn't mean that.
this is one where I'm saying it would not have an impact one way or the other. So we now back to how good we feel.
But to me, it gives a better perspective on the past. So we won't be thinking that we had no opportunity to move around until we were drafted. by somebody else and move
Yeah,
forward.
Africans moving around the globe. Like y'all keep saying the Africans moved around the globe to trade. So I'm saying Europeans and people from other continents, those were the people that needed to go to Africa or through the trade route that was already established. Spices, the minerals, the commodities, those were already established.
Are you saying that you're saying that tribal warfare was already established? I would agree with that. There was always prisoners of war and things like that amongst, local tribes and villages and clans. But to say that the Portuguese never came off the shores.
And to say there was always, where's your historical reference for this always? How far you go back in time with this always? And where did you get it from? Always. They were always. I'd like to research that myself. Will you please provide me with the source?
You talking to me, Wale, or the other brother?
Oh, you for sure, because you said the tribes have always been, something you say it's always been tribal warfare and stuff. And I say,
Yeah.
hey, I'd like to see the source of that.
Yeah.
So I'd like
Just
where
so the source. So the source
just
would
one.
kind of be being familiarizing yourself with world history. Are you
Yeah,
familiar with like words like?
Go.
Yeah. Are you familiar with words like autonomous and homogeneous? Autonomous means that every city or every clan or everything is its own sovereign city state, right? There's wars amongst the clans, right? So that's what a sovereign, autonomous city states are. Homogeneous is when everything is the same, everything is cohesive. We're all of this, nothing has ever been homogeneous, especially in Africa. Because how could it be with the gene diversity that's had? According to
I got that part.
like even in
You're
Egypt, right?
making assumptions. You don't
Like
have
even
no.
no, I do have a source.
What's
So
the source?
I'm speaking, bro. I'm giving you the sources. You can verify and look up everything I'm saying, brother. You ain't gotta agree or not.
I know about what you're saying.
But when we talk about things like sapots, I'm giving you the words and the sources you can look up and verify. So
You're
when we
talking
talk about
you say we are talking about things, and you're the only one talking. So please tell me what things you're talking about, so I can write it down, like you say, sapots. What's the other thing?
So you can have clarity. So just if you can't over talk and listen at the same time, if you're really trying to learn or just trying to filibuster, I don't know. But I do have the information if you really want it. So when we talk about Africa, right, and like the first where people go from hunter-gatherer to, let's say, domestic type of living, sedentary farmer and things like that, right, where they become stationary. Huh?
Can I ask you a question? Because I don't recognize this thing you're talking about. What source is that?
Right now, I'm talking about the Neolithic period, and that's about 6,000 BC. Huh?
Neolithic period, where in Africa?
Yeah, in Africa, yes.
Okay, and what's the source for that information, please?
Brother, world history, brother. It's science, brother. If you're not familiar with the terms, that's fine. But just out of ignorance, don't act like you don't. I'm making up something because you're not familiar. I'm giving you the words to look up if you actually are serious about learning.
I know what the words are.
Okay.
And I know you are serious about it.
Neolithic, world history, brother, science.
So just look up a general world history and I'll find the source. Okay, yeah, that's a good source.
You can look up the word the word is Neolithic. It's a time period in history.
Oh, I'm
talking about world history right now.
I got that part. I'm talking about African.
I'm talking about African world history, Neolithic period in Africa. We're talking about like the Green Sahara, that time frame, that period of time. So we can look at, huh?
I say, oh really? This is all fast.
And it really just has to do with the understanding of clans, formations, right? How clans start, and then how the clans start, and as they grow,
How do
they
clans start? How do clans start? I'm
families,
curious. Huh?
families.
Oh, so they just have babies and that makes
Individual
clans. Go ahead.
individual families. Yes,
Okay, go ahead.
yes. You would start out as the father would be the head of your clan. Of course, whatever woman you would have and children. That is the basis of initial any clan. And then as they grow, as they produce, they grow and they spread, and they acquire population, provinces, right? And those provinces become territories. That's
Okay.
kind of how that goes.
Or some of the clans.
That's how it went in Africa and Egypt, right?
Or
So
some
when
of the
you
clans. Oh, I was going to ask you about the clan thing so I can get a
not
clear
really,
understanding.
if you let me speak for more than a second without cutting me off, you might learn more because I can speak longer without being cut off and having to formulate a new thought. I'm just trying. I haven't even got my first thought pattern yet because you keep cutting me off with new questions I haven't answered the first. So the pots, right? These clans that I initially just told you about, they come to form sapats, right? Those
How
are
is that
known
spelled? How is that spelled? How is that?
SEPAT.
Oh,
Sapat. No,
CP.
SEPAT. Sapat. EAT.
SEPAT.
Yeah,
SEPAT. Okay, I got it.
it's an Egyptian word from the Greek word known. So
Okay.
these sapats grew from clans. They became provincial city states, right? Autonomous city states. So that's how I started with the clans turning into their own individual communities. There are 42 of them in Egypt, right? 42. 22 in the south, 20 in the Nile Delta areas. Each one of those are different. Each one of these city states have different deities of veneration. Some may worship the crocodile. Some may worship the bull. Some may worship the falcon. Some may have actual ancestors that they're venerated, deities. So, I mean, nothing is homogenous. At all touring times, these city states are warring against each other. This is going back to about 5,000, 4,000 BC. Now, before
And
that,
you said
we would have to talk about, the hunter gatherers. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, they're nomadic people and warlike, huh?
oh, nothing, man. I'm just trying to stay up with what you're saying.
Yeah, look up Sapots. The word clan could actually be TEM, Tims are clans. But it's definitely interesting how territories and the territories actually that they acquire, actually the land actually starts to be called there by their name. You know, oftentimes that's why we'll see actually that land is actually feminine. Most time land is the yeah, but there's always been tribal warfare amongst the tribes. I would never say there was a peaceful.
I heard you say that, but I'll look at this Sapat, SEPAT, and
Yeah,
see if I can glean anything about warfare being forever, whatever you were saying. From
well,
that,
yeah,
I
and
won't
then
burden you with any more questions.
you could look at like the Narmer palette. That could be a primary source where they actually show Narmer coming from the south, and he's decapitating heads, cutting people's heads off, placing taxes on the people. I like to say, what's the word when you're imposing yourself the taxes and stuff? What's that called? Like how Islam was spread by the sword, right? And you're making people follow your doctrine, your script under military exploits and expeditions and things like that. They called it a unification, right? So
You said Norma. Is that one of the people you're making this reference to? Is Norma N-O something?
Well, Narmer has a palette. It's a Narmer palette where it depicts some of the pots that we were talking about, possibly a coalition of 3 or 4 of them
And the
together.
pallets are from where? These are African pallets.
These sapots are African sapots. Yeah, they're in the continent of Africa. These are Egyptian. Well, people will call
The
them Egyptian.
Norma thing, they're in Egypt.
At that time, well, the geographical landscape that we're calling it is Egypt, modern day Egypt. Back then, the land would have been called something different. The north, or what you call in Lower Egypt, is known as Tamehu. The south, which we call like an Upper Egypt, that is called Tashame. So Tashame, Ta always means land, right? Shame, with the Shameu, with lead references to sedge, the sedge land. Tamehu, land of papyrus.
Yesterday, after watching the video that I recommend people watch, and I recommend you watch it too. Did you get a chance to see it? The one I was telling people to watch? Because I'll put the link back. I'll put the link back
in now if you want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring the link to the chat and put it in the chat, the back chat, so you can check it out. Because I was about to make a reference to the word that you just used, which was ka, because in the video here they make ka.
When did I say ka?
So I was about to make reference.
When did I say ka in reference to what? Ka is the soul. I never spoke about the ka or the ba.
Oh, you said something about land. It's called what?
The ta.
Say the name.
Ta. Ta. T-A.
How you spell T-A what?
That's how you spell it. Ta.
Oh, okay. T-A. Yeah. And the ka is something different, you say?
See, just the questions you're asking, you have no understanding of what I'm talking about. I can because the questions you're asking, you can tell they're not intelligent questions. So, like when I gave you the examples of Ta Mehu, right? Ta land, and then I said Mehu is papyrus, so land of papyrus. I said Ta Shemehu. Ta is land. Shemehu references sedge, so land of sedge. The ta is always going to be a reference to land or something of that nature.
Okay.
Even if you see the word Kemet, right? Kim ta, right? K-E-M with the dot, the ta. The T at the end means land. The Kim can reference black land. Black, ta, land, black land, land of black, black land. Either way you want to kind of reverse it, but along with that ta, T-A, ta, K-A is soul or ba. I would say actually ba is soul, ta is your spirit. A and B-A, different, a little different.
What's the difference between spirit and soul?
Me personally, your soul would be your characteristics, your personality, your traits, your thing, you know what I'm saying, things of that nature, personality. Spirit is the fire, the energy, that burning flame within you, I guess. I don't know. But they're different.
Yeah, I just was trying to get your understanding of a difference when you said them. Okay, I'm cool, man. Whatever you say.
I'm giving you a lot of Egyptian right now theology, where when they mention this ka and the ba, and the ka separates from the ba, right? And related, yeah. That kind of it's kind of an early resurrection, so to speak, as when we look at it as far as like how we later Christian theology like adopts a lot of this early Egyptian stories for sure.
Are you a foundational Black American, King J?
I don't like that word black. I don't like the word black. I definitely don't. You might as well call me a Negro if you call me black because it's the same word, right?
Yeah, no doubt. What word would you prefer?
I'm an American for sure as my nationality, Ethnicity wise, I do know that my people come from the Benin Togo area. So however you wanna, I'm an American with African descent.
What's your race?
Race. So my ethnicity. Well, I'm a race. I'm a human.
Human.
Ethnicity. If my people come from the land of Africa, Benin and Togo area, then I would be what a Beninin, Tongoanian. I don't know.
No,
But
I'm saying,
black isn't a race. Black people only call themselves black in this country because they don't know where they came from, right? So like even if I ask somebody from Congo, right, or Senegal, right, they may say they're Sinhalese, right? They may still identify as black because maybe their skin tone is black, but they still know where they're from. They still know outside of black what they could say as far as ethnicity wise. You understand what I'm saying? We're all of the human race, but ethnicity, they know their ethnicity. We don't know our ethnicity, so we just say black. We still trying to figure it out now.
yeah, so I'm trying to figure out though why downplay it as if it's non-existent. Because
What am I downplaying? And how did I do that?
We're not trying to figure it out at this point. We know we're black. That's not an ethnicity. That's race.
Well, I would say black at this point is just a culture or something that we adapt to, right? Because listen, what makes you black?
You
got some feedback, Wale.
You got an echo, Wale. Thank you, bro.
So are you saying that what makes us black is our skin tone? Because I would disagree, brother.
Yeah, I would say your ancestry and your skin tone is like, derived from your ancestry, but it certainly starts with your ancestry.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with phenotype. That's racist scientism and racism right there. Phenotype, where scientists will look at skeletons. For one, you can't look at a skeleton and determine race at all.
Right.
That's a fact.
But if you limit it to phenotype, we're not limiting the conversation to phenotype.
Well, skin color is a phenotype. Skin color, eye color, your cranial skulls, your nose, your lips, those are all phenotypes that scientific racism attributed those big lips to black people, sub-Saharan Africans to be exact.
If I give you that though, you can't see the distinct difference between you and a white person's phenotype.
Well, that right there just lets me know that you kind of are just going off colorism. For one, are you familiar with? Wait. Let me make the point. Let me make the point, brother. Hold on. Just let me make.
Don't play with me like that though. But don't
let me make the point because you're talking colorism. Because there's also such thing as Negro, brother. Let me
keep your extra shit, nigga. Because I'm the most.
Let me make the point. You're talking about colorism.
Don't tell me I'm going off the shit, my nigga. Just answer.
I'm telling you because that's what you're doing. So I'm telling you, I'm making a point. If you let me finish making a point, brother.
Wait a minute. He asked you what you call yourself. You said you didn't know,
brother. I'm trying to make the point. So
but the point you're trying to make, he never addressed.
I can't.
That's something you trying to make.
I can't make a point if every time I speak.
I know you're trying to make a point that he's not addressing.
Huh? I'm answering his question by making this point. So he don't know the information. I'm giving it to him, brother. We having a conversation. It ain't an argument. Okay, that's it.
No,
so when
y'all not having no conversation. You're trying to over talk him.
Huh?
You assuming that he's implying something which he never implied. He just asked you a simple question.
He can keep talking and I'll listen if I'm over talking him, but I'm sure I'm not. He asked me the question and I started talking, so I wasn't over talking him. I'm actually talking. Trying to answer the question, brother. Not nothing for a moment for confusion. So when we talk about colorism, right? There are things called Caucasoids, right? And Negroids. You can be a Caucasoid and be dark skinned, right? The Caucasoid skeleton is what we refer to as Caucasian. You can have Negroid skeleton and be fair tone, right? Fair skin. That don't mean that like if I look at an albino. Clearly, they have Negroid phenotype, but their skin tone is white, right? So we wouldn't mistake that as a white person because we can clearly look at this person phenotypes, right, and say this is a black person, right? It's the skeleton that they're going off, bro, not the skin color. But let's just get that understanding. That's why we could look at somebody like Bob Marley.
Far, everything that you just said,
Bob Marley.
Yeah, right, everything that you just said. Everything that you just said was scientifically incorrect.
No, it's a fact. It's verifiable. That's the fact. That's the difference between an opinion or truth. It's verifiable. We can look it up. That's the fact. Just like Bob Marley, right? His father is white. Is he black?
No.
He was raised and he's not. Okay, then. So what are we talking about? But his culture is black. Everything about Bob Marley, raised in a black woman's household, to his music, to his locks, to everything about him, says that this is a black man. But he got a white daddy. So blackness is culture.
Right. We're
not a skin tone.
Are running from your racial identity.
No, I know. I stated mine at the beginning. I'm an American with African descent.
Right, you're black.
I need the actual country that I'm from in Africa. I don't know that. Huh?
So you're a black man.
I'm black. Yeah, I'm from Africa. African descent. I have African descent. That doesn't mean you're black because the word Africa is not synonymous with the word black. That's the time.
Damn, we went down this rabbit hole because you said you didn't like the word black. Now you just said black with no problem.
I don't. He keep making me say the word. I keep letting him know that black is not. It doesn't make you black. That's why your skin color does not make you black. So I keep asking him, what is he talking about?
Bro, you just accepted the fact that you black. I'm good with you now. We straight.
Yeah, every brother. I've been said that at the beginning. It's people that know their ethnicity that will say they're black just because that's what people are saying nowadays. You're black is not a race. Only people that say they're black don't know where they come from, and that's a fact.
Yeah, black is definitely a race. You live in America, right?
I'm an American. That's my nationality. Yes.
Right. So under
African descent
in the country you live in, if your ancestry is sub-Saharan African, you're black in this country.
No, that's not a fact. I just said that black Africa is not synonymous with black. It's people who is white people in South Africa right now who's been living there for thousands of years, and they're not black.
Right,
they're white.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's why we call Elon Musk a Dutch. He's Dutch. Elon Musk is Dutch.
Thousands of years.
Exactly.
Thousands of years. Thousands of years.
Dutch, British, French, all those people will be classified as white. White is not, but if you ask them what their race is, they're not gonna say white. They're gonna say, I'm Dutch, I'm French, I'm British, I'm English, because they know. But
the problem is when you say American, the problem is just like you said, when you say you're an American,
that's a nationality.
Right. You're not distinguishing yourself from somebody like Leonardo DiCaprio, Brad Pitt, Tom Hanks. All of those people are American.
Yes, they all have the same nationality.
But clearly, these two Americans, you're an American and they are American, but y'all are not the same.
By nationality, correct.
That's what that was the whole purpose in trying to distinguish what is the difference.
Nationality and ethnicity, of course.
Right, but you ran from being black. I don't understand why you did that initially.
Because black and white, just like I gave you the example of white, Dutch, Europe, French, all those are races, right?
Oh no, they're not.
That go under the white banner.
Those are nationalities.
What?
Those are nationalities.
So if I say I am a Norwegian, that is what is that? From Norway, right?
From Norway.
Exactly.
Nation. So that is a nationality.
And an ethnicity at the same time.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Brother, what were they before white and black became? What were they before people started calling people white and black in the 1800s? Like, come on now, bro. What are you talking about?
What was who? What was an Irish person?
Yeah. What were they before the classifications of black and white? What was the race?
They were Irish. That was the race.
So what are you talking about? I just said that.
Yeah, that's
you said Irish wasn't in the race.
It's not anymore. That's what I'm trying to make sure you understand.
Oh, it was.
They were not white.
Brother, it still is.
They were not white. They had not incorporated themselves into whiteness, nor did whiteness accept them yet.
So you're subscribing to the scientific racism. Okay.
If that's what you
want to call it, called.
I'm telling you the history of the country.
I know, and it's based on scientific racism. So you're subscribing to that. Okay, that's fine.
I'm only telling you the history of the
country. I know the history of the country. You don't need to read
anything though. Wait, Where did you
You
hear
asked
some
me a question about ethnicity, but then you said about race. I told you them were racist, and you said it was a race, but now it's not. Like, make up your mind. It
well,
used to be, but now it's not.
well, you asked me a question, so I'm answering it based on the country we live in. There was
So
a
now
time
everybody. So now there's only two races, black and white, right?
ass up so you can hear me, bro, so you can respond to what I'm saying.
For
In
sure.
this country, there was a time when the Irish were not white. So sure, at that time, I will honor you saying that's their nationality, that's their ethnicity. Sure. Today, though, those people are white. They're under the white race. I'm trying to figure out how you ignoring that fact.
But
We're not
brother, so is Spanish people. So what are you talking about? Spanish are also under the white race. If you go by in this country, like you say, and you check and it's Spanish, that's white, brother. Like, you're not making sense. Like, at least make sense when you're trying to make a point. Because are Spanish people white? No.
I never
But by
mentioned
classification, they are.
I haven't mentioned the Spanish, bro.
I know I am, because I'm letting you know that your point that you just made was invalid. Because white, they're known as white people too.
You bringing up a third race that we haven't discussed does not invalidate what he said.
Yes, it do.
No, it does not, nigga.
Because white people, you're trying to make the point that white is a race. Well, how is white a race when Spanish people are white, are classified as white?
You making your own.
Makes sense.
That I'm not contesting. Like, I'm not even dealing with what I'm saying, bro.
No, it's not you. It's the other party.
Who on this panel said that Spanish people are not white? Who said that?
I said that they're classified as white now.
No, I said who said it's not.
Oh, okay. So how can you make?
Did anybody say that Spanish people were not white on this panel?
The point being made.
Did anybody refer to Spanish people as not being white on this panel?
Exactly. So why are they brown skinned?
Did anybody on this panel refer to Spanish people as
okay? Classified as white people.
What's the use of me asking a question if you're not going to answer it?
Because your point has to make sense. You're not making a point. I'm gonna let you know.
I'm just asking a question. I'm not making a point, Mr. Contention.
Showing you that white Spanish people are clearly people of color. So you telling me that they're classified as white lets me know that whole white black thing is out the window. There is no. How can they be a white race if they're black people?
Yeah, you can have fun with the little colors, man. You good, bro?
Yeah, I'm just letting you know that what your theory of colorism doesn't break down.
Right, I don't have a theory of color, yo.
A theory of colorism.
Yeah.
Like, for real, I was
more sense when he said it. It didn't make sense when he. It didn't make sense when he said it.
America breaks down race by the region that your ancestry comes from. So I'm trying to figure out how you're getting around that, yet, proudly being an American.
You're not making sense. If America makes maps by where they land from, why are they labeling Spanish people from Mexico as white?
Ask them. Ask the people that made it.
Okay, brother. I'll tell you. Let's say this: whatever information you're regurgitating, I'm gonna let you know that it's flawed. So you keep telling me.
Well, damn, you have to consult with them, bro.
It don't make sense.
I didn't make the shit up.
Quit regurgitating this white scientific racism to me. I don't agree with it.
It's not, bro. I'm reciting to you.
It is scientific racism. You just said it. It wasn't the right.
Fam, I'm.
So why are you telling it to me?
Sentences, bro. Like, listen, fam. I hate when crybaby niggas whine to me about shit I don't.
Makes sense, brother. I'm here to learn. Make sense is all I'm saying.
Okay, so shut up, and so I can make sense to you. The U.S. Census determines what races are in America. If you don't like it, if you disagree with it, if you're calling that scientific racism, that's fine. But you're going against what this country says. You're going against how they do their classification.
And that's fine. That's fine. I'm willing to go against it and stand on that. That's very fine. I'm going against scientific racism, brother. That's fine. Okay. I am familiar with what it says. You don't have to reiterate it to me.
Right. Well, long as you're acknowledging you're black, I'm fine at this point. But you ran from being black at first. That's how we got in the conversation.
You just said that that's what this country does. I don't agree with it. That's their standard.
You black.
Nah, I'm not. I'm not black.
Yes, the fuck you is. The fuck you mean?
No, I'm not. Because why am I black? Because you said so? Because my skin is brown?
No, because the country you live in says so and you ain't went nowhere yet, nigga.
Well, if that's the case, like, why am I black? Why am I not something else if I'm just an American?
Told you to get up out of here, fam. America does not denote people just by nationality alone. Now, if you want to leave, I mean, nobody's making you be here, but in America, your ass black, bro. And
Nah,
if you're
bro.
not,
In
not
America, you have a choice to pick what you want to pick what you want to go with. You don't have to be told what you are. You get to pick, brother. If I wanted to go on my job applications or census, which I haven't filled out an application in 5 years. If I wanted to, when it says option white or black, I can always check white.
Oh, so you believe in transgenderism too?
I can always check white.
You
Because
identify as.
guess what? If my DNA in
I
me,
know I got to mute up now.
listen. If I have Dutch in me, African in me, Native in me, it's up to me to pick which one of those I want to heritage. I want a culture I want to subscribe to. I may have been raised by my Indian Native American grandma, and I want to subscribe to that culture a little bit more than my African.
Oh my God!
So you pick which one you subscribe to. You're not black just because. What are you talking about?
It sounds like you're perfectly fine with transracialism.
So you can't make up stuff.
So do you feel the same way about gender as well? You can just transition from your gender you are to?
What?
You're talking about self-identification now. That's gay boy language. You sound like you an alphabet boy.
Okay.
So I'm asking, how much can you self-identify? Can you self-identify your gender as well?
If you want to, in this country, you can. You can do what you want to based off your.
Hey, that motherfucker said if you want to.
American country can do. So you can do what you want in America. You can become a boy and become a girl. You can be a girl and be a boy. Change your gender. You ever familiar with the Wade Wayne son?
You can become.
The Wayne son is. He changed the gender part.
Big pause, nigga. What the fuck did you say? What are you talking about?
Wayne Wade's son. He changed his gender from a boy to a girl.
Yeah.
So what are you talking about?
And what I'm
Chicago,
talking about is,
dude.
As a black man,
this is America. He's black. So what are you talking about? He did it. So what's the question?
I'm asking you, bro. You said he has the right to self-identify. You're right.
And he did that in his household. Whatever he do in his household is that man's business. It ain't gonna do with me.
Wonderful,
yeah,
amazing.
You might like it in the booty. That's you. I don't. That's what you do in your household. Shoot.
Pause, nigga. Ain't no. You ain't have to say that, man.
You asking the gay questions and don't imagine I'm bringing it back to
you.
you.
We just talking about identification. We ain't need to go into no motherfucking details, though.
Right? Whatever you do in your house, that's your business.
Next one. So
that's your business.
So are you telling me that you identify?
You can do in America? I'm telling you that according to what you just said, in this country, America said you can do what you want.
Sometimes you just have to deal with a motherfucker. So he in the back. Yeah, go ahead and ask him a question because he ain't gonna shut up.
I want to ask him if he identifies Zaya Wade as a girl. Do he think that's a girl? Right? Because it's easy to say you can identify as what you want to. Yeah, you can. But now you're the identifier. You're looking at the person. How do you identify him? Nigga.
Okay. All right, here we go.
How do you identify him, King J? He got kind of stuck there. He probably don't know where to go from there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't know he was. I knew he was kind of on the pseudo side, but I didn't know he was in the identify as club. Straight the fuck up.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like too. Sad.
Idaho, we cruising through Idaho.
Man, these dudes crazy out here, man.
I did not know that,
though. Oh, man.
Yeah, he said he hit the panel because while they was talking about black people in Asia, Asian people got everything from Africa, and but now I see where the foundation lies at.
Yeah.
You don't have nothing to do with science.
Yeah, he one of them that just don't like being black. or the term black, but I feel like if you don't like the term, shit, you don't like being black. Shit. It's interchangeable. You don't like the term, yeah, you don't like us. Shit.
Yeah, you gotta come up with something. You just can't walk around saying I'm American. Shit. If that's where you at, Chicago. Shit. He ain't walking around on the west side and the south side talking about he fucking what did he say? Congo?
That nigga said I'm American. Yeah, I don't get that, bro.
Yeah, he said African descent, but that ain't what he said he was gonna check on the goddamn job application though.
I don't get it.
He actually said he don't even know.
Make it up as you go type shit.
Yeah.
Nigga didn't even know weed wasn't even legal, and ain't even legal in Idaho. The fuck, they got some of the strictest cannabis laws in the country. Get the fuck up out of Idaho.
For real?
Huh?
Yeah, man, you gotta get up out of there, yo.
I just Google your recreational marijuana is not legal in Idaho.
You only got 40 miles, right?
Some of the strictest Montana, the next state though, is legal though. Minnesota legal.
Saying you out of Idaho, right?
Legal, but Idaho's not. That's why I'm smoking outside. I'm throwing outside. I'm not.
Like you can't just sit there and smoke in a car and ride across the state.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, did he?
I'm at a rest stop.
Did he? You're out of Idaho?
Am I out of Idaho?
Yeah.
No, not yet.
Yeah, I would recommend that you get out of Idaho first, yo. Like straight up.
Get out of Idaho first?
Yeah, it's only 40 miles, right? Ain't it only like 45 miles?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, just get out of Idaho, yo. You got 600 more miles for that whole state. You're gonna get tired before you get out of Montana. I promise you. You're on the longest interstate in the country. There's no other interstate from end to end that's longer than 90. 3,100 miles if you go all the way to fucking New York City.
Man.
Right. So don't fuck it up over 40 miles, right? I done seen young YNs hemmed up on the shoulder in where you at. Right before where you at, where that I know exactly where that rest stop where you talking about that. They be hanging out there, and it's about 20 miles before on the other side, going back.
So it's not legal.
So you got a long week ahead of you, bro. Don't fuck it up over 40 miles, bro.
Use the bathroom. Shit.
You got your oil change before you head out?
Oh yeah, I did that. Yeah, I did that before I left.
All right.
Yeah, man. Damn, that's crazy. Nigga thought weed was legal up here.
No,
it seemed like it would be, but it's not. Nigga, it's not.
It makes sense.
It makes sense. It's cracking.
They be waiting on motherfuckers. Yeah, they be waiting on motherfuckers like you, yo.
Yeah, be waiting on niggas.
That nigga's Idaho. You don't get your ass home there, nigga. Yeah, get up out of there, bro.
Yeah, I ain't never stayed in Idaho even when I was hungry or had to take a piss, yo. I just make sure I get up out of the motherfucking state, yo. Every time I go to that motherfucker. They got an extra fuel tax for commercial trucks. If you ain't got the sticker, you got to pay an extra $1.75 per gallon and shit. That shit crazy over there.
But nah, Miz, I'm saying don't even smoke that motherfucker at the rest stop.
Nah, no motherfucking way. No.
Don't even smoke that motherfucker within the state lines of Idaho type shit. Like
Taz telling you right, man. Taz out there, man. He knows. Shit.
Get up, bro. Get up out of there, bro. Real. And it's crazy because that's like the Dakotas and Idaho is where I would say you don't want to get fucked up at. Because even like New Mexico, that's one of them states too, but they ain't tripping on no weed though. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? If you got some weed, if it ain't no pounds and shit, they ain't tripping.
Yeah.
But
You still don't want to give no probable cause though.
yeah. But now I'm saying a place like Idaho though, bro, they searching for residue.
Any motherfucking thing. Yeah. You ain't even gotta have no fucking weed, really paraphernalia. Some papers, a bomb.
That motherfucker see a green speck on the floor, nigga. You getting cuffed, nigga.
Yeah, man, shit. I seen motherfuckers in U-Haul trucks trying to make it, thinking they good. As soon as they cross the state line, him the fuck up. Back door open. Dogs out.
Yeah. Nah, they be, bro. I think every time I done came through New Mexico, I just seen that shit though, bro.
Yeah. I'm saying the same thing every time I come through to where he at.
Yeah, bro. They definitely make you lift that trailer up, bro. For sure. Side of the highway type shit. Cars flying by. Mad as hell.
Only place you're gonna have a phone signal is it's gonna be Billings, Helena. You're gonna have a little bit of signal in Missoula, but once you get past Butte, it's gonna be 400 more miles and with no signal.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Good luck out there, my brother. I ain't never went north from there. I done went west and even south from right there in that area.
Yeah.
But anything to me that's like only thing over there that like I said, the Dakotas and Idaho, because I say Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, them ain't really states like that. But
Yeah.
Idaho, nigga,
Nah.
they'll tow your car, my nigga. Leave you
All that. I done seen all that go down, man. Trucks too. Yeah.
bro.
They don't give two shits.
Man.
They ain't really bringing in no revenue anyway. They can't wait till a motherfucker come through. That's why I try to make my goddamn route where I'm coming through there like on the off hours, like night. Only time I'm coming through where he at in the daytime if I'm on some sort of time situation.
Yeah, when you know like shit, you crossing states like that, bro. I smoked my weed before, and when I get to where I'm going, like crossing Texas and Louisiana and that type of shit, bro, I ain't gonna be riding with no motherfucking weed in the car. They be acting too crazy about that shit. Better have a bag and a suitcase way in the back, inside a jar, like type shit. Like it's ugly out there on that
Oh, there
highway.
goes Q right there. Hey, pin the link up real quick, Q.
Then they pull out that weak ass police dog who gonna hit regardless. You know what I'm saying? They'll walk that motherfucker around your shit 7 times to make that motherfucker hit your shit, nigga. They gonna walk that motherfucker around until he hit. I'm smoking on all interstates. Yeah, okay. Come on out west. I used to smoke on the other coast, where I'm from. Ride around Cincinnati, blowing big, no problem. Everything's good. They ain't like that out here, bruh. That's the only way they can get you for weed out here. You know what I'm saying? So you got to realize they own that. If you got weed in the car open, they can smell it, all that shit, bro. They own that. That's the only way they can fuck with you about it out here is if you smoking in the car and shit. Like they damn near don't even fuck with you for smoking outside. But in the car, they trying to get them license, bro.
Don't get fucked up trying to prove no point, man. Be cool on that. You got people to see, yo.
But Ebony, even if Trump decriminalized it, you still ain't gonna be able to ride smoking dope. You know what I'm saying? Like any whiff of marijuana in the car is a probable cause.
It ain't
Like,
gotta be a smell. Yeah, it ain't gotta be a smell. Shit. That's one, but motherfuckers can see some goddamn empty papers of some balled up blunt wraps.
oh yeah.
Man,
Yeah, it's over. Yeah. That motherfucker shine the flashlight right on that shit.
that's why they make the packages shiny so it can reflect off some goddamn flashlight. Shit. Stupid ass goddamn packaging. Hell yeah, Marcel. You already know, bro. Yeah.
Said Arkansas, yeah. See, I wouldn't even try it, bro. That's what I'm saying. Some of these states, you've got to know you rolling the dice, fucking around in Arkansas.
But I'm saying though, they still be on your ass even though it's recreational in Arkansas.
I didn't know Arkansas went to recreational. Yeah, I'd still be hesitant though.
Yep.
That's Arkansas, nigga. Shit.
Yep.
Damn. So is that the first state in the South to go recreational?
I thought Mississippi went medical in 21.
They went medical. They went medical.
Yeah.
But they didn't go recreational though. I didn't think no states in the South was recreational yet. I didn't know Arkansas went recreational. That's what's up.
But you still can be charged with DUI if you're smoking and driving, correct?
Yeah, they limits might be different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you smoking and driving, no, that's definitely a DUI every time. It's recreational in the SIP now, Pookie. All right.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's some new shit.
Shit, it's time then. It's time for me to make my move. That's really what I was waiting for it to get recreational in the South. I'm gonna fuck around, be down there in a couple years.
Oh, you talking about relocation?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Get some goddamn grass, nigga. Shit.
Yeah, I wanna get somewhere where I can, you know what I'm saying, like be around some of that history. Like I said, I want to do more content around that South area and whatnot. And it's just a few things I like about living down south as opposed to out here. So yeah, I'd rather be down with my people at, bro. It ain't enough niggas out here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Primarily, most of the black people from Louisiana, from South Texas, Arkansas, even like my dad. I mean, they mainly went out there for a bag. Shit, they ain't really intend to post up out there and settle. They had plans on coming back. Some did, some didn't.
Yeah. Nah, it makes sense. Come out here and get started, but yeah, it come a point though.
So he in Mississippi though, JJ. I don't know. You saying it's not? I know they had it on the last right before that last water situation came out.
Oh, so it's medical with no dispensary. That's how Florida is too, though. That last time I was in Miami, we rolled past the fucking dispensary. I'm like, what the fuck? They got the weed down there for the patients, but not for regular everyday citizens. I don't even know what you need to get no medical weed license. I ain't never looked into it for real. You can't be that.
Man, they got that shit online, boy. Uh, the telehealth. I think it's 2 visits at this one spot. They only charging $99. But I mean, they're only issuing for that particular state.
Yeah,
So it depends on where you want to get it at.
I know when I first got to Colorado, their recreational weed was cheap as fuck. And
Yeah, 2015, 2016.
yeah, and then that medical, but they was having like grams of weed for $3 and shit.
Hell yeah, man.
I was
Shit.
$25 and shit for the medical side. I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah, no competition. Shit. Wide open. Shit, boy, I got across the state line. I rolled my motherfucking windows down, boy. The whole goddamn fucking city smelled like weed.
man, yeah, I'm waiting to see what they're gonna do with that though, because at some point they is gonna have to take it off Schedule One. You know what I'm saying? There's too many states that's got it within the decriminalized, even if it's not um, a recreational state, it is decriminalized in a lot of states. You know what I'm saying? And so at some point they are going to have to take it off Schedule One. It's just such a moneymaker. I don't know if they ever really desire to. They still make money stopping motherfuckers with it and in the car with it and shit like that. They still hit licks off of people with weed.
Yeah.
I wouldn't dare smoke outside the house. I don't need to, but I see motherfuckers all the time in the car rolled up, fat ass backwood, window
Nah.
down. Yeah, bro.
Nah, you just put up the number 37 out of 50 states, at least medical wise. I think the recreational is about 21. My last count I had.
Yeah, see, that's getting close to about that time. Though they gonna have to even that shit out. Like you can't just have states where a motherfucker go to jail over a seed, and other states where you can get stopped with an ounce. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is crazy.
Oh, okay, so yeah, correction then. I ain't think they had fully pushed it through. So Mississippi still medical though.
Like I know out here you can have 2.5 ounces of dispensary weed on you. You know what I'm saying? That which is
Yeah, I heard it's still not on public sidewalks, not really in the hotel room either.
nah, hell no. You if you try to smoke in a hotel, you finna be somewhere in the
Yeah,
hood. You ain't smoking nowhere on the Las Vegas Strip, nigga. That's over.
no, I was on some rebel shit when I did it though, but yeah, technically no.
Motherfuckers be doing it though, but they
I was
do
smoking
got.
big weed on the strip.
I don't know if they still got them smoking areas because I ain't been down in none of them places in years. But like I know the Strat used to have one. MGM used to have smoking rooms and shit, but I don't think they got them shits no more. I don't think you can smoke in none of them hotels at all.
Yeah, it was a lot of complaints about that. I remember when y'all first turned over, they was doing it for a minute, and then by the time I got to the Flamingo in 2018, they had stopped all that shit. I heard that they shutting down the Amazon up in Reno.
Amazon.
Yeah, that warehouse supplied fucking Seattle, Utah, uh, and shit, the whole fucking this side of the San Bernardino Valley. Shit, that was a major hub.
Yeah, I don't know why Reno is the capital. I just say it like that.
In the middle of no motherfucking where.
I have no idea why Reno is still the capital. Like,
That motherfucker looks small as hell. I felt like if I was gonna get off the highway, boy, I would be far, far away from civilization. Cause I was trying to stop somewhere and maybe get a bite or something, but man, I kept that motherfucker moving, man. I'm like, fuck that shit. Let me get the fuck out of here.
Reno definitely don't give you state capital feel. Like,
Nah, I was looking for it. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I did all the NFL stadiums with a picture with me. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to do the state capitals too, but that motherfucking capital, I said, fuck it. Yeah. Wherever it was at. Motherfucking Utah State Capitol, that motherfucker is perched on the side of the mountain. Like the back of the dome is the upside of the fucking mountain, and then to the front of the building is the drop off. Yeah, straight like that.
yeah, I don't be fucking around up there, bro.
Nah, you can't really fuck around too much, man. Shit.
I don't fuck around. No goddamn.
Motherfucking Salt Lake City ain't nothing but a goddamn bowl any goddamn way. Shit.
You said a bowl?
I mean, it's literally a bowl.
You're saying bowl in the context
Yeah,
of
like a salad bowl. Yeah.
Okay.
You go up and go down in it, wherever you want to go. No matter which direction you leave to leave that city, you're gonna go up again and out the bowl.
Does the bowl have sides to it?
All the way around, yeah.
So outside of those walls, we can climb over?
You do climb over if you want to leave. Yeah, but if you're in a helicopter or a plane, you can actually see what I'm talking about. I had to actually look at it when I stopped. I seen it when the sun set and when the sun come up. I noticed the routes because I came from two different directions one time, and then I left in another direction, and I was like, God damn, this ain't nothing but a goddamn bowl.
But brother,
Sure
you do
enough.
know the sun doesn't go up or down. You know that, right? You said when the sun set and the sun don't move, brother.
Yeah, I was just speaking, yo. I'm just speaking. I'm not trying to be technical and shit. We don't need
I'm
to
just
go
trying to tell
through.
you, like my brain processes
Yeah,
it as okay, like that don't make sense. The sun
yeah.
don't move. You feel
So
me?
obviously, if you stand in one spot, no matter what your perspective is, the sun is not going to remain in the same exact spot 5 minutes later, right?
Well, because we're moving, not the sun.
Right.
We go.
So however you want to look at it, however you want to look at it, yo.
Okay.
But yeah, I got a lot of nice scenic views of the landscape on my other phone, and you can really view it out there where they at, Taz and Diddy is at. People east of the Mississippi River, we're pretty much surrounded. If not by buildings, we're surrounded by trees, so we don't really get a chance to look over till we get past Oklahoma, Texas, places like that. What's up, Miz?
Miz.
In the chat. Yeah. Missing in action. Yeah.
Some chat room nigga named Miz. Man, Mizzo. Oh man, I was trying to catch what Damo was saying earlier and shit. You know, you doing other shit, the motherfucker started talking about some shit you were like, oh shit, what that? I didn't get to hear what he was talking about, so I didn't get to hear what he was saying about them two Democrats. You got sad. You know, he said something about it, but I couldn't quite gather what his point was.
Oh yeah. After they caught him, I was trying to find out where did they catch him at. Cause that hat was found like 60 miles away yesterday.
I didn't even realize they caught him till I woke up, and I ain't even look into it no more. I was like, fuck it.
Yeah. Shit, after the first 2 days, that's Saturday. Then didn't nobody say nothing Saturday, and then didn't nobody say nothing yesterday. I'm like, damn, this motherfucker got away.
Yeah, I was gonna talk that shit. Domestic terrorists on the run.
Yeah, man. I'm saying though, I'm knowing that Diddy finna leave, and I'm like, damn, Diddy finna run right into the motherfucker on the same fucking highway route and shit.
Man,
Yeah.
Oh, y'all drive trucks.
I'm not in it right now, but I've been doing it about like 5 years.
Type shit. My mom trying to get into it right now. She in Detroit. Basically, she said something about a W-2 board. I don't know what it is or what it means, but she said she wanted to at least get 2 years in it before they start giving her more routes or
Yeah.
loads. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
She
go
do
on, get that time in. Yeah.
She do sprinters and cargos.
Yeah, that's cool. That's steady work.
Yeah. The only problem is she own them, and they breaking down, so she having to that maintenance in that car. You know what I'm saying? The fixing them is a pain.
Yeah, it's definitely a bunch of black ladies in specific.
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of white ladies
No.
unless they in the truck with their whoever it is next to them. But I see a lot of black ladies in the truck by themselves. I see some couples, but I see way more single black lady drivers than I do single white lady drivers.
Hell yeah.
I'm talking about it. A lot of them be they shit, like the shit be in their name. It's their company. The husband might not even be on no fucking truck. He might be at a warehouse or not working at all. Yeah, straight like that.
Yep. On they shit. You take loads everywhere? You down south, you Midwest, or like?
Yeah, well, when I first started driving, I was coast to coast. But after the pandemic kind of slowed everything down, I tried to get back into the coast to coast route, but like I said, it wasn't as wide open.
Right, for sure.
So I had to take care of a few other things also. So I kind of scaled back on that, took a little break. Got some labor certifications. I got my OSHA OSHA 10 card. Matter of fact,
yeah. Gotta have that OSHA.
I just left a meeting about an hour ago in regards to the electrician's apprenticeship program. They trying to deal with the federal funding shit.
So is Trump trying to get rid of all of that?
I was the last class for my program. The classes behind me not gonna get paid as much, just based on that. Yeah.
Damn. So he cutting the programs at the same time. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
So he don't want the grassroots to kind of grow. He wants whoever in power to kind of just stay there, basically.
I'm not really sure what the plan is, though. To be honest with you, man.
Hmm. Interesting. Yeah.
No, myself, and maybe if I was younger, if I'd have started in my teens and started going to the military, I probably would have got into the hazmat shit, you know.
Looking back.
Yeah. But yeah, I didn't see some of them hazmat pay stubs, boy. They do. They be yielding a lot.
Yeah. Based on the map. So as far as the driving is concerned, what would you recommend as far as like owning your own rig, or would you say driving for a company it would be better?
Yeah, with no previous experience or
No
knowledge.
previous, no, yeah.
Yeah. Don't spend a lot of money on nothing. Try to use their shit as much as possible. Get used to it. Get familiar with the laws, with the compliance, the market, the
Right.
up and down, slow period. Make sure your shit's in compliance with whatever. And then if you do, develop a relationship with
Right.
whoever, you'll be able to make decisions on, do I take cash or would I be
Yeah.
able to get a credit for minimum down and work it like that? Everybody's situation gonna be different. So but I definitely wouldn't recommend jumping out the window and having all that liability, because
Exactly.
what they don't tell you on the street is when you're paying for insurance on your own truck, even if you don't drive it, you tired, you want to lay up, you got some personal business that you want to do, you don't want to drive your truck, or you can't find nobody else to drive it.
Right.
If you don't pay the insurance every 30 days, you got to start all back over. Your insurance becomes invalid.
Yeah. They don't tell you that.
Nah, they don't tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, my OG, she doing it right now. She's figuring out little shit like, figuring out, hey, when I go to a load, now it's smart that if I to pick up one on the way back too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, shit like that.
Yeah. Just little shit she learned as she grow. You know what I mean?
You want to try to keep that motherfucker as full and rolling as much as possible,
Right.
whether you in it or not. If it's yours, yeah.
Exactly, for sure. So, yeah. And that's the hard thing she's been having to find is just people to drive for. Family ain't been working out. You know what I'm saying?
Right. They'll do a couple of those, but they ain't gonna
Right.
want to be.
Nothing considered. Yeah.
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 Because that's what I'm saying. We're in a society where we're based. Uh, Go to a physical place, and you're gonna be guaranteed to come back to wherever you lay your head at, or wherever you get mail at, every 24 hours. It ain't even like the military. At least the military, there is some sort of base. But truck drivers, there is no base. Your truck is your base.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I was saying too. I got that information for True Story, and we were talking about some legacy stuff in the beginning. Oh yeah, the early 1600s and early settlers in Virginia, and the time and what was going on and stuff. So I got all of that reference paper together, and whenever he shows up, I said it in the chat. I mentioned it to him in the chat when I first came up, but I haven't heard from him. So I just want to reiterate, just in case that went past him, because it was a written formation. Maybe he didn't. So I just voice it out. So maybe he'll catch it. We can get back at it, whatever he feels like it. Because I'm not going to get rid of the tabs and links until I get a chance to hear from him. Come or go, he might say, "Screw that stuff, Wale," and then I can get rid of the tabs. Meanwhile, I'll keep them on call.
Yeah, you can bookmark it. You ain't got to keep it open. That's
Yeah.
running down your resources.
Are you still got the windows, the tabs open?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Because when I close them and try to find the information, I have difficulty even in bookmarks, history, all that stuff. So I just wait till he show up and I get rid of him. I'm done.
Now the conversation we had the other day with True Historian, and I went back and I did some research, and I was incorrect in the one aspect of what I had said in regards to the slaves being. I think we were talking about Portuguese and Spanish and slavery in the Americas and Brazil and Argentina. I think
Oh yeah.
yeah. There wasn't slaves over here then. That would be correct in 1436. The Portuguese were taking the slaves actually back to Portuguese. I was wrong. I was thinking they were bringing them here, but when I looked at them, it says like the first slave, Portuguese slaves, like the Senegal coast, and it said they actually were taking the slaves back to Morocco or Mauritania up there. So I was like, okay, so I don't have a problem with just admitting when I'm wrong about saying information, because I want to.
You know what? I'd like to do though? Point out to you a situation, which is when you call the people slaves.
Okay.
By you calling them slaves, you're doing three things. To me, you're doing three things to the people. First of all, they're no longer people; they're slaves.
At that point.
Yeah. Secondly, they are not slaves as much as they are being enslaved, which means now we're talking about the people who have enslaved them. And then thirdly, a lot of times when people say slaves, they automatically think that equates to African, and it doesn't.
Right. So I also looked up when what Fabio had suggested we studied the other day in regards to Prince Henry the Navigator. So I did. I looked that up, but I wanted to, even since Fabio was on the panel, I could ask him, so Prince the Navigator was associated with the Atlantic slave trade. That was actually just like a Portuguese slave trade. Were you saying that was the big precursor, the beginning to the transatlantic slavery, or were you just okay?
I think that's what he
absolutely. Now, what up, y'all? What up?
I didn't say.
So now, if you're following history, what time was this happening? 1415, 1420 to 1430, 1440. The transatlantic slave trade wasn't in. Hold up. The what slave trade was going on? The trans-Saharan or the sub-Saharan slave trade. Now, this is the slave trade that they were participating in. One thing that you also should have learned, that the majority of slaves in the Iberian Peninsula and around that area were Caucasian, were white or Arabic, Christian. Why? Because they hadn't cut off what? The Black Sea and the Indian Ocean. So those first Africans that they were enslaving were due to them what? Finding routes around what? the blockade, and them experimenting on those islands of Queta, Madeira, and those other places where they were getting what sugar.
Right. And then Sabio, I found like what you were talking about, 1444. In between that time period, those paper bulls, like you mentioned, they gave Spanish and Portuguese the right to go and colonize anything outside of what Christian, anything outside of Christians they could colonize.
Hmm.
They gave them. So yeah, I mean, like I say, I definitely went back and researched it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm with you when you're right.
So now, when we start having these conversations about um, Africans in the Americas, where do y'all get this thing? Where do y'all get this concept from?
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean
that's what
because
I. Okay, go ahead.
No,
I
where
mean
do
yeah,
y'all get
Go
that
ahead.
concept from?
I mean, from that historical point, that these are the first. There is no Negroid element in the Americas before this time period. So if that's what I'm saying, that's what it says.
So, so at this point, people should stop trying to move history to a place where history wasn't happening, or put people into a place where they weren't. Right?
Okay, Sabio, on this while you're on this topic, I just put in the what's the name of that link for this guy that's actually saying all of that stuff is true, and he's giving references, he's giving all the sources, he's even giving DNA, he's giving DNA studies and stuff for all his referencing and stuff. He's using linguistics, script, archaeology, DNA, and genealogy, as well as
So
history, to
Wale,
state all of that stuff with sources now, with sources on everything.
I'm gonna ask you one question.
I
Does
just
this
put the
person is this person defeating the 2-year-old Anzac boy
the
whose
who?
DNA, the 2-year-old Anzac boy whose DNA goes back to the up into Montana to 12,000 years ago in the
I don't
Americas?
know.
Does any of the information that you posted support Africans being in China, and then these Africans being African migrating to the Americas? Are these people, are their DNA older than the Anzac boys?
I don't know anything about the boy you're talking about.
All right, well, look up the Anzac boy. Anzik. Zick. Anzac boy.
A N
Anzick.
A N Z as in zebra,
Z as in zebra.
Z I
I as in
N.
igloo. K. K as in king.
Oh, ANZIK.
Zick. C as in couch. K as in king.
Okay, boy.
Hmm.
Okay, I'll check it out, man. No problem. I suggest. I'm just saying. I suggest that you check out the
I'm not looking
video.
at it. I'm not looking at that shit. There's no
Oh,
sources. There's no references. Anything I can know. Videos don't teach me shit. When
I'm
videos
saying.
do teach me something, they have references in them that I can go fact check. I'm not looking at a video where a person's just talking and telling me
He got
things.
all the references in the video. That's why I recommended it, man. That's why I
All
was
right,
saying all
well,
that. It's up to you.
until nope,
You don't want to watch it. You don't want to consider it. That's your thing, man. No, do
nope,
your thing. I'm good.
nope. I don't want to watch it because Africans weren't in the Americas. So back to what we were saying, King J. So how can people keep making this claim that black people or those considered Negroid or black or in the Americas if the evidence and the archaeology and the history isn't saying that, nor the artwork, from even the people in the Americas. The depictions of the Native Americans that they were to carve and draw of themselves didn't depict themselves as what African or Negroid, did they?
Well, they're almost like Mongoloid type, you know what I'm saying? Mongoloid.
Oh, so it's
Like
where
like
so it's
like
where
like the Clo-
Mongol.
like the Clovis culture. They came over like the Siberian Strait about 12,000, 13,000 years ago. Uh,
Oh,
they weren't black.
so
I'm like they weren't black. They came, through like Asia.
mm-hmm.
Mhm. I'm with you, right? Because but the
I
argument would
suggest
be,
both of you watch the video and look at the information that the guy's given. He's even given
We
DNA
won't.
information.
I won't.
I know you won't. I know you're stuck on where you stuck at. I got that part, but I would
what's the name?
suggest
What's the name of the video, Wale? What's the name of the video?
I just put the link up to it in
In
the
the back.
back.
Okay, let me look
Yeah.
at it real quick.
I'm making it easy so anybody that wants to,
The Kelp Highway is above his pay grade, Pure Black. The Kelp Highway is above his pay grade. Wale don't even know what the Kelp Highway is about. He don't even know where kelp come from, what kelp is.
You're right about that too.
But Wale,
What is
the
kelp?
link that you dropped was a YouTube link. Is it like a real? Is there a source? Like you got out of the watching it? Like where did he? What was his primary?
Okay, when you get to the link, in the link, down in the stuff at the bottom of the link, what they call it, the extra stuff at the bottom, he'll give you the different links to where he's getting the sourcing from. Meanwhile, in the video itself, he actually mentions the link verbally as well. And
Yeah, I heard you talking about this earlier, Wale, with Psycho. You was speaking on this earlier with Psycho. I was been able to join at that time. But
beautiful.
The question I want to ask you is, how far back is this DNA being traced? Has it been traced past the 1500s?
Yeah. I think I even mentioned it to you before. That's Fabio. I think I even mentioned it on this. I know I did on this thing before, on this panel.
What's
about
up with
the Chinese guy who is a
where you at? Having fun?
Sabio, mute
where
your
you
mic.
at? Having fun? Out on the date?
Sabio, will you mute your mic, man, please? Just for us, okay? Thank you, man. And then the guy's a Chinese biochemist, and he did the DNA on China. And he was looking, he said, for his results to say China didn't have no niggas in their DNA. And he come to find out that he couldn't find one Chinese that did not have niggas, the marker for niggas in their DNA. And that's listed in there as well in this same video. And then he mentions the stuff about different places in the East. And so you could check it out and he'll give you the references. He gives the name of the doggone scientist from China, the biochemist, the chemical guy. He gives his name. So you can, and I know the guy's on YouTube. The Chinese guy himself is on YouTube. And you can Google it. He came out with the information. He said he was shocked, but he got to tell the truth. And that's the truth he told. So I'm not begging y'all to watch or trying to convince nobody. Ain't no money in this for me. I don't win no prizes here. I'm just trying to establish that people have more than one story they can look at, more than one source they can rely upon, and more than one narrative that is available to them. Whether they follow this one or that one, it's up to you.
Wale, let me ask you a question, just your rational opinion. Why do you think before 13,000 years ago this land wasn't inhabited?
I don't think that.
So it was a glacial period, right? It's supposedly been cold, right? So cold.
That's what somebody says, and I don't even know how they know. And because they weren't around, so they just guessing. So all of that to me is hyperbole and what they call a hypothesis.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can say about it, because I'll tell you why. They said 2 months ago, I was watching something about Egypt and stuff like that. And they said they were grossly out of pitch with the numbers talking about how long ago something happened. They were grossly out of pitch with reality. They said they had pitched it like 300,000 years ago. This and that happened, and they was like that stuff happened about 12,000 years ago, maybe. And they not sure about that, but they know that they were grossly out of place talking about 300,000 years ago. And that's another thing the guy mentions in this video, that a lot of the information that's coming up now is showing that the information they've been teaching for years is actually not true. Because you have more evidence now than you had 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 10, even 5 years ago. You got more evidence, and evidence can be leading to different conclusions, because what they were teaching was not the evidence as much as the conclusions that were being made. And a conclusion is by far an assumption made upon evidence. It's still an assumption.
So I mean, I actually subscribe to those theories. So, like for instance, right, when we talk about like Paleolithic and Neolithic periods, these are like periods of time in Africa where the landscape was it was uninhabitable. You know what I'm saying? It was a marshland, people couldn't live there. Around the Neolithic period, around 6,000 BC, we see the area become to where people can actually live. And we know this because we start seeing the domestication of animals, cows, and farming, things like that, around 5,000 BC in the Delta, right? So this is when we start seeing the Nile Valley culture, civilization start to emerge. But before then, they couldn't live there. So you know what I'm
saying? But see, hold on, because there's one thing that's been conflated, and I really don't appreciate it. He's skipping over the fact that there was an ice age, right. And he's trying to say that there was a time where people were living on the land that was covered up in ice.
Right. That's why I asked him that. Like,
hold on, real quick. I'm in the show too.
You asked me about the ice age, and I told you I don't adhere to that. You say you do,
and because you don't adhere to it, that doesn't discredit the ice age. Do you have any evidence to show that the ice age didn't happen, Wale, other than you don't adhere to it? Because your feelings don't change what actually happened on this planet when humanity wasn't here. That don't change shit.
I agree with that statement.
So that's basically like saying dinosaurs didn't exist because I don't think dinosaurs existed. Nigga, they got skeletons.
They have they have the same thing showing that dinosaurs and men existed at the same time.
Where? Show me this. I would like to see this evidence where dinosaurs and humans existed at the same time.
Yeah, that's evidence. Please. Yeah, that's some stuff I got out of India.
Please. This got to be from a creation museum.
I got that out of some stuff I got out of India.
This got to be a creation museum.
I don't know what it is. I just saying where I got it from.
Because humans would not be here if we existed with dinosaurs. We would have been their first meal. Two-footed creatures that can't run from them as slow as we is. Man, humanity would have been dead. It wouldn't be shit on this earth but animals. Nothing. Humans and dinosaurs.
Yeah, Wale, I don't know about that one, Wale.
Niggas was riding brontosauruses and triceratops as pets.
You're convinced of a different story. It's okay.
Yo, this shit is crazy. I'm convinced of a different story. We used to straight have brontosauruses, stegosauruses, triceratops, brachiosauruses, and velociraptor as pets, according to Wale. Our guard dogs were velociraptors, y'all. We have velociraptors as guard dogs.
That's some Flintstone shit for real.
And the guy said that the timing is not as far as they've been telling people. The timing has been adjusted. I don't know if you're
But I'm
aware of
saying
that.
though, I'm still trying to find out why you're still trying to promote his channel though.
I gotta go, man. I'll check y'all in a bit.
Okay, all right.
Yo, that shit crazy. The guy said,
Different perspective.
we've been here with dinosaurs.
You ain't got to show shit. You can just
Ain't
say it.
gotta show shit to
Right,
say.
right, right. Well, that's the difference. But yeah, I did want to get back on here and let that be known though that I did research that and look that up, Sabio. So you was right about that. So yeah.
So you know what? I'm glad you did that because that is little things like that, is little nuggets of information like that
Exactly.
that made me expand, that made
Right.
me want to know what was going on before, what made these people go around. The
Mm-hmm.
that what made you see the question I had to ask myself was what led up and what made the transatlantic slave trade happen? Why did the Portuguese, Dutch, and all those what happened? When I found out they lost their trade route
Mm.
to the Ottoman Empire,
Mm-hmm.
game was over.
Mm-hmm.
That's history.
All
Now I
right. So
have
this
to
is
study
this is a
how the
time of
Ottoman
export.
Empire into power and where they came from and why they did what they did and how these religious people in these communities, these Jews, Christians, Muslims, Tingrists, um, Marcionites, and whatever that Aryanites and whatever else they were working together to
Mm-hmm.
craft these ideals and shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But this is kind of like an age of like discovery and exploration for you know what I'm saying. Like they. Hmm. So question. In order, so the papal bulls gave. I had it written down somewhere. I was looking for it. The papal bull gave Portuguese and Spanish the Americas, right, and split them up. They gave Spanish. They gave the Spanish the American, North America and Brazil basically to Portuguese. How did they know about the land? Is my question. Like when did they first discover? So that's what you're saying. Like looking for these new trade routes, and they were and stumbled upon the Americas. Like how did that work?
So first thing they stumbled upon was the West Indies.
Okay.
They had already been going to the islands off the coast. So as they started exploring further, Columbus ran into what he thought was America. He was looking to,
Uh-huh.
for a way to India. He called these
Uh-huh.
people Indians. So people beyond Columbus explore further, and they are the ones who discovered the America.
Uh-huh.
And once
This,
they
this,
discovered these lands, those papal boards had already been written to give them the right to take and control any lands that they discover north of the meridian, south of this
uh-huh.
meridian,
Uh-huh.
and on these lines and shit like that. Why? Because they were to be Christianized and brought under
Right.
the loving embrace of Yahweh and Jesus.
Bullshit. Mhm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And
Yeah,
it
it's
just went
crazy.
from and it just went from there.
Yep. Hold on. Yes, Jihad. The nigga thought he was in the He thought he was in India. So that's why it's yes. The nigga really thought he was in India. That's why they call it the West Indies today. No, that's how. Yeah,
Don't believe that. Where you at? So, unfortunately, Caesar Ortega, if you go back to if you look throughout that history from 7-11, you had African Spanish, African Italian, Afro Portuguese, what you would call Moors, and then you also had Muslims because Moor wasn't only used to designate um African people. Moor was also used as a term to designate and a slur for Arabs or Muslims, and it was also used for conversos. So more was a word that had different meanings depending on where you were, who was using it, and why it was being used. So, but yeah, you had Moors in that area for for a very long time. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. That word Moor, it has various meanings, and it really does. It can mean an African. It can mean somebody from Ethiopia. It can mean an Ethiopian Christian. It can mean a Muslim. It could be a slur for a Christian who they think is a Muslim.
Okay, so what we got here? American Red Cross, 2027. American Traffic Safety Service Association, my ATSSA card, and the big one, the OSHA card. Yes, and normally motherfuckers have to pay money to achieve these and pass the course. But in this case, based on the program I was in, they paid me. Thank you very much. And those still not all the certifications, but I was just showing you what is available
Interesting.
in terms of your options. And all of those are less than 60 days, actually, from front to back. Where did he at? Out of no service? Because he had a spray bottle in his fucking hand the last time I seen him. Yeah, Corey got to keep it updated, yo. Some people get messed up going off of what people say. And you know, everybody on the continent of Africa, travel all over the world, just because they feel like shopping with other cultures, they ain't have nothing else to do. They took food. They was able to load up all the shit that they do
worried about no goddamn weather or nothing. They made it. Don't use the word slave. Don't ever be associated with that word. Somebody say you got descendants of slavery, you tell them, hell no.
You know what?
What?
Hold. I've been doing some more research, and I really had slaves as slave owners in my family, and I think some of the slave owners were black. I don't know yet because I
You
haven't
talking
been able
about
to
you talking
get them
about
in
you
my
talking about in
family
America?
in America. The
No, I'm
Bailey side,
saying that I mean that
the
haven't
Bailey
been
side of my
contested.
family, the
Oh, you
Bailey
talking about
side of
in your
my
family?
family. Yes, in
Oh,
my
okay.
family, Dad.
I'm talking about to make sure they was free though. You
Yeah, to
wasn't
make sure
having
they were
them.
free. No, it was
Yeah,
to make sure that I don't know. I haven't because I haven't been able to get the information. But what I've been able to see is we were on both sides.
yeah,
We were on both sides. The Bailey were slave owners, Irish. That's my mother's side.
yeah.
They have Irish. They're Irish and Black African. That's the Bailey side. My grandfather's
Yeah,
side.
my government name is a Scottish slave owner name.
And my
So I
dad is
mean,
Robinson,
yeah,
son of Robin. So we know on both.
I'm awake, Dr. Lamb. I'm awake.
That shit crazy. That shit
Dr.
crazy to be
Dr.
discovering
Lamb,
this.
she probably got a delay. Yeah, I hadn't really seen being ashamed or running from the slavery or the African thing till I got on the internet, yo. From black people at least. I've seen white people try to shame black people on the street, back in the 90s, 80s, and 90s and shit. But I never seen black people say, hell no, I ain't got nothing to do with Africa or slavery.
Yeah, this shit.
Till I got to the internet, yeah.
Hey, Dev.
Yeah, I'm awake. You made
Listen,
it.
I struggled hard. Oh my God. But
Yeah, it was at night. I know you probably was up during the day and shit.
no, I was coming out of ATL. That fuel truck hit the I-20 bridge near Aiken, and the bridge fell. So I had to go
Oh
around.
damn!
Yeah,
God damn! It's always some
I had
shit going on down there, Dr. Lamb. I bet.
I know. I had to go around to Greenville. I had to go through Greenville and come down. I had to go
Come
in
back
and out.
down. God
Yeah,
damn.
come down 26. Boy, I was hot.
That's
But
that's another construction zone.
yeah. Fire. He kept me going. Him and Marley a
Oh,
little
okay.
while. But I think he dropped off. I was about 10 minutes away from home. But I was gonna tell you. Remember, Mike was talking about the American Nuclear Society.
Yeah,
How about my homegirl up there right now at that conference? She about to put us on to the community grant that they have available because the week, nuclear week is November, first week in November.
yeah,
So as soon as when she gets back Wednesday, they finish Wednesday. When she gets back Wednesday, she gonna connect me to the university person here that we could connect. But I'm gonna get that information shared to Q so he can
Mhm.
get some money, so he can get some funds for them kids or
Yeah,
whatnot. Yep. I ain't mean
that's
to
tight.
interrupt Joshua, but I thought that was cool. When she said, she was like, "Oh, I'm on break, but I'm at the American Nuclear Society conference
Yeah,
in Chicago," and I was like, "I heard of that before," and I was
yeah,
like, "What's the initials?" And then I told her, she was like, "Get out of here!" I said, "Yeah," I said, "This person I know on YouTube was just sharing information about that society and the opportunities they have for kids." She was like, "Yeah, yeah, man, that's crazy. Small world."
yeah.
I didn't
No,
mean
we
to
just
interrupt
no,
y'all
no,
YouTube
no. We just
conversation.
we just splitting up some time to see those. Kind of got bored, so they always pop out when it's kind of slow in the daytime. So we always
Oh,
interrupt real, actual news that people can actually use in 2025. Something like that is definitely a priority. Uh, yeah, I see they were talking about the Democratic killer got caught this morning, or they caught the Democratic killer in Minnesota this morning. But Deity is traveling on Interstate 90. Now he said he was over at a rest stop in Idaho, and we were trying to tell him to get the hell out of there and at least get across the state line before you try to relax. But I seen a spray bottle in his hand, and then I think I had walked away, and by now coming back, and I don't see him no more. So I know it's a lot of dead spots out there. You got to go. He got to do 647 more miles before he get to the other part of the state. Sound like she was in the car. I'll make sure she gets the message. But yeah, I knew Africans travel, but they ain't been jumping in boats and hopping back and forth from the Americas. That I know that did not happen. Just because people say they heard somebody else say it, don't make it true. Because it sound good. Yeah, you know what? That sound better than being dragged across the Atlantic. We did it ourselves. They did it themselves. Yeah. Fuck y'all did all this goddamn traveling. Y'all was all over the place. Now Africans ain't got shit now. They ain't got shit in both other countries. They got Europeans running their fucking governments in their own goddamn motherland. Everybody's stealing all their resources. I mean, what the fuck happened? If y'all had all this motherfucking shit, like y'all said y'all did.
We had the whole planet. We walked across the ocean. No, we took dinosaurs across the ocean. That's how we got from Africa to the Americas.
Yeah, he just wanted to get that little bit in. I heard it.
Mm, that nigga. Dinosaurs there.
He
We
made
took
Psycho
dinosaurs.
get off the goddamn panel. Psycho said, "Shit, I got some shit to do, man. I look at that link later." But I think Domo came up and checked him on it. Him and Q was on the panel a few hours ago.
But
I had
again,
a link. Yeah.
the one question, because they always try to say they had boats. Okay, cool. We had canoes. We had rowboats.
Yeah, they wanted to get up and down the Nile River like everybody else. Shit.
Right. They wanted and they also had rivers over in West Africa.
Hmm.
Don't think they didn't have rivers over in West Africa that they were fishing and trading on. Huh? Yeah, they would sail on boats and shit and use canoes and rowboats and, but ships to get across the ocean. Again, for anybody in the chat, that think that West Africa has shit technology. Before the 15th century, all I need y'all to do is show it. All I need y'all to do is show me this ship technology in West Africa. I've been asking for it. You're not crossing the Atlantic Ocean in a canoe.
Can't
That's
get it
all
from
I
them. You
need
should
y'all
be
to
able
do
to.
is show it.
Yeah, you should be able to get it from wherever they were at, like natives in America, who or whoever was in America that they were trading with, should be able to say, "Hey, we got this from these people over from wherever." So I'm pretty sure they did not call it Africa.
Right,
There was no need to call it Africa. It's whatever their tribe name was.
right. And again, if these people were in America, then why didn't they call themselves anything that had to do with the continent or the country or the tribe that they came from in Africa? Why are these people called Wapaho and Arapaho and Navajo and shit like that? Why isn't it Yoruba, Efi? You know, wouldn't they hold the same tradition if they came from Africa to the Americas on boat? So you mean to tell me they got over here all the way from Africa? When they left Africa, they were Efi, but when they got to America, they weren't. They were Swahili, they were Zulu. But once they touched America, they just forgot all those traditions. Started having totem poles, naming themselves Little Bear, and Turtle. Turtle has 3 feet. Once they got across that Atlantic Ocean, they just forgot everything. That's just great. Talk about amnesia. They took dinosaurs here, Jihad. They took woolly mammoths and dinosaurs.
So I would just,
Right, named like Jaguar Paw and shit.
okay, I put the link for the video again, and you can watch it yourself and actually see what the guy says. As far as the sources, other than the video, the sources are in the video. They're in the thing at the bottom of the video, as well as during this video, the guy gives out the sources for the information. And
So again,
suggest
Wale,
before anyone
I'm,
argues against the information that
hey,
they at least know what the information
Yeah,
is.
this only for me and Sabio. Like you only did that for me and Sabio. So I was here when Psycho was on the panel. So you automatically should know how I feel about it. So I'm gonna just let Sabio let you know how he feels about it. Since you
again,
feel the need to jump back on the panel and put it back in the back check again. Go ahead.
Oh
again,
yeah, I
Wale,
did. And I was
again, Wale. I'm going to be as polite as I
in
can.
the chat
No
who had
one
put it in
cares.
the chat, and
Listen,
I was
listen, listen,
responding to
listen,
the people
listen,
in the
listen,
chat,
listen,
not to
listen. No
say
one cares about your
what I was
confirmation bias as a
referring
historical,
to the people in the chat.
non-factual stance until that video has historical and archaeological evidence showing that there were African tribes who kept their culture, their practices, and they did not become indigenous. They did not carry on the practices of totem pole worship, making up stories about themselves coming from turtles, the world coming from turtles, naming themselves Jaguar Paw. The bear has 3 feet. Little pig, see the moon. cloud, cloud, cloud does rain on sunny day. Weird shit like that, bruh. I don't care what that whack ass video says because he's not going to be able to show ship technology, ship, not boat, not boats in West Africa, ship technology. He's not going to be able to show ship technology in West and Central Africa before or during colonization or or before colonization and the Arab invasions and all that. Because if they had that technology, Wale the genius, the ability to sell away from Arab, the Arab enslavers, and then the Christian and Jewish enslavers, they would have used that technology to sell the fuck away. We don't have any evidence of them
Some
using that.
did.
Hey. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I'm gonna let you until you show me the source of those because you just said some did. So I need to see the source of those some did that had the technology where they were being enslaved to sell away. I don't need an anecdotal story. I need the information. If you have it, show it. If not, I don't want to hear an anecdotal story or what you believe because I've done the research through the Ottoman Empire, the Arabic slave trade, and the transatlantic slave trade. And ship technology I have not found in the East Africa, South Africa, North Africa, or West Africa. So show it.
So again, I just have the video with the sources and stuff inside the video, and the relationship of the evidence inside the video. And if you, like you say, you refuse to even consider it or check it out, then there you go, cousin. There ain't much I could say about that to you. But other people had asked me about it, and I responded to their questions. But to
All right,
you,
well,
you're prejudiced already, and you said so, and you're steadfastly in your position. I don't argue with people, you know that. That's over.
all right, cool. So I've studied African sources, I've studied African American sources, I've studied Spanish sources, I've studied European sources, I've studied Asian sources. Again, if you have any information that says there was ship technology in West and Central Africa and those some people sailed away from slavery, I would like to see that. Because that video is not going to convince me that we were already here, bro. Because I know we weren't. You can say humans were in America. You can say that people, there had been people, but you can't say it was people by descendants of West and Central Africa.
Oh, I've not said that ever. That's not my contention.
What?
I said that's not my contention. That's not what I state. That's not what my perspective at all.
So what is your perspective? That we are all people, we are the kumbaya.
No, that niggas are here and have been here.
No, we haven't. We have been
Oh,
here
you
since a certain time.
you haven't, but I have, and there you go. Before the cracker even knew about this place, we were here.
For real? Can you show me that?
That's what I'm showing you now, but you say you don't
No.
want to go check it out, man. I ain't gonna
So
be going back and forth with you. I just
so
told you
again,
that. Time for
because
it.
I don't accept anecdotal evidence, you should
Okay,
respect that.
I do, and I do,
Okay?
and I
I don't
do.
think you do. I don't think you do. Because
Yes, I do.
even if I was to check out that video, I
Uh-huh.
guarantee it's going to be a lot of things that I've already heard that's
That's
been
right.
debunked, that's been
Ooh,
debunked and
all
things
right.
that I've already talked about. So again,
Of
why
course.
am I going to entertain myself with a video of things that I've heard before?
Wait a minute. You mean the guy from China, the biochemist that says all Chinese people have nigger blood in them, a DNA marker
What
for
nigga
DNA?
blood?
Yeah, he
What?
said all the
What nigga blood?
you
Chinese?
ought to admit
What nigga blood?
that's
Hold on,
right.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. The Chinese scientist said nigga blood.
A biochemist. He's a biochemist.
He said nigga blood. The word he used was nigga blood.
No, he used some other word, but I don't recall what word he used. He might have said
Huh?
African. He might have said black. He
Hold
might have
up, hold
said.
up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. What is black blood?
I don't know. That's why I say I don't know what word he
Hold on,
used.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. You're saying you're throwing these terms, and now I'm supposed to go and watch and figure out the terms that he was using. You're the one referencing the video, Wale.
I know that,
I
and that's
wouldn't
why I'm.
reference it. I would not reference a video to you if I did not know what the person was saying, speaking on, and their overall message was.
I told you all of that already,
No,
but
you
you.
don't. You're assuming.
No, I'm not actually.
Yes, you
But
are because you just said nigga blood, and
you
then
are.
you
He
said
said he
black
told you
blood.
already.
What
Yeah, I
the
did. I
hell is
told you
wrong?
3 or 4 times already.
This shit is crazy.
Of course it is. I'd rather use the term insane because that's more fitting.
Because that's exactly what you are, huh?
That's exactly how what this shit is that you're doing, man. You won't go watch the thing, you won't consider it, yet you asking me questions about it. And when I say,
You
hey
the one
man,
who watched it. It's just like you questioning me about a paper or a video that I watched.
no, it's not either. Because
Yes,
I
it
don't
is because
you give me
because
the
I've
link,
been questioned. I've been questioned about papers I've read, books I've
because
read, and videos I've watched by you sometimes. And if
cousin,
I
you
can't
give me
tell
a
you
link,
exactly what the overall message of the video was,
I
you
can
and
tell you
sometimes you might have a problem
yeah.
with what the message was anyway.
I told you what the overall message of the video is, but you don't even know what I told you.
Can anybody tell me what nigga blood is?
Blood in a nigga.
What? Blood
Blood
in a nigga.
blood of a nigga is nigga blood. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Blood of a nigga is nigga blood. Hey.
Whoa.
Anybody tell me what animal? Can anybody tell me what bird blood is? It's the blood of a bird. Can anybody tell me what antelope blood is? It's the blood of an antelope. And can anybody tell me what nigger blood is? It's the blood of a nigger. Does that
So
kind
what's
of
the
make
difference?
sense?
What's the difference between him saying another word that you did not say? You the one using the word. Shit, we don't know what the motherfucker meant. He could be talking about somebody else.
That's why I say
Could a
and
nigga could a,
reference
ni- could,
and
could
give
a nigga be a white person?
okay.
Because
I
could a nigga
reference
be a white
and
person?
give. I say, I reference
This
and
nigga
I
said
give
nigga blood.
Well, it's cool. You know
video
what I'm saying? Like I
showing
said,
the
it's becoming more about promoting the guy's channel than trying to promote a theory or whatever. That's what it sounds like.
Well, that sounds like that to you, and I understand that.
Well, it don't sound like that to me. You ain't offering nothing else but the goddamn link. Shit,
Man,
you ain't
don't know
offering
shit
no
about
damn
the
published
video.
ass paper from
Don't
no
know
from
shit
no
about what he was talking
certified
about.
medical journal, from no
Oh yeah,
anthropologist published paper.
oh yeah, the Chinese guy published his paper. Has been peer reviewed many times. It's in publication. You can Google
But
that
that's
his
what I'm
work,
saying though.
and you can find
You're saying that. Yeah, you're saying that. So even if he said, I don't know if anybody else seen it. Is anybody else seen it? Did you look at it?
Right.
I looked at it. Did you?
Yeah,
You
right.
you looked you. I ain't
Pull
talking
the
about the
paper up.
video. Fuck the video. I'm talking about the papers.
I
'Cause-
actually saw the guy who I'm talking about, the Chinese biochemist. He put out a video himself verifying his work.
This
He
nigga's
did.
retarded.
He
no, a
did.
video does not verify work. That does not verify work.
him saying niggas come produce does not verify work. That does not verify it. He has to have it published, and
His work is published.
it has to be
Matter of
verified.
yeah, all that's been done
That
already.
shit wasn't
Oh,
verified.
Since you take
you
the
don't know
time,
that. You just
Pull it
you
arguing
up,
didn't
with
take
me.
the
Wale.
time. Since you didn't take the time to review the paper, did anybody else review the paper?
Hey, I don't know.
Okay,
Okay, so shut
cool.
the
That's
fuck
all.
up.
Yeah.
I know it was reviewed by the other scientists and stuff
No, it
because he
wasn't.
Other,
said,
Pull
other,
it up.
other,
hey,
other.
hey, yeah, other scientists, man.
They weren't niggas.
What is his name,
I don't
Wale?
know.
Was it a nigga
What is the
scientist?
scientist's name?
The video will
I'm not
mention his
looking at the
name.
video. I need to know his name. I need you to tell me his name.
Oh, I
He
didn't
he
memorize
wasn't a
it.
nigga scientist. Yeah,
I'm
that's
finna
the one we
hold his
don't know.
feet to the fire. I'm finna burn him. I'm finna flame him. Let
He
y'all
was
know that
Chinese.
Wale's bullshitting. What is his name? I need to
Oh,
know his name. I'm finna Google him.
I didn't
I'm not
memorize his
finna
name.
look at the video. I'm telling you again. I'm going to look up his. I need to know his name. Don't
I
tell
didn't
me
memorize
to
his
go
name.
look at the video because I'm telling you adamantly, I'm not looking at it. Do you know the nigga name?
I did not memorize his
So
name.
shut the fuck up talking about the video if you don't even know the man's name. I can tell you names of videos I recommended people to watch months ago.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
But you sitting
Yeah,
up here playing smart game. Quit
I
playing
learned a
with me.
long time ago. Motherfuckers clicking on videos. I had weird shit that don't mean shit coming to my search
Burn
when I'm
your
trying to
old
look
dumb ass.
when I'm trying to look for something else or when I'm just trying to relax. I got all this goddamn useless information down my feed. So no, I'm not gonna have that video in my feed because I don't need to know about what somebody said about niggas being responsible for the origin of Asians, Chinese, and Japanese people. That don't mean shit. Nor nobody in Africa, nor nobody in Japan, nor China. Give bitch about who started who. It only make it is only published to make motherfuckers feel good and not feel bad about motherfucking slavery. That's the only purpose in that goddamn video. Hell, I can pay a motherfucker to get up and stand up in front of a goddamn child and say, yeah, I did this.
Dev.
Japanese and Chinese motherfuckers come from African, come from
But,
niggas.
when you
Dev.
do that,
That don't take a lot of money to do. I can get a
Dev, you
motherfucker to do
gotta
that for
understand.
$10. I can pay a
Dev, you
motherfucker
gotta
10 goddamn fucking dollars. I can cash app him right now, and he'll
when you
produce
get
me a goddamn AI video saying the same shit.
right.
AI, oh, I
You
thought you
gotta
said
understand. You gotta understand that we rode dinosaurs across the Atlantic Ocean, man. We were already here. We were on the back of woolly mammoths and velociraptors. You gotta understand, our velociraptors was our pet.
Yeah, motherfuckers got bored. So let's just pack up our shit and hop around the goddamn planet Earth to see if motherfuckers wanna trade. You got something we can use?
Oh shit!
But
Hey
we ain't
shit!
got nothing
On
but
the backs
time.
of
We was
dinosaurs.
bored over in Africa. So we now here in goddamn Nordic, goddamn Yugoslavia or some shit.
On
We
the
way
backs of
down in goddamn,
dinosaurs.
yeah.
8
We
to
on the
80,
Bering
blind,
Straits.
crippling, crazy. What did on stage here, Black? 8 to 80, blind, crippling, crazy. You can get it. Let's go. Don't bring that pseudo bullshit to me. Cause you want to make a feel good story up. Cause you ashamed of your history. You ashamed of what our ancestors went through. I'm not. I honor it. I respect. I respect all my ancestors. Everyone who fought for your black ass to be sitting up here denying their history, Wale. I respect them all. But you gonna say they native to the Americas. Fuck you. 8 to 80, blind, crippling, crazy. From the first African who jumped off the slave ship and drowned trying to get back home, Pan Africanism, to the first one who was torn apart, tarred and feathered, and ripped apart by a horse, by two horses. I respect them all because I wouldn't be here if their dignity, honor, love, and respect for humanity didn't last. But your punk ass at 70 want to deny that. Throw
Nope.
yourself in the garbage.
Nope. Niggas went all everywhere and built empires and ran shit. They was kings and government and country owners and nation owners and had empires and corporations. They did all that shit. And then for some strange goddamn fucking reason, lost all that shit at about as quick as they got it. And ain't
He
nobody
better
got
with
no fucking
JJ.
records of it.
JJ, he will get my respect once he respects every
The
person.
Chinese
JJ,
and the
JJ,
Japanese have records
JJ,
of what
JJ.
the
He will get
videos
my
probably
respect.
tell
He
you,
will get
but
my
show
respect
you that
once he
when you
respects the people
find
who died for his black ass. He will get my respect when he respect the people who let him be called Wale in 2025 on this panel, disrespecting them. That's when he'll get my respect. Fuck that. He'll get my
And he,
respect then.
y'all should be able to pull up some goddamn fucking record from some goddamn fucking where since y'all was every fucking where
So
I just
running
again,
told
shit.
you.
You
I
ain't got
just
you
told
ain't got
you.
no goddamn fucking records, no fucking well.
Hey, hey! I just told you where to
Y'all
find it, where
y'all
it's at,
y'all
and
rule
it's
y'all
immediately
rule
available.
fucking
Y'all
well.
hey
refuse.
Y'all
nah,
was
hit
all
the
the
link.
fucking up
Hey
and
nah,
down
hit the
Asia.
link. Cause me
Refuse
and
to
you can
go
have a
look at it.
conversation on hey nah, Wale's trigger. Hey nah. Me and you can have a conversation on what you just said. Oh nah, cause I don't hate the church. No, I
You
don't.
refuse to look at the information. I brought you the information, made it readily
Who
available
you talking to
for you,
Sabio?
and you refuse. Just say you absolutely refuse to look at it.
You
And
damn right.
Sabio
whenever
already said it.
you
Yeah.
testify or
You talking to
something,
Sabio? Who you talking
yes,
to?
I'm talking to anyone who refuses to look
But
at
it ain't
the
but two people on the
information.
panel, me and Sabio. So shit.
There you go, man. Hey,
Okay, Sabio already told you how he feel about it. Damn.
So
I just asked you
so
one
so
question. Where in the fuck is the records from at least one of these goddamn places that we was at?
bingo.
it's
They said
Show me that.
we was there.
the Chinese and the Japanese have records. That's where to go. And that's what I was saying. The guy showed you in the video, and what's the name of the records, and what time the records were made, and in under what dynasty, all that kind of stuff, and the people who did it. That's what I was showing you. But hey, you got to check it
What's up
out
with
in
it,
order to
Adon?
check it out.
What up, Anon? On the comment you just made, Anon, because I'm done with that shit while they talking about. But nah, we can actually have a conversation on that because this is I respect everything that the church has done for us. But what I don't respect is the lies that the church tells and how they don't actually teach the real history of the Bible. There's not too many churches that'll tell you that the um, Gospels are anonymous, that the letters of Paul was written before the Gospels. There's not too many churches that'll teach their congregation about the JEPD theory or the supplementary hypothesis or the Memphite Kenite hypothesis. Um, you know, these are the things that I have against the pastors of the church, those up higher up. Nah, I mean, I the church has always done good in some capacity, and I always give them that. That don't mean that there's another level beyond the belief. And if the pastors know something, or if the pastors are getting rich and the congregation is suffering, because that's what I mainly see, even in these abundant churches, these affluent churches, you still have people who are barely making it. So now you didn't. I'm just saying, these are the different layers of this conversation that people don't actually want to have, Anon. So yeah, your point, you'll try to say that I'm angry. Nah, it ain't the church, it's religions, period. All of them. I'm an anti-theist. All gods are man-made. Prove me wrong. All of them. I'm just against Christianity, Judaism, and Islam because those are the dominant religions of the day, of today. If Hinduism was the dominant religion of America, I would be against Hinduism. The fuck? All religions, all gods, even the African gods are man-made. I don't fuck with none of them. None of them. Shango, the E5, Oludumare, Nkulu, they all human constructs. I am an anti-theist. Big difference between atheist and a big difference.
So you do believe in some sort of higher
Nope,
power? No
absolutely not. None. Which one? The least of the rainbow giraffe?
energy. You subscribe to
Nope.
energy? No,
Nope.
not
Nope.
even energy.
Energy is just the ability to do work. The fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm? That's all energy is the ability to do work. What else is it? Show me energy, give me what is energy supposed to do for me?
Mm-hmm. So there,
Can I
there you
enhance that energy? Can I enhance that energy and make a bomb out of it through my eyes? Shoot lasers through my eyes, nigga? Hmm?
So what do you subscribe it to? Besides, if not an intelligent design, then just
Life, nigga.
nature.
Nature. Life don't life, nigga. Nature don't nature. Chemistry,
Gotcha.
physics.
Yeah.
Those things don't happen even if we weren't here. The fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the lions and the tigers and the bears and the fish think about any of this shit we thinking about? Fuck no, but
Right.
they living.
Yeah.
They
Right.
living. Do they when a predator is attacked? So if a lion attacks a gazelle, is the gazelle gonna stand there or is the gazelle gonna run? It's gonna run because the gazelle want to live, right?
Right. Uh,
Hmm.
Wale,
The,
I'm glad you're
The
back.
fuck?
Glad you're back.
2 + 2 is 4.
So when
hold on,
Wale,
hold on, King Jerry. Psycho in the chat. Did Psycho watch the video? He kind of signed up for it, giving them a little grace. I, I lost my connection. I thought I seen Psycho saying that he saw the video, but I know he going live later. He said he gonna bang on the elbows. Oh, okay. So was
I
there
want some
any?
of that elbow smoke.
Yeah. So he's a Psycho saying the video that he Wale posted is all cap. So I just wanted to know, was there any documentation? Did he show a published paper, or was it all just oral or verbal, like he's saying it? Yeah, all Japanese and all
Whole
Chinese
lot
people come
stupid.
from niggas. That's a. Oh, okay. So no documentation was shown to validate that Japanese and Chinese people came from niggas.
Did you look under the underneath the
You're
video where they
talking Psycho. Yeah. You just talk to Psycho, man. Go ahead.
got
Whoever was
Psycho?
talking.
Do you have the? Did you look underneath the video where they have the things at the bottom? If you click it, it'll give you more information at the bottom, and there are references down at the bottom. Of the, physical references for the information. You can go and check it out.
Wale, is that you with the aesthetic? Okay.
So again, back to what you was because you was asking me some pretty interesting questions. So no, I don't believe in energy, bro. Energy is nothing but the ability to do work.
Action. I wanted to get back with on what Wale was talking about earlier. Did we come to the conclusion about that the dinosaurs and humans did not coincide with each other, amongst each other?
So I'm hearing that static even when my mic is muted. So I'm assuming that's not caused by my mic. So I will go ahead and answer you, man. I said I've seen in some people's cultures where they depict the two at the same time in the historical account of their people.
So just from the little research what I did when we was off, it said that humans did not live a lot alongside dinosaurs. Mammals did, and birds, but not the bipedal human that we are today. The date probably could be argued. It said 66 million years ago. So I'm not quite, but it did say that after the extinction of the dinosaur it's what gave way to us. Could you agree with that? Would that make
After
sense?
the extinction of the dinosaur is what gave way to us. Exactly. Yes. Because our ancestors, mammals, were small creatures that were able to hide.
Yeah.
And they evolved. But we didn't evolve according to some people. Evolution's not real.
That's some people's story. There are other stories from other peoples and other cultures and other backgrounds who say different things. And all I'm doing is considering the story that they tell as well. And I'm not concreting my opinion or my conclusion on any given story.
That might be Samuel. That might be you with the static. Yeah, Santa Claus got a story too. The Easter Bunny. Damn it.
That's funny.
Tooth Fairy.
That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny to me.
And you know what? And you know what, Wale? Because what you just said is interesting to me. You just said something that's very interesting. You said there's a lot of different creation stories all across from different people. So all of them can't be right, but all of them could be wrong, right? All of these different creation narratives, from the Aztecs to the Mayans to the Navajo to the Africans to the Christians to the Jews to the Muslims to the Hindus, they all can't be right, could they? How can they all be right? Huh, Wale? How can they all be right?
Wait a minute. I'm busy talking the whole time. Thank you. So what I'm saying, no, I
need you to just answer. How can they all be right?
I just told you, and I'll mention that again. I don't deal in this right and wrong concept that you're talking about. I deal in possibilities, and the possibilities state that they all can be correct and actually be. Yes, the possibilities say yes.
So the possibility that hold on, because the possibility, and according to the Quran, we come from a filthy rag. blood on a filthy rag, according to the Quran. According to the Bible, we come from a rib woman, according to the Bible.
Yeah, you're a funny guy.
According to some Native American traditions, some say we come from a turtle. Some some say we come from fish. Some say we come from different animals, spirits of animals. According to um, the Egyptian tradition,
Uh-huh.
Thoth, Newt, and Tef Newt did some shit, had some weird type of sex, and created humanity. I don't really even know how to explain that shit. That
Hey,
shit's
I
so
don't.
weird to me. Um,
Hey,
so
each his
so so Inky and the creation of Inky and the story of Inky and Liv and their with the Anunnaki and servants of the Anunnaki. Which one? So they all have possibilities of being correct.
Well, of course, yes.
Throw that shit in the trash. Throw
Hey.
all that shit in the trash because you want to be anti-science.
So why
Oh
so
no, actually, I'm using science by
No,
stating
you're
the fact.
not. No, you're
Okay.
not because science doesn't agree with any one
Hey,
of them. So,
hey,
so, so, so you have children, right? So you have children, right, Wale?
that's what they say.
Which one of those children came from your rib?
Hey, cousin, you're
No,
not
no, no,
following.
no, no. Hey, uncle. Uncle.
Hey, hey, hey,
Uncle.
hey,
Which
hey,
one
hey,
of
hey,
those came? Which one of them children came from your rib?
hey, dude.
Cool. Which
Funny
one of
guy.
them
You
came from your rib?
funny guy. What are you talking
Which,
about now? The Abrahamic stuff you're
he's
talking about now?
70. Yeah, which one of them came from your rib?
Cousin, they were talking about their story, not my story. I got a different
Okay.
story.
Okay.
Remember?
Okay.
My story is not their story. They're telling their story, and they come from a rib. I'm like, okay, that's your
So
story too.
okay,
Stick
okay,
to
cool,
it.
cool, cool.
Other people did.
So which
That's
one?
your
So which
story.
people came from a turtle
I don't know.
that birthed the earth off his back?
I don't know. You the one brought that up. That wasn't me. That was you. So you have to
So
answer that question.
so I'm
Go
trying to
ahead.
figure out. So I'm trying to figure out what makes you so anti-scientific, so anti-evolution. No, not science. So anti-evolution.
Oh, I can tell you that
Go
from your
ahead.
perspective,
No,
and
no, no. What makes us? What makes you so anti-evolution?
I'm saying now, and you have to bear with me to answer your
I'm
question.
listening. We're
All right.
listening.
From your perspective of evolution is where I disagree. Evolution itself is nothing but change, and things change constantly. So I'm not adverse to change. I'm adverse to saying how things moved along when you don't know. It's all a hypothesis, a theory, and I think it's called a guess. That's what I'm dealing with.
Okay, so evolution is a change. I agree, but it's a change over time. So it's a change in the allele frequency over time.
Tell me a
So
change that doesn't take time to occur. Just one. I'll go with one change that doesn't take time to occur.
the time it takes to change your mind on going left or right.
You already know that that's a matter of neuronic movement, and any movement is
But you
involved.
you just say you just or to use a slur or a proper noun or a verb instead of the slur. There's a lot of instances that can be given that doesn't take an extended amount of time. Wale, please, you're playing with somebody who's pretty intelligent. I, please stop challenging me like I'm on on the second grade level, all right, sir? So again, back to what we're saying about evolution, because evolution is changes in allele frequencies over extended periods of time.
Oh,
So
okay.
so the first human, so the first mammal didn't look weren't always human. We weren't
Mm-hmm.
always humans. You know, we all have other mammals,
Mm-hmm.
lions, cheetahs,
What were you like, Hahnemann? You know Hahnemann, right?
hominids, hominids,
Hahnemann.
hominids,
Hahnemann. No.
hominids.
Oh, you're saying hominid. I'm saying homunon.
I don't know what a
Hanuman.
hominin is.
Wait,
Not at that point. Not at that
homum.
period, Wale.
Uh,
Hominids,
No, we
the
weren't
hominids.
hominids. Hominids evolved later.
hold on. I ain't saying. I'm saying homunon. Human, a man. It's a man, but it's a mixed. It's a monkey man. Hold on. I
No,
forget.
no, no.
Oh, you
We
ain't
were
talking
no,
about.
no,
Would you say that we are great apes?
No, I'm not saying none of that stuff, man. I don't go with that whole thing. That's fake. That's Fabio's thing.
So
You see, you,
humans are classified under as great apes.
Yeah, I'm not in that ape thing. That's somebody else's thing.
how come you not?
Uh-huh.
Do you
That
have
just
hair? Hold on. Do you have hair, fingernails, teeth, molars, and a
yes, I do.
spine? So you're a
And
hominid. You're a great ape. Fool, shut the fuck up. You're
whatever
so
you
stupid. You have all the attributes of a great ape. And all the great apes have the attributes you just mentioned. Go look at the gorilla
and
right now. Go look at the gorilla right now and see if the gorilla doesn't have hair, fingernails, teeth, and a spine. What
you
is
don't even
wrong
know.
with you?
You say I mentioned those attributes. You're the one who actually mentioned those attributes. Secondly,
This shit is crazy.
yeah,
This
just
shit is
because
crazy.
yeah, okay. You
This
can
shit is
figure it out.
crazy. Like
You'll be
Wale,
all
you're too old. You're too old. No, you will be all right
right.
once you start understanding that you're a great ape.
Oh, booga booga. Yeah,
Look,
of course.
look,
If you
look
look
at the
up the
stupidity of
definition,
this 70-year-old man.
he's 70. Wale,
He's 70.
if you look up the definition of an ape, it says any tailless, large ground dwelling species.
Any
Meaning
what?
tailless, large
What's that
ground
first word? What's that first word?
Tailless. Tailed.
tailless.
Tailed. Tailed. Tail. Not hairless. Tailless.
I didn't
Tailless.
understand the first word, so I didn't get the rest of the words either.
I know
You
you thought it said hairless. No. Because you have hair on your face right now. You don't have fur. You have
well, I
hair.
don't know.
Lions have fur. Cheetahs have fur. Cats and dogs, they have fur, but they're still mammals.
Exactly.
Why? Because they have live birth.
Yeah.
Now go on with the rest of what you were saying after tailless, man. Now that I know what that word.
So these great apes would
Read the
be
rest of the
basically.
stuff.
Well, no, I'm just telling. That's just what I wasn't reading anything. So like these
Oh,
great apes are like orangutans, gorillas, chimps, humans. Those are the great apes.
if you go, listen, if you go with that,
Orangutans, gorillas, humans, and chimps. Those are the
you
hominids, the species that you were talking about earlier.
not me. I wasn't talking about that species earlier necessarily. I was talking about Hanuman out of the
You said it was
Indian
a
text. Hanuman comes out of the Indian text. It's a concept I learned from India.
But Wale, so the synchronicity would be that word hominin is actually a scientific word for hominin. It's a great ape. That's what
Okay,
we
then
are. Yeah.
that's what you are. I got no problem with that.
Science. That's what science. So yeah, it's a scientific term.
And I got no problem with that, cousin.
So you
Yes, you
subscribe
do.
to that.
You say that's what you are, then there you go. You ain't never heard me argue with you
Wale, where
about.
you
You
from?
have, but you've been
Where you
arguing
from,
with
brother?
me.
No, I don't.
He think he's Oriental Abo.
Oh
You
no.
argue, Sabio. You argue with yourself. You don't argue with
No,
me.
I'm not. I'm teaching you. I'm actually teaching you because you're
See
the
what I
only
mean?
person that needs to learn. Everybody in the chat agrees with me. Oh, maybe Madame, maybe your buddy Madummy, maybe your buddy Madummy don't agree with what was just read by King J and what was just stated by me. but everybody else agrees.
Yeah, hey, do they thing, man. I ain't arguing with nobody
Afro,
about
stupid. Afro, you finna come help your Asiatic elder? You stupid.
whatever he want to do. He do his thing, baby. I don't
Right,
need.
anonymous. He like, I know 8. He just like, I don't care.
That's
Like,
his
sorry,
job. Y'all, hey, please go.
but watch this. A9, A9.
So
But
funny.
watch this. Science disagrees with Wale. Science disagrees with Wale. So no matter how much Wale tries to act like he's smarter than the rest of the world, he's showing how illiterate he actually is. Now watch him laugh. Now watch him laugh. Go ahead, laugh at your idiocy. But the rest of the world agrees that humans are grade 8.
Hey, hey, I'm not human though. Remember?
Exactly. Exactly. So at this point, why are you talking? So I'm going to ask you a question I asked you a long time ago, Wale. Why are you talking to humans? Because I'm a human.
I'm not really necessarily talking to you, but I know that
Devastating, and the people in the chat are human.
some are, some are not.
The majority of them are human.
Then there you go. Thank you very much.
So if the majority of them are human, what are you going to do?
You know my thing, like I always do. You can count on that. You really don't ever have to ask again. You want to know what Wale doing?
Okay. So go talk to non-humans.
I am. I'm doing that at the moment.
No, you're not. Because I'm a human.
That's what you
I think
say.
King J and Devastating will call themselves human.
Hey, do your thing, man. I ain't arguing with you.
Are you using the language that and words and constructs that only humans use?
Of course not.
Oh, so what other beings on the planet Earth use these words, sounds, and things to relay ideas and constructs and concepts?
Oh, all immortals, we use more than just words and constructs.
All immortals? Immortals.
Yeah, we do more than
immortals.
Just
Immortal.
And
can you show me an immortal? Can you show me an immortal? Because I've not ever seen an immortal.
Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on. Give me about 2 seconds. Okay, you ready? You ready? There one is right there.
Who, you? So when you die, are you going to be immortal?
Of course.
So we're going to be able to have these conversations with you after you die?
That's up to you, cousin.
No. I want to be able to sit there and have you on camera and converse with you after you die because you said you're immortal. Stop trying to play these smart games with me. It's not going to work, Wale. All that spooky shit that you be trying to equate to life is not going to work, dog.
Whatever
Please.
you say, cousin.
I know.
Hey,
yeah, I know. I know it's whatever I say. I just want to know if I'm going to be able to have these same conversations with you after you pass, with you on camera. Yes,
I doubt it, but I don't know.
You doubt it? You doubt it? So at that point, that word immortal goes out the goddamn window, Wale. Stop
That's what
playing with me, bruh.
Do that. Hey, cousin, I'm not playing with you, I guarantee you. I'm telling you an
All
answer to
these
you.
smart ass word games don't get you nowhere with a person who know the word is just as well or better than you.
Okay, man. Know the words and whatever the thing.
Exactly. You're all that esoteric bullshit that you be trying to get off. It ain't gonna work here.
I guarantee you. Mm-hmm. And actually, I have no argument for you.
I know you don't.
No,
because you just gave it up. You said probably not. The game's over. You just punched yourself in the face. The hell? Pay attention to when you punch yourself, to when you fighting yourself.
Let me ask. Let me tell
you fight yourself.
Let me ask you something, Xavier. Are you under the impression that this image of a body that you see is me?
What? What? Baby, okay, wait. What you
Ah
smoking?
shit. Ah shit. Let's go, King J. Let's go, King J. Let's go. Let's
You
go.
want me?
Let's go.
You,
Let's go.
hey,
Let's go. Let's go.
would,
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Go ahead,
Let's
go ahead,
go. Let's
Wale.
go. Let's
would you
go.
like? Would you like for me to repeat that? Because of course, it's a valid question.
I don't think that the fuck.
It's a valid question, cousin. If you don't see
Oh
the
shit.
validity, I can.
That's what's smoking that good weed. Who the fuck is it? Who the
Right.
fuck is it? Right. Who the fuck is it? Who else are you? Who
Ain't
else
no
is that?
doubt. Ain't no doubt I smoke good herb, man.
He smoked some good ass shit. Let's go. I need some of that Wale weed. Cause
Man,
that shit got this nigga asking some what? Oh.
crazy.
Hey, you know what that reminds me of? Your reaction. Your
Yo,
reaction reminds me of the guy who asked the question, who put the alphabet in alphabetical order?
he don't block. Wale don't block. You are
That's it.
absolutely right, man. Wale don't block. He blocked with his face. He blocked with his face, man.
I saw a guy that's on a movie last night before I went to bed. I watch a movie, right? And so two guys had came after. He took one of the guy's hands and pushed the other guy in the face with the other guy's hand. I was like, damn. I hadn't seen that particular move before. He took the guy's hand and punched the other guy in the
Wale blitz. Wale over there blitz.
Yeah. Hey,
So
Wale,
yeah,
I did
hello.
write.
Pass
I
the Dutchie to the left hand side. You know about that, Wale. Pass the Dutchie to the left hand side. You know about that.
I know it's a song. I don't deal with that though. I make paper, so I smoke the paper I make.
That's what's up. That weed in that paper got you loading.
You say you make your own punta? That's a punta?
No, I make my own paper, not fronto. I don't
Oh,
smoke fronto.
why you don't like the punta?
I smoke ital.
Okay, they decent. Oh no, but I had wrote something down for you, Wale. It might help you a little bit in that connection with West Africa to these Japanese people. So it's the Pekin man.
Oh shit. This nigga done no. Yo, Afro and Psycho. This man that brought up the Peking man. Yo, I
trying to
want
help
y'all
him.
to hear the Peking,
Trying to help Wale. Trying to help
the
Wale.
Peking man.
Yes, baby. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, like I told a
Throw
guy
that shit in the trash, King J, please.
when I was bringing my couch downstairs when I was moving the couch, and I was taking the couch downstairs, and this guy came up in front of the couch, and I asked him, "What are you doing?" And he said, "I'm helping you." And I told him the same thing I'm about to tell you. When you really want to help me, just stand aside. I got you.
For sure.
This man brought up the Peking man.
Yeah, because so
That shit has been so thoroughly debunked. You shouldn't even have brought that shit up.
it's a new study. So I think the new study is so it was originally, I guess the theory was that Homo erectus probably left out, and but I think the new study is that Homo sapien directly left out, and through radiation or whatever mutation, you know what I'm saying, that transitional fossil was, you know what I'm saying, from Africa into that area.
Pull up the source and let us go through the source that you're referencing.
I don't have it available right now.
Ooh. So it's all a hypothetical that you read that you don't really know about.
I read it, but
And you just throwing some shit out there.
I'm
randomly,
just bringing it up right
fishing in
now.
the wind. You just
Nah,
fishing in the wind.
it's legit. It's legit.
You
That's the
just
actual
fishing.
study.
You fishing in the wind. It's called fishing in the wind.
Wale, pull it
Trying
up,
to
man.
trying
Pull
to
it up.
bait some
It's,
shit. Pull up the
it's
article.
called it's called the Chiang dynasty. The Chiang dynasty. The Qi dynasty preceded the Chiang dynasty, and then came I think the next one was the Ko dynasty in
Oh,
China.
we going way back before then. We going way
Huh?
before then. You
I'm
talking
just
about? I'm talking about. We going back further
I was
than that.
just saying this. You was going okay. Do your thing. Meanwhile, I was
No, pull it
referring
up.
to.
Pull it up real quick. Pull it up real quick. I'm trying to
I've
work
given
it.
the references in the doggone video I've been referring to all day, cousin. If you should just watch the video, you'll get all the references that I could ever give you and more. Because I
Okay.
don't deal with all of that stuff. All them references. That's a lot of weight. I'm not carrying that weight around.
Okay.
Yo, anyway, they can try to fit that shit, man. They gonna try to fit that shit. Niggas made Chinese niggas. Black niggas from Africa made these Asian niggas somehow, some
That's
magical way.
according
Some
to the
some
Asian people.
magical way.
If you don't want to hear what the Asians have to say,
Bling bling bling.
I don't
Oh,
blame
I
you
read
for
a lot of Asian stories, and they don't say they come from. They
yeah,
don't say
well,
they come from Africa. They say
meanwhile,
they say they've
I
always been there. Their ancestors always been there. They fought for the land. Shit, I didn't, bruh. You don't know what I've studied, Wale. You think you do because I don't
that's
talk about certain shit. Because I
that's what
don't
the
because it's not relevant to my history. The reason I don't talk about Asia, the Orient, is because it's not relevant. It stopped being relevant after a certain. It actually stops being relevant to Africa at a certain part in history.
Mhm.
And once I recognize that, fuck what's going on over there. Fuck the wars they're going through, the transitions through the kingdoms in Japan, the Mongol invasion, the Chinese wars between the empires, the different kingdoms, and all. That doesn't involve me. What involves me is what's happening in West and Central Africa. That's the history I focus on.
Mhm.
So I need to know what was happening and transitioning it from Egypt, Ethiopia, Morocco, Algeria, all those countries where those trade routes were going through that extended to West Africa.
well, I gave you the
No,
source of
you
a
didn't.
book.
No, you didn't.
I
Because
give
that
Wale,
everybody
shit's
real
over
quick.
there.
Wale, real
That
quick.
shit's
Put
in
it
the
back in the
Ming
back chat.
Dynasty, and I don't give a fuck about the Ming Dynasty, the Qing
I give
Dynasty, the
everybody the
Zhang Dynasty, the Zan
same.
Dynasty, the Icho Dynasty, the Edo Dynasty. That shit doesn't have shit to do with
I've
anything
given
that was
everyone
going on over there.
I've given everyone the same source, the history of the Yoruba, from ancient times to the British protection. They have that's a clarified history of African people, and see what they say about what I'm saying about anything. Just go check out them, because I have, and that's what I'm saying. If I'm just saying I offer those references too. Have you checked them out? I don't know.
I've
They
checked
free.
out a lot of information, more
Have
than
you
you know, Wale.
check that one out? It's free PDF download on Google. You should get it, download it, read it whenever you want to. It's categorized. It has a thing, a table of contents, so you don't have to read the whole thing. You could just read parts of it from the content table. You want to know about religion? You could just flip right to religion. You want to know about household? You could flip right to household, government, like that. It's categorized. The history of the Yorubas from ancient times to the British protectorate. I suggest it's worth reading.
But somehow we didn't jump to the Yoruba.
If not reading, at least perusing. It's a free PDF download. When I got it, it was a book. Hey, but I mean, I'm just saying you should at least get it while it's free and look at it when you can. And I recommend for anybody reading any book, always read a book from cover to cover. Read the copyright date, read the date, who owns the copyright, read all of that stuff from cover to cover, including the Bibles that you be looking at and stuff. Read it from cover to cover. See the copyright date, see who owns the copyright for the thing,
So,
and look at the public.
so in the history of the Yoruba, what is it is exactly that I'm looking for? What is it exactly that I'm looking to ascertain from perusing and reading that book, other than the history of the Yoruba, which I have a
Uh,
pretty good feel for?
Yeah, what it will give you is a very good social perspective and outlook of the people themselves. It actually describes the thinking and the raison d'etre. What is that? The reasons for movements and stuff like that, and ideas and stuff. It's all in there as part of the culture and the explanation of the society. That is all in the governmental structure. The whole society is explained in there, which explains a certain frame of mind. And then you can see what people are thinking at that time, doing the things they say they're doing. Not something somebody else saying they're doing, but what they're saying they're doing. And so to me, that's always the best way to get a story, is from the actual people who experienced it, not some person telling me about someone else's experience. And that's why I recommend that book.
And you know what? And you know what? I don't disagree with that. But there's one thing that I've come to understand about life and history, and been a lover and a partaker of this thing we call history, is sometimes the victims of certain situations, certain wars, aren't able to aren't able to tell their story. And the story has to be told from the aspect or the view of the victor or the conqueror of those people. So even if there is some mix or some embellishment, what we have to do as people who cherish, love, and respect history, we have to be able to look beyond the embellishment and and align what is historical from those people, those cultures, and those ideas that were either pre-existent, existent, or went out of existence when they were colonized, defeated, enslaved, or whatever happened to them. It's the same way with the Greeks, the Romans, the Persians, the Egyptians,
Mm-hmm.
the Hebrews, all the other people who were ever overtaken. We don't write their history out of history. We allow them, even the Native Americans. What people are doing with the Native Americans, though, is they're trying to overwrite the Native American story. The Native Americans exist, but they were African, but they were Native, but they all the cultural things is always there. The totems, the mounds, the so-called pyramid. Even when you go to the people who try to be Egyptomaniacs, the
So
culture
Fabio,
is there.
now my question to you would be, well, how would the technology get from Africa to over here at that time period? Like, where's the connection? Like, we don't see the missing link is like the boats. We don't see boats, or haven't found any boats from Africa to this. It's like that's kind of why they don't say that we had African presence in the Americas before Christopher Columbus. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I keep asking for it before the 13th, before the 14th, 15th century. I've been asking for it for a while.
What I do have is this quote.
Why not?
I just googled this quote, and I Googled it as a phrase. It's called, the phrase that I used was dot, 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 and agreed upon lie. That's all I put in. AI gave me the answer. The entire phrase is history is a set of lies agreed upon, is a quote attributed to Napoleon Bonaparte. It suggests that what is often presented as historical fact,
Napoleon was not a historian,
it
a
suggests
person who
that
studied history. Napoleon was a conqueror and an enslaver of Africa.
what is often presented as historical fact is actually a narrative shaped by the victors or by a collective agreement rather than
Fabio said that earlier. He said history is written by the conquerors. He already said that.
I know he said that, cousin. I was just making reference to the phrase that's already been in use for hundreds of years at least. If you let me finish reading it, I will. Sabio, your mic is just making a lot of noise. So when you're not talking, will you please mute it up? But let me just read this little paragraph. I mean, I'll even share my screen. You can read it yourself, man. But it's only a couple of sentences. Allow them to be read. That's all. That ain't gonna take long. It says the phrase history is a set of lies agreed upon is a quote attributed now to Bonaparte, Napoleon Bonaparte. It suggests that what is often presented as historical fact is actually a narrative shaped by the victors or by a collective agreement rather than an objective truth. The idea is that history can be manipulated or selectively presented to serve a particular agenda or to create a certain national identity or narrative. This idea is not unique to Napoleon. Other thinkers like Friedrich Nietzsche have also explored the concept of truth as something constructed or agreed upon rather than an objective reality.
Bingo. So most of what you have read is what most people who go into the historical field to get a degree in know. But
That's right.
what we do, I'm going to break down because within the stories, the narrative, the angles, the embellishment, there are historical places, people, and things that happen.
Right.
And once we find those, this is how we equate, this is what we equate to history. So the embellishment may do what? Help you paint a picture of what was going on. So you may embellish a war and the victors of that war.
So there is, so like for instance, Fabio, if we find throughout most cultures there's a flood story, is it safe to say that there was a flood at some point?
No, it's safe to say there were local floods in those areas because it's those floods are recorded in those areas. It doesn't ever say there was a global flood. You see the difference? If a flood happened in China, in a place in China, a flood happened in Tibet 10 years later, a flood happened on the Nile, somewhere in Egypt on the Nile, a flood happened somewhere in West Africa 30 years later. That doesn't equate to a global flood. Those are floods in specific places at specific times of history that we can equate to actual evidence. That doesn't mean it was a worldwide flood, though.
The flood just happened in Annapolis this past week.
As far as creation stories are concerned, like we look at the Trish Hashish, the Epic of Gilgamesh, there's a flood story. If we look at most Abrahamic faiths, they have a flood story. There's a flood story. So the question was simply, is there truth in some myths? Would you say? Can we get truth
Yes,
out of myth? Okay.
yes, you can, and that's the big problem because there are some truths hidden in stories and myths and tales,
Mm-hmm.
but you have to be able to discern what is historical and what isn't.
Right.
What can be attributed to actual facts, the
Mm-hmm.
places, the events, and how these things shape the ideas that push this myth forward.
Mm-hmm.
Like Romulus and Remus. We
Right.
know
Great remember.
Romulus.
Uh-huh.
Who really believed they was suckled by a she wolf?
Right. Right. Of course not. Yeah. But that's the allegory. You know what I'm saying?
That's the allegory to give
Mm-hmm.
them bravery, toughness, and the story of Rome. But Rome exists.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's a
Mm-hmm.
city named Rome today.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. For sure. For sure. Yeah. So I would agree with that. Would you agree, Wale?
Yeah, there's a city today known as Rome. Yes, I agree.
Mm-hmm. Would you agree that there's some truth within mythology?
I think I would say yes to that too.
Okay. Where local heroes can become great renowned men and stories and can be, later embellished about them, attributing great powers and feats to them possibly.
Let's take just for instance, and let's try to remove it so there's not so much emotionalism involved.
Mm-hmm.
And let's just look at the story of Beowulf.
Right.
Beowulf, you've heard of that story, and
That's a great story. That's a great story. The story of Beowulf.
it's a well-known story. However, all of the story itself, the entire story was comprised of almost 100 or no more than 200 people. That's all the people who lived in that area. Counting them on a census or something come to, I think for
Yeah,
sure. Less.
but beyond that, what does the story say
The
about
thing. Go ahead.
about
Do you?
humanity and culture and how tales are passed down, Wale?
What it says about that to me is no matter how large or small the story may come from a group of people, it depends on how the people revere their ancestors. So as they revere their ancestors, they maintain the story in a better position most of the time. When they
So,
have to.
in other words, they retain what I would term cultural relevance, some type of cultural relevance, because they held on to the story, and their stories were able to be pushed forward and used as literature, art, movies, entertainment, shit like that.
Well, of course.
All right. So again, this goes to back to what you were saying about history and that quote you read from Napoleon Bonaparte.
Okay.
If you understand how to separate the story from the history, you can get the actual history. The myth, it doesn't take away from the story or the myth when you accept the history. It actually
Mm-hmm.
gives the story more validity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. However, the contrary or the counter question to his question is, do I find any truth in history? You ask me, do I find any truth in mythology? Now I
Mythology.
say, do you find any truth in history? Yeah, it can be found in there as well, but it is not truth. History is not truth, but his truth can be found in history.
I'm sorry.
Like he said,
I worded that wrong. Facts. Because there's a difference between, so to me, facts are verifiable. Truth is kind of open to interpolation to me. I will say that.
okay,
I'll say that.
I'm going to ask you a question then.
Okay.
In case this is what we're talking about. There's what you would call a historical fact that they're not even historical fact. There's a current fact that there's a place, Fabio, that noise where you just mute for a few minutes, moments. That there's a current fact that a place named Rome exists right this minute. So that's a current fact. Yes,
that's a fact. It's a fact.
Okay. Then there's a
verifiable fact. We can verify it. We can verify that. Yes.
I'm just putting it in time right now, but yeah, I'd verify back because it's current, mostly. Now, there's a historical fact that there was a place called Rome. Also, you're familiar with what I'm saying at this time.
I would say they're one and the same. So I can even verify that because I can go back to the historical primary source and verify it. So yeah.
What historical primary source and verify what?
The first colony in Rome, the Greeks, the Ionians, the what's those Mycenaeans, the Mycenaean culture. Those are archaic Greeks. So we know where they lived in the Aegean Sea, right? I can verify that.
By what?
History. Maps.
No, what? Oh, that you see the map of the sea, and then you say, okay, they mentioned that sea, so it must be true.
Well, they have names. Their name. I don't have a problem with history, brother. I don't have a
problem with history either, but I realize history is not always the truth.
When we're talking about just the names of these city-states, I'm not in disagreement with that. Like Rome is Rome.
But it's not the same Rome of 300 or 400 years ago.
What was the name? Okay.
That's what I was saying.
Are you talking? I think I understand what Wale is saying. I think he's talking about the split. Is that what you're talking about? The split?
No, not really. Not really. I'm not talking about that. I was actually trying to get you to
because there was once a Roman Empire that was under Catholicism, and then it was a split, and one became Catholic, the other side became Christian. Is that what you're talking about?
That's not really what I was talking about, but if that's where you want to go with that, man. I'm not arguing none of the stuff. I'm just saying everything that is written, just like you were saying. That's what even the reason I brought up the Bonaparte quote, because you were saying the exact thing that he was saying, which is the history is written by the victor, and you just said that yourself.
Let me ask you a question. Are facts backed by evidence?
What you say?
Are facts backed by evidence, supported by evidence? Is there evidence used to? Okay, so when we're talking about these historical things, and we're using the evidence to support the events, the people, the time, whatever, with evidence, does that make it a fact or a belief?
The evidence or the conclusion? What do you ask me about?
Both. The conclusion that is being drawn and the evidence. So if we're presenting you that, let's say, for instance, if in 1964 there was a civil rights movement, and we present you the facts and the evidence. We present you the evidence. Would that make that a fact, or would that make it all belief?
Okay, that's a funny question to me because you the things you brought in are not necessarily concrete. So that's why I would like to use a different reference, if you don't mind. Like you're asking me about historical things, and I say historical things have facts.
Exactly. Historical things have facts in them. So if we present facts of these historical events, does that make these things belief or actual fact?
That make them still believe.
No. So Sabio, let me
Huh?
say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. So like if it's so a fact, we all on this panel should be able to come to the same conclusion when presented that information. A belief or something that may be truth, it's up to interpolation. We all on this panel may look at this information and come to different conclusions. That's the difference between something that's a fact, that's verifiable, and something that's a truth, which is really just, in my opinion, a belief, because it's just an interpolation of the information based upon our own. It's not concrete. Are there any things that we can all come to the same conclusion on, and that would be a fact or not be a fact?
That's what a fact
2 plus
is.
2, 2 plus 2 is 4. 2 plus 2 is 4. 2 plus
All
2 is
facts,
4, King J. 2 plus 2
facts
is 4. We can all agree that 2 plus 2 is 4. If it's not, I don't want to talk to anybody on this time.
That's a
and that's
fact.
that's a fact because people agree, and then it's an agreed upon. A fact must be agreed
Okay,
upon.
so all right, Wale. So if you put up 2 fingers on your right hand and then you held up 2 fingers on your left hand, how many fingers would you be holding up in total?
Why are you asking me this?
Because I want to make sure that we agree upon this fact of reality. If I held up 2 fingers on my left hand and 2 fingers on my right hand, in total, I'm holding up 4 fingers.
That's what you say. Okay, cool. I'm good.
That's a fact.
Huh?
That's a fact. That's a
Huh?
fact.
If that's what I say.
Just said that. That's what you say. I'm good with that. I have no
No,
argument.
no, 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 no.
What?
No,
You know.
no. Like, you see, this is why we have these disagreements and these conversations, because at this point, you're not agreeing with reality. At this time, 1 times 1 is 2. The
One
fuck?
time.
Yeah. If I held up 2 fingers on my left hand and 2 fingers on my right hand, and I'm not holding up 4 fingers in total, then 1 times 1 equals 2 in your world. And I don't know how to exist in that world.
Like I say, 1 times 1 is a square. So if you don't
Huh?
get that, I don't know what you see what I mean.
That's not a fact, Wale.
Yes, it is. Why is it not?
We all have not came to that same. We all have not came to that same conclusion.
Oh, you say it's not a fact?
It's not.
Okay, I agree.
He's trying to say it's 1 squared, which we don't say.
Okay.
No, whatever he said, I agree because he just said a fact must be agreed upon. And I said, wait a
No, you
minute, did you
don't.
say fact? And he said
No, you
fact.
don't.
I agree with just his statement.
But if what you said was a mathematical equation, then I agree with that. If it's correct, for sure.
Yeah, he's trolling. Yeah, his troll is on the. He's trolling.
I got you.
I could dig it.
For sure. But yeah, that's the difference between a belief and a fact. For sure.
But I was saying, in a myth has truth in it as well. History has truth, facts in it. A myth has truth in it as well. Both of them have truth in them because even though you talk about the Beowulf or whatever the name of the boys, Romulus and Remus, it's the fact that there's a place called Rome that Romans say was named after a dude named Romulus or something. So I don't know. It's still what their story says, but there is a place named Rome. We agree on that? Yes. So that's a fact.
Okay, so that's a fact. So is it a fact that Romulus actually existed? The person?
I don't know. But the fact is based on no. Wait a minute. The fact I agree with that much as far as that, but it is based upon the evidence that there is a place called Rome. So you got the evidence that there's a place called Rome, right? And then you're gonna tell me a story about how it comes to be. One story you tell me is myth. One story you tell me.
Fabio, that wouldn't be an eponymous ancestor, would it? Because it's
Yes,
it would be eponymous. Yeah, it would
Romulus
be.
and Remus would be eponymous ancestors.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, they never existed.
This is something you say, and it's something that I don't really care about. This is their
Okay.
story. And I'm saying, check this out. The myths say one story about Rome and how it got started, and history say a different story about Rome and how it got started. And when I look at both of them, I can see where they're getting evidence. They're calling out the Colosseum. It's a Colosseum there. They both mention it, the history and the myth. There's this goddess and that goddess and statues over here in the hall over there, where the same things are in the myth. So the evidence is actually backs the myth. It actually backs the history as well. I'm just saying that's the evidence. Now, what you take away from that evidence, in either case, is belief. Things you have weaved in between the evidence.
So I understand what you're saying. So somewhere in between there's some facts. And if you want to believe that Aphrodite, Zeus, Thor, Romulus, Remus, and all the other deities that they worship existed, that's part of that's something you can do. But again, when do you separate myth from history and fact? You see, that's the difference. I'm able to separate myth and put
We
it in
just
the
did
myth
that.
category. Hold on, Wale. I'm able to put everyone's myth in the myth category and look for the history in all these cultures. The native, the Chinese, because they have their myths also.
Mm-hmm.
The Hindu, the Indian, the African. Everyone have their myth.
Mm-hmm.
When do you separate the myth from the history and the fact that can be attested to? Or do all that and tell one?
Like, Wale, you were bringing up the Greek. You are familiar with the Yoruba. You brought them up earlier. Yoruba, am I saying that right? So, are you familiar with the Ifa traditions, right? You on mute, Wale.
Are you saying Ifa or
Ifa.
Ife?
Ifa.
Ifa. Yeah, I'm familiar.
Do they believe that the ancestors are real?
Okay, my understanding goes like this about that. Under the concept of immortality, we understand that even though one has left the mortal realm, which I am currently enjoying, this mortal existence, we still exist as immortal beings once we unaccommodate this mortal realm. The body, that's why I say you think I'm the thing that you're looking at, is a body. It's like a spacesuit. It's something for me to wear in this mortal reality and therefore converse with you and others in this mortal spectrum. When I leave this mortal spectrum, I still exist. I exist as the immortal that I am. And then that's what we see as the ancestors, the immortals that they are. So it's not really a matter of belief in the sense of like you might just jump at it, but it's a sense of the cosmology and understanding of the reality.
So the Egun, right? They will be like that collective of what you just described, right? The collective ancestors together.
Oh, you know Egun. Okay, yeah.
Okay. So I just because they do believe that these are actual ancestors that they actually venerated, like they actually existed, like throughout their lineage, right? They're not.
That's right.
They're not, okay. I
I mean,
wanted
I'm
to.
not trying to cut you off. I want you to continue. That's why I was just encouraging you to continue. Yes.
No, because I just wanted to relate it a little bit more to African. Than I know we're talking about the Greek and Beowulf and Romulus and everything. I just wanted to relate it a little bit over to something we may be a little bit more familiar with.
Okay. Well, we did just that. I appreciate it too. I appreciated that.
Yeah, and I'm sure you know more than me on this for sure.
Okay.
So the question is, what makes that any different than the Egyptian belief?
Say that again. What makes it what?
Any different than the Egyptian belief?
Mostly the words and the location you'll find the Egyptian belief located. Other than that, they are actually very similar. You will find in that big reference. Okay.
So again, what are we noticing? That humans have these belief systems in different parts of the globe. And when humans started coming in contact with other humans, with humans that they weren't in contact with, they noticed that they had these belief systems. They made them adopt differently, or they wiped them out. This is history. This ain't my story or his story or their story. The Native Americans are now Catholics and Christians. They weren't Catholics and Christians before the Spanish and Portuguese brought Christianity and Catholicism over here.
Like I say, about 80% or more of Africa is Abrahamic as well.
Yeah, how did they become Abrahamic? The Muslims first with Islam, because they were in there first enslaving them. You can go back to I've been telling y'all, look in the 300. Go back. Don't start where they tell y'all to start. Go beyond where they tell y'all to start.
Well, you know me, I always start from right now, no matter what I'm doing. I start from right now.
But Abraham and all them desert dwellers was brought.
Those are myths.
I understand. I totally agree. I don't disagree with you on any of that. But they were brought over to them places.
Okay, they brought
Ethiopia.
Yeah, of course.
Egypt.
You know what
West
you say.
Africa.
You know what you say, and I tell you, when I was a youth, I used to deal with all the Negro folklore because I was into folklore, right? And then anyway, as I say, most people don't even know of that folklore or what was contained within it. In that folklore, it spoke about us flying, all kind of stuff like that, different things that we did. That the folklore, without the folklore, which is our telling of that to the next generation, the next generation kicked it out, called it superstition and mythology, and they gone Christian now. So they kicked out all of that old folklore where we were telling about our own people and what our own people did. They just got rid of it ad hoc, like it meant nothing. And then I see it now, the result of that type of kick it out stuff. Like, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. We know what we talk about. We educate. Y'all don't even know. That ain't educated. If it was educated, it'd be written down. And that's not how we were moving history, our story at that time. But, you know, if that's what you want to do, I have to say, okay, you're welcome to do it, which is how everybody should have that. You're welcome to do it. Like they say, you're welcome to dig your own grave. Man, nobody's behind you trying to make you not do that. That's all. I just simply tell you, I recommend to you not to do that. And then if you be like, I dig my own grave, you can't tell me what to do. Then, hey, be welcome to do so.
So I think you're speaking on how traditions and stories were passed down at one time with griots and things like that.
Of course.
That was an effective way at one point. But
To
what
keep from
happened?
me.
Humanity changed. Times changed. There
Okay.
became a thing called books.
That's why I
And
recommend the
what
history of the Yoruba from ancient times to the British protectorate, because that's the reason the guy wrote the book, is because he was saying things are being lost, the history about people, the story
I don't
about
dis-
people. So he jotted it all down and made a book of a great compilation. It's a great work, in my opinion. I'm just
but ag-
unbiased. That's an
but ag- but
unbiased.
ag- but again, it's like, you know, Afro-Asiatics speak on a person a lot, and I understand why he does it. And and there's some angle that I might not respect, but I do respect Ibrahim Traore. But the things that he's doing will go down in history. We can't deny these things, Wale. No matter how you try to paint it, no matter how much Islamic angst I have to respect and understand that he's a Muslim. He was raised Muslim, but he's doing this for Africa, the country that he's a general, a president of. I have to respect that. These things are historical. There's no way you can deny it and try to change it, Wale, and try to make this man something he isn't because you don't want him to be. Even though I may not want him to be Muslim, he's a
What man?
Muslim.
What
You know who
man
that
is
reminds
Ibrahim
me of?
Ibrahim Traore.
You know who that
what
reminds
about
me of?
when did it go to him?
Mansa Musa.
When did it go to him? Damn.
No,
I didn't even
I'm using him as an example so you can see how even though you may not like how history is done, history is played out, how history plays itself out, the players in it, their religions, their stances, you have to respect the historical things that happen. You have to acknowledge them. You can't just say the myth is better than the history because the myth is better or it sounds better. Nah,
It's romanticized.
it's right. You can't romanticize history.
I guarantee you, history has been romanticized without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
I
Of
don't
course.
even have to think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, people can romanticize history. They can
But
make it look pretty to
the
fit the angle or fit the picture that they're trying to paint for the people that they're writing these stories for. No one's denying that, Wale.
mm-hmm.
But within all the romanticizing and the
Less than 5.
romanticization of history, there's still history. So
Less than 5
within
minutes
the
ago.
buttery, so within all the beautiful words and the language that is used to romanticize history, the history is still there. The ugly truth, the facts of the matter is still there.
Mm-hmm. I would even go as far as to say is that the romanticism is what allowed the mythos or the historicity of it to actually be carried on to the next generation to be passed on. You know what I'm saying? The the renownedness of it. You had to put that extra little bit on it to you know. But that
I can
makes sense.
understand what I can understand.
So you're saying that
And go ahead,
so
Wale.
you're disagreeing with Napoleon?
No, Napoleon said his history is written by no. I don't
You're
agree with that.
disagreeing with Napoleon or no? Because I could read the quote that he made, and then we
No.
can see whether the phrase "history is a set of lies agreed upon." That is the
So,
quote attributed to
okay.
Napoleon Bonaparte. So you're
Okay.
saying you're
Okay. Okay, okay. So what set of what set of lies? So what set of lies?
It suggests that what
Hold up.
is
No, 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 no. So what set of lies came together to create the story that evolution has to explain? Explain the set of lies. I don't want you to keep reading the quote because that's called quote mining and appealing to authority. We don't do that.
I think Wale got thrown off by the history and the myth. I wasn't saying that I was just we're talking. I was saying that the myth is romanticized in order that the history within the myth can actually be, you know what I'm saying, continue and passed on. I wasn't saying that history, you know what I'm saying, like history needs to be romanticized. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm not saying that it needs to be
Mhm.
romanticized. I'm simply
Mhm.
saying that it is and has been
Of course.
romanticized.
Yeah, of course. But both. It's been both. It's both actually because you know history is written by the conqueror. We're getting their side of their perspective of you know what I'm saying. We're not getting the you know the underdog view, so to speak.
That's
You
what
know.
Bonaparte was saying.
Uh-huh.
And this Bonaparte, this is 1800.
Uh-huh.
What Bonaparte? This is Bonaparte, 1800.
Because when they're discovering Bonaparte is the one who shot the nose off this Sphinx, right? Correct.
Cousin, I don't know. I know Bonaparte was down there messing with the
Okay.
Haitians in the early 1800s.
Okay, so I thought Bonaparte was the one who was they show the picture of him on the camel in Egypt and they're shooting they shot the nose off of the Sphinx. They went there
Yeah.
to the
Somebody probably could answer your question that somebody just happens not to be me.
okay, for sure, for sure, for sure. But that's probably who you're referring to, Napoleon Bonaparte. He's a French, right?
Yeah, man.
I'm
Yeah.
slightly familiar. Slightly familiar. So you do believe in some history, it's just selective, right?
But not at all, cousin. I only know stories. I'm not selective. I just know stories. I'm selective in my gathering of stories because I don't gather many stories from Europe. Most of my stories I gather from America and other places than Europe. But I do know some European stories.
Mhm. Do you eat the bones and spit? I mean, do you eat the fish and spit the bones?
I try not to put the bones in my mouth at all.
Exactly. But how can you distinguish with like? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, and you have to put it in your mouth sometimes to even though they're in there. Correct?
I try not to eat little fish like that.
Okay. 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 But I you know, I would entertain all you know thoughts and theology, and that way I can see what they're talking about, right? Because like even with all these religions, right, they all say the same thing generally. Love, love. It's the overriding, you know, love. Treat your neighbor how you want to be treated. You
Okay,
know,
that's me, man. I don't know.
you know. But you know, they're saying it in different languages. They may one religion may call it Allah, the other one may call it Yahweh, the other one may call him Buddha, the other one may, you know, but what is interesting is that every god looks like the people. You understand what I'm saying? Buddha
Mhm.
looks like them.
Really?
Jesus looked like them.
Okay.
So I don't know. Maybe like the question asked earlier, could they? How could they all be true? If they all
Now I got to ask you which Buddha look like them.
exactly. Exactly, because their depiction of now that of the fat one isn't the correct one. I would agree with that.
I don't know.
But the first Buddha
If
looked
their
a bit.
story ain't willing to tell it, I'm willing to listen.
Mhm.
But I recognize it as their story. I don't put myself in their story. They have to
Mhm.
put me in their story. If they
Mhm.
say, yeah, the nigga walked through here named Wale, then they are putting me in their story.
Mhm. So Wale, you seem like the type that can gather information and come to your own conclusions, right? So I'm just getting familiar with you. So it seems as if you, Sabiel mentioned that you are Oriental black man. So you do sponsor, you do you say that the Chinese people are black. Like what's your with the Chinese connection? Like where is that coming from?
Okay, that's why I put the video in there so you can see for it yourself. Because the
Drop
guy
the link.
actually
Drop the link for me one more time. I'm gonna go check it out, and then I
go it up again. Hold on
I'll go,
half a second, because I got it. I think I got it over here.
I'll go drop it. I'll go look at it real quick.
I have to go through here to get it.
Okay.
Bam, there it is.
Okay.
The actual link is what I'm going to give you. I want the title of the page you can get there, but I'm because it's two separate copy and paste. So I'll just give you the link right now. Put it in the back chat. Is that good? Putting it into. Okay, give me a second to get back on that.
I appreciate it. I'm definitely going to look right at it.
To me, it's a beautiful piece of work, man, and it says a lot of stuff that I found out when I was over there. I was over there in 1980. Was it 82 to 85? I was over there for those.
Oh, okay. You've been there.
I got the information from the people, but I didn't have no way to record the information and stuff like that. And I was traveling fast. Sometimes I would run to catch the plane on the tarmac. I was moving like that kind of fast. So I didn't have all that kind of stuff to set it up, but I was like, damn, if I had a recorder, I could record all this stuff so people can know. But then I realized that mine is an experience rather than a recording. And then I found out that this guy, Rashidi, at the same time, Rashidi, you understand, the one that did Asians in Africa? At the same time, he came from the East. I approached Asia from the West, from here. He approached it from the East in his studies from Egypt.
Okay, right.
So at the same time, we had studied the same thing, came to the same conclusions. So I was like, damn, that's interesting, right? But when I spoke to Rashidi, he got mad because I said I was not black. He got upset. I said, okay, cool, just do your thing, man. I don't mind. Because I'm not black. I don't adhere to that kind of verbiage. Right? I'm into ancestry and stuff. I say it because we speak the truth. And and truthfully, my skin is brown and stuff. Where did I get black from? I don't have that. And in Orisha, they say the only thing that's black in nature is the inside of Oya's tomb. You know Oya? You know Oya?
No, death.
You don't know? Well, Oya is akin to death, more like Kali. You know Kali in the Indian stuff.
No, I'm not familiar with Vedic or Sanskrit or anything like that.
You don't know Kali. The god is Kali. Kali, but it'll give you. But you could just look up Oya, Oya, because nowadays you can find Oya readily on the internet. People are coming out with the information, and you can find Oya readily. Yes.
Just quick question: Are you up on your teas?
Teas. What does that mean? Teas.
Are you a herb, or do you mess with herbs?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, make teas. Okay, like turmeric. You mess with little. Okay. Hibiscus.
I know them.
Okay. Now I'm just looking in your background file. I see some teas in the back, little herbs in the back on your shelf.
Oh, okay. I actually have compiled a book of herbs and have it in a book of herbs. It's called Miyad. M-I.
Why don't you sometimes promote it on here, or just share the knowledge, because it could be some healing in it, right? Definitely.
Well, it's very definitely information in it people can use, and always when I speak of it, people say, yeah. And it's the same information anybody can find on the internet, though, because the information was put on the internet by the same university I got the information from.
But you know what, Wale? What I found is that people will pay for convenience. It
may
be somewhere else, but you're.
That's how I made the book, though, and I categorized the herbs so that if you want herbs for the eyes, they all.
Exactly. Yep.
You want herbs for the pancreas, there might be 3 or 4 different herbs. That's why I call it my yard, because frankly, I have over 15 herbs in my yard right now, all medicinal herbs, more than that. I have herbs for diabetes. You name it, I got an herb in the yard for it, right? For testosterone, fucking, just name it. So gallstones, everything. It's funny. So when I realized that, I was doing the book, and I said, damn, everybody got herbs in their yard, but they don't know it.
Exactly.
So I categorized all the herbs, put them in a book, and there you go.
Yep. Made it more accessible, and people, that's what we're going to pay for. Yeah, because, okay, he already got it categorized for my eyes. Like, okay, I need the turmeric with the woo-woo. I can mix that with the lavender. You know what I'm saying? For the taste. You know what I'm saying? With the cinnamon.
And the same way I got it, and that's the way I organize it is so. If your yard don't have turmeric, but your yard got dandelion, you can use the dandelion, you know, that kind of thing. Because we're giving alternatives. Some yards don't have certain herbs, but the herb will still suffice for the ailment. You know, what's that called? More than one way to skin a cat.
Yeah, you need to present that sometime, because we definitely, if it's definitely something that we can use, tangible, we definitely, I definitely buy it or make use of the information. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because I'm up on the blue hibiscus as far as like I like, when I first got it, I was like, wow, this is really just like a purple dandelion. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But I didn't know how to cook it. I boiled it, you know what I'm saying, and let it absorb in it, and then it was kind of bitter, so I got some agave. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it sounds like blue vervain.
Yeah.
That sounds like blue vervain more than blue hibiscus.
Oh, really? Okay. But
And bitter, vervain is bitter.
Okay. It was definitely bitter.
Yeah. And you said it's blue? You bought it from a store?
No, I brought it from someone, and that's how it came. It came in they had it packaged how they had it packaged, but it was just like a dandelion, but the leaves were purple instead of the leaves. Yeah.
Oh, the leaves were purple.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they said it was blue hibiscus. Hibiscus, blue lotus.
Oh, okay. Oh, that might be different. I don't know, but yeah, man.
Okay.
A lot of times too, I found when I be doing with other herbalists that sometimes the color of a thing will show you or indicate what it does just by the
color.
The color, you can get an indication of what it'll deal with.
So purple, what does that indicate? Suggest?
Oh, I don't memorize stuff like that. But if you see this fruit I'm eating right here, this is a papaya. You know what a papaya is? It's a fruit. Okay, this fruit here is the same color as turmeric.
Okay, yeah.
Papaya is good for the intestines and all that kind of stuff. As a matter of fact, that's the leaves too. You could make teas out of them and stuff like that. The leaf is usually ground up and put in meat tenderizer because papaya leaf will tenderize meat. That's one of the attributes of it being good for the intestines.
Yeah, I'm trying to give them my herbs, my burdock root, and all that. You know what I'm saying? So, kind of familiar. But I definitely gotta get a product. I've been out here for a little bit, so I'll just chopping it up with you. I'll catch you on the next time.
Life is good, man. Be good to yourself.
For sure. You too.
All the time. Who that? I saw Demi on here once a time, and then Demi was gone. Never even heard from Demi. Okay. Like a few years ago, I wouldn't even have eaten a papaya. Didn't really care for them. But now they grow in my yard. I started eating them. Or my aunt told me how to eat it. My aunt or my friend or something. You got to tear out the inside of it. Got to be sure and clear the skin. Like the intestines or something. Got to be sure and clear that out because it don't taste good. But after that's cleared out, yeah, the fruit is good. And I didn't know that. So I was eating the intestinal lining. Yeah. And I didn't realize that's what was making it taste so bad. A friend of mine told me how to eat it. They had been in Trinidad eating papaya. Papaya is a good food for the body and the intestines and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to look at this thing before I decide what I'm going to do next because I see no one else has shown. Sabio is gone. The whole thing may be over. Oh, it's 8 hours in. I'll look at the doggone chat, see what I see on the chat. Where's the chat at? There it is. Oh, I don't even need that. Let's see what it says. Yeah. Oh, somebody at the bottom. Oh, that's King James. I need to refresh the chat. Okay, there you go. Refresh the chat. We still hear you. Ebony Knowledge, one love. You're correct. He has a king. He just came from an affluent family. I don't know who that is. The king something. What? Who? Allegedly, this Buddha. Oh yeah, Buddha was a. Wale looks like a OG Crip converted to Islam. Yeah, a lot of people mistake me for being a Muslim. He wasn't king. You're correct. His family was affluent. And he had gotten a reading. You're talking about Buddha. He had gotten a reading upon his birthday. They do readings with astrological reading. And the reading told his father to keep him away. He's either going to be a great king or a great sage. And the father wanted a great king for a son. And the guy told him how to come. He told him, don't let him see nothing die. Because he will leave. And that's what he did. Actually, Buddha was married, and I think he had a child when he left his family. Yeah, I'm sure it's that. Yeah, I know he had a wife. I'm not quite sure if he had a child, but he didn't matter to him. When he left, because they used to keep the place cropped up too, where dead leaves, nothing dead. He wasn't supposed to see nothing dead as long as possible, because that would change the course of his trajectory. And he did see something dead one day. He went out among the town and he saw people who were crippled and stuff like that. And at that point, it changed his trajectory. And he started looking for the reason. That's what it's said to be. You get it's enlightenment. Yeah, somebody said, you got this, Wale. Okay, Ryan Can, you know about it too, about that story about Buddha. Once again, that's about all myth and history, whichever way you want to look at it. But that's the thing they say about him. He was in a affluent family in India. I even watched a story about the guy from India. No, it was from China. The guy in China I think that's right. He was from China and he went to India to learn Buddhism, to take it back to China. And he had to go over the Himalayas, which are cold, for real. That's a real cold journey. I think he was, and I think he came back with an Indian, as the myth goes. And they set up Buddhism in China. India is where Buddhism comes from. and went to China and Japan. And they all do different kinds of Buddhism too. They all like the Protestants and Catholics and stuff. They got that going on in Buddhism as a result. Yep. Similar thing. They all still call it Buddhism, though. I don't get it. But then also they have Shintoism. And Shinto is ancestor related. It's ancestor reverence, Shinto. That's where we met up at when I was over there. We met up under Shinto because we're ancestor related. So we were able to click right there right away. And then we started getting into the particulars of our different cosmologies. People call it religion here, but in a way we don't call it religion. We call it cosmology, or either the science of reality. Because we don't see gods, we see forces of nature. We don't see gods, we see forces of nature. Oya is not a god. Oya is a force of nature, represented in physical form by the wind. Abako so Shango is not a god. It's a physical force of nature. It's represented by lightning and electricity and stuff like that. That's a representation of that force in nature. It's not a god. It's a force in nature. Even the Egyptian so-called gods, they are forces in nature. None of them are gods. They're forces in nature being represented in this fashion and that fashion to give you a clue as to what they do and how to approach these. But like you might go to a university or something like that, and you go to the college for medicine, and they got that stick with the thing going around it. I forget what, a caduceus or whatever the name of it. It's not a god. It's a representation of the thing. That's why they have the snakes with, I think it's two-headed snake or two snakes with it, whatever, meaning the same poison can cure it's the disease. This is a concept of science. It's not a god. But we've been told these are gods because the people who telling us got gods in their thing. They doing gods. So they make everybody do gods when they try to explain other people's stuff. But it ain't about that. Gods. It's about forces of nature. And how you can manipulate yourself within the forces of nature, and how you can manipulate the forces of nature within the greater environment. Like they say, we used to call down rain. We used to call down rain. This is our folklore I'm talking about. I ain't talking about no Indian stuff. I'm talking about the Negro folklore that I learned as a child. We could call down the rain. We could fly. We did all of things, and to prove it to me, my father, before I was 1 year old, put me up in a kite and flew me in the air. And I've only seen a reference to that one time. Because people I tell that to, you lying, that can't happen. But I've seen a reference to that one time on YouTube where a little girl, and I think she was 3 years old, and she was picked up by a kite and taken about 50 feet. And that was by accident. Wasn't even deliberate. They showed the whole scene. It was by accident. The kite picked her up and took her off. And then it brought her right back down, all safe and sound. It was beautiful. I think that's still on YouTube. Little girl flying on a kite or something like that. That's how I found it. Anyway, but you know, like people say, how you lying? That's not true. This is not true. That's why I be saying, I be trying to find stuff that you can find as a reference to anything I'm saying. And or not. It's cool. I can dig it. I can dig it. Oh, it's more. Damn, I keep missing things. God means forces of nature according to Negro oral tradition. ZV, I will agree. Thank you. And Vasco, whatever. Da, 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 da. Welcome to the Wale Show. Hey, I didn't know it was going to be a Wale show when I came up, but there you go. I'm willing to go with the flow. 10 to the 100th power scholarship. Sihadra Gautama was born in Lumbini, India. You're correct. That's with an E. It's with the E when meaning you are as a contraction. I'm just saying, for proper stuff when you do. I don't have to, Roy Chess. I minored in history and philosophy and learned these things already. Just take your L, Wale the GOAT. Oh, thank you, man. On that, like I said, sometimes I make mistakes. I ain't, infallible, but I am perfect. Even my mistakes are perfect. Ten to the 100th power. Scholarship. 10 to the 100th power. I don't know what that is, but I could dig it. I can dig it. There is no origin. There could have been several humans using the name Buddha. What happened is my understanding from studying Buddha and the works of Buddha, which I thought is very important, is that Buddha suggested that anyone can become a Buddha. Buddha is not a person. Buddha is a condition of enlightenment, not a name. It's a designation, because there's designations under Buddhahood, different levels, and then when one reaches and the different sutras speak on it. The different sutras speak on it, especially I think it's the golden or the diamond sutra. Definitely speaks on it. That's the one I like. Yeah. The Sutra of Innumerable Means. Innumerable Means. The Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. I think that's how it goes. I have to look it up to make sure I got it correct. It's a Buddhist, the Sutra. Sutra. Innumerable. Let me see if they give it to me right away. Yeah, they gave it to me already. Didn't have to finish writing it out. One of 4 sutra, Innumerable Meanings, the Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. It's in Google, no problem, you can find it. It's part of the 4 Sutra of the Indian, the teachings and commentary of it's on the Sutra of Infinite Meanings. That's how they translate it. Suchi, the Dharma, translated it as such. Sutra of Innumerable Meanings is very doggone. You can get that, man. I recommend that to all my students. Yeah, that one. That's a good one. It's almost like that Malcolm X thing, by any means necessary. Yeah. The Sutra of Innumerable Meanings. Beautiful. Yeah.
What's up with it, Wale? You still cooling these? You still educating these niggas?
Hey, man, I'm just talking right now about Buddhism and stuff. Yeah. So somebody say
educating these niggas.
Somebody say I'm doing it right. So.
Hey. Yeah, you under your belt.
responsibility, man, as an adult nigga is to educate my people. So I be educating these niggas all the time, man.
My nigga. My nigga. Just straight up.
It's important to me because my children are the same, and I want all our people to come up. One coming up by themselves is not my idea of a goal. I want everybody to come up. That's why I say stuff like, we could build our own community check. Because I want everybody to come in and have an advantage. That's why I say things like, let's get to buying together in bulk. And not just one person got a store and we go over there and make that one person money or something. We all buy in bulk. We all getting the same money. And we buy big enough, we can start buying in trailer amounts. If we're buying rice, we could buy trailer amounts because we're going to eat it. We all know we eat this thing. So why not buy it in bulk and get it over with and save money? Spread it out. We all do especially people that have been to college, they're in sororities and fraternities and stuff. Y'all got an automatic group of people that are willing to work with one another to do things. Utilize them things to make more for each other and grow as a group. And then you can grow as a community, and then you can grow as a nation of people, step by step in this whole thing. We got everything we need to do it. What we have to determine, what we have to do is decide to do it. The biggest thing that holds most people up is the decision. Once you decide and it's a firm decision, everything else starts falling in place. But the decision will keep people immobilized, afraid to make. Well, what if I do this? What if I do that? What if I gotta have some contingency? Can't do it until I get this. All of that. Man, come on, keep a person immobilized. And then after doing it a while, will make it even more immobilizing because now it becomes a habit. Hey. So
I feel that Wale, niggas need to be more decisive. Do something. Shit. Stop doing all this talking. Do
throw
something.
Down. Yeah, man, do something. Throw down. I like that. Do something. I say make something because I'm into making something because I'm into what they call it, manufacturing and stuff like that. As a matter of fact, I just had the electrician over because I'm not getting the electricity to manufacture my products, and so I need more electricity. So I'm waiting on now that guy's gone. I'm waiting on the solar guy to give me a call back so we can see how to build up my solar system so it can give me more power. It used to give me enough power and then it stopped giving me enough power and I don't know why. I don't know if it's the inverter that's messed up. I don't know. I don't know what's up now. The batteries are charged fully. I don't know what's the problem. So when this guy called me, maybe it's the wires because I think one guy pointed out the wires before. I changed the wires and I got more power. So maybe it's the wire. So I'm going for thicker wire where I can move more current through a thicker wire rather than a smaller wire. Right? More current flows through a thicker wire than a smaller wire.
Say gauge. Don't say thicker. Just say you want to use a higher gauge.
Higher gauge.
Yeah, lower gauge is thicker wire.
Okay. Well, the way they do it here is in 25. Hold on, the wire that I'm replacing, I'll read it right off the wire itself.
25 gauge is like hair. That's mad thin.
But I don't think that's what they do. Like you're saying, it's a different. Like they use meters and stuff, man. Come on.
That's
They don't use.
It should be the gauge. You'll have another way of measure, but it's always the thickness of the wire is always going to be like that. Gauge.
I understand what you're saying, but I was looking for because I have what you're saying. I know the lower the gauge, the thicker the wire. Is that what you're telling me?
It should be the lower the gauge, the thicker the wire.
I agree with you 100%.
However, it's labeled, whatever the word they use is that's typically what it's referring to.
Right. They say gauge because the woman asked me what gauge is the wire, and when I told her, she read on the thing. She said, "Oh, this 25." I said 25 because I told her it was like an 8 or 10 because that's the size of it to me. I would call it an 8 or a 10. But she said it was 25. Reading the wire, the actual wording on the wire. And she knew exactly what that meant. She said, "No, we ain't got nothing bigger than that." So I have to go to a different store to get a thicker wire. I'm waiting on the solar man to call me now. I got to talk to him before 5. Oh, I thought that was my noise. I know I ain't
Nah,
got
you
no.
know, familiar sounds in New York, the ambulance in New York, that good sound. I ain't gonna lie, I hate that when I go out of state. There's no ambulances, no traffic noise. Where the hell am
Oh,
I
you
at?
did. But be sure to go to Kingston when you come here.
Yeah,
You'll feel right at home.
I gotta be in the city.
Yeah, I don't do city.
That country shit, frogs and all that weird.
Oh yeah, I like that kind of country shit. Man, this other day I went to take a bath. There's a scorpion in the tub, man. I had stepped on it by mistake.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I know. That's how it is. Usually when I find them in the tub, I take the little squinchers and take them out. I got some thing, a tool. Take them and throw them back out into the yard. One day I found 3 in the bathtub in the same morning. I go to take a bath, 3 of them in there. Yo, I took them out and threw them in the yard. So I want to get back to making more paper. I need to make more paper. So that's what I was looking for this people to give me a call. Hey, there's Eusebio. Hey, Eusebio. And Domo too. Everybody's home. Ain't that beautiful, man? Y'all all came in.
Yeah, we came to get a lesson. It's a lot that Sabio can learn from you, Wale. If he wasn't so what they call it, stiff neck, thick neck, what they call that, what the Hebrews call niggas. Y'all know what the Hebrews call niggas.
Yeah, Domo, for real.
What they call niggas, Sabio? Thick neck, stiff neck, stiff neck.
There's a lot. There's a lot you can learn from me then also.
Yo, Damo, son, you had me crying, son. I had to break down the argument yesterday with Buddha. I was like, yo, Damo was like, look, I don't even use the word tether, but son,
Nah, I don't adhere. I had to tell him no, like I don't adhere to them politics at all, bro. But like you don't get it. It's just like you don't get it. It's like you're overvaluing this scholarly perspective over like social location. You know what I'm saying? And like
nobody.
cultural aspect. That's crazy. That's what white people do.
Yeah, I'm making a kid. I'm buying some extra one of those books. Everybody gonna read that story, man. I'm like, yo, son. I told Miss Stella, she was like, but it's an autobiography. How can it be written for white people? Like, that had to be the worst PR campaign.
Nah, and I get what he was trying to say, right? Like when he was saying it was written for white people. What he was trying to say is it like they were that like abolitionists and publishers like our abolitionist publishers at that time were specifically going for graphic content to show and like expose like the horrors of chattel slavery. So it's like that, like the narratives were presented for a purpose as a way to get people to understand like this is what people endured under chattel slavery, right? So it was like
But that's
there was
also a
definitely
white. That's also a white story, cause like, and that's why I started with Truth. The dude David Ruggles. Like a lot of these, like we had our own publications, we had our own bookstores, we had our own means of delivering and getting distributing our story as well. We had publications, we had that was like, nah, you got, I no, not that
no.
you're
I mean,
wrong.
and that's the point though. Like that's what I'm saying. Like you're right, right? Like it's like just because there were abolitionists that purposely used these stories as a way to kind of like push for abolition does not mean it was quote unquote written for white people. That's the disconnect. You know what I mean?
Complete.
That's the disconnect. Like it's like that narrative matters as a part of like being black in America. So like this, oh, it meant everything to the world. Like no, fuck what it meant to the world. Right? Like
Exactly.
that's the problem. It's like we like what it means to us is a part of a culture of violence that we still deal with today. So it's like when you
Yeah.
hear that, you know what I mean? Like that's what creates the type of the frustration internally. And that frustration is only understood and felt by the people who are attached to that cultural narrative.
And you know, I could
I,
have took what he was saying from a white person with no problem. Like, yeah, that's what y'all supposed to say. Like, whatever. Yeah, the black person saying it's like, ah,
yeah,
yeah.
that was crazy.
I don't know. I don't know about that, Q. I probably would have asked the white person. So, do you expect us to look at your history that way? And if so, then why teach it?
But from the perspective, like it's a white perspective, and hearing like and not having the empathy, employed in the conversation, or recognizing the lack of tonal, in tonal connectivity, or the perpetual, what's the word? Perpetual outrage or response to the lack of tone and the disconnect. Yeah, we expect that from white people. We expect white people to not understand the conversation, completely read it wrong, say it wrong, and be disconnected from what we went through. So that's why I'm like, oh my goodness.
I can understand that. I can see that. But so when they bring up the so-called slavery that their so-called ancestors went through, are we supposed to feel the same way about that?
That's
And you know what? I
it's the
had
same shit.
an experience. I had an experience with Buddha like that a while back, not too far back. But we was talking about Native American genocide. And like the nigga was trying to downplay Native American genocide. And in that conversation, I kind of felt like, all right, am I just being like a bleeding heart, nigga? Because I'm like, bro, like, no, it wasn't like the ways that they were wiped out wasn't the ways that the ways that they were wiped out wasn't just a question of, oh yeah, they really didn't mean to do it. They like, nah, nigga, it was a deliberate attempt to get motherfucking indigenous Americans out of this
I
motherfucker.
remember that argument. It was almost as if it was like they were saving them.
Hey, nah, that's what I'm saying. Or it was like, oh well, nah, well they just kind of wiped them out by accident just by getting them sick. That's what the real genocide was. And that's or he tried to say it wasn't really a genocide because they wiped them out because they accidentally got them sick. And it's like, nigga, how do we ignore like the systemic and systematic ways in which like they executed different forms of violence in order to achieve the goal of wiping these motherfuckers out?
They didn't purposely spread smallpox. They were really trying to give them blankets. Like what?
That's wild. That's wild.
Wow.
It's a matter of plausible deniability.
Facts.
Yep.
And convenient amnesia.
Convenient amnesia. Like, come on, bro. Come on, y'all.
And selective reasoning.
Well,
Yeah, that selective reasoning is.
I'm glad you picked up a term that I've been using: selective hearing and selective reasoning, because that's what a lot of you people who want to deny history use: selective hearing and selective reasoning. Y'all select what sounds reasonable and
But I
discard
mean,
what
but
doesn't.
ultimately though, that's like that nigga. Like that's why FBA niggas be complaining because niggas be showing up and saying shit like that. Now the whole reason why I don't agree with the FBA position is because the majority of my experience ain't been what I like with people. You know what I'm saying? People from the islands and other people from the diaspora hasn't been this. It hasn't been like that type of disconnect. Like nah, niggas get it. You know what I'm saying? Like I think it's Buddha's attachment to because what I mean I'll say I'm attached to academia. Nigga, I'm attached to like scholarship or scholarly shit. But I'm never gonna put the scholarly shit over the cultural shit. The cultural shit always comes first. Always.
Yeah,
Like
for
I
him to
don't
put
like
the
if as a black man to be like, yeah, I'm talking about black history objectively. I sound like a damn fool.
Yeah, I'm objectively biased. Bitch, I'm black.
Yeah. Fuck is you
Right,
talking
nigga?
about?
Fuck is you talk? Bitch, you're white. Of course you're biased. What are we talking? Come on, it's 2025. That's why we do cross referencing and you do your peer grouping with information, so you can have a diverse perspective. And not to throw that word in there, but if not, then you're gonna just understand, expect the explicit bias.
Bro, after this debate on Saturday, niggas is gonna be okay saying diverse, bro. It's gonna be okay. I'm gonna prove it to you. I'm gonna show you. You can say diversity, bro.
Even before, I honestly, I'm gonna wait till after. But I have I have a different perspective of it all now. So I don't even. You notice I don't really. It's because Trump did some shit with the Sambo, so the Sambo is different. You know what I mean? Like,
But
and I'm not mad at black folks for trying. I think that's what we get mad at. We're like our faith in white people being different. I think that's what Christian, whatever you want to call it. Yo, pastor. Yo, pastor. Yo, pastor.
yo, people stupid. Yo, are people really that stupid, Domo?
Yeah.
Amin said Pan-Africans worship the god of Pan.
the God of pain.
Yeah, that's just some internet shit to say.
The God pan. Yeah,
It was
man.
like, hey, say you don't understand how the English language works without saying you don't understand how the English language works.
Please, just say you don't understand how. Wow, this shit is wow.
Well, the psychology is the study of the goddess Psyche.
Psyche.
You say psyche, I say psych. It's okay with me.
Where there's an E on the end of it.
But I mean, even though like the etymology may have that type of cultural context attached to it, at the end of the day, psych and ology are prefixes and suffixes
Mm-hmm.
that are used throughout the English language. Like ology just means the study of,
Study of something, right?
right?
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
psych is not a prefix, psych is a noun. Ology is a prefix, a suffix.
No, PSYC is a prefix, Wale. Look it up.
Okay.
It is a
Okay.
prefix meaning referring to the mind or or
Okay.
you know what I'm saying? Like psychology is the, you know what I'm saying? Like these are like
Psychoanalyze,
psychiatry,
psychology,
psychoanalyze, right?
yeah.
It refers to the goddess Psyche, the
No, I'm
Greek
saying,
god.
but that we're
But it
talking
is a
about the English
prefix.
language though. We're talking about the English language. We're
Yeah,
not talking mythology.
It's a
I
prefix that refers to the mind.
Because even
yeah,
with what you're saying,
I'm
the
saying that's
claim
where
that because you put Pan African in front of it, you worship the god Pan. It's like no,
Oh,
pan is a prefix.
pan, as
Like,
far as I understand, the usage of it in that term is used as a prefix. Yes.
right, right. So that's the real disconnect that's happening.
Well,
There,
I'm gonna let this
there,
person in the chat who says don't trust anyone who's not a FBA. We're not FBA over here. Sorry, Queen Sheba.
I'm CBS myself. That ain't somebody over here. ABC. We did have somebody here that was Fox, but they had to leave. We had
Look,
someone
I'm
too.
DEI.
You did, yeah. There you go. But you know what? What's his
I'm
name?
down
I
with
had
OPP.
you. Neil Tyson had said something extreme about diversity. I mentioned it a few hours ago. That he
Stop putting
said
that on Neil Tyson, man.
he said that yeah, he was talking about diversity. He said in Africa has the most diverse population of people, and so the smartest person in the world should be found among the African people, just like the dumbest people in the world should be found by in African people because of the greatness of the diversity. The fastest people, the slowest people, the tallest people, the shortest people, all that should be found in this in that amount of diversity.
And that is
And
exactly what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. You will find the tallest person in Africa and the shortest person. You will find the skinniest person in Africa and the fattest person in Africa. You will find the slowest person and the fastest. And you will find the smartest and the dumbest. As a matter of fact, he went on to say in that video, because I watched it numerous times, he went on to say that they're actually looking for the next Einstein on the continent of Africa, because
that's right. That's right.
he's going to come from.
Exactly.
So I watched the whole video that you're referencing. So I knew what you were talking about when you mentioned it, but I knew you had taken it out of context.
Okay, beautiful. But the conclusion was the same.
Intelligence is different in different places.
Okay.
But as he said, you're going to find the fastest person and the slowest. You're going to find a long distance runner over there. Why? Because of East Africa and the distance they run, their lung capacity.
And they're looking for the next genius to come from Africa as a result of this same thing, which is what I was bringing out to Domo, which is that as a result of diversity itself, as a cosmic reality, not as a social policy, but as a cosmic reality. Diversity will do that. And so in that sense, this is what I was bringing it to his attention for. Not necessarily for a debate, but just a better understanding of, the uses in the area of diversity and how they occur and what they may, how they may transform the society.
No, I'm not Somalian Blue. I'm going to tell you exactly. Because people like to ask stupid ass questions. Because I said I'm not FBA and I said I'm African American. And what I mean by that is that my DNA and my ancestry goes to the continent of Africa. And there is also some American, European American to be specific, Spanish American to be more specific, Colombia and Peru, if you want me to narrow it down to the countries that are American. That's DNA with some English and some Irish ancestry. So when I say African American, I mean that my DNA goes to the continent of Africa, the majority of it, 84 to 94%, depending on the DNA website I use. 23andMe would say 84. CRI Genetics would say 94%, 94.8%. So at that point, that shows me that the majority of my DNA goes to the continent of Africa. So that makes me an African American because my ancestors, my family was raised here, not on the continent of America.
But because I have ancestry and DNA that connects me back to the Isan tribe in Nigeria, that makes me an African American. Slowpoke.
So that video that I've been talking about so much about the African presence in China, the guy also mentioned there's a Hablo group over in China that is only matched in one other place in the world, and that is Ghana. The people of Ghana, he names who the people are and everything, and he names who the people are in China. And they're the only two groups on the planet that have that Hablo grouping. Furthermore, he went into that other thing I was saying about the association of the different towns in Nigeria and the association of the different towns in Japan. He went through a long list of all of that as well, and brought that part up too, about the young boy going over there and seeing that thing, as well as bringing up the ancient names of the towns and the current names of the towns as they exist in Nigeria. And then there's other stuff that can be shown, but I'm just saying, that part is in his little video. And he gives the references that you can find.
If you want to question me, there is a link, and you can question me by joining the link.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, man.
And no,
do that.
I don't only recognize African genetics. As I said, I have some American, African American, Peruvian, and Colombian ancestry, not very high percentages, and I have some European ancestry. Irish,
All right, about stuff. Good.
DNA, ancestry. Yes, I am learning about my culture. Yes, the Isan culture. That's the only culture I really need to know about. Why? Because that's the culture that the majority of my ancestry come from. So why would I want to learn about the Ifa, the Yoruba, the Congo, any of those? I can, but that isn't going to help me learn about my family and my history to see if I have any family or connections to the Isan tribe.
So now again, the Eastern tribe, are they connected to the Yoruba or the Hausa or anybody else?
Absolutely not.
Not? You say they're not Fulani?
No.
Okay, beautiful, man. I'm just asking.
Not that I've seen, Wale.
And what is their? Are they in northern or eastern, southern Nigeria or something like that? Or are they not necessarily?
They're actually the dominant. From what I'm seeing, they have 35 confederations or nations, and they are the dominant
of the Isan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they broke it down into different clans. Okay, I get you.
Who we talking about? What people?
The Isan.
Okay, it's spelled ESAN.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm prone to pronounce that Isan. I'm sorry. That's how I first known it to be. Yeah, that's cool.
It's bits and pieces that I'm putting together. Like I said, it's a long story. I don't want to make up things and misrepresent because I haven't really talked to many people from there.
Okay.
And I would like to.
Of course.
But that's neither here nor there. That's to be determined when we get to that bridge.
I've seen the Esan people in that history of the Yorubas. I'm pretty sure I saw them mention the Esan. But you could check. I mean, it's up to you how you get your information. But I seem to recall.
Maybe they aren't. I don't know.
That's why I was asking: Are they a part of the larger Yoruba nation? Because the larger Yoruba nation includes a lot of different people.
Yes,
I mean,
my cousin Prateen, my cousin who moved over to Ghana. She knows me in Africa.
She knows what? You say she knows what?
She knows me. So yes, there's a person in Africa who knows me.
Oh, you're talking to the chat. Okay, I get you.
I don't know, Vovo. I haven't looked into all that. So that'll be something I would have to look into.
All them so-called tribes and stuff, most of the Yoruba, as far as I understand, are a conglomeration of actual tribes from just a leftover from the larger empire that came together as a federation.
As a federation, yep. I would have to look into that, Anonymous. Transgenerational epigenetic inheritance.
But what do you think of this thing about the hablo group of the Chinese and the Ghanaians? They're the only two people with that blood grouping.
I would have to look into that.
Yeah, that's why I was suggesting this film to you and Afro.
Are you adopting blues?
I'm not sure.
Are you adopting blues angle?
Blues. What's that blues? I don't know what that means.
The Afro-Asiatic.
Right. That life originated in Asia and migrated to Africa.
Oh no, I'm not doing anything like that. Neither is the video that I was recommending. Me nor the video is saying anything of that nature.
Sabio, the first records of Black Africans, and not going back to prehistoric times, is in the Tang Dynasty.
Oh, okay.
The original people of China are not African people. They simply not.
They just Negroid.
So
is that what you're saying? They're Negroid, not Chinese. I mean, not African. They're Negroid, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying Negroid or African people, as we know them, don't come into the Tang Dynasty.
Okay,
and majority of them come through the Silk Road due to Islamic trade.
Mm-hmm. Okay, if that's what you go with, I can dig it.
Then you see a maritime where Chinese are going to the east coast of Africa through Zhang He. Well, I forgot what dynasty he was in, but that's far later. That's 1300 to 1400. And they got physical evidence that remains from his voyages. He brought some giraffes back to the emperor. They don't necessarily depict black people, but you can see the African animals and plants being traded.
Okay. Well, that's why I was saying, as far as the different depictions and all that kind of reference material, the video that I recommended has all that stuff involved in it, in the video itself. And he tells what centuries, because he was talking about the Xiang, the Shi dynasty, and then the Xiang dynasty, and then the Ko dynasty. And that's the area that he was talking about, showing pictures and stuff from. Depictions from the Chinese people, of the Chinese historical account of, I like to say niggas being there. So then that's all I'm going by, and that's all he's saying. And he says a lot more because he has a lot of references and different stuff as far as source material that I don't have available. And so when people start asking a lot of questions, I have to send them over there to get that.
Do you remember the title of that documentary, Wale? Because
I have
think
not
I've seen it. It's old. It's something from the 90s, maybe late 80s.
No, it's not. It came out on YouTube 2 months ago. It's called Shocking. I'm going to put that. It's already, I put it again in the doggone chat on this side of the chat so you can see it yourself. I forget sometimes that the chat don't always follow through once I put it in. That's the name of it I'm putting up now. And now I'm going to go get the link itself and bring that directly to you because I want you to be able to look at it, man. And then if you disagree with share it and stuff like that, go ahead and disagree if you want to call it bunk.
No,
and
why
stuff.
didn't you just share it? Why didn't you just share it so we can look at it together, all of us?
There it is. Okay, I'll do that because I do have it on I can get it on a screen, and somebody has to share my screen. I'm good. I'll set that up now. The setup for that. Hold on, I got to pull the make it happen first. I don't have it in the Google yet. Yeah, go there, baby. Because I have 3 or 4 different windows, and sometimes, okay, this should do it. This does it, baby. I can, yeah. Let me stop this. And something about the volume, I don't know how that goes, but I'm gonna try to work that out when I got it for screen share. I'm gonna have, yeah, there it is. I got it up for the screen share. There it says the share. I have to go back to the beginning because mine came up in the. It's not at the beginning, so I have to go to the beginning of the actual video, which is here, and they're going to give me a commercial. Okay, we're going to skip him.
Somebody share his video, please.
Huh? I have it on.
Your video. You have to have somebody share it. Share it in the back. Share it. You know how to share your screen?
Oh, it's still in the bag. Yeah. It's still in the bag. I see.
Yeah.
Somebody share it. Yeah. Okay, I get it.
One of the moderators have to share it.
Okay, I'll stop it until somebody, because it's just noise.
Q Butter, Domo, whoever hosting the show probably.
Huh?
I don't know. Whoever's running the show probably has to share it. I don't know if all three of them.
Oh yeah, definitely. I thought they were on the job. My bad. I can wait. Since you had suggested it, I thought you knew somebody was on the job, and so I just started sharing.
They were here. So
yeah, I'm good. And like I said, it's like a 39-minute video. It's okay, but I still get the volume. Hold on, I'll tell you exactly how many minutes. Hold on, because it's right there on YouTube. Yeah, 39.21. 39 minutes and 21 seconds.
I don't know about
so I did
that. That's a long.
I mean, I got that. That's why I was recommending people watch it on their own time and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
That may work
the link,
a little bit better.
You can watch some of it. You could skip ahead. All kind of stuff you could do. Yeah, I could do that too. Skip ahead because I know some of it. I didn't watch it. Some of it twice, not all of it, but I watched the whole thing all the way through. And I was like, wow, this is the stuff I've been saying all along, but he put it all in one video. But I have to show you that video because he has the sources. I don't have the sources and the names and who's what year. I don't got that stuff.
So somebody asked you a question, and I'm going to ask them for you. The OS, he asked Uncle Wale, are we Indian or Chinese?
You know, like I said, I'm a nigga. I ain't Indian or Chinese.
What? See, do you see why I say things like this? Because we ask you direct questions and then you give us vague ass answers. Are we Chinese or are we Indian? Have we always been here or are we from China?
Oh no, we ain't from. I don't know to be myself from China, but I do know our people have went to China or to be in China. Let me put it more succinctly: to have been in China, whether they went, came from, all that kind of stuff. I don't care or know, but I know that they were there, and that's what I hone in on right now until we get more evidence, man, about whatever else the rest of the story may be. But them being there, oh yeah, that's a fact for Jack.
So again, the way that you answer simple questions with vague answers is phenomenal.
Okay, beautiful.
Say that to you.
Okay,
you're the one who say that we've always been in the Americas, and now
that's right.
That we've always been in China. So are we Oriental or are we Native American?
I'm telling you, China doesn't relegate. The location called China doesn't relegate Orientalism. Secondly, let me go on before you continue. I'm not saying derivation. I'm not dealing in derivation. You are. That's not my bailiwick. I don't care about derivation. I care about relation. So the relationship
concrete. I'm not dealing in relation, derivation, none of those words. I'm dealing in concretes and absolutes.
Oh yeah, you can do that.
African Americans either were Native Americans or either were Chinese mixed with Native Americans that became niggas somehow. I don't know how,
Bam.
but
See this?
magical way, Chinese became niggas when they
Oh,
somehow
nobody
got
got
to the
when you
Americans
get
who got
cream, man.
over across the Atlantic on the backs of Tyrannosaurus rexes, Brontosauruses, Brachiosauruses, Stegosauruses,
Yeah,
and whatever other
Cuba.
sauruses you can think about.
Hey, Savio,
What
I
up,
had to
Wild?
learn this stuff via other sources when I was studying Chinese history. And I was doing this for school, and then some of it was just personal. But I ironically just found a web link that's they seem to drop pretty credible information that summarizes everything I just spoke on, bro. From inception into China, even down to Zhang He. If you toss that on the screen, just so we have something for the audience to look at. But in academia, we don't enter into China until the Silk Road, and we're going via Islamic trade.
Right.
Like I
That's
say, the guy have his video with the sources, and if you don't like the sources and stuff that he concludes from his video and the sources and stuff, then that's understandable. Meanwhile, however, it would seem to me that anybody with an academic slant would want to know what those sources are and what they may be, because they may be new to you and you don't know them. It might be, unless that's impossible, which it might be also. I don't know. But I'm just saying, seemed to me that anybody with academia leanings would want to check it and see what it says. That's all. It just seems to me like that. It don't have to be that ain't
Africa
necessary.
and China have had contact for more than 1,000 years. Some scholars assert that the contacts began as early as 4th century AD, but convincing evidence is sporadic or lacking. Beginning with the Tang Dynasty, 618 AD to 907 AD, documented evidence of contact and trade exists, showing a relationship between China and the city-states of East Africa. This relationship has evolved over the centuries and led to a migration of Africans to China to study trade and act as diplomats. At least one account indicates that Du Han was the first Chinese to visit Africa, probably in Nubia during the 8th century AD. Since the 7th century, Africans have maintained a consistent commercial relationship with China. During the Tang Dynasty, Arab traders brought African slaves from East Africa to China. They comprised one of the many commodities in the Arabs' large-scale maritime trade with China. During this era, the first Chinese cultural perception of African people developed. These dark-skinned people were known as Kulun. They were described as lower class, ignorant, scary, and dangerous. Although there were far more enslaved Chinese people, some wealthy Chinese preferred the exotic Kunlun slaves.
Now, there's poetry about that right there, Sabio. There's a whole poetry movement in China about that. And we have to, if somebody wants to take this study serious, we're going to have to navigate through that and find out if they're referring to African people or Malaysians and Negrito people. You get what I'm trying to say by that? Because those Kunluns may not necessarily be African people. The deeper you go into this study.
Right. I understand what you're saying.
According to the people I've heard from China, Kunlun was definitely Negroid. Now, whether it was African or not, I don't know.
Negrito.
Okay, Negrito is Negroid. So, yeah, Negrito is fine. That's a Negroid people. And so I'm assuming with you, I'm agreeing with you in the sense that we must not necessarily.
Negroid?
We must not necessarily.
Negroid people. I'm trying to figure out what's a Negroid people.
We must not we must not necessarily assume that just because they were Negroid, they come from
What's a
Africa.
Negroid people?
The Negritos, man, and the
Like
Australians and the Melanesians and the
what?
Tanzanians. Okay, the Negritos. I'll go slower this time. Are Negroid people. The Australians are Negroid people. The Melanesians are Negroid people. The Tasmanians, if you can find any left, are Negroid. They were a Negroid people. Where did I go? Oh, yeah, that's a couple of Negroid peoples for you right
Melanin.
there.
So anyone with melanin is a Negroid people.
Not at all, man. I didn't say that. If you're going to conclude that, that's your own conclusion that I never even hinted towards. That's something you just decided.
Are Negroid.
No, I didn't say that at all. But if that's going to be your conclusion, then you're welcome to have it. But I never even said that or implied it at all.
You named all the people with dark skinned people, Tasmanians, Malaysians, Negritos, Australians. These are all people with some tint to their skin, some darkish hue, some type of browning to their skin.
Oh, that's beautiful. You recognize that. That is so beautiful.
So at this point, again, in your estimation, 1 times 1 is 2.
Actually, not my estimation, cousin.
Let somebody else figure that mathematical equation out, because that's one I don't know how to deal with.
I understand. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Just because you have melanin, that means you're Negrito.
I didn't say that. Recognize that I keep telling you that's your conclusion.
I
and
understand
I didn't
say that. I totally agree that you did say that at all.
I did not say that. Right. I did
know.
not say that.
That's what I said. You
did it. DIDN apostrophe T.
Okay. Apostrophes. Apostrophe. Whatever. Anyway, that's so beautiful, man. As long as we get it well understood.
That you will take history and archaeology and try to paint your own picture with it. We've been at that understanding.
Cousin, whatever you say about what I do is up to you.
Nah, that's what you do.
Obviously, you'll say anything. So
nah, you don't want to think
trying to correct you. I ain't gonna
Atlantis was real. People were living in a place called Atlantis.
Cousin, that's what you say. I do, and as for you, that means I do it.
That's what
you say. I do it. That means to you, I do it. Okay, I don't do your thing. Baby.
I just hold your feet to the fire, just like you try to do my.
Oh yeah, hold my feet to the fire. Man.
Just like you try to hold my feet to the fire.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and soak my feet this evening, so that'll be
that's
nice.
What's up. Me too.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold it to some warm. Yeah, baby. So yeah, everything's nice, everything copacetic, everything is on time, and ITAL. I picked that.
Isn't ITAL the food?
ITAL is a condition. It's not a food.
Oh no, I was never a roster. I always thought it was referring to the food.
You could refer to a lot of stuff. ITAL simply means it's really relative to the word kosher, meaning that it's pure or something like that. It's natural, meaning that it's natural. Excuse me. ITAL means refers to it being natural. Because there's ITAL herb and stuff. Like I smoke ITAL. I don't smoke with grabba and all them other additives. I only smoke ITAL. And that means simply that I only smoke herb. I don't smoke nothing with it. No sage and all them other things people be adding. I don't know what they doing. You know, that's what they do. But my stuff is ITAL. The papers I make them ITAL. They are natural.
I agree with you on that, Logic. I totally agree with you on that.
On what, man?
Nothing. I just read his comment.
Oh, okay. You're talking to the chat. Okay, I can dig it. I was talking to the chat there for a moment myself, man, and then I thought you said something about putting the thing up, so that's when I got out of the chat. Negro people. Wale negrito does not mean negroid. Okay, no problem. However, the negrito people are negroid.
No, they're
So,
not.
okay, if you say they not, then it's up to you, man. Like you,
You're using racist and white supremacist talking points, and you
you
don't even know it.
yeah, man. Hey, have you ever met a negrito? I've actually lived among the negrito for a little while, short while now, but I've lived among them. And so, whatever you want to say, please say it. And then whatever I want to say, I definitely will.
As long as you keep using those racist and white supremacist terms, you won't ever understand how
What
racist
white supremacist
you
term?
actually are.
Like black, that's a white racist term.
A
Calling
lot
people
of
black.
terms of white racist terms, but Negrito, Negroid, Mongoloid, Australoid, and all those are definitely racist terms.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Hey, man, to me, black is a racist term. As a matter of fact, it's been designated as such by all the governments.
I didn't disagree with you on that, did I?
Hey, cousin, I don't know. I've just made the
Better way
statement. So
to
far, I
vote.
don't know. Mhm. It's cool. Like I said, like I said,
They
like
were
I said.
considered pseudoscientific and racist.
Whatever you say,
And
cousin, I
those
can dig
words
it.
are not in usage anymore.
Ooh, not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. They hit the floor. Nobody wants to look at the truth of a matter. They'd rather change the words and pretend that the matter doesn't exist.
All
Ba-da-ba-bam.
right,
I can dig
Roy Chess.
Roy Chess. Roy Chess ought to come over and play a few games over there at the chess something. Chess.com. And I told him I'd be over there playing often. Even when I be on the panel here, I'll go and play a game when y'all start talking about baseball or whatever sports y'all be talking about and stuff. I ain't into all that. Some of that stuff, to me, is just useless. So I'll go and play a game of chess or something. See how it works out in the time it takes. And come back, see if things change. Not, whatever. The topics may be different. People on the panel may be different. Like I said, I saw that Demi come up, but I didn't hear a word from her. I don't know. I be trying to invite people to talk myself when they come up, but it's cool. People have to do their thing. It's all right. Some people figure it's more important to argue and fight, and they must carry on. Let's see. These are not racist terms. Those are not racist terms. Oh, that's Roy Chess. They will just name those names without any hate or reference. Your emotions make them. No, Wale. The question was, how do we use any of that Wale babble to protect or advance our community? Well, if you listen to me, I was just saying
Oh,
earlier that
oh,
we
hold on,
should.
hold on, hold on, Wale.
You go ahead. I'll hold on.
Negroid, less commonly called Congoid, is an obsolete racial grouping of various people indigenous to Africa south of the area, which stretch from the southern Sahara Desert in the west to the African Great Lakes in the southeast, but also to isolated parts of South and Southeast Asia, Negritos. The term is derived from now disproven conceptions of race as a biological category. Hold up, hold up, hold up. It gets worse for you, Roy Chess. The concept of dividing humans into three races called Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and Negroid, originally named Ethiopian, was introduced in the 1780s by members of the Gothican School of History and further developed by Western scholars in the context of racist ideologies during the age of colonialism. Roy Checkers, go lay down. Go learn something, please. I actually know more than you do, Roy. That's the reason why you are afraid to join the panel. Again, Roy Checkers. Sit in the chat and be the philosophy flunky that you are. You're not a science. You don't know anything about science. You don't know anything about philosophy. You just tell people they wrong because you stupid. At some point you have to pick up a book. It's unfortunate that people try to teach people things that they taught them before they joined. Like you telling me about Blumenbach and Linnaeus, as if those names are new to me. Bruh, you're late to the game. You're real late to the game. We were telling you about this way, way long ago. So you learned some names that we knew about. Congratulations, Roy Checkers. Congratulations. You learned about Blumenbach and Linnaeus. Congratulations.
I've been dropping a book on that gives an outline to that conversation you had with Roy for
Nas,
almost
now
10
how much
years in these YouTube
now,
streets,
now
bro.
before now before I got on this panel, was I not talking about Blumenbach and all them?
Yeah. I've been telling people to get that race, the origins of race, a pseudo scientific, I can't remember the whole title, book for like 10 years. Back before Unc even started Pseudo Killers, and it was just his channel. I was
It was
dropping
just
that.
this channel.
Yeah.
Like I joined the community knowing about these people.
Right, Savior. That's why I'm so adamant on my sentiment about Black children deserve world history. It's not so much that we go explore other people's cultures, but it's a protection mechanism to see where we was and where we wasn't.
Right. To learn
Because if you get blindsided, next thing you know, somebody with some fancy words and some altered evidence can have people thinking we originated China.
Right.
You get where I'm going? So to
Right.
protect against that, just study world history. Learn your opponents on the board. By all means, study yourself, but study the rest of the world too.
Right. Study everything.
And it's okay to appreciate other people's story, culture, or whatever. I don't think you have to pretend to be it, but for example, I love ancient Chinese history. They were doing some dope stuff and had some dope stories. But I'm not trying to put us in their story. I
And
just
I learned
appreciate it for
from
what it is.
shit.
Like
And I'm
Manisa's mother's story, mean me. That's one of the dopest stories I've ever heard. As far as parenting and how human beings, even back in depending on how you classify it, BCE eras or BC, how they was already looking how environment shapes the education of the youth, and they created literature to speak to that via that poetry of Menissa's mother. That's dope to me.
I understand. And there are some dope stories that other people's coaches are pretty impressive when you look at them from the outside and you respect them for being the people and the cultures that they were able to create. But that don't mean that's us, and that don't mean we need to try to force ourselves into their story. No, let them people stand. Let them people have their history.
Yeah, because if you're not careful, you start claiming detriments to us. For example, when I talked about Zhang He and his maritime trips from China to Africa, when the Portuguese seen that, they got influenced by them junk ships. Not long after, guess where the Portuguese is taking us?
Man,
You get where I'm going?
it's crazy.
And the sad part is that's taking place in Africa, over there in Kilwa and Madagascar. So the Portuguese learned um, further ship production by looking at the junk ships, and in Kilwa they was looking at the cotton sales being produced. They went home, altered some stuff. Next thing you know, they headed towards the Americas.
Shit is absolutely wild. How little things can change trajectories of whole populations of people and create new peoples in new situations. But it happened all the time throughout history. We're just not as aware of it or willing to look into how other people were forced into other people's systems due to colonization and imperialism.
Especially imperialism.
Hmm.
We can't even understand European history because of imperialism.
Mm-mm.
We view them all as wasp, and they not.
All not.
And we give them a unity that they don't even have
They was
ever.
wiping each other off, yo. They was wiping each other off the map. It's crazy when you look at the wars they were having amongst each other.
So apparently, I have to replace my solar batteries. He said they worn thin,
Mm.
but the rest of the system he thinks is okay. Just the batteries have worn thin.
So Roy Chess,
Mm.
where do you think the word race or stems from? Because it didn't have anything to do with humans. It actually had to do with horses and dogs. The word rasa or raza had to do with horses, horse breeding, and dog breeding. No, it doesn't. It comes from the Spanish word raza, and they were actually equating it to horse breeding and things like that.
That's why they use the term mulatto because of the horse breeding.
Donkeys, mules,
Right, mules.
a mulatto.
Yep, mulattoes.
You really have to do a lot of studying, Roy. A lot of studying. And I'm not one to say race is a social construct. I'm one to say that everything are social constructs. So if you want to say race is a social construct, we can say that. But it does have some biological underpinnings and things that they were attributing to this thing we call race. But you would have to do the reading that I've done to understand what the hell I'm talking about. And you're not willing to do that. You're willing to what you will do is try to stand on words that you've learned to try to be sophisticated, but you're not willing to actually study the thing that you're willing to stand there and talk about. No, this isn't no dictionary scholarship. You see, that's what you think because you haven't studied what I've studied. My definition of racism: discriminatory practices used to keep other people out of positions of power, used by people with power or authority over those who they think or may deem less worthy. I mean, racism, it doesn't always have to yeah, so I have a fluid definition of racism. Is it directed towards anti-blackness? Yes, following the logic. But you would have to go into the studying of all that to understand why I would say is racism is built off of anti-blackness. No, because you have to have power and authority. You can be racial. Racist. You see, and that's the fluidity.
Are we back at that argument? Racist versus prejudice?
Right.
You got to have power to enforce your will to be racist.
To be racist, you see?
You could
So
be
yeah,
prejudiced and means you just don't like anything outside of self.
that's the
Or have
fluidity.
preconceived notions, and you get where I'm going.
Right. There has to be with racism, there has to be some structures and systems behind it. It just can't be, I don't like you because your skin color. Okay, cool. That's racial. I'm racial at that point. I don't like a lot of other people because of their skin color. Is my racialness going to affect their trajectory, their outcomes in the world? Absolutely not. So it all depends on how you look at it. I'm racial as hell though. Say it loud. Shit. I want us to do better. I want us to be stronger. I want us to be more economically viable. I'm racial. Do I think what I want is going to affect a white person or an Asian or a Mexican? China? Nah. I don't want them to come up before my people though. Hell nah. Hell nah. I don't want to see Mexicans coming up over black people. I don't want to see Asians coming up over us. Fuck nah. Does that make me racist? No. Maybe it does. But yeah, my bad. So Roy Chess, are you going to correct me and show me how I'm wrong?
Hey. Why don't dude join the panel? Said chatting away. He got
Because
he
because
he
you know
has it
he
in
has
him to correct everybody on everything. Hit the panel and teach us.
right, teach us. Because he's always right and we're always wrong. Yes, you do. Everybody's wrong, Roy. You are the smartest person in the world. You are the philosophy, science, God, history, everything expert. Everybody else needs to sit down at the feet of Roy Chess and learn. So please enlighten us. Roy Chess. One thing I've noticed since you've been in this community is you're the only person that's right. We don't know the proper context. We don't know, we're using the word wrong. It's not the proper etymology. Whatever. You see? There we go. We are likely confusing context. So come teach us the context of the word that and how we're supposed to be using it. Stop typing at us. You type, but you don't speak as clearly as you think you type. So either shut up, go learn what you disagreeing with us about, or come show us why you disagree and teach us where we're wrong at. Because I can show you a whole folder on race, racism, race, religion, and all that in one folder. And it's not 5 books or 5 papers. Right. You see, GQ, wrong thought patterns. So let me, because I see what you're saying, Anonymous. So, but I want to make sure because I don't have to rock or like or deal with my Asian neighbor that stay 5 houses down the street. But as long as I acknowledge his humanity, I don't do anything to disrespect him. How is that racist or racism? How am I impacting him in any way, shape, or form that could be considered supremacist or racist? because I choose to deal with black African Americans, black people, and not deal with him, that could be called exclusionary. It could be called racial. But I don't see about racist, because he's still going to have his job. Like I'm trying to understand how is there any power in me not dealing with him because I don't want to deal with him?
Peace, GQ. I just glanced at the chat, see who's down there. Jump up here so I can holler at you before I go to work, bro. We can speak some of that Bass Reeves science.
What happened, Sabo? You had a loss for words, or they killed the feed? It's still on. What happened, Sabio? He went off. Thought Sabio was showing enough up here reading the chat and arguing with people and everything. Then all of a sudden, nobody. Where's Wall Street Willie? You just put up your face and walk away? Say, yeah, I'm up here, but I ain't got nothing to say. And Gula.
What's good, Wale? I don't know if there's a mod here, but GQ and Sabio's in the back trying to get on.
Okay, I don't think it's somebody. Maybe he got knocked off, Sabio. Okay, I get you. But I don't think Dev Nog's Q is about it at the moment. But they should be checking in, see how things going. Hey, I just got me. Oh, I'm doing this like I got the thing. I just got me some nori. You know nori? Yeah. That's some seaweed of some kind. I just got me some nori. I'm gonna have that with dinner tonight. Nori. I like nori.
I like seaweed too, Wale. Like I told you, my stepmother is Japanese. And we grew up eating seaweed. Well, you take sticky rice and roll it up in seaweed and dip that in sesame oil.
Sesame. You say she Japanese from where? Oh, you said Okinawa, didn't you?
No, my little brother was born in Okinawa. She's from Zama City.
Oh, that's on the mainland. That's on the mainland or near the mainland.
Yeah, it's the biggest city I can think of close to it. I want to say is Dakota. And driving is probably like 3 hours from Tokyo, but that's because the traffic is so thick.
Even among the vets that I saw stay over there, they like the Okinawa more than the mainland. The ones I knew, they preferred Okinawa because it was kind of kick back and relax more so than the mainland.
That's because they be taking them hops and they'll hit the Philippines and all the other islands.
I know that's what I was doing. Man, every other weekend I was on a plane. I was on planes so much I had to chase them down the tarmac to get on them, man. Hey, I had fun.
And not to jump in my conspiracy bag, but I still think that Agent Orange is prevalent over there. My little brother was born with some birth defects that line up with that. Like
Yeah, yeah.
it crooked his spine, one leg is shorter than the other, so he's got a limp. And I think
Uh-uh.
it came from that.
Is he Japanese? His mother's Japanese?
Yeah, his brother's Japanese and my pops is black.
Okay, I know of another child who had a similar kind of deformity. Uh, I think he was Korean though, but his nuts wouldn't drop. He was already 6 years old, and his nuts still ain't dropped. No, he was 4, and his nuts still hadn't dropped. So I think it's like that mulatto thing, But you have to do your thing. People got to do their thing. But a mule don't necessarily reproduce well, and so that's why they call them mulatto. When they mix breed like that, sometimes they don't work out well. That's why people be talking about inbred and stuff, because sometimes that stuff don't work out well. Anyway, not to like mix words or try to come on somebody. I'm just saying, should be considered anyway. Man, I got a whole yard of sweet potatoes growing, and I went and bought some sweet potatoes because I don't like digging them up. I have to at some point. I was saying earlier I didn't like papaya. I didn't like pumpkins either. Now I like pumpkins. Pumpkins are nice. Pumpkins. Get some nice pumpkin rice. That rice mixed with pumpkin. Nice. Right now I'm have rice with the sweet potato. Go out and pick some greens. I'm liking these stinging nettle. Man, the bite on them that nettle is something. It's an acquired trait. It will make you slap somebody. That stuff get on you, start stinging. Just as sure it get on you, it's gonna sting. But I've learned to manage it, the sting. But I still go and pick it with gloves on. And once it's washed and cooked, the sting it goes away off the nettle. But it's highly nutritious, more nutritious than most stuff you buy at the supermarket, as far as greens go. So I'm sticking with it right now. And plus, it grows in my yard, so I just go out and pick some. I got some callaloo, but not much. I got some spinach, but not much. But the what's the name of the nettle is endemic to the yard. It grows here. It's native to the yard. It was here when I got here. Oh yeah, you were saying can't nobody come up. That's why it's so silent. Nobody else can come up. They waiting in the backstage. I can dig it. The Urban Q Buddy usually check on the situation, and I think Psycho. I don't know. Maybe Psycho don't have no keys, but somebody else has some besides Dev and Q Buddy. It's one other person I think I recall. Maybe it's identity was hell. I don't know. Shit. Seem I remember somebody. Yeah. So I'm preparing my dinner, cutting this sweet potato up. Put it with the rice, go out and pick me some greens, bring them in, put them in with the rice, finish that up, bring some fish in and put the fish in with the rice. Well, it's gonna be a meal. Fish and rice. Hmm. I hope I wasn't insulting to Gula about I didn't mean to be insulting. Just
Nah,
an
you good. You good.
Oh, beautiful.
I got thick skin like a rhino.
Oh, good. That's always good. Remind me of that, what they call it, a black coat, a black shaw, I think it's called. And the guy said in the West Indies, they were using the black shaw, which was the skin of dead niggas. They'd sew them together, and they put them on a guy to torture him, a colored guy. If they wanted to torture him, they throw this dead skin cloak. They call it a cloak. They throw the cloak over him, and it would drive him mad because he knew it was the dead skin of the people he knew. And they used to do that to torture the Negroes, they say. I have the paperwork. I just saw it the other day, the paper on that. And I was telling people at the time that, on this same channel that they used to tan the skin of Negroes and make shoes out of it. And they have it on eBay, Negro School. skin shoes on eBay. At that time, they were. I don't know if they're still on there. Yeah, Negro skin shoes was being sold on eBay. They sell all that stuff. Worth value to them. Somebody is worth value to somebody. And when I first said it on this channel, people were like, "Oh, you lying? That ain't how it goes." Your stuff, So I had to prove it again. But I don't. It's okay. I have to build a reputation, so I don't mind people saying I'm lying. I'm building a reputation of speaking the truth, so I don't mind them saying I'm lying. In that way, when they come back and show that I'm speaking the truth, helps the reputation. It helps with building a reputation. Yeah, so it's all good. Yeah, man, it's all good with these potatoes. And I ran out of onions, though. All I got is garlic. I wanted some onions. I got some scallions. That's right.
All right,
Yo, what it do? What's good? Yo, peace to the panel, everybody. Peace, yo.
What's up, Marley?
What's up, Marley
My,
Marl?
my man Wale over there living like a real Caribbean right now. Got the scallions and the callaloo. Ain't shit. Just chilling, man. Mm.
What's up, Vass?
What's going on, Dale? How you doing today?
Yeah, so what's going on?
What's going on,
I
President?
thought I thought Savior was here too. No?
They
He probably
fell
left.
off and they
Yeah,
was
I
trying
think
to get back on, but nobody was here to let them up.
yeah, my bad,
He was like,
Samuel. I
nah.
stepped up. I had stepped off. I'm back, man. We want to get back.
Hey, Marley. Yeah, man. I'm eating it up.
Oh yeah, yeah. Now I heard your name pulling out some of the stuff, scallions and stuff like that.
Yeah, I got some scallions out in the yard. I'm gonna go cut some out now. I don't have no onion.
Mm. Yeah, yeah.
You know the stinging nettle.
No, I know the nettle, but not the stinging nettle. I know nettle. I be drinking nettle every day.
Oh, the stinging nettle make you slap your mama, man. That stuff is awesome. The sting on that thing is horrific, but the nutrition is off the charts. So I
Mm.
use it. I put on
Yeah, it's good
gloves
for
and
your yeah,
oh
it's
yeah,
good for your respiratory system. I know nettle is good for that.
yeah, And so
Huh?
I eat it. I eat it as a green, right? I put it in my food as a green.
Yeah.
Some people do the
Right.
roots, especially in Jamaica. They like the stinging nettle roots in their tea. They boil the tea of the roots. They boil the roots, but I don't like it that much like that. So I eat the actual food, like a greenery or a callaloo type of attitude. But sometimes I make sandwiches. Like I had a callaloo sandwich, which is a good sandwich, man. That's like a patty, right? Only you just use regular bread.
What's that?
Yeah. So that's what I be making. But I make that out of the nettle too. You just what they call it, saute the nettle like you saute the callaloo and just make it. Sometimes I do it with spinach too. Saute the spinach, make a sandwich with toast bread and
Yeah,
tomatoes.
what you do the Jamaican callaloo or you do the other type of callaloo like how they doing in Trinidad and shit like that, or you just do the Jamaican one.
The callaloo.
Yeah,
Callaloo is
it's
an
a sweet.
amaranth. Callaloo is an
It's a,
amaranth, right?
it's two different ways. I mean, I don't know what you mean by amaranth, but I know it's two different ways that they make it. They make it one. I know Jamaicans they make it with spinach, like just spinach and spice or else. And then Trinidad they make it with cream spinach and okra in the pot, and it's more like a liquid form as opposed to like spinach though.
Oh yeah, them different. There's a
Yeah.
lot of different ways to make it, even here
Hmm.
other than the one you mentioned. That's
Yeah.
where I
Right.
first
Yeah.
had a little sandwich was here, man. Somebody made me a sandwich at the Rasta place when I was at
Yeah.
a Rasta village, a Rasta meeting. They had food and stuff, and I got a sandwich. That thing was so good, I was like, "What is this?" I mean, that was good. So now I make it myself. But it's still callaloo. It's the same amaranth. Amaranth is the small, quinoa. It's the
Okay.
same as quinoa. Yeah, I think that's right, quinoa. It's an amaranth. That's the genus of the plant, amaranth.
Hmm.
Hmm. I was just telling the guy earlier today. I have compiled a book of herbs, medicinal herbs. The actual book I compiled has over 300 herbs, man, and their uses and everything. Categorized them up, put them in order, all that kind of stuff I did for the book. I've sold a few copies, but I haven't put it out extensively. It's running about 100 and a quarter, $125. So we were thinking about condensing it down to maybe 15, less than 25 herbs, and selling it for 15, maybe 20, less money instead of all them herbs, because people ain't got all them herbs no way. Try to stick with something, just confine it down to a few herbs. That way I could put it on the market at a good introductory price, $10 or $15. Yeah. So what we need? Oh, we need the herbs. Go ahead, Marty. I'm going and crop this herb.
Are you back, Dev? All right, peace, everybody. I gotta get ready for work.
Wow. They all took off, man. Wow. Marley, y'all just left, huh? I went to go get some greens and y'all gone. But I did get a nice handful of greens right here. I'm gonna go in there and strip them down and put them in the pot. But I did get a nice handful of greens. This the stinging nettle. The stinging nettle is a vine, but it stings. Like I say, I've become kind of accustomed to it. It's still stinging, but I've kind of become acclimated to the sting. So I picked this bunch right here. I'll go and wash it up, put it in the pot, and I got some scallions too while I was out. Because I don't have no onions, so I picked some scallions. I'll be back. I'm gonna go put this away. Hey, chatter, chat. I should check the chat and see what's being spoken in the chat. See how that going. I see nobody up on the panel, as it were. See what's going on in the chat. Blumenbach is not a biologist, though, which is the correct field for this. So it's a serious question between Roy Chess and whoever he's talking to. I see. My Ital stew recipe is sweet potato, Irish potato, red bean, okra, spinach, scallion, thyme, garlic, and coconut milk. All right, you're a serious Jamaican cooker. I mean, at least Caribbean, they like that coconut milk. I don't bother with coconut milk at all. I either eat the coconut or I drink the water. But I don't care much for coconut milk, especially in my food. I know a lot of people, Jamaicans, they love that coconut milk. It's a nice flavor as soon as it's cooked. If you eat it right away, it's nice. If it go over any amount of time, it spoils real quick. But you eat it right away, it's nice, yeah. Now there's something called, okay, it thickens it up. Yeah, I agree. I understand. I just don't use it much because I have to eat my leftovers. And, by the time I cook one pot of food, that's too much for me to eat. Even a small pot of food, too much for me to eat. All of it. So I have to eat leftovers, as it were. And so that coconut milk don't like to be left over. It only can last maybe 2-3 hours in a good state. Then it starts spoiling after 4 hours. Got to eat it kind of right away. Molten Gator, Roy Chess. On the chess station is Molten Gator. I just called a guy about my solar system. So he's saying that he's pretty sure I'm going to have to get more batteries. The batteries are worn out. I've had it over 2 years. So he's pretty sure the batteries have flattened out. I can still use them, but not for enough power that I really need to do work. So I'm going to get some more batteries here shortly, maybe even this week. Replace these, not replace, but yeah, I'm going to have 2 different systems. I'm going to have one with these low-end batteries, and then I'm going to put the newer batteries on another inverter, so they don't have to work at the same time. I only use the new batteries when I'm doing the work, the production work. And then I can still use these older batteries just for household stuff. They produce enough energy for the household stuff, but to do any kind of work, I need fresh batteries. So I'm gonna get the fresh batteries, put them right to the main work, and then keep these batteries on. I got 2 inverters, so I could put one on one inverter and the other stuff on the next inverter. I have 100 watt and a 5,000 watt, 4,000. I got a 100 watt, and then I have a 4,000 watt. I think that's right. That's the one I do my work with, the 4,000 watt inverter. So I'm gonna put the fresh batteries on that inverter and leave these old batteries on the 100 watt inverter, because they can't. The 100 watt don't need the power. And then I'll be set up again and start back working, man. People ask me about papers already. I want to make more papers. I think I got some international people want to pick up a few. I can ship it over to them, stuff like that. I got a supply, but I need more all the time because I be smoking them myself. I'm going to donate to Cuba on the way out like I always do. Atiboy. Cesar Ortega. No, that's Ortega. So you will need races to justify racism, correct? Seems like that, yeah. Unless you just, my favorite race is the 220 or the 100-mile dash or the 440 relay. I used to do good in the 440 relay race. I like that particular race, 440 or either 100. I like 200-yard dash. 100-yard, I can't even stretch my legs. That's too short. Yeah, I get the 200, 300-yard. I mean, yeah, 200, 250-yard dash. I'm in there. By that time, my legs are up, my stride is on. I could get that run happening. Yeah. Wale add me. I don't know how to add you, man. I just go in there and play chess. I don't know nothing about this website. I'm gonna tell you honestly. I don't have no friends. I don't talk to no people. I just go in there and do that thing. Oh, y'all serious, huh? Nobody's coming up on the panel or nothing. Not even from the chat. It's only one race, the relay race. Okay, yeah, but I like the 440 because that's the good chance for me to work with it. That's all. The relay race. I prefer that kind of race. That's my race, as they put it. My race is the 440. The 200-yard dash, I like that, man. I can open up on that one. So yeah, that's my favorite race. I'm wondering how people are realizing that the DNA in Africa and the DNA in China, I think it's China, matches up exactly, and no place else except that West African country and that West African group in the West African country. Just that one group and the people way over there in Japan, how they hook up. And the guy was talking, you saw when it first opened up, if you look at the video, they're talking to Joe Rogan, he said, damn, the people in Japan got the exact, I mean, China got the exact same sarcophagus as the people in Egypt, to the point that it can be, they're replaceable. That's how close they are in size and fit and everything. You can take one and replace it with the other one. That's phenomenal. That is not an accident. That is not an accident. That shows a relativity or relationship of some kind. Now, if you want to say, "Oh, that don't mean nothing," you can do that. What does it mean? I don't know, but it shows a relationship of some kind immediately. And so I'm just saying, you might want to try to figure out how you're going to associate that with your current historiography, and realize that you have to change your current historiography to match the current. I gave the website. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna give you the name, the website of the doggone video. The man is going to tell you all that stuff in the video. He's going to give you precise places, locations, web, and all that stuff, who did the work and everything. There it is. I just put it in the chat. That's the link. Go watch it. It's called, I'll get the name of it. I'm getting the name of it. Okay, here it is. Shocking studies show that ancient China and Japan were started by people from, and then they put ellipses.
So why are we talking about China?
Because we're talking about, the man was talking about Africans in China and Japan. That's why we're talking
with each other.
Huh?
What does that got to do with each other?
I don't understand the question. What's that got to do with what?
Yeah, what does Africa have to do with China?
Oh, only a relationship. That's all. It was relative to a relationship. What they got to do with each other is simply a relationship, I'm saying. There is
So
a
what makes China, what makes China so fucking special though?
I don't know that China to be special. All I know
Well,
is
you've been harping on it all day. You've been trying to get people to look at the video. You got to try to get somebody to play the video. Now you're trying to read the shit. There must be something special about China. Why we got to know about China history so bad? I mean, on the Pan-African platform. This Pan-African. You forgot this is Pan-African? Black nationalism, Black power over here. We Pan-African.
I get that, because in the Chinese
No,
history,
I don't think you do get it. I just think you may see it as a front. You don't take it real serious.
Oh yeah, well, I see how much you study African culture and everything, and you're in depth in it.
But we don't have to label it as African culture. We can just label it as focusing on people that have descendants from Africa. That's it. If they happen to stop over in China, if they like Chinese food, cool. But this going into the history of China, just based on how somebody feels to make somebody feel good. I mean, I just don't see the benefit in having that being as presented as some information that can be impactful to grown people, especially children.
Because a lot of grown people, especially like yourself, are not aware of the fact that our people were
Well,
around.
you don't know what I'm aware or not aware of.
Of course, but
even though you may have been around, and you may have been exposed to some information and places and things that I may not have, quite likely, and I'm quite sure that I can say the same exact thing. I have been exposed to plenty of things that I can pretty much assure you that you have never been exposed to.
Isn't that beautiful? See how that's how beautiful life is all the time. Life is a beautiful thing.
But like I said, I'm just trying to see the importance of it, like the impact. Like you jumped on the panel this morning before I even went to my meeting at 9 o'clock.
Hey man, I
And
just
here it
told
is,
you.
7 o'clock at night, and you still talking about China.
I can't give you. Yeah, I'll be talking about it tomorrow too, probably.
Okay, then cool, man. We still pushing Black Power over here. Power to the Pan-African. Happy Juneteenth weekend. There are plenty of stuff that's going on in the United States to recognize and appreciate and acknowledge some accomplishment by people that have descendants from Africa. And then after this week, we ain't got to worry about it no more. We can go back to making sure that we present information that's credible by white folks. We can go back to that. 4th of July coming up. But I would at least hope this week that if you don't celebrate it, somebody on the platform may be looking for some Pan-African news, Pan-African related information, something related to Black Power other than the Black people. Sorry, the Black people in Africa made the Chinese people. You know, we supposed to just run with that in America. What's up with it, OS? Yeah, as you can hear, I've been running around and I'm still not done. I see other people that was on the panel. I know Domo and Q was on the panel earlier. Started not to have another stream, but I felt that it would be beneficial later in the day, even though I wasn't able to babysit the keyboard the entire time, to at least have some place where other people can exchange information that they can pass on and be beneficial to Black people in the diaspora. This being compelled to be surrounded by people that think it's cool and it's fascinating to come across videos that people talk about things that other people don't talk about. Whether it's true or not, whether it's beneficial or not. What's up with it, Brenda? Good looking out, bro. Appreciate it, man. Trying to make some good use of that. Didn't actually finish what I was looking for over the weekend, so I'm trying to finish it up now and get back in time for tip off. Sacco said he going in on the elbows. Later on this evening. I haven't been really keeping up with the updates on what they've been doing. Trying to keep my my algorithm search feed relatively clean. My bad, yo. Trying to keep it relatively decent and free, pseudo-free as possible, but I see the filter seems to let some materials seep through the cracks. Oh, you coming in and out with it. Man, he's coming in with stuff I'm probably looking for. Hold on. I reminded you that you need to take a couple of days off this weekend. Shit, I need somebody to remind me. Shit, somebody remind you. I can't remember the last full 24-hour cycle that I ain't have to absolutely do jack. Yeah, I at least had to go somewhere 7 days a week. But it's all good though. Take advantage of it while we have opportunity. I'm seriously putting out an APB out though on young Diddy, who was last seen at a rest stop squirting an air freshener bottle with his passenger in the passenger seat, and him getting in out of the car trying to hide shit. So I don't want to make no speculations or assumptions. But if you have his email, personal contact, Instagram, or anything like that, y'all password that I am asking for confirmation that he is somewhere not in no situation on en route to Chicago, venturing in no man's land on the longest highway in the United States. Yeah, man, I was in a meeting earlier today and was reminded about some federal programs that were deeming retirement age was raised from 62 to 65 to 67. Now it's supposed to be 72 for some social programs. I thought I would want to be able to live an age where I could just sit back and 7 days a week, all I had to do is just get up, walk around, lay around, do this and that, and then either get on the internet, watch TV, then go back to sleep. But I can't do that shit, yo. I can't do it. I'm waiting on him to come right back. He must be going all the way back. What's up with it, Miss Marsha? Yeah, that's the number that I was throwing out there. I hadn't looked it up. I'm like, damn, they usually at least give us a 5-year grace, but this may be some administration type of situation. I don't know if you heard about the G7 meeting disaster earlier today in Alberta, Canada, as Trump tried to come up and cape for Vladimir Putin, who was kicked out of the G8 by Obama. The Canadian Prime Minister literally had to step in and shut the shit down, threw the reporters out, because Trump went on his Democratic cities ain't no good rant way up there in Canada. They don't really give two craps about this Democrat Republican shit down here in the U.S. and the clown show that he's been trying to make it. He just went on the damn rant, and the Canadian Prime Minister told him to, hey, cut that shit out, man, before I throw your ass out, Mr. Kerry. You ain't like that shit. You can't run shit up there. So I apologize, international community, that we have to put up with this international representative, for the next few years. But believe me, it's only temporary. Hopefully, we'll have someone to restore any type of dignity, if you will, if that's even a thing, to the international relationships when it comes to diplomatic relations and foreign trade. Yeah. So shout out to law enforcement for tracking down the Democratic political assassin who posed as a police officer in the wee hours of early Saturday morning in Brooklyn Park, south suburb of Minneapolis, Minnesota, posing as a police officer, literally gunning down a senator, congressman, and their spouses, killing two. The other two still in the hospital recovering. One of them was in front of their daughter, who witnessed everything. She called 911. He was at a third person's house in Maple Park. Anybody in the Minneapolis, Minnesota area know where Maple Park is? That's a upper tax bracket situation. Unfortunately, those politicians were either out partying or at someone else's location, and they weren't home. That's the only reason why he didn't get them. But he did stop in an attempt to knock off two more politicians. Then when he got to the third house, he literally was interrupted in his scheme. The two police officers saw him before he ran in and shot and killed the congressman and her husband in Brooklyn Park before running out the back door. Yeah. So it's only Easter. Oh, okay. I'm down for But that's the political front for America so far. I've been really following some of the weekend protest marches, the status of some of the National Guard and ICE operations. I don't even want to get into that now. Trying to develop a situation where our young people don't have to be exposed to so much negativity when it comes to grown folks. We can let other people, politicians and celebrities run wild. But we don't need to take on the same behavior, at least in my opinion. What you setting up in your community for your people. You don't necessarily have to be in your area. I didn't get the green light to be a part of a large operation. It's going to take up some time, but the results are going to be very prosperous, up in various communities in various different regions. Ran by Black Power. That's the best part about it. Why they say black people can't do nothing. Yeah, gotta always know what's going on. The only the only way they knew to come to that woman's house is because the first couple that he shot, uh, I guess the dude didn't know they had a daughter in the house because he shot them at the door. I'm quite sure if the daughter came to the door, that'd have been another fatality. Roy Tess is he's the rhetoric representative. You know that? You tell him to send you a pic of his mantle. He's got uh, Mr. Rhetoric of the Year award. Yeah, can't mess around with Roy Tess, boy. Nothing else, boy. He gonna see how long you can rock it out. Yeah, ain't nothing you can do about somebody that come to your door. You look through the peephole, all you see is a bag. You don't know if it's fake or not. The the black SUV, I guess, a Ford Explorer. They use Ford Explorers up there in Minneapolis area. The lights on. It's 3 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. You waking up out your sleep. Uh, I see a badge. I see a gun. I see walkie talkie. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Call the police and say, hey, can you run this badge number to see if it's a real police first? I mean, come on, who does that? I mean, we in AI, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think these are the ones that I want. All right, I gotta get back. I can't really stick around too long. Too strong. Maple. I was looking for some maple. Maple. Domo is Mr. Rhetoric. Oh, okay. I have some sort of discipline on my food snack habit situation. In fact, I didn't, oh, they don't have no more. Oh, yeah, dude got the You got the palette in the other aisle now. You just gonna rock with these. So I know there's been some Middle Eastern fireworks going over there in Iran, Israel area. Some people say it may affect gas prices and other components of the market. Some people may say it may affect the gas prices. But yes, Iran did release a statement yesterday morning, kind of giving the U.S. a warning of no interference, even though the name on some of those weapons has Raytheon on it and is funded by the U.S. Treasury Department. Sure, they're well aware of that. What the hell? Let me get out of this damn stuff. This is the lobby, the reopening of the 24-hour grocery store market. For those who don't like to bob and weave around other shoppers. Looks pretty good. Oop. Yeah, when you go shopping with somebody, can you let somebody know where you gonna wander off to? Everybody in the store know your name now and where you gonna be at in 5 minutes. The person that they looking for, that's not the person that has the money. Put it like that. I would definitely say there is really no time to get lax or feel that you know tensions, political tensions, social tensions uh, are not a potential threat in any particular situation. I remember that 2016 through the pandemic on how tempers were shorter. videos were being released at a more rapid rate. Yeah. 25? Right there, straight down. All right, hold on one second.
Yo, Dev, what's good, bro?
What's up with it, I mean?
Hey, nothing much, man. Just here.
Trying to take care of some last minute shopping, man. We got the basketball championships coming on in a minute, trying to get back.
Oh, okay, okay. Who's playing tonight?
Oklahoma and Indiana. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. The Shea Gildas Alexander. That's the Canadian star.
Yeah.
Like you don't give a fuck.
That's it. Nah, he wasn't talking to me.
Someone's passing out.
I know, right? You talking to a woman too, yo. Now we had Wale holding it down, I guess, trying to get people to look at this video that said this Chinese man said that Africans created everybody in Japan and China from the beginning of time. Psycho clicked it, and it was not sourced up. Another one of those pseudo videos, and he's been trying to get people to look at it ever since.
It was a Psycho and Wale this morning.
They was on here this earlier.
Oh.
Yeah. Just giving an update on the. I don't know if you heard about the guy who was posing as a police officer. Went to the home of two senators and congressmen, literally executing them at gunpoint, just like the movies, and was on the run for the last 3 days. They just got him this morning.
The guy who murdered the two liberals.
Yeah. In Minnesota, yeah. He tried to get a third one. He went to another one's house. He literally rung the doorbell, and the only reason he didn't get them because they weren't there. But he was just, dude. He had like a whole route mapped out.
Man, people take this politics thing way too serious.
Yeah. I mean, it's not new. I mean, we've seen political crash outs before, but to pose as a police officer and go, I mean, literally, I mean, it's like no fucking fear, yo. Like the police came. Look, the police literally came. There's the police. He shoots at him. He says, fuck it, I'm going in the house and finishing the job. And he finished it. Like, fuck.
Yeah. From all the presidential assassination to targeting politicians, especially if they disagree with your side of politics. To me, it's all crazy because at the end of the day, it's just politics.
Just politics.
You know, people take it that serious that they will murder people because they disagree. It's like a gang.
Yeah, they didn't
Just
turn
like
it
a
into
gang.
reality. Yeah, real life GTA, all that.
Oh, let me guess. It was a white guy, yeah?
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
Q to the butter.
what's
What up, bro?
going?
What's up with it?
Grinding.
You know how it is. I'm still trying to tighten up stuff for your sister, bro. We're gonna probably be set up at the end of the week, yo. That shit gonna be big. That's one of the best looks I've had of all time, yo.
Amen. What's goody?
Hey, Q, man, just here. I had a little time, so I tuned in with Dev, you know.
Then where everybody goes, huh? Wale ran everybody off.
Yeah, he trying to get everybody to watch that goddamn video talking about Africans created Japanese and Chinese folk.
I mean, let me throw my pseudo hat on. I'm fucking with my son Wale, man.
Shit, I wish you would watch that video. Shit, Psycho said he saw it. I wasn't playing it. He wanted somebody to play it. Shit, I ain't playing that shit. He want to be Asian so bad. I don't know what happened, man. What happened to him? I mean, he got whipped.
No, I remember the conversation with him and Psycho. He's telling Psycho the story that the old Chinese man telling him that he knows that he has black in him, but the grandkids don't know. Psycho is like, why don't he go back in the house and tell the grandkids?
No, boy.
But it's that hidden secret history, you know. So the grandpa know he's gonna die, but no one else in the family knows. And the only other person the grandpa thought to tell was Wale.
And that's it.
And that's it. The kids, they're not gonna know their history.
That's
crazy. Grandpa failed to go back in the house and tell them.
Some old mafia secret shit.
For it to work, it has to be secret. It has to be hidden secret knowledge for it to work.
No, the key word there is going to be not necessarily hidden, but forbidden. Ain't nobody supposed to know.
And guess who gets the blame for the Chinese not knowing their history? The white man. The white man stopped grandpa from telling the grandkids that they're black.
That's crazy, yeah.
And he's dead serious. He's even crying. He's sobbing while telling you the story. Wale, he needs his own TV show. He needs his own segment.
He be posting up videos. Don't nobody come over there. I used to go over there when he first put it up. He always do over here all the time. You don't feel no need to stay over there if ain't nobody gonna come over there.
I've never seen Wale live.
Yeah, you gotta catch him on one of them days, boy.
Yes, sir. You said when we're gonna talk about the black boule. Psycho is the black boule. Don't tell nobody. Psycho is a 6'7" light-skinned dude from Connecticut. Michael.
What was the black boule before they became boule? Because it always seemed like they have to reach a level of success or acquire some form of wealth or fame, then they became boule. When they're like a nobody, what were they?
Nah, you had it was a mix of like white folks recognizing that you had the motherfuckers who house Negroes are different than the field Negroes. And then you had just the leveling up of that conversation. So the boule is really the house Negro on crack. You know what I mean? I got a degree now, I got a Cadillac, I got credit. You know what I'm saying? I'm the white man's white man. So it's not the mix. So
You do got those. You do have those. But usually when you do have those, like it's like a gradual separation. You know, it's like they didn't just became the house Negroes and then the boule. It's like
well, that's when
they
you have white
like
folks purposely creating these type of separations. So that's where it gets like, we want to take the light-skinned ones, we're going to educate you, we're going to give you resources. You know what I mean? So it's nuance. It's nuance. Cause then they bring you into this. The truth is in the chat. He'll tell you. He was there when they used to play tennis with them white boys and shit back in the 30s. Truth. When you first got played on the tennis team, all the black kids that was on the tennis team were Truth. They all expected to be like better than all the rest of the blacks and shit. You know what I'm saying? They got the good hair. You never heard of people like, I got the good hair type shit?
yeah. We have them in my high school too. You know, they don't. Well, it's more like a ghetto and a suburban kind of vibes. You know, where
it's the same shit.
Some kids you might find them smoking weed. You might find them hang. You know, they have certain little spot that they hang out at, and you're not gonna find them in the library. You're not gonna find them in the computer hall. You know, you might find them where the girls them travel and they be hollering at girls, or they be watching ball, playing, you know, smoking, listening, or trying to rap. But that doesn't mean that they're not educated, or that doesn't mean that they don't have the best intentions for their people. But I got what you're saying. You got certain kids that, you know, but in high school, it's usually like the hood kid and the nerds. So you're saying like the nerds became the boule?
It's not just the nerds. It's about saying that I don't. It is a good because it's like I'm not with the shits for my people. So you could be a smart person who's with the shits for your people. You could be a smart person who's not with the shits for your people. Like, I'm not trying to empower my black community. I don't even think about the black community. Like, I think about America. You know what I mean? And that's the we sick, you sick, we sick. So it's not a matter of ghetto.
Yeah.
It's really the underlying philosophy of empowerment and alignment to black independence. So you're not gonna see black independence through the eyes of the Boule and Super Sambos. You know, they already are. Why do we need to be independent? We're happy. We're good. We're living. You know, white folks is here. We good. We got freedom. You know what I'm saying? I got a Cadillac. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm guessing this would go back to like the Marcus Garvey and Garvey, not Garvey, and the Du Bois, W.E. Du Bois situation.
it does definitely lead
But
into that, and it's
but
weird because
looking from
W.E.
the
Du Bois, you know, is attributed to being like one of the main fathers of Pan-Africanism.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like now,
Weird.
years has passed between those two men up till now. So looking at it from now, from this time perspective, I don't really see much difference between Marcus Garvey and Du Bois.
Well, Du Bois changed up, you know, later on. That's why the Boule,
Oh, okay.
even down to the conversation now, you know what I mean? Trump firing people and going after black folks that are that have largely been disassociated from the other side of black folks. It's weird. Even the disassociation in lines is all over the place. You know, it's not as, oh, my bad, deity.
Open to sheep.
Deity. Good to see you, young man.
You back on the road? Huh? You back on the road? What's going on? Yep. Heading to Wyoming? Yep.
All them shit sounds scary. Them states you in sound scary, bro. As a New Yorker,
Wyoming?
Idaho, Wyoming. Like the fuck, boy? What are you doing over there, black man?
Yeah, he ain't got to the long part yet. Yeah, his signal, he probably near. He got a. Yeah, his
Yeah,
signal
deity.
going in and
Deep,
out.
deep into cowboy country.
Oh yeah,
You only hear about Wyoming on a freaking movie,
Western.
Clint Eastwood movie. Next thing you're gonna hear is in Idaho. He's going back to the west, huh?
No, he coming east. He just left Idaho.
He's going to Chicago. He's not leaving Chicago.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good drive right there.
Yeah, that's the longest highway in the U.S. From end to end, from where he's at all the way through New York. It's 3,142 miles.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Might as well circumnavigate the globe.
I know, right?
Yeah. When my traveling is over 1,000 miles, yep, that's when you opt to take a plane.
Oh yeah, yeah. Only the Oklahoma City to Riverside, California, without hitting the brake, the air brake. Yeah, I'm talking about constant rolling, like rolling, like no pullover or nothing. 972 miles, I think. It wasn't quite 1,000, but might as well have been. But I probably won't get a chance to do that again.
Yeah.
So you didn't take the Camaro out today?
What you say?
No,
I mean, yeah.
I was supposed to take it out yesterday because they had a big exotic car show over here yesterday, but then the whole family wants to go, and I can't fit 5 people in a Camaro, so we have to take the Porsche yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was good though.
Yo, GA, I saw the
Yeah.
code you sent me, bro. I knew you was gonna do that type of shit, man. I'm using the editor, bro. I'm not trying to code Wix, man. Fuck, man, you gonna make me think and shit.
You got the Wix Professional subscription on that?
Oh, what? That's a old Mustang right there.
That noise?
Yeah.
It sounded like a Mustang, but that was actually a minivan. I'm pretty sure the engine was
Holy shit.
like you said,
Yeah,
they took the
yeah,
engine out. Yeah,
A
yeah.
minivan.
Yes.
yeah.
Dodge
So like he's
Caravan.
a
Oh shit.
straight. So like he's straight piping it.
Hell yeah, boy. They don't give a fuck if it's rolling or not, boy. They took the motherfucking lawnmower engine out.
Yeah, it sounds like one of them old '98 Mustang.
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna say something like a Chevelle or something. That man said a minivan.
Yeah.
I was gonna say a Chevelle, but a Chevelle it doesn't sound that rough. It chops. It doesn't burp.
Y'all are talking about optimum engines, like not necessarily factory stock, but man, they'll put a goddamn Dodge engine inside a goddamn Nissan or import. They don't give a fuck. Don't just get in there.
Engine swap.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta meet up this dude that's got drill rap coming.
Yeah. What up, CBO?
What up, I mean?
Just here, man.
Yo, y'all
I
gotta
missed
get this
your
book
show
right here.
yesterday.
The Myth of Self-Esteem.
The myth of self-esteem.
Marley.
How rational emotive behavior therapy can change your life forever. That's what y'all niggas need.
Who? The mythomaniac?
Low self-esteem.
The people with low self-esteem, Marley, or no self-esteem?
Man, I had low self-esteem, and then Marley told me I had low self-esteem. No, I have no self-esteem.
Hey.
Yo, Marley didn't even laugh, so my joke ain't funny.
No, I'm eating. But it wasn't funny though.
Shit. Yeah, Sabi, I missed your show yesterday, dog. I was trying to get in early to come join, but by the time I hit the link, you're already done.
Yeah.
Think you did like a 2 hours yesterday? It was a short one, huh?
Yeah, it was a short one.
Yeah. I'll catch you next time, though.
Next time I want somebody to bring some smoke. I wish this cattle moved.
Yeah, man, my life is
Man, these pseudos ain't the same. I remember years back, they've been hitting the link, coming with all sort of nonsense. You have a whole team of flat earth pseudos, Abo pseudos, we were here first pseudos. You got the Moors.
Well,
I think
all the lies they've been told and been beat up thoroughly. All they can do is go into their echo chamber and lie to each other. Like over there on Smoke Signal Channel where Wale be. They be over there lying to each other. That should be funny.
yeah, the echo chambers.
Where no thought can be challenged. I wonder how that feels to live in a world where no thought can be challenged. Where every claim is That, yeah, that is really Damn. Somebody's gonna tell us how that feels? That's a bit interesting, man. Where your facts isn't validated by facts, but by other people's feelings.
They love to use the word truth, like my truth and your truth and the truth.
That's
But
why
they
they
stay away
favorite
from
word.
they stay away from facts and they stay away from evidence.
Why their favorite word is truth. It's a
His
lot of their
truth.
favorite word.
And the truth is always someone's personal belief.
Maybe has Roy Chess taught y'all anything? Because I was wrong earlier. We're wrong now. So is Wale going to come and join the panel and teach us how we're wrong?
Who? Roy Chess?
Roy Checker. You know what I'm
No,
talking about.
Roy Chess is a chat pseudo.
I don't know why
Roy
you
ain't the human
arguing
being.
with Roy Chess anyway.
I just want him to teach us because he's the teacher of etymology and race and racism and everything. He knows everything, Marley.
What is he? The master of words?
He's the master of everything.
Master of rhetoric.
Prove it, Roy. Prove it.
Yeah, everywhere I go, somebody playing the radio.
Q. You're not good at reasoning. Stop lying to yourself. That man said he's good at reasoning. That man just lied to himself. Beef patties with cornbread. Damn, Marley. With cocoa bread. Damn, Marley. That's harsh.
Beef patties and cocoa bread was the shit back in the days, yo. Beef patty with the
Yo,
cocoa
Marley.
bread, with the soap, with the
Marley is jerk chicken patties now, son.
Oh, word.
Yeah, the jerk chicken patty and cocoa bread, boy.
Yo,
the beef patties and cocoa breads used to be hitting back in the days, bro.
Now that's sound crazy now.
Mm-hmm. Yo, New York is so diverse for culture. Like our culture is pizza, Jamaican food, fucking everything, son. Like
Who needs all that different types of food, yo?
You ain't
Beef
shit,
patty,
Damn,
cocoa bread. That's a staple right there. That's breakfast, lunch, dinner, camping, barbecue, partying, everything. That's
like
it.
even Chinese food, them dollar fries too. Yeah, that's like hood shit. Dollar fries, beef patty and cocoa bread, pizza. You know what I'm saying? That's
dollar
absolute
fries.
food.
Nah.
That nigga said dollar fries.
Yeah, dollar fries with the barbecue sauce and ketchup. Nah, you wildin', bro.
Who what?
55, you get the 4 wings and shit.
Dollar
4 wings
fries?
cut up.
I'm
The 4
cool.
wings cut up with the sweet barbecue sauce and shit. Y'all niggas don't know
That
nothing
remind me
about
that the pork fried rice for $1 back in the days with the duck sauce.
Who what?
Yeah, that was good
Pork
eating.
fried
In high
rice with
school,
the Lord. Duck
pork fried
sauce,
rice with the duck
man.
sauce for $1. What?
Y'all niggas nasty.
You can't tell if this motherfucker eating trying to mix up some shit for some goddamn
Right?
chemical reaction. Yeah.
That's
Right?
because y'all
What y'all
niggas got
doing?
one.
Yeah, I used to
That
tell them
nigga
to
said
drain.
pork
I
fried
used to tell
rice.
them, yo, drain my chicken with some duck sauce. I mean, not the duck. Drain my
Drain?
chicken. Yeah, drain the chicken with the barbecue sauce. Yo, that barbecue sauce. I don't know what they was mixing with that barbecue sauce in the Chinese restaurant,
Cat.
but yeah, they had
No.
this secret
Wait a
barbecue
minute.
sauce in it for real.
You put the word chicken and Chinese restaurant in the same sentence?
I don't even eat Chinese
Damn
food, man, but go
Back
ahead.
on mute.
stupid
My
shit.
bad. Back mute.
Oh shit. Damn
Yo,
stupid.
yo,
Man.
Shit. Oh shit.
oh man, son. After school,
I'm
son,
weak for that one.
niggas couldn't wait to get out of school after school, son.
Chicken and
I ain't gonna
Chinese
lie,
food.
that Korean fried chicken. Oh man.
Korean fried. Oh nah, niggas never had that. That's probably some shit they got in Canada.
Korean barbecue.
Okay, nah, I never had that Korean shit.
Dangerous.
It was this
Them
Korean.
dollar plates sound dangerous. That dollar
This
Chinese
Korean.
food
Why you
sound
think they in the
dangerous.
hood like
Korean
that, man? Y'all in the
restaurant?
South.
Because I
Y'all
used
ain't
to
got
see
them
like
in the hood.
mad pork. I used to see mad pork on their menu and shit. I'm just like, yo, y'all niggas cook with mad pork inside of here, B.
Then they
But
took
you
over
know,
the crab shit. They got
Yeah.
all the
Dollar
crab shit
crab?
now.
Oh yeah, y'all
Nah,
dead.
nah,
They
nah.
trying to kill y'all.
They are the deep fried crabs.
Nah,
What
boy,
for
they
a
That's
had
what
dollar?
they're running with now.
they had this
For
the
a dollar.
Nah, you go get the steamed crab, boy, with the
I get
It better not be for a dollar.
the deep fried shrimp, deep fried lobster, deep
hey
fried
yo,
crab.
Vyasa, you gotta get this book, bro. The Myth of Self-Esteem, bro. Right here for you. And I got this book for you right here. The
That's
Myth of
fucked up.
Self-Esteem.
He says that's
Yes, ABO. The Chinese can sell it for $1 because it's just the name. It ain't no real crab or no real chicken or no real no. Not even the pork ain't real.
dog meat.
That shit is pigeon.
Damn. They went and got them a bird off the roof and stabbed it and skinned his ass,
Yo,
put him in the pot.
whatever possum, a pigeon, a fox, whatever the Chinese catch, they cook.
Damn. That's
Now I was
hella
looking at
racist.
this video of Chinese people Korean people fast food and Korean shit like that. Like everything is like all out on the street and shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I only eat Chinese food once a month. That's not an everyday thing.
Them niggas said you could get it for a dollar. Damn.
And
They get their box.
the bougie black people eat Thai food. That's the next level up from Chinese food.
Damn.
Tofu?
Thai food. Thai
Thai
food.
Oh,
That
food.
nigga said it's
Thai.
a level up. This nigga
That's the
stupid.
next level up after
Nah.
Chinese food. If you from the hood and you go into Thai restaurants, you leveled up. You leveled up.
Japanese sushi.
Korean.
No, but Japanese they don't
Korean.
cook with no flavor in their food. That's why I don't like Japanese food. They don't cook with no flavor.
They don't even cook the food.
Yeah, they don't cook with no flavor.
The Japanese will give you a piece of raw beef or raw fish or raw something. No. And it's small portion. You're looking at it like, yo, just looking at the food, I feel like I'm starving. They give you a handful of freaking raw fish and think that's supposed to fool you up.
You're not supposed to
At
eat
least
it all.
the Chinese will bring you all 5 bowls on the table. You know, a bowl of rice, noodles, vegetables, this, that. Yeah. Japanese, 1 spoon. That's it. 1 spoon of
Chinese trying to
rice.
get your money. Japanese trying to get you out. Hurry up and buy. Hurry up and buy. Two different sounds.
Yeah, but no, it's not good for the black economy to
I'm
be
just
buying
talking shit,
Chinese
y'all.
food. I literally have to have those conversations with my kids because they love Chinese food. And I usually have to let them choose between a black restaurant and a Chinese restaurant and show them where the money is going, what community your money is going to be circulating in. Think about it. You know, so we end up sometime going to like a
True story.
Ethiopian spot
Are
or a
you upset
Jamaican
that those
spot.
2 court officers got stabbed? Does that really? Are you really taken aback and shook up by that true story?
I just came on here for a couple of seconds to say, roll up was the hold up in donations. Donations.
You
Donations.
stupid.
You know what I'm talking about? We seen the all-time grift where you get, abandoned buildings and stuff is where get spray painted and stuff. Buildings
Hey,
that
quit talking
stand
about
that
that
people
man
got
building. Quit talking about that
abandoned
man
buildings.
building.
Abandoned buildings get spray painted, man. If you didn't know that. You know what I mean? We can go all the
Quit
way back
talking about
to
that man building, yo. That's
we'll go,
not cool.
we'll
Stop,
go back to B
764.
Yo, listen.
we'll go back to Beach Street. Remember Beach Street?
Stop. Where I'm not. Stop.
Jerome.
Stop.
And I'm
I
gone.
seen some of that video.
Donations.
I was
Donations.
hollering. I was in tears laughing at that shit.
Yo,
Only,
764. I'm watching this shit right now. This shit is sad, bro.
man, donations.
Yo,
Only
the shit is
abandoned.
sad.
Yo, 76. He asked
Yes.
the little kids, he was like, yo, I ain't been here in a month.
Yo.
I'm like, you ain't been here in a month.
See what I'm saying? Abandoned buildings is get spray painted and vandalized and people coming in that don't supposed to be there. You ain't did that. That would never happen to Zion. That would never happen at none of your school, none of your establishments. That would never happen at Brother Rob's establishment. Why? Because the real people is there. That's all I wanted to say. Roller was the hold up. Peace to the family, and we'll be back.
Bye. So you wrong. Yo, Q. I couldn't watch it all 30 minutes of it. I watched about 15 minutes of it. I was over here like, this shit is crazy.
Yep. Gonna take another 6 years before the doors open because of vandalism.
They did.
That's why I feel back with that conversation.
His book collection. They messed up his book collection.
Yeah.
I'm about to get a lady the bread. She got an event. It's crazy. So Sizzler gonna be at the spot I'm in.
Nice.
Yeah, he gonna be at the spot. They doing an event there. And the woman who got the building, she want me to set up the institute just enough, just for him to see what we got in the space. But yeah, I just left from there over there discussing the contract.
Yo, that's big, yo.
Yeah, I'd like, I just need a video with Sizzler talk about the program and connection. You know what I'm saying? That you know what I'm saying? That's good enough, G. That's all the other shit. I always was going on.
I mean, the entire Jamaica is gonna know about Zayax now.
Yo, son, she did the video. She sent in the video. She got me on the flyer with him and shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, all right.
Yeah, that's a good look, man. That's a good look. Not only Jamaica, a majority of Africa. His following is big. So especially the right people, because it's usually those who are black empowered people that follow him because of his music and stuff. But it's a huge following. Not Bob Marley status, but not far from Bob Marley status, believe me.
Veteran.
Yeah. He ain't that far from Bob Marley status. He's known worldwide. So if he's endorsing Zaire, that's a good look.
I'm like, what?
Shit, that's my neighbor starting his vet. That's a vet.
I heard the LS. I heard
vet.
the LS just now. Like, I heard that one.
Yeah, that's my neighbor starting the vet.
Buju better than Sizzler? Nah, I'm a Sizzler. Sizzler, nah. But Sizzler go truth. If you want to be in the building, he gonna be in the building on Thursday. He doing the Juneteenth event.
Listen, Sizzler is clean. Sizzler record is clean. These other guys, you don't really want to get in. I'm not saying Buju is not good, but you don't really want to get involved. Then it's going to become like the industry artist thing, you know? Sizzler record is clean. Sizzler, for those who do, he's more like a J. Cole kind of vibes. You know, he's a good dude, sings clean music, always uplifting black people. And in his career as a musician, he was the top of the chart for a good 10 years or longer. You know, he was an influence. He was an influencer before social media influencers. He's the one that make most kids, most youths know about Marcus Garvey, know about their African history, you know. He was the one that sing a song that says, I don't want no white God. You know, white God means white oppression. No, he's like, white God equals black oppression. That's what he says. So don't give me any white God that equals black oppression. And that was long before any Facebook, any YouTube, long before any of these talking points was circulating in certain places. Yeah, that's a good look.
Yeah, that's something like I ain't trying to let him. I don't no negativity. Try to keep it full focus, B. Like stay away from the nonsense, the nigga shit. So I'm like Umar with the school. I'm like, damn, bro, that's a bad look on Pan Africans. I'm like, look, I'm trying to make sure our shit is official, and then figuring out this North Carolina's wave, and then connecting more black folks. Vayasa, Truth, in the chat. You know what I'm saying? We got Dope Army over here, Taz. Trying to get all us involved. Our men back again. George Macon. Everybody involved. So when they look back on the past, in the future, look back on it like, nah, you know, there was a whole little group of people that had some shit popping over there, man. And they was doing stuff, man. This is why this is here today.
Yeah.
Can't tell me that.
Nah, you're solid. You're solid. You're solid. You're good. Just keep doing what you're doing. You know.
Oh, no stopping there. No stopping there.
Yeah. As Dev said earlier, which makes so much sense, and it passes over a lot of people's head because they're not in certain places. When opportunity is at hand, you just got to keep going. You can't take a break while opportunity is out there. That's why it's like he hasn't got a good 24-hour break period since, you know, every 24 hours he has to be on the run because opportunity is there. If he sleeps, it's going to pass. That's the realest thing I've heard all week.
When I bought that patch.
What you know about this? I got the compressor down here, the gate. What you know about all that?
You know you sit next to?
Sit next to Q Butter, my brother.
I'm studio god, bro. Don't get it twisted. I'm studio god. Don't ever get it twisted. I choose not to fuck with the studio world, though, boy.
Oh, my bad. Nah, they not that.
Shit, that sounds like an intro.
The Q, I mean, the Q. I did the job.
Yeah, whoever they going for, they gonna get. Shit. That was a 35-mile-an-hour zone. They was doing at least 60.
What you sent me this morning?
What was that? Ambulance? That sounds like ambulance right there.
It's clean.
You see it, man? She gotta send me the file.
I used to like to do my job. It cut and clear all my fault. They fight me without a cause, trying to make my life so hard. The King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, give it all reward. So solid as a rock, they just can't stop me now.
Solid. Yeah.
When they come with their evil thought, I just
Yep.
Yeah, that's sellout. That's gonna be that's sell off. Sell off right there. Not sell out, sell off. Because sell out is another meaning.
Yeah, I think he's supposed to post this on his gram. I'm like, oh shit.
That's keeping it. That's in Brooklyn, huh?
It's at the same location we moving to.
Oh, nice.
There's an event space and there's a whole side space, but it might rain, so they reorganizing the event. But the event got nothing to do with me, but trying to have something set up in there so you can see the institute. But regardless, you can get that video from on the school.
And they keep it on the June. It's on the Juneteenth. I know a lot of people don't like the Juneteenth, but think about the crowd that's coming out. It's black people that actually love black people and into black people stuff. Yeah. So I'm saying he's gonna bring you the right audience, you know, the black people that love black people, you know. That's what you need. Black people that love black people and into what black people are doing.
At all times, too. Not part-time. Part-time black lovers, nah, man.
Nah, full time.
Who's the top artist of all? Dylon.
That was crazy.
Oh, that's the personal chat GPT. VPN then to my crib. That's the personal one right there. That's just something I was doing, but like give it a test run real quick. Ask it to give you do the thing what you did. Tell her you want to do robotic arm, 5 servos, five steppers, and 1 servo.
Where's the search on it?
It's down
Let's
here.
start a new search.
There you go. You go up here.
Oh yeah, dope. Either way, hell yeah, by any means.
You go here. New chat.
Got it. I see it.
Right. Change this one to Gemma because I'm using my phone. Right. So you know how chat GPT be having. These are the models like.
Did I go out?
Yep.
Got some studio time in. Bring it back just in time.
Yeah. You know, that's why I'm glad that Q doesn't follow these stupid ABOs and FDA with their dumbass talking points, because the world is bigger than just what's happening in America, especially the black world. It's literally bigger than just what's happening in one little corner of America. There's black people that push Pan-Africanism all over the diaspora. But sometimes because we're media centric towards what's happening in America, we tend to feel like only black people in America talk about Pan-Africanism and is fighting for the struggle and, you know, pushing certain agenda. No, it's happening other places too.
It's just, I see what you're saying. It's just like with you talking about like with the media, right? The media is
the media is gonna amplify things in one place and kind of.
It's just like with New York, right? Like New York got like a lot of media, you know what I'm saying, back in the day. So it was like a lot of exposure for over here, you know. So, but there was other things going on in the rest of the United States as well.
Exactly. Right. But you don't think everything is only popping off in one place because the media only focus on one place.
Right. Now I can see that.
And then if you don't know, coming from that one place, you're gonna think, okay, these people doesn't know anything because I've never seen them on TV. I never heard them on the radio. We only heard us on the radio and seen us on the TV. So we know everything,
Mm-hmm.
you know, not knowing that, nope, that is actually the ignorance. Everything is not on the TV. Everything is not said on the radio. No. Yeah. Sometimes they literally design things for us to just separate, divide and conquer. It works all the time. You know, we were always okay together. We laugh together, make fun of each other. You know, when it comes to the party, the cookout, the barbecue, we all get together, we do what we do. But all of a sudden, out of nowhere, literally out of nowhere, a set of black people just want to delineate and redefine themselves. For what? And no one couldn't see that this is a real propaganda.
You
This
just
is a
said it.
real
It's called
engineered.
delineation.
Yeah, it's a real engineered propaganda that's spreading, that is meant to spread throughout the black community to cause one thing. It's going to cause divide. There is no real roots or any real origin, no background towards it, or no significant factor why there should
No,
be a
no, no, it
separation.
is. No, it is. I mean, you didn't hear. We finally figured out how we was always here. We
That's
rode,
that,
we rode dinosaurs across the Pacific Ocean because
and
humans,
that's a
because
grift.
humans
That's a
lived
grift.
with dinosaurs. No, this is according to Wale's story, yo. We gotta pay attention. We gotta connect the dots like Wale. Humans lived with dinosaurs and they were our pets.
That's crazy.
Velociraptors
Wale
were
said
our
that?
guard dog, and
Wale didn't
he,
say that. Y'all lying.
yeah, Wale said that Wale did say that humans was on the planet with the dinosaurs. He did say that. Now
I
all
think
the
you're
rest,
lying, Wale.
no, I'm not.
Now
Ask
you
the chat, Marty.
chat, Bob.
I'm not lying on that. He did say that shit. Now all the rest, that's us using them as pets and riding them across the. I added that shit because that's how we got to the Americas.
Man,
But, but yeah, that you just got to connect the dots, and it won't be his story. It'll be our
no.
story. Yes, it'll be our story. You get
when
it
I
now?
connect the
It's
dot,
not his
is it
story, it's our
you see,
story.
connecting the dot means you gotta interject stuff that is either not natural or literally out of this world, just unreal. You gotta interject stuff like from the spiritual realm, the supernatural realm. But if I don't
But all
just
this
want
is
to connect the
natural.
dot, if I look at history and follow a common sense of logic, then it's not hard. I'm gonna see that black people in America is related to black people in Brazil, to black people in the
No, we're
Caribbean,
Negroid. No, we're Negroid. All Negroids
and
are related to the Negritos, the Malaysians, because they're all Negroids.
we could do the same thing. We could start at the lookership, and I'm looking at black people in America. I'm looking at black people in the Caribbean, and I'm looking at black people in South America, and I'm saying there is so much thing in common amongst us just by doing the lookership. I could also look at the Negritos and say there is also things in common. Okay,
They're
that's
niggas.
lookership. I'm gonna take it.
Exactly, they're
I'm gonna
niggas.
take. I'm gonna take it one step further than lookership now, and I'm gonna do some research. I'm gonna go into history. In the
You're
history,
going to go
I'm
into
reading
his
about
story.
the
Is that his story or
no.
their story?
No, that's a confusion. That's a confusion. I'm gonna go into history and I'm gonna read. I'm gonna find written history about the transatlantic slave trade, about colonization in Africa, about wars between France and England. I'm gonna
But again,
find
I mean,
history
it's
about the rulership of the Catholic Church when Catholic Spain and Catholic Portugal ruled Europe for such a long time and enforced their colonization
is that
on
again? I
Africa.
mean, is that
I'm gonna
their story or our story?
No, but I'm saying that's what I'm finding in history. When I read about the Negritos, I'm gonna read about uh the Japanese colonization. I'm gonna read about
But that word history,
the
but
Indians. I'm
the
gonna read
word
about the
history, I mean,
Indians.
is an agreed upon lie. The word history is an agreed upon lie. So his story is an agreed upon lie. We're using
Who said
Wale's
history?
logic.
Wait, who said history is an agreed upon lie? Who said that?
I'm using Wale's logic right now, y'all. Y'all gotta let me play Wale right now, please. But that's what Wale said.
All right, Sabia. So Wale shut down history as most of the Suda do. So I'm gonna take it one step further then from history. I do the lookership, then I did some history. I'm gonna take it to genetic analysis. So in the realms of biology and biologically through DNA testing, I could see that most African American, Caribbean, and Afro, what you call them, South American, like Brazilian and Black Colombians or whatever, I could see that most of us, our DNA points back to West Africa, to tribes like the Yoruba, like the Asante, like the Mende, like the Isan. I could see that it's pointing back to countries like Ghana, Nigeria, Senegal, Cameroon. Okay, do the DNA test for the Negritos in the Philippines. Their DNA is pointing back to Southeast Asia. It's not pointing back to Africa as we once claimed. It's pointing back to Australia and Southeast Asia, the Austro-Asians. So DNA says,
But
science says we're not
what does the
related.
term Negrito mean? Little nigger, right? So that
It
means they
means little
African.
nigger. Then no,
That
I
means
have
they're
to say
African.
why. No, I have to put my own interpretation on it at this point and say, why are they called little nigger? Who called him little nigger? The same people who was ignorant of everything outside of their little corner of the world called Europe. So I'm like, okay, why should I take the imposition of ignorant people, goat herders or ignorant Bible dumpers, calling people savages, calling people barbarians and niggers? Or should I go with science that says where the DNA test doesn't speak anyone's language to lie for any agenda? DNA just says Black Americans, Caribbeans, and the diaspora are related, and our DNA lead back to West Africa. And these other Black people in the
I
world,
don't.
their DNA lead back to
That
Southeast
DNA.
Asia.
I'm playing the pseudo role right now. So that DNA stuff. That's what they say. That's their story. Our story says we
I
were
think I
always
think I
here.
think what they're trying to say. I think what they will be going on too would there be like a mix up in the information sometimes, and sometimes they will say things like, you know, say we was everywhere because they would use the out of Africa theory, right? So they would associate that with in the migration and just be like, well, you know, we from there, you know what I'm saying? We was everywhere, like, you know what I'm saying? Even
Exactly, Marley. We were
All right.
everywhere.
And this is where I'm saying we got to
Melanin. Hold up. Let me say. Let me say this. I mean, we know that everything on this planet has to have melanin to survive. That's why life has to originate in Africa, and everybody on the planet has to be African, even though they may not be from the continent of Africa. So that's
Wait,
why the Chinese people is African. That's why the little niggas are African. The Negritos, the Malaysians, the Filipinos, because they all have light. They're all offshoots of the original man, the black man. I'm on my pseudo shit. I don't know how far it's gonna
All right.
go, but
I'm gonna show you what they don't understand though, because they will say that and they will want to
you
stand on
can't
it.
debunk
But this
that.
is
I mean,
I wouldn't
just
even
accept
try to
it.
debunk it. Everyone came out of Africa, but I would say at what time though? Because the
Nah, not even.
Australians and
No,
the
no, no, no. We are the first.
all right then, if that's the case, so Australians and Negritos, they came out of Africa, but also Scottish and Irish, blue-eyed Scottish and blue-eyed Irish also
Yeah,
came out of
they
Africa.
African too.
But you know what though? The Scottish and Irish, they came out of Africa after the Australians and the Negritos already left Africa years, at least 30,000 to 50,000 years ahead.
Okay,
So
so that's what's
if we
up.
don't call if we ain't calling Scottish and Irish Africans, how are
We
we
are
still calling these people Africans? So everyone
this.
is African. The Native American is African then.
Everybody's African.
Yeah, according to that logic, but there's
I'm just
also
being
no
a troll
theory,
right now.
huh?
I'm being a troll right now.
Yeah, I know. But then what about the multi-regional theory? Because there's two theories. It's the out of Africa theory, and then there's the multi-regional theory.
And that doesn't change anything. Life still
So
originated in Africa. The first original hominids was in Africa. Homo sapiens sapiens. I don't care about Denisovans, Cro-Magnons, and all those.
yeah, but in the regional theory, it says it like they develop independently of each other.
Like saying white
I'm
people
just joking. Let me quit playing, y'all. So y'all take me
why,
serious.
why, white people doesn't have any origin in Africa, and Asian doesn't have any origin in Africa, and American doesn't have any origin in African. They originate on their own soil.
Right.
No, they originated in Africa. They and
If
this is
that's the case,
they forgot when we got over here to these new lands. We forgot all our traditions. We, and just decided to start new ones because we didn't remember. The trip was so long we forgot what we were doing on the land. So once we touched down, we had to start doing new shit. So we started making totem poles,
Shimmer screen.
started making totem
if
poles and
they,
shit,
if
doing
if
rain
if
dances.
if
Here you
if the
go.
multi-regional
Hold
if
on,
the
this is right here.
multi-regional theory was real, I guarantee you we would have more than one species of humans.
Look at this. So here we go. Wait. This is what it says. The multi-regional theory or multi-regional hypothesis proposes that modern humans evolved from earlier hominin populations in various regions of the world rather than originating in a single location in Africa and then spreading. This theory emphasizes the role of continuous gene flow between regional populations over long periods, allowing for gradual evolution of modern humans in multiple locations. Then it says multiple origins. The multi-regional theory suggests that modern humans evolved independently in different regions of the world, such as Africa, Asia, and Europe, from local populations of Homo erectus. Continuous gene flow. This theory emphasizes that these regional populations maintain some level of genetic connectivity through migrations and interbreeding, allowing for the gradual convergence of traits towards modern humans. Then it says the regional variation. The multi-regional theory acknowledges that regional populations might have developed distinct features and adaptations to their local environments, but that these variations were not so significant as to prevent continued interbreeding and gene flow. Contrast with out-of-Africa theory. The multi-regional theory stands in contrast to the out-of-African theory or recent African origin theory, which posits that modern humans evolved in Africa and then migrated to other parts of the world, replacing or assimilating the existing hominid population. Supporting evidence. Some proponents of multi-regional theory points to fossil evidence of intermediate forms between Homo erectus and modern humans in different regions, suggesting a more gradual transition. While the multi-regional theory was once more prominent, scientific consensus now favors the out-of-Africa theory due to evidence from genetic analysis, which shows a relatively recent origin of modern humans in Africa and a pattern of migration and dispersal from that location.
Well, I guess the multi-regional hypothesis is not supported by the scientific community anymore, Marley. According to what you just read.
There would be too many holes in the multi-regional theory, because first they would have to tell us why most human beings are related, meaning that Native Americans are direct descendants of Asians. They would have to tell us that. They would have to tell us why the same Negritos that does not live on the continent of Africa, we could find their origin coming from Africa for over 70,000 years ago. They would have to tell us why there is such a close relationship between Europeans and Africans. Where
I hope they don't join the panel, trying to pick up on anything.
I gave them some ammunition, Fabio. I gave them some ammo.
No, because the end of the article killed them.
Yeah, I presented this shit to Blue one time. The nigga was like, "Yeah, I agree with this shit. This is first time hearing this shit."
No, but the thing is, they're not gonna read to the point where it says the scientific community does not agree with them. They're not gonna read to that point. They're gonna read the first line and run with it.
That shit said, we do not agree. The scientific community do not agree with the multi-regional hypothesis.
And trust me, they would want to agree with it. They did extensive research on the multi-regional hypothesis, because not only the xenophobic is not only amongst black people. Believe me when I said Asians.
They're not saying really though that they don't. They just say that they favor the out of Africa theory.
Yeah, because the thing is, Asians do not want to be related to Africans, and most Europeans do not want to be related to Africans. This is not an easy truth for them to accept, that all human beings came out of Africa. This is probably the hardest thing for them to accept. It's not an easy pill to swallow. Pause. If they find anything, the least amount of evidence that would says human being did not evolve in Africa, they would have run with it. They wouldn't even be waiting for 90% proof. 50% would be sufficient enough for them to run with it, because these people do not want to be associated with Africa. It's not like these white scientists and these Indian scientists and Chinese scientists are glad to be related to Africans. No, it's not. It's the evidence that they're finding that compels them to tell us that human being evolved in Africa. Literally. All the pseudo nonsense that other pseudo people come with. We were in America.
As they have for Africa, y'all really think these people want to be African? You really, yeah, right. Y'all see those niggas.
They don't.
Y'all think the white people are looking to find African ancestry or just nah, they not even know. They would deny that shit to they daddy's death. Shit.
Yeah, if they find any evidence saying otherwise, believe me, the outer Africa theory would be done. They ain't looking. Just because they find so many, everything that they're finding points back to Africa. So now they're forced to tell us that, yep, human being evolved in Africa. That's where it started. We got to just deal with it.
Nope. Humanity started in America. I mean, got us messed up. We was always here. The slave trade is totally reversed.